Chapter 1509 Who is Mr. Pei's disciple? After returning to Jingzhou, the matter of Zhito Company came to an end for the time being. Mr. Pei had handed it over to Eric to handle. Meng Chang still had to return to his job and continue to promote various departments of Tenda. This time when he came to Tenda headquarters, the first thing was of course to report his work to Mr. Pei, and the second thing was to continue to receive tasks from Mr. Pei. Although he was tired from the journey, Meng Chang was still very energetic. On the one hand, it was because he was in first class and had a good rest. On the other hand, it was also because Meng Chang felt that the work he was doing now was very meaningful, and naturally full of motivation. Meng Chang planned to go directly to Mr. Pei's office. At the same time, Pei Qian was in the office, checking the situation of the Chuzui plan. What the hell? Why are there so many donations? Didn't I keep it strictly confidential? And there is no reward. Li Shi, Zhou Mian and other familiar faces are fine, but why is there another person donating? There is also a person who donated 2 million at once. Master Pei's disciple? When the hell did I accept such a traitor? How come I didn't know? Pei Qian looked at the list of donations and was shocked. It was like a bolt of lightning that hit him hard. Isn't this just an ordinary charity event? So what's going on now? The cumulative donations received have reached tens of millions. Not only that, several companies have also proposed commercial cooperation, hoping to develop in-depth cooperation with Tenda, and these cooperations will probably make money for Tenda. How could this happen? Pei Qian initially thought about adding a little bit of commercial elements to the Chuzui plan, simply because it could avoid the restrictions of system rules and spend more publicity funds. As for donations from other companies, Pei Qian had never considered it at all. This is a highly confidential charity event. It is a charity event with no returns at all. Even if other companies participated, they would not be able to raise so much money, right? But now, the naked reality slapped Pei Qian hard. Those companies that have already had cooperative relationships are fine, but the personal donations of this Pei Zong disciple are the most outrageous. Who is this Pei Zong disciple? I always feel that he is a very dangerous person, but according to the staff, this person does not seem to be an employee of Tenda and has nothing to do with Tenda. Pei Qian was very puzzled. His public image might be just the back of his head. How could he cultivate such a firm believer? Not only did he get the news of the Chuzui project, but he also decisively donated 2 million in his own name? No matter how he thought about it, it was bizarre. While he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside the office. It was Meng Chang. Pei Qian temporarily put away the report on the Chuzui plan. Are you back? Have you finished the things over there? Meng Chang nodded. Yes, basically everything is done. Eric has gone to Finger Company and taken over the whole thing. But... He paused for a moment, then said, Charles and some of the top executives of Finger Company still refused the share transaction. Although we can fire them all, it is difficult to get back the shares in their hands. They firmly believe that the share price of Finger Company will definitely rise. This is indeed the case. Since the news of our acquisition of Finger Company came out, the shares of Finger Company have been rising. In addition, Eric also began to prepare for IOI's first money-spending event in accordance with your instructions, which further promoted the rise in the share price. Pei Qian nodded slightly. This is all foreseeable. At present, most people in the outside world still believe that the share price of Finger Company will continue to rise. There are many reasons. For example, Tenda must be optimistic about the future earnings of Finger Company when it acquired Finger Company. It is impossible to spend money to make a loss-making acquisition. For example, Tenda understands games better than Dayak Group, and its operation strategy must be better. In addition, some phenomena also prove this speculation. For example, President Pei sent Eric, who was originally responsible for IOI's national service, to airborne finger company to take over and rectify, but did not send other more capable designers under his command. This may show that President Pei is mainly appeasing finger company and has no intention of completely tearing his face apart. He still wants to continue to use the senior executives of finger company for a while. For example, after Tenda took over IOI, the first thing it did was to organize large-scale coin-spreading and welfare activities like GOG to give back to players. This does not seem to be a quick squeeze on IOI. At the beginning, many people were still worried that Tenda's acquisition of Finger Company was just to make IOI a stepping stone for GOG, but now it seems that it is not the case. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Tenda will carry out steady reforms on Jito Company. In the short term, the number of active users of IOI will increase rapidly and the prospects are optimistic. This is the judgment given by the capital market and Charles and other senior executives. Of course, most of the ideas here are actually misreadings. Pei Qian nodded, "I understand." Meng Chong said, "Then, Mr. Pei, which project should we do for this month's publicity plan?" Pei Qian thought for a moment, and he really didn't think it through. After all, this cycle has just begun, and many projects have not yet officially started, or have just officially started. It will take at least a few months to produce results. There is really no good publicity plan for Meng Chong now. But Pei Qian changed his mind and thought, isn't IOI just suitable for a publicity plan? Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, make a publicity plan for IOI this month. But before that, we need to make some changes to the Finger Company. I'll tell you briefly, remember it and tell Eric later. Pei Qian originally wanted to call Eric and let him listen together, but then he thought, it's late at night in the United States now, and it's a bit unreasonable to wake Eric up to listen to a few words and then go to bed. So, let Meng Chong find a working time that overlaps in China and the United States to relay it later. This approach itself is not something that is particularly worth keeping secret, and Pei Qian wants the whole world to know as soon as possible. Meng Chong took it very seriously and nodded quickly, Mr. Pei, you. Pei Qian sorted out his thoughts a little, and then said, first, leave all the senior executives of Jito Company. Executives like Creatine who are designers or artists can be retained as appropriate, but only retain their benefits, not their real power, and can no longer interfere with the company's operations. They should be transferred to positions such as design director or art director. Leave the designers, artists, and other business backbones from the Finger Company and restore the structure of a studio. In the future, the Finger Company will only be responsible for the design of heroes and skins, and the balance of values, and will no longer be responsible for anything else. Then, all personnel of the GOG project team will temporarily put aside the development of new versions for a period of time in the future, and focus on studying the relevant matters of the merger of GOG and IOI. The Finger Company will cooperate unconditionally. The merger will still be based on GOG's gameplay, and fine-tune the hero mechanism and numerical balance of IOI to make it better adapt to GOG's game mechanism. Of course, if some of IOI's mechanisms are excellent and worth retaining, and GOG can be compatible with each other as long as it does not affect the core fun, then slightly changing GOG's mechanism is also fine. In short, the GOG project team has only one goal next, which is to promote the comprehensive merger of GOG and IOI from games to various regions and servers to all leagues. This matter cannot be delayed too long, and a clear timeline must be set. You can first transplant some IOI heroes, and then slowly transplant more later. Strive to complete the goal of merging the two games before the end of this year. After the merger, the GOG project team will be mainly responsible for the update and balance of the game mechanism, the development of heroes with Oriental cultural backgrounds, and the operation of Asian servers. The Finger Company will be mainly responsible for the development of heroes with Western cultural backgrounds, as well as the operation of European, North American, and other servers. Let Eric make this news public, directly, without hiding it, and let all players see Tengda's determination. Pei Qian said it lightly, and Meng Chong was shocked. He finally understood why Mr. Pei's finger company's stock price would soon plummet. Obviously, the reason is here. With this, how can the finger company's stock price not plummet? The confidence of the capital market is estimated to be shattered into slag all over the ground, right? But the problem is, just to hit the confidence of the capital market, it is not necessary to make the finger company's shares plummet to this extent. It's too hurtful, the gain is not worth the loss. If it is just to prevent Charles and others from benefiting from the stock price, there are actually many options. For example, just expose some negative news like Charles did. Of course, it can't be too big at one time. It has to be sustainable, which is a test of patience. But now President Pei's move is to cut it down with a drastic knife, which is too dangerous. The key is that this is not just cutting IOI, but also GOG. GOG is developing well now. Even if it ignores IOI, it can still develop into a global mobile market leader. Is it necessary to swallow IOI by force? In the past, we rarely heard of two games being merged together. Even people who don't understand games know how big the risk is. Games are a matter of domino effect. Game operations are mainly stable. If you can't change it, don't change it. If you can change it, change it. The more changes you can make, the safer it is. For some games, if they decide to make a big change, it's basically because the game itself is about to fail. If you take a risk, you can come back to life if you change it. If you fail, it's just the right time to die. But neither GOG nor IOI has reached this point. It can only be said that Mr. Pei's courage is unmatched. As for how the capital market will react after this signal is released, there is no doubt that the shares of Finger Company will definitely plummet, because those who have confidence in Mr. Pei are all players, and those in the capital market must have no confidence in this. Meng Chong nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I will convey it to Eric. Then, is this publicity plan also centered around the merger of GOG and IOI? I will arrange it myself? Pei Qian nodded. Well, you can arrange it, go ahead. Chapter 15 Tengda is going too far. March 6, Wednesday. Shanghai, Xingyun Group Headquarters. Nia Yunxing has not been doing well recently. Because the offensive of Nifeng Logistics is so aggressive that it is hard to resist. The live debate with Lu Mingliang gave Nifeng Logistics a huge public opinion advantage online, and also exposed the problems accumulated by Xingyun Express on a large scale, which was quite like a wall is pushed down by thousands of people, and a broken drum is beaten by thousands of people. Many couriers who are currently working at Xingyun Express or have worked there before have come forward to accuse Xingyun Express of having an unreasonable system and exploiting couriers. Some customers who have lost or damaged parcels or have not received satisfactory after-sales services from Xingyun Express have also come forward to denounce Xingyun Express for its poor service and attitude, and for not paying enough attention to customers. Even some employees of Xingyun Express have revealed online that Xingyun Express has serious problems such as chaotic internal management, rampant overtime, and formalism. Even Nia Yunxing's previous attempt to divert conflicts by using the Apple incident has been exposed, and it must be done in a proper manner. Although there is no evidence, netizens who like to watch the show immediately believed it 80% of the time after comparing the post with the real situation. Those who posted anonymously are basically employees in the company, while those who posted openly and without anonymity are basically employees who have already left Xingyun Group. Obviously, these employees are also planning to resign, just waiting to find a suitable next job, and the employees who have already resigned don't care at all, and don't even consider the possibility of returning to Xingyun Express in the future. In the past month, more negative news broke out on the internet than in the past year. So much so that Nia Yunxing felt very wronged. This must be that Nifeng Logistics hired a water army to create momentum and deliberately create public opinion to discredit us. He wanted the public relations department to find evidence that Nifeng Logistics hired a water army to discredit Xingyun Express, so as to fight a comeback, or at least to recover its huge disadvantage in public opinion, but, no doubt all failed. Because Nifeng Logistics never considered this aspect at all. As for why Xingyun Express broke out so much negative news? Why didn't there have so many negative news before? The reason is very simple, because there was not enough social attention before. In fact, both couriers and customers had complaints about Xingyun Express before, but what can they do if they have complaints? A post or a few complaints from a person on the internet have no influence at all, and they are quickly drowned in the vast amount of information on the internet. Even if these people want to reveal some of the inside stories of Xingyun Express, they can't do it at all. Most of the posts can't attract the attention of netizens, and those posts that have finally accumulated some popularity will be quickly publicized by Xingyun Express. But the situation is different now. After the live debate between LV Mingliang and Nie Yunxing, a wave of enthusiasm has formed on the internet, and netizens are all closely following the development of the situation. In this environment, the voices of Xingyun Express's couriers and customers are more likely to be heard. So, of course, they will not miss this great opportunity and try their best to speak for themselves. All the dissatisfaction accumulated before broke out in a short period of time, which of course gave Nie Yunxing the illusion that someone is targeting us. But in fact, it was not targeted at all. It was entirely because there were too many dissatisfactions accumulated in the past. When such an outlet for venting was found, it was naturally a huge collapse. In the face of such a huge negative public opinion, the Public Affairs Department could not suppress it, because if there is only one negative, it can be dealt with by deleting posts, reducing popularity, or diverting attention. But now there are too many negatives and it is impossible to deal with them. Even if a lot of resources are spent to deal with one or two, more negatives will soon emerge. Moreover, this kind of public relations behavior will also generate new negative materials, which is simply adding fuel to the fire. The fire will not be extinguished until the fuel is exhausted. Even though the Public Relations Department has been working overtime continuously, the situation has not improved. What makes Nie Yunxing more worried is that this public opinion crisis has actually affected the business of Xingyun Group. At the same time as this public opinion war began, Lu Mingliang had already made arrangements. Under the guidance of President Pei's expanding losses, Lu Mingliang contacted the stores of the main shopping platforms and established cooperative relationships. Of course, these stores will not directly cancel their cooperative relationship with Xingyun Express, but once two options are provided, many customers will choose Nifeng Logistics. The express delivery companies were not affected, and even benefited from it, because the Nifeng Post was still open to these express delivery companies. They were happy to see the piles of express lockers and posts of Xingyun Express. Customers could not bear it and chose Nifeng Logistics and its own express delivery companies. They were too happy to stand on the side of Xingyun Express. In addition, Nifeng Logistics continued to spend money, subsidizing the express delivery fees while improving the service quality, and poached many customers of Xingyun Express even if Xingyun Express gritted its teeth and paid more overtime wages to couriers, recruited temporary workers, and digested all the accumulated couriers, whether by encouraging customers to pick up the parcels or forcing the post stations to deliver the parcels to their homes. The losses caused by this incident have already been made. Many customers no longer trust Xingyun Express's logistics capabilities and prefer to choose Nifeng Logistics or other couriers. Xingyun Express certainly cannot collapse because of this incident, but its business volume must be significantly reduced. This directly led to a sharp drop in Xingyun Express's stock price, just like the previous home group. Not only that, many grassroots couriers resigned one after another, which is also a very bad signal. Obviously, they were poached by Nifeng Logistics. The treatment of couriers at Nifeng Logistics is higher. Although the difference may not be big if you only look at the salary, the problem is that Nifeng Logistics also bears the 5 insurances and 1 fund and various welfare guarantees, and strictly implements rotation. This comparison naturally creates a gap between the two sides. Nifeng Logistics is still expanding at a high speed. In addition to first-tier cities, there is still a lot of room for expansion in second- and third-tier cities and county towns. The gap in employment is very large. From Xingyun Express, one person often takes away couriers from half of the stations. The efficiency is simply too high. And Nifeng Logistics poached all the skilled workers from Xingyun Express. Xingyun Express has no choice but to continue recruiting those inexperienced couriers to fill this gap, but this will lead to 2 new problems. The first is that these couriers are not skilled enough, which will further reduce the already poor service quality. The second is that once these couriers become skilled workers, they may be poached by Nifeng Logistics again. Xingyun Express has become the courier training base of Nifeng Logistics. Is this okay? Nie Yunxing was helpless. Now Nifeng Logistics is pressing forward step by step. Xingyun Express is really in a difficult situation and has no idea how to fight back. This combination of punches stunned everyone. Nie Yunxing sat slumped in his office with a frown on his face. The current predicament was really beyond his understanding. As a self-made entrepreneur, Nie Yunxing has certainly encountered many predicaments in the development of Xingyun Group, but most of them have been properly resolved. This time is different from the past. Because in every previous predicament, Nie Yunxing could find the crux of the problem, and it could be solved as long as the right medicine was given. But this time, he only felt a deep sense of helplessness. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Nie Yunxing looked up and saw that it was Li Meng, the director of the Human Resources Department of Xingyun Group. Boss Nie, it's bad. Something big has happened. Li Meng looked very flustered. Nie Yunxing frowned. What's the panic? Nie Yunxing knew the current situation of Xingyun Group very well. But the director of the Human Resources Department came over and something big had happened. What was going on? What could go wrong with the HR department? Li Mangan said, Boss Nie, 5 key employees in the Public Relations Department have resigned. In addition, key employees in the Marketing Department, General Management Department, Data Center, Customer Department, Employee Affairs Department and other departments have also resigned. There are more than 40 employees who are leaving this time, and they are all key employees in the middle level of the company. Nie Yunxing was also stunned. What? More than 40? No wonder the HR department felt that something big had happened. This is really too abnormal. Because now is not a peak season for recruitment, even if there is personnel turnover, it should not be so large-scale and so frequent. If it is a large-scale departure of interns, it doesn't matter, anyway, interns are dispensable. But for key employees, they all occupy some key positions and have a certain accumulation in the industry, which also means that they have higher requirements for salary and development platforms. Generally speaking, they will change jobs only when they find a very suitable next home. And there is only one possibility for such a large-scale resignation. They were poached in batches. As for who poached him, is that even necessary? Nie Yunxing gritted his teeth and said, It's Nifeng Logistics again? Li Meng nodded, yes, it must be Nifeng Logistics. Tenda held a special recruitment exam before, and many people should have participated in this exam. Not only that, Tenda also wants to directly recruit people from our company. I found that these people are often well connected. For example, 5 people from the Public Relations Department resigned this time. They all have good personal relationships. Moreover, they seem to have a close relationship with the Deputy Director Lao Wei, who resigned before. Nie Yunxing was so angry that he trembled. What a Nifeng Logistics, what a Lu Mingliang, do you really want to do things so ruthlessly? Chapter 15:11 We Unite. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Middle-level backbone employees like this usually do not sign non-compete agreements. The reason is simple: there are too many people. Non-compete agreements are not something you can sign just because you want to. Employees are not stupid. They will weigh the pros and cons when they join the company. Signing a non-compete agreement means that the difficulty of job hopping in the future will be greatly increased, or even directly cut off the way to job hopping. Therefore, unless some large companies with top industry and excellent treatment really offer a salary that is difficult to refuse, these people will choose to sign a non-compete agreement. Qingshan Group can only sign with the top management at most. How can it take care of the middle-level and bottom-level employees? Moreover, the middle-level employees seem important, but in fact they are not that important. Because if only one or two middle-level employees leave, it is completely possible to draw people from the bottom to replace them for a while, and then recruit them in a targeted manner. There will be no big problem. But the problem now is that middle-level employees are being poached in batches. Generally speaking, this situation is unlikely to occur, because there is no reason for such a large demand gap to suddenly appear in the market, and there should not be a company that completely crushes other companies in the field in terms of salary and benefits. Everyone has a similar business model, so why can you push the cost of employment so high? But now, this situation has really appeared. The reason behind this is actually not complicated. Nifeng Logistics is one of Tenda's industries. It can lose money at will, because Tenda Group continuously transfuse it, but Qingshan Group only has express delivery business and no other business. If the express delivery business does not make money, then the entire group has no need to exist at all. The consequences of the mass poaching of middle-level employees are of course very serious. If there is a shortage of one or two middle-level employees, the bottom-level employees can be transferred up to fill the gap, and they can be recruited urgently. But with so many people missing, how can they be filled in a short time? Of course, in theory, Qingshan Group can ask these employees to hand over their work, but the problem is that the law stipulates that formal employees can leave directly within 30 days after resigning without the approval of the employer. Fill all these vacancies by recruiting people within 30 days? This is obviously a very difficult thing. Force retention? Require employees to leave only after the work is smoothly handed over? Withhold wages? If it were in the past, it might have been of some use, but now, these employees are probably eager to apply for labor arbitration. Even Ye Yunqing suspected that many employees who have not resigned are also trying to accumulate evidence and seek labor arbitration. Because after the arbitration is successful, they can take the special recruitment exam to join Tenda. Ye Yunqing was so angry that he slammed the table. Tenda Group is bullying too much. I think that this LV Mingliang must have the instructions of President Pei behind him. Otherwise, it is impossible to cooperate so well. Special recruitment exams, targeted poaching and express wars, all launched at the same time. The tiger doesn't show its power, it really treats us as sick cats. Li Mangan shuddered. In his impression, it is rare to see Ye Yunqing get so angry. This can't be blamed on Ye Yunqing's poor self-cultivation. This time, many factors have indeed accumulated together, which is too infuriating. First of all, this express war was first provoked by Qingshan Express. It was they who decided to cut off from Nifeng Logistics in second and third tier cities, so Nifeng Logistics resolutely fought back. It is indeed a very easy thing to break the defense when you start the trouble first and get beaten up. Secondly, the turning point of public opinion in this express delivery war should be the live debate. Ye Yunqing was refuted by Lu Mingliang on the spot and was speechless. This was of course difficult for Ye Yunqing to accept and completely embarrassed. So much so that every time he thought of this incident, he felt uncomfortable and regretful. These two things were all his own misjudgment. He couldn't get rid of the blame even if he wanted to, which was very uncomfortable. Finally, the aggressive attitude of Nifeng Logistics is now in a state of wiping out Qingshan Group. In the past, the battles between express delivery companies were all limited. After all, everyone's business model is similar, and each may have comparative advantages in some areas, but if they really tear each other apart, it will not look good for everyone. What's more, Xingyun Express has always occupied a dominant position in the market, and others want to tear each other apart, but they are not qualified. Everyone squeezes couriers, and the service level is similar, so as to maintain a profit margin that everyone is comfortable with, and the money is made very comfortably. But now, Nifeng Logistics is directly disregarding martial ethics, and it is completely a posture of reshuffling the entire express delivery industry and smashing the pot of food. How can Ya Yunxing not be angry? Li Mangan asked tentatively, then. Mr. Nya, what should we do? This question discouraged Ya Yunxing again. Because there is really no good way. In the current situation, whether it is the right time, place, or people, they all stand on the side of Nifeng Logistics. On all battlefields, Xingyun Express was beaten to a pulp and retreated step by step. Even if they were powerless and furious, what could they do? Ya Yunxing was silent for a long time. It is definitely not enough to rely on the strength of our company alone. Tenda Group has made enemies everywhere, affecting the interests of various industries. We are the hardest hit, but companies in other fields are also suffering. It is definitely not possible to rely on our company alone, but if we can unite with other companies, there is still hope. The more companies we unite, the greater the hope. For example, the Home Group, whose stock price plummeted due to Sloth Apartment and Qingshan Studio some time ago, must have the same demands as us. It's not just in the express delivery and rental fields. In the fields of takeout, live broadcast, games, and movies, which field does Tenda not have enemies? If Tenda's enemies are calculated by valuation, it is a huge volume of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Now Tenda can concentrate all its departments to support Nifeng Logistics, and we will certainly find it difficult to resist, but if all companies unite to attack Tenda's departments and make them unable to take care of themselves, then the situation will naturally reverse again. Li Mangan suddenly realized, Mr. Nya is wise. But, it may be difficult to get these companies to lend a hand. After all, although their respective interests have also been affected by Tenda, they are not as urgent as us. Is it realistic to expect them to help? The chance of success seems to be small. Nya Yunxing said firmly, no, the chance is very high. What Lu Mingliang said in the live broadcast can actually be regarded as a declaration of war against most of the giant companies in China. The business model adopted by our Xingyun Group is also the model adopted by many large domestic companies, including emerging companies that have obtained a lot of financing in the early stages of their startups. Tenda's goal is to completely dismantle this model, which is naturally a declaration of war on all companies of this type. If it is for other purposes, these companies may find it difficult to unite, but now it is to protect their own interests, and these companies have no reason to remain indifferent. As long as we can convince the Zhujia Group and unite several giants if the head company takes the lead, then some small companies will naturally join in under the promotion of some large investment companies. Once the general trend appears, it will be even more difficult to reverse this situation. No matter how strong Mr. Pei is, he is still a human being, and humans cannot fight against capital after all. Thinking of this, Nya Yunxing immediately stood up. Resignation is a matter of official business. There is no need to deliberately leave or stay, so as not to create more negative effects for yourself. Our next main battlefield is not here, but somewhere else. I'll go to the Home Group now. March 7th, Thursday. Pei Qian was in the office, looking at the paper he had just written a little outline for a while, and then thinking about the new game project. There is no clue at all. At this time, Pei Qian was like looking left and right at a fork in the road. Looking to the left, it seems that he can't go, looking to the right, it seems that he can't go either. This is quite uncomfortable, The key is that both of these things are quite urgent. The first draft of the paper must be submitted on April 10th. With only 1 month left, Pei Qian's paper is still at the prototype stage of conception. As for the game project, the general design concept draft must be completed this month, otherwise it will be a bit tight considering the time for design refinement and production. Although there is still more than half a year until the end of the year, the key is that Pei Qian wants to make a big production this time, and it would be best to solve the 2 departments of Tenda Games and Shenyang Games at one time. If Fei Huang Studio can be solved by the way, it would be even better. If these 2 game departments are allowed to make a relatively small game each, the development can be guaranteed to be completed, but the possibility of losing money is greatly reduced. Even if there is a loss, it will not be much, which is a bit of a waste of ideas. But what kind of subject should such a huge 3A game be about? This matter is really tangled. Should I think about the thesis first, or the game first? Well, at the latest, I must arrange the game before next Tuesday, and then work hard on the thesis. But I have no idea about the game. Pei Qian felt quite desperate. Just then, there was a knock on the door. I looked up and saw that it was Wu Bin who arrived. Wu Bin's face was full of smiles, and he handed over a report. Boss Pei, let me report to you about the special recruitment exam. In general, the response was very enthusiastic, which was beyond my imagination. Many middle-level managers of companies have signed up enthusiastically, and there are many with good resumes and strong abilities. Some people would rather take a pay cut to join because they appreciate our company's working environment, atmosphere, development prospects, and other comprehensive benefits. Although the application conditions are restricted, the talents actually selected in the end are even stronger than those selected by our regular exams. Of course, this strength mainly refers to real ability. After all, the written test scores account for a large proportion of the regular exams. Some backbone employees of some companies cannot compete with students in the written test scores, while in the special recruitment exams, the overall level of written test scores has decreased, but the practical ability has improved. The regular exam mainly recruits young people with potential, and the special recruitment exam recruits mature middle-level backbones. The 2 recruitments are carried out in parallel, plus the quotas for targeted poaching in various departments. Tengda's personnel structure is adjusting rapidly in a very healthy manner. Everything went well in this special recruitment exam. The transformation plan you envisioned, Boss Pei, was a great success. Chapter 1512 Tenda's dedicated office chat software. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian blinked, looking confused. What the hell? A great success? And the new recruitment exam recruited a large number of middle-level backbones, really optimizing the company's personnel structure? Some people even took a pay cut to join Tenda? No, this is not the same as expected. Pei Qian originally thought that there were too many people participating in the previous recruitment exam, and those who were recruited must be academic masters, test gods, or those with real talents and knowledge. Now there is a surprise attack, and a new recruitment exam is suddenly opened. Everyone has no time to prepare, so they can always recruit a few idiots and fish that slip through the net, right? As a result, the registration was so popular. Because there are too many people and the rules of the exam are very strict, the people who are finally screened out are still those with real talents and knowledge. Pei Qian was silent for a moment and asked, then, what do you think is the work attitude of this group of people? If they come for the benefits and their work attitude is very lazy, then this matter is still acceptable. Wu Bin gave a thumbs up. They are absolutely great, no doubt about it. Although some people would rather take a pay cut to join Tenda, it seems that they are here for the benefits, but there are 2 reasons that make them full of energy. First of all, they are able to become backbones in other companies, so they must have worked hard and conscientiously. After finally entering Tenda, this work habit will naturally continue. Secondly, the reduction in working hours will force them to further improve their work efficiency and adapt to Tenda's working model. Because of their rich work experience, these people can take over the work much faster than those graduates and newcomers. For example, the employees that Nifeng Logistics poached from Qingshan Group are very familiar with various jobs. After a little transformation of their thinking with the Tenda spirit, they can shine and heat up. The expansion speed of our company will definitely increase significantly. Pei Qian. Something is wrong, and the more I listen, the more it is wrong. Could it be that this recruitment exam and targeted poaching have recruited another group of hardworking people? Be more confident. Looking at the current situation, it is inevitable to recruit more hardworking people. Where is my Tenda spirit test? Hurry up and pull it up. No, just a Tenda spirit test is not enough. I have to think of other ways. Especially, I can't let this group of new middle-level backbones bring bad atmosphere to the company. So, where do we start? Workflow. If we restrict the workflow, these people won't be able to cause any trouble. In fact, Pei Qian had already made many similar attempts before, such as limiting overtime quotas, moving the mouse around after get-off work, and sending internal letters to encourage everyone to rest more and have more fun. But it seems that they are a bit unsystematic and cannot be implemented in all aspects of work. Now, with more and more people being recruited, many old employees who have been tortured by other companies have joined, and the pressure is even greater. We have to think of other ways. Suddenly, Pei Qian had an idea. What is most closely related to the work process? Of course, it is the company's internal office chat software. Currently, Tenda uses a very mainstream office software called FXT. Compared with social chat software, the function of this office software is more inclined to communication at work, and it is more convenient when handling work. For example, it does not provide an invisible option, and you can see the online status of contacts more clearly. You can see the company's organizational structure and find the corresponding personnel according to department groups. Everyone is the real name, and you can see all contact information including phone and email. You can force pop-up reminders, send notification messages, and clearly see whether the other party has read the message, etc. It can be said that this software is mainly designed to improve communication efficiency at work, and basically does not take into account the privacy protection or ordinary user experience in conventional social chat software. After all, at work, the user experience of ordinary employees and work efficiency are often contradictory. Even after the company has built this software on the internet, the technical staff can view all chat records and monitor employees' private complaints at all times. Of course, due to the characteristics of the company, Tenda's use of this software is definitely different from other companies. For example, all departments default to not forcing pop-up reminders during non-working hours. But this is just a conventional rule after all, and not necessarily any department will strictly abide by it. Moreover, sometimes during non-working hours, department heads may also use the phone or other commonly used social chat software to send tasks, and may not necessarily complete work arrangements through the FXT software. Pei Qian suddenly realized that this matter must be changed. This office chat software obviously cannot meet his needs, and it is completely incompatible with the spirit of Tenda. At the beginning, Tenda's company structure was quite simple, and FXT was just an internal chat software. Even if it did not conform to the spirit of Tenda, it would not produce too serious consequences. But the situation is different now. In the future, the number of Tenda's employees will usher in a new round of surge. If the workflow and system are not planned as early as possible, the situation of struggling will definitely become more and more serious. This matter should not be underestimated. Tenda also has the development capability. TPDB website can develop such internal chat software, and there is a ready-made architecture to use. Just give this job to Ma Yichun. Thinking of this, Pei Qian immediately called Ma Yichun and called him over to complete this work with the Human Resources Department represented by Wu Bin. TPDB website and N Chinese website are also headquartered in the same building, so Ma Yichun arrived quickly. After a little consideration, Pei Qian said, "I will give you a new task, develop an internal office chat software for Tenda. FXT is not perfect in function and seriously does not conform to the spirit of Tenda. With more and more new employees joining Tenda, we must develop an internal office chat software for Tenda." Ma Yichun and Wu Bin nodded, feeling that what Pei said made sense. FXT is indeed a little outdated. It is indeed necessary to develop an internal office chat software for Tenda's special situation. Then, Mr. Pei, can we just make this software like regular office software? And improve the functions that FXT doesn't have? Ma Yichun asked. Pei Qian shook his head. Of course it's not that simple. I think the biggest problem with FXT, an office chat software, is that it doesn't live up to its own positioning because it blurs the boundary between work and life. What kind of office software is this? A so-called office software that frequently sends messages during non-working hours? In my opinion, the internal office chat software we want to make for Tenda should have the following features. First, we must strictly distinguish and restrict the software functions during working hours and after get-off-work hours. It can be used normally during working hours, and notifications cannot pop up during non-working hours. There is no sound or vibration prompt when sending messages. In case of emergency, you can call the voice, but you must first apply for overtime quota, and there is a limit on the number of times per month. Departments that send too many messages after work indicate that the department head is incompetent and should be criticized. Second, all work must be uploaded and issued using this chat system and email. Employees can refuse to perform any work that is not recorded in this software. Third, make a check-in list. Employees can check in and out, and those whose check-in time is closest to the standard time can receive rewards. Those who arrive early or leave late indicate low work efficiency, and department heads must pay special attention and give advice. Fourth, strictly regulate the process handling method, send messages for non-urgent and non-important matters, communicate face-to-face for important and urgent matters, and then send messages, send emails first and messages later for important and non-urgent matters, hold video conferences for urgent and non-important temporary matters, and then send messages later. In short, the person in charge should regulate his or her own work process and clarify the hierarchy of various tasks. Any problems caused by unclear orders have nothing to do with employees. Fifth, open an anonymous forum. Just like the Tenda mental test, only I can view the identity of the anonymous person, and no one else can view it. Allow everyone to post information on the forum anonymously and discuss the company's mistakes and shortcomings. That's about it. I'll add more later when I think of new content. Pei Qian's goal is simple. First, require everyone to use this software to convey work content, and second, strictly monitor and strictly prevent the situation of sending messages to arrange work on weekends. Because some functions are not perfect when using FXT, the department head simply calls or sends messages on other chat software to notify, which makes supervision very difficult. How many people secretly work overtime on weekends? It's really hard to count. But after changing to this software, all responsible persons are required to use it to issue tasks. If they do not use it, employees have the right to refuse to execute them. In this way, which department is secretly working overtime and which department always arrives early and leaves late, isn't it clear at a glance? As for the check-in list and anonymous forum, these are all natural derivative functions. Wu Bin and Ma Yichun were stunned. So what Mr. Pei said about FXT's functions are not perfect is really so imperfect. Although Mr. Pei's requirements seem a bit confusing at first, but if you think about it carefully, they do seem to be similar to Tenda's style. For a company where the mouse runs around after get-off work, is it strange to freeze 90% of the functions of the internal chat software on weekends? It doesn't seem strange, but it makes people feel very reasonable. Chapter 1513, The Most Optimistic Settlement Cycle in History. Pei Qian looked at the two people. That's probably the idea, do you understand? Wu Bin and Ma Yichun nodded. I understand. Pei Qian looked at their determined eyes, and said in his heart. You know nothing. I don't know where you have gone off track again. Forget it, I'm used to it. Seeing that the two of them all had an expression of we understand, and even looked at each other to confirm that both parties thought of the same thing, Pei Qian felt that no matter how many words he said at this time, they would be pale and powerless. Anyway, no matter how many problems there are in the process, as long as the results are roughly the same. After sending Ma Yichun and Wu Bin away, Pei Qian began to continue thinking about the game. After thinking for more than half an hour, he still had no clue. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Lin Cheng from Shenhua Film and Television. Huh? What does he want to talk to me about? Pei Qian was a little confused, because there seemed to be no projects to cooperate with Shenhua Film and Television recently, but he still picked up the phone. Lin Cheng's slightly urgent voice came from the phone. Boss Pei, there is very important news. I just found out that Xingyun Express, Zhujia Group, Langia Live, and Jiaju Takeaway seem to be joining forces to target Tenda Group. Not only that, they seem to be looking for big companies in other fields such as games, movies, and travel to join this alliance. This news was told to me by the CEO of a small film and television company. Although there is no accurate information yet, I think the possibility is very high and we must be on guard. Pei Qian was a little confused. Huh? Their businesses are not related at all, how can they join forces? Could it be that Xingyun Express and the takeaway delivery share, the courier brother? Or Zhujia Group and Langia Live will organize a rental live broadcast festival? Lin Cheng was a little amused. Of course it's impossible, but even if these companies have nothing to do with each other's business, there are ways to unite. It's nothing more than launching an attack on Tenda in their own fields. For example, in various fields such as express delivery, rental, live broadcast, takeout, games, etc., they compete against Tenda's industry at the same time, whether it is price war, public opinion war or other means, they may use them. No matter how rich Tenda is, it is impossible to start a price war in so many industries at the same time. Most likely, it will be too busy to take care of itself. In this way, the market share of many industries may be quickly occupied. Once this happens, it will be difficult to turn the tables. Not only that, there are more or less big capitals behind these companies. Once they see the hope of completely defeating Tenda, these big capitals will most likely encourage more companies to join. After all, they think that Tenda wants to cut off their financial resources, so it's not surprising that they do anything to invite them. I can only say that what Lu Mingliang said in the live broadcast was a bit impulsive. In fact, it was enough to point all the spearheads at Xingyun Express at that time. It was a bit too early to make enemies, and it was not wise to AOE all other similar internet companies. If Tenda develops for another 1 or 2 years and completely crushes these companies in terms of size, then defeat them one by one, the chances of winning will definitely be much higher. Pei Qian couldn't help but smile as he listened. No, Lu Mingliang's timing is just right, it's perfect. I never thought that there would be such a good thing. So many companies want to play with me to burn money? That's great, so happy. Pei Qian could hardly suppress his excitement. Suddenly, he felt that this settlement period seemed to become extremely bright. It did cost a lot of money to acquire Zhito Company before, but it was paid in installments after all. With Tenda's current ability to make money, it is not necessarily guaranteed that there will be a big loss in this settlement. The main reason is to fear unexpected situations. But now, with so many companies burning money together, the situation is suddenly different. Before, even if Pei Qian wanted to spend money, he had to be very restrained. On the one hand, he was worried that the business would expand too fast, and on the other hand, the system had strict restrictions. Therefore, even if he organized activities, they were basically small-scale and it was difficult to meet his own spending goals. But now that these companies have taken the lead in starting a money-burning war, the system will definitely relax restrictions, and they will be even more reckless in spending money. In this cycle, Pei Qian can lose up to 150 million, which means converting 15 million personal assets. It can be said that as long as he succeeds, he can make back all the money he didn't lose before. Not only that, Pei Qian has triple insurance in this cycle. First, the money from the acquisition of Zhito Company will continue to be spent in the future, and the merger plan of GOG and IOI has also delayed the development plan of the new versions of the two games and various marketing activities, which will have a certain impact on revenue. Second, Xingyun Express, Zhujia Group and these big companies have started a money-burning war, and Tenda will definitely follow suit, and the intensity of money burning will definitely be much greater than before. Third, the charity quota in this cycle is large and the cycle is long, which means that some large-scale projects can be carried out, including large-scale games, big-budget movies, and large-scale infrastructure projects such as haunted houses. With triple insurance support, it is not a loss? How is it possible? And Pei Qian really thinks that Lu Mingliang's words are just at the right time. If, as Lin Chang said, Lu Mingliang did not AOE all the internet platform companies, but waited for 1 or 2 years until Tenda's size expanded by several orders of magnitude before taking action, then even if these big companies united, it would be difficult to cause too much loss to Tenda. At that time, even if Pei Qian wanted to lose money, how could he lose money? But now the timing is just right. Tenda is impossible to fail, because its revenue is too stable and its cash flow is too healthy. At most, the expansion of some businesses will be curbed, or the market share will shrink. Other than that, it will lose money. And the more money it loses, the happier Pei Qian will be. I didn't expect Lu Mingliang to make a great contribution inadvertently. He is really a loyal minister. Lin Chang was stunned for a moment. Huh? The timing is right? Perfect? This doesn't look right at all. He thought for a while and said, Mr. Pei, are you prepared for it? Pei Qian laughed. You can say that. It is indeed prepared for it. From the first day of founding Tenda, he has been looking forward to this matter. It's a pity that at the beginning, these big companies treated Tenda as a small fish and shrimp, and didn't take it seriously at all. Later, they regarded Tenda as a big devil, and they didn't dare to fight back when they were bullied. Now they have finally joined hands to target Tenda, which is really gratifying. Lin Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, seeing you so confident, I feel relieved. But it's better to be careful, especially since the Home Group and Xingyun Express have already gone crazy, and it's not surprising that they will do anything. Pei Qian nodded. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian almost couldn't suppress his excitement and wanted to slide down on his knees in the office. It's settled. Pei Qian would never think of any way to deal with it. Anyway, you guys burn money, and if Tenda has money, it will burn it. If it doesn't have money, it will watch you burn it. Anyway, I will happily lose the money, and that's it. People are in high spirits when they are happy. Pei Qian plans to take advantage of this festive mood to go to the game department to have a look. Because of what happened just now, Pei Qian suddenly got some inspiration. As long as he goes to the game department to feel a little excitement and inspiration, the prototype of the game should be ready. Thinking of this, Pei Qian strolled upstairs and came to the Tenda game department. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw Yufei typing quickly on the keyboard. It seems that he might be writing a new book. He got inspiration and typed very fast. Pei Qian came behind him with great interest and found that Yufei was indeed writing his new book. Judging from the excerpt he was writing, it seemed to be a cyberpunk theme somewhat similar to A Better Tomorrow, and his speed was quite fast. The speed estimated by the typing software was about 3,000 words per hour. There are no important development tasks in the Tenda game department now, and Yufei was allowed to code during working hours, so everyone is used to this scene and no one bothers him. Yufei coded for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned his head and was shocked. "Mr. Pei?" He was a little surprised. When did Mr. Pei come? But then, this surprise turned into ecstasy. Yufei stood up and asked, "Boss Pei, have you found a new head of the game department?" Pei Qian laughed, "No, I'm here for the new game." Yufei's face fell instantly. "Boss Pei, this matter really can't be delayed any longer. Ghost General 2-inch has been released, and I have completed my mission." "My new book." Pei Qian smiled and said, "New book? I think it's going well. I've typed faster." Yufei was stunned for a moment. I've indeed typed faster, maybe because I'm more focused during work hours." "No, that's not the point. Boss Pei, my inspiration is really completely exhausted, not a drop left. The game mechanism of eternal reincarnation is derived from the plot, and the highlight of Ghost General 2 is also the plot. I admit this. But I really don't have more plots to think of. Letting me be the main designer is irresponsible to the new project." Pei Qian nodded slightly and asked, "What is the subject of your new book?" Yufei was stunned for a moment. "Cyberpunk, what's wrong?" Pei Qian clapped his hands. "The theme of the new game is also cyberpunk. Isn't this a coincidence? Look, as long as you continue to develop this game, Tenda will directly buy the copyright of your book, and then recommend it as a key project on the Chinese website of the end. Isn't it great?" Yufei was stunned. This. He didn't expect that there would be such a development. The new game that President Pei wants to make is exactly the theme of cyberpunk? It happens to be the same type as his new book. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Could it be that President Pei did it on purpose? In order to keep me as the main designer, he specially made a new game with the theme of cyberpunk? No, how could this be possible? Yufei quickly abandoned this unrealistic idea and turned to think about the bright prospects described by President Pei's words. It sounds like this condition is simply irresistible. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1514. The villain is actually me? Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. As an author, the desire for copyright adaptation is of course the strongest. What's more, Yufei has already tasted the sweetness. The success of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation has raised his fame by several levels. Before, he was only famous in the small circle of the Chinese website of the end, but now, many domestic players have known Yufei's name and know that he is the original author of Eternal Fall of Reincarnation. To describe it with a proprietary word, this is called breaking the circle. If there is no opportunity given by Tenda Games, but he is buried in writing, how long will it take to have such a chance to break the circle? What is the ultimate goal of writing a book? In order to let more people read it, in order to make the book copyright adaptation, and gain greater influence. No matter how hard you write, it is all for this goal. And now, the proposal given by President Pei can make Yufei's new book directly jump to the top and achieve his ultimate goal of writing a book. How can this not make him excited? Yufei fell into a dilemma. As soon as Pei Qian saw Yufei's expression, he knew that his approach was right and there was a great chance. Well, let's have a meeting first to finalize the outline and concept draft of the game. You can consider it according to the situation. If you are satisfied, we will develop it. If you are not satisfied, let's talk about it later. Pei Qian felt that after this meeting, Yufei would stay 99% of the time. The remaining 0.1% could also be solved by delaying. Yufei nodded. Okay, then I will send a notice to the key employees. By the way, send a notice to the key members of Shangyang Games and Fei Huang Studio, and ask Yi Zhizhou, Wang Xiaoban, Huang Sibo, and Zhu Xiaozi to come and discuss it together. Pei Qian added. More than half an hour later, everyone arrived. In the meeting room, several responsible persons had a good chat. It must be said that this is the most complete gathering of everyone in recent times. Because these people went on the suffering journey in batches before, there were always fewer people. Now that they have all returned from the suffering journey and gathered again, it feels like a lifetime ago. However, some of the key employees of Tenda Games and Shangyang Games also went on this suffering trip. It can only be said that employees come and go, but the suffering trip is permanent. No one suffers forever, but there are always people who suffer. Seeing so many people gathered together, Yi Zhizhou and Huang Sibo had some guesses in their hearts. Obviously, President Pei is going to concentrate his efforts on doing something big again. When developing mission and choice, before, it was Huang Sibo who, under the suggestion of President Pei, gathered the efforts of everyone to develop it, and Tenda Games and Fei Huang Studio jointly overcame this problem. And this time, the two core game departments and Fei Huang Studio were all used? It can be seen that this must be a bigger project than mission and choice. At the same time, Pei Qian was rushing before the meeting, reading the novel written by Yu Fei on the app of the Chinese website of the end. This novel has only been updated for less than 100,000 words so far, the plot has not been fully developed, and there is a lot of fog in the worldview. The content that appears is only limited to the large city where the protagonist is located. In the comments of the chapters, you can often see readers and players urging for updates. Some are urging for books, and some are urging for games, double happiness. Pei Qian asked in a low voice, how is the whole worldview of the novel and the subsequent plot story completed? Yu Fei said with some shame, not very good. In fact, my plan is only up to 200,000 words, and I haven't thought about the rest in detail, and the pattern and structure of the whole worldview have not been finalized. It's mainly because I don't have time to think carefully, and I'm not a good writer at planning. Sometimes I rely too much on sudden inspiration. Pei Qian nodded, I understand. The rest hasn't been decided yet, so it's easy. In fact, there are many authors like Yu Fei who write and think at the same time. After all, it is not difficult to slowly finalize the subsequent plots during the serialization process of 1 or 2 years, or to finalize all the plots in just 2 or 3 months of preparation. Although all authors know that they need to have an outline and it is best to finalize all the subsequent plots in advance, theory is theory and practice is practice. Just like everyone knows that keeping exercise every day can keep a good body, but there are very few people who can really stick to it. On the Chinese terminal website, Yu Fei is not the top talented author, nor is he a very mature skilled author. He is in the transition stage from a general talented author to a skilled author. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Pei Qian. But Yu Fei's current state is exactly what Pei Qian needs. If Yu Fei's later worldview is particularly perfect and there is a huge conflict with the game that Pei Qian wants to make, it will be really difficult to deal with. Pei Qian would then have only 2 choices, either compromise on the gameplay and be forced to make some gameplay and plots that are less likely to lose money, or compromise on the plot restoration and make a work that is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although the latter can also lose money, Yu Fei may not participate in this project at all. This situation is easy to deal with now. Anyway, the content behind Yu Fei has not been finalized. Pei Qian believes that with his great deception skills, he will definitely be able to fully interfere with his creative intentions and closely combine the subsequent plot of the novel, the game and the loss of money. Pei Qian coughed twice. Okay, everyone is here, let's officially start the meeting. This time I called everyone here to do a new project, making games and movies together, just like mission and choice. However, this time Shangyang Games will also participate. The 3 departments will jointly develop the game together. The volume of the game developed is larger than mission and choice, and the development progress will be shortened. This time it is a real 3A masterpiece. The game and the movie will be completed in October. We will strive to release the game and the movie in mid-October to early November. Everyone's face showed a nervous and excited look. More than half a year, it can be said that the time is tight and the task is heavy, but since this project has gathered the strength of 3 departments, it must be an unprecedented large project. Being able to participate in such a big project is very exciting and thrilling for everyone, which has a huge role in promoting their career growth. Pei Qian continued, this time we are going to make a game with a cyberpunk background, using Yu Fei's original novel as the prototype of the story. However, since this novel has not yet shown a very complete worldview and plot structure, we have ample room to play in its development. Yu Fei lowered his head in shame. Although this is the truth, why does it sound a bit wrong? What does ample room to play mean? In theory, the copyright for the novel adaptation should be bought because the novel is very popular, the plot is very complete, and the worldview structure is excellent. Only mature works are necessary to be adapted. The low degree of plot completion and incomplete worldview structure are huge flaws, but they can be said by President Pei as ample room to play, which is quite outrageous. Pei Qian continued, the cyberpunk theme we are going to make is definitely not the cyberpunk of foreign countries, but a theme similar to A Better Tomorrow. But, don't have any plot connection with A Better Tomorrow, don't make it A Better Tomorrow 2. Pei Qian considered that the classic cyberpunk themes of foreign countries have a fixed audience, and this ready-made background is also likely to be successful overseas, which is not safe enough. It still has to be original, as original cyberpunk themes have relatively low acceptance, but it can't be related to A Beautiful Tomorrow because A Beautiful Tomorrow has been inexplicably successful. If it is related, there will definitely be many die-hard fans who will come to support it, which will mislead passers-by. Hearing this, Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi were obviously a little disappointed. President Pei rarely has twos, but he has counted them, such as Ghost General 2 and Bullet Hole 2. Works such as A Beautiful Tomorrow and Mission and Choice have left sequel plot interfaces. I originally thought that this work could be related to A Beautiful Tomorrow to form a Beautiful Tomorrow universe, and by the way, it can be linked with Cyberpunk Snack Street to take a scene and promote it. But unfortunately, all these expectations have been dashed. But no matter what, since President Pei has clearly stated that it will not be related to A Beautiful Tomorrow, he must have his own considerations. Let's listen to it. Pei Qian continued, the background of this story is very simple. In a future universe of parallel time and space, in a virtual city in an imaginary world, the entire city has been kidnapped by a large consortium, the gap between the rich and the poor has sharply divided, and it has entered a social state similar to cyberpunk. The large consortiums in different fields have formed an extremely monopolistic position and have penetrated into every aspect of people's lives, deeply binding the entire city and everyone in the city. Everyone was confused and felt awe. Why is it a parallel time and space, a future universe, an imaginary world, and a virtual city? These all seem to be talking about similar things. As for the overall background, it seems to be ordinary, just a standard cyberpunk. The large conglomerates are highly monopolized, the gap between the rich and the poor is sharply polarized, and people's lives are bound and monitored by high technology. These are all quite common settings. Pei Qian continued, then these large conglomerates are all Tengda's industries. For example, Nifeng Logistics, Moyu Takeaway, Moyu Internet Cafe, Tengda Games, Fei Huang Studio, and so on. All industries related to Tengda are all put into the game and become large conglomerates in the game. These large conglomerates can fight each other, but in most cases, they will unite to exploit ordinary people at the bottom. From material to spiritual, and to every detail in life, it must be reflected. This is the solution Pei Qian came up with. Reputation is too good? It doesn't matter, I'll spend a lot of money to blacken myself. It just so happens that other companies have united to oppose Tenda, just so, I will help you promote it. Chapter 15:15 The Future You Choose. Pei Qian's words stunned everyone. What the hell? The consortium is actually me? These big consortiums in cyberpunk have always represented extreme monopoly capital, the root of all suffering in the cyberpunk world, and the evil representatives who exploit and oppress ordinary people at the bottom. As long as it is a cyberpunk theme, these big consortiums are undoubtedly the biggest villains. But now, the cyberpunk theme that President Pei wants to make actually wants to put all of Tenda's industries into it? And become the big villain? It's outrageous. Everyone instantly understood why the story background of A Better Tomorrow was not used. Because A Better Tomorrow has a ready-made worldview, although it is relatively vague, the various advertisements implanted in it have actually framed a soft boundary. If you want to use Tenda's industry as the big consortium in the story, it will conflict with the worldview setting of A Better Tomorrow, and it is actually not easy to fit it in. Some people also understood what President Pei meant by in a future universe of a parallel universe, a virtual city in an imaginary world. Parallel universe means that this world also has Tenda and its various industries. The future universe means that the Tenda industry in it has developed into a monopoly super conglomerate, which is a state of the future. The fictional world and virtual city mean that the entire worldview has nothing to do with the current world and Qingshan. But no matter what, putting Tenda's own industry in the game, becoming a large conglomerate, and becoming the embodiment of big capital, this sounds a bit wrong. Because these industries are around, and they may even be brought up by these people in charge, they are too familiar. This is like asking a person who is deeply influenced by Eastern culture to create a superhero story with a Western cultural background based on himself. This must be awkward, no matter how you write it. Zhu Xiaozi hesitated for a while and said, "So, the villains are us? What about the decent people? Who will resist us?" Pei Qian said, "Everyone. Everyone in the world will resist us. But they will definitely fail, after all, Tenda is invincible." Everyone looked at each other again. Something is wrong, and it is getting more and more outrageous. Everyone resists? Isn't this a public enemy? Although Tenda is invincible sounds good, in such a worldview, the villain is invincible, which feels like doubling down on self-deprecation. Yi Zhizhou asked, "Mr. Pei, you haven't said whether this game is a standalone game or an online game." Pei Qian thought for a while. Standalone? No. Online game? Well, not all. He was also entangled, always feeling that there were problems with either one. A standalone game, in fact, is the way of 3A masterpieces, with high development costs, but the process is relatively controllable. As long as the plot in the game is presented in a down-to-earth manner, it will be an excellent work. Of course, if the plot is shit, it may indeed discourage players, but the rules applicable to other companies may not be applicable to Tenda. For example, the plot of A Beautiful Tomorrow was originally intended to be shit, but the final result was the opposite. Based on Tenda's current success rate in making standalone games, Pei Qian really has no confidence. So, what about making online games? Pei Qian himself couldn't explain how to make online games for works of this size. Make it a traditional MMORPG? That is definitely not possible, because it is completely incompatible with the practice of standalone games. Pei Qian did not want to give up this approach of playing standalone games, because it cost a lot of money, had a high upper limit for losing money, and it showed Tenda's evil image more comprehensively. Online games are not very expressive of plots. If they fail to show the negative image of Tenda well, and instead become advertisements for Tenda's industry, then there will be a big problem. But Pei Qian also wanted to combine the gameplay of online games with standalone games, and do some tricks, so that the probability of failure would be greater. After all, both pure standalone games and pure online games have been successful. If the two gameplays are combined, maybe some wonderful chemical reactions can be produced? Pei Qian thought for a while, standalone games with online gameplay. Anyway, he is not in charge of design, and the two game departments are responsible for design. Once a concept is proposed, it is completely up to fate to design it. Everyone took notes in their notebooks. I don't quite understand it, but I still wrote it down and figured it out slowly. The meeting room fell into silence for a while. Yufei raised his hand weakly and said, "Boss Pei, this background seems to be completely different from the background of my novel." Pei Qian asked back, "Didn't you only do a small part of the background of your novel? Since it doesn't have much impact, you can modify it a little bit." Yufei, this is also okay. Although his first reaction was a bit wrong, he thought about it carefully, and it could indeed be modified. Because his worldview was not very complete, he didn't have any good ideas until now. If he followed what Boss Pei said and split all of Tengda's industries into large conglomerates and infiltrated all aspects of urban life, it would be a good idea. At least he is familiar with these industries and has a lot of ready-made materials to use. Moreover, the two game departments and Feihuang Studios will also participate in the development. At that time, there will be a large number of concept design drawings, which will be very helpful in stimulating his imagination and inspiration. As for the plots that have been written, most of them can be used. The remaining parts can be revised or rounded up in other ways. There is no problem. After listening to President Pei's approach, Yufei even had the urge to tear down all the current works and rewrite them. There is no feature at all. Look at President Pei, his imagination is so wild and bold. Huang Sibo, almost finished recording, raised his hand and asked, "President Pei, are the movies and games still like mission and choice, combining the plot? The movie plot is part of the game plot?" Pei Qian immediately shook his head, "No. Just kidding, I will never make the mistake of mission and choice again. The game Mission and Choice sold well, and one of the main reasons is that you can watch movies while playing the game. Although RTS games are niche games, many people who have no RTS game foundation can also have fun playing them because of the simplified game operation mode, AI effects, and smooth plot. If they are linked again this time, it will really be a big deal. Therefore, it must be separated." Pei Qian added, "Movies and games share the same background at most, but the plot of the game should be completely separated and not have too many connections." Yi Zhizhou raised his hand and asked, "Boss Pei, does every department have to become a big consortium and directly affect people's lives? The game industry as well?" Pei Qian nodded, "Yes, the game industry is easy to influence. You can think a little exaggerated, such as virtual reality games stealing user information, infringing user privacy, and letting players indulge in games to escape real life, etc. Think about it to the extreme, give full play to your imagination." Yi Zhizhou nodded silently and stopped talking. "Good guy, this is not something that an ordinary villain can do. It is simply the kind that will be nailed to the pillar of shame." With Yi Zhizhou's question, the others basically have an idea. You must give full play to your imagination and imagine the most extreme monopoly situation after the development of various departments and industries, and then show it in games and movies. What is the bottom line? There is no bottom line. But since Boss Pei said that the plots of games and movies only have the same background and the details are irrelevant, it means that games and movies can focus on different aspects. How to express it specifically still needs further consideration. President Pei's assignments are becoming more and more brief, which shows that the capabilities of each department are improving. President Pei no longer needs to plan the game in detail as before. He can give a simple framework and then hand over the specific work to his subordinates. This shows that everyone's ability has improved, and President Pei's trust in everyone has also increased. Although President Pei's requirements are still as broad as before, with wild imagination, everyone is full of energy and must do this project well. Seeing everyone's firm look, Pei Qian suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. It feels a little wrong. Do these people clearly understand my design intentions? It seems that they don't. I have to emphasize it to them again. Pei Qian coughed twice and said, "Let me make it clear again. Tenda appears as the biggest villain in the background of this story. We should make players and viewers feel disgusted, even hostile, as much as possible. There must be no beautification or misinterpretation by the audience. Let them see the serious consequences of Tenda becoming a monopoly enterprise in the future. Do you understand? Don't let them expect it, and don't play any advertising effect." Pei Qian knew very well that it was a very common phenomenon for creators to be misinterpreted. For example, there is a drama, the original work itself is a dystopian work, which arouses people's vigilance by describing a future world that looks beautiful but has lost humanity. However, when the series was being filmed, they accidentally made the future world too beautiful. It was full of handsome men and beautiful women, with advanced technology and no worries. Although there were some ironic contents, the performance was a bit unbalanced, so that the audience had a yearning for this world, and sincerely felt that this world was pretty good and wanted to travel through it. If this happened to the game that Pei Qian was going to make, it would be a big deal. Therefore, it must be made clear in advance to avoid misunderstandings among the main creators. Huang Sibo and Zhu Xiaozi looked at each other. Obviously, another path they had thought of was rejected by President Pei. But it was not a big problem. The more President Pei rejected it, the clearer the direction would be. Yu Fei said, "President Pei, I definitely can't use the name of my current novel. How about changing the name? Do you have any good ideas?" Pei Qian nodded slightly. He had already thought about it in advance. This time he decided to choose the most straightforward and unpretentious name. It's called The Future You Choose. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1516. Very good, but we need to swap them. Pei Qian felt that this name should be straightforward and uncool, right? The Future You Choose is actually hinting to all players and viewers, if you give money to Tenda now, the final result will be what is shown in the game and the movie. This is what you chose, so don't blame me if this happens in the future. So, stop giving money. Please be kind and let Tenda lose some money. This name can be seen as a warning to all players and viewers, and it is also because Pei Qian does not want to see Tenda making money too quickly. Now many people have too high expectations and fantasies about Tenda. Pei Qian feels that this is a huge obstacle to his losing money, and he must find a way to eliminate it, otherwise there will be endless troubles. In addition, this name is also very uncool and straightforward, so the possibility of being misunderstood will be reduced accordingly. If we use a name like Dark Empire to describe Tenda as a huge dark empire, although it also has a good metaphorical effect, it may also convey a feeling of wow, Tenda Empire is so awesome, which may be counterproductive. No one asked more questions, but just recorded it silently. Guess, you can guess. The name often represents the core idea that President Pei wants to express. As long as you can understand it, you will definitely be able to find the core content of the story. Pei Qian looked around and found that everyone had an expression of careful thinking, and suddenly felt flustered again. Still feel unsafe. Although he has said so much, everyone present is a weirdo in imagination, and it is impossible to imagine what kind of story they will imagine. After thinking about it, Pei Qian felt that it was not enough to do this level, and he had to be more specific. He looked at Zhu Xiaozi first. Among all the people, Pei Qian felt that Zhu Xiaozi was the most threatening, especially in terms of interpreting the plot. He was the most distorted. For example, the failure of A Better Tomorrow was all Zhu Xiaozi's fault. So, this is a target that needs to be focused on. Pei Qian asked, "Director Zhu, do you have any ideas about this subject?" Zhu Xiaozi was excited. "Boss Pei, this subject is very good. I am deeply inspired by your words. Pei Qian's expression suddenly became serious. Oh? Tell me, how do you plan to shoot this movie? Zhu Xiaozi sorted out his thoughts and said, I think this movie has some similarities with A Beautiful Tomorrow, but the plot must not be repeated in A Beautiful Tomorrow, right? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, yes. What if A Beautiful Tomorrow is repeated and becomes popular again? That would be the end of it. Zhu Xiaozi continued, then this time we will definitely take the route of violent resistance. There is a gun-throwing Easter egg at the end of A Beautiful Tomorrow, which is actually the plot interface I left for the sequel of A Beautiful Tomorrow. Of course, this movie will not be made into a sequel to A Beautiful Tomorrow, but the principle is the same. My idea is this: the protagonist is the leader of the resistance army, and his mission is to lead all the people at the bottom to resist the tyranny of the Tenda Group and fight against a large number of corporate military employees and law enforcement robots. Of course, the protagonist must have strong combat capabilities, and through genetic drugs, bionic chips, and prosthetic transformation, he can gain strong combat capabilities. Because only in this way can we defeat powerful enemies. Therefore, the performance of the protagonist may be like some action blockbusters, with one on many, and may play some seemingly unreasonable famous scenes, but it is definitely thrilling. In this process, we can show the desperate cyberpunk world in more detail. For example, the protagonist hides in the bottom group of wanderers, describing the details of the life of wanderers in that world. The protagonist assassinates some company executives, focusing on the luxury and prosperity of these executives. For example, you can portray the powerful firepower of the company's military employees and law enforcement robots, emphasizing the suffocating sense of oppression like this steel torrent, and the ubiquitous surveillance probes and network surveillance can highlight the horror of Tenda Group's high-pressure rule. By advancing step by step, you can achieve the effect you want to achieve. Pei Qian did not comment, and asked again, what is the final result? Zhu Xiaozi said, the final result, of course, as you said, the protagonist must have failed. But I think this kind of failure should not be the kind of failure that is directly wiped out and the protagonist dies. If it is just this kind of simple failure, it may not have much effect, and the frustration it brings to the audience is not strong enough. They may mistakenly think that the Tenda Group is too strong, and even develop a psychological admiration for the strong, which may dilute the ideas we express. I think this kind of failure should be that the protagonist constantly transforms himself in battle after battle, from genetic drugs to robotic arms, to various high-intensity bionic chips. Every time he transforms, the protagonist becomes stronger, but at the same time, he is also farther away from a normal person. The protagonist won the war against Tenda Group at the cost of abandoning his attributes as a normal person. After the victory, the rebels replaced Tenda Group, but people could not really give up the convenience brought by high technology. Therefore, the things left by Tenda Group still need to be used and inherited. The rebels inherited these things and arranged corresponding people to manage them. However, if you have these resources, you can seek benefits for yourself. In the cyberpunk world, the prosperity of materials and the extravagance of the top have reached a very extreme situation. At the end of the story, the protagonist dragged his body after the battle to the tallest building to overlook the entire city. In order to overthrow Tenda Group, he gave everything he had and became a life that could only be maintained by genetic drugs and mechanical arms. But at the end of his success, he fell into deep confusion. In the end, he left the world with a complicated expression. I think this can also correspond to the title, The Future You Choose, which allows the audience to have rich associations. Pei Qian pondered for a moment and did not respond. Because he felt that Zhu Xiaozi's idea seemed okay on the surface, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there were some problems. But if you say there are problems, you can't tell where the problem is. Zhu Xiaozi seemed to have designed it according to Pei Qian's requirements, and this ending basically met Pei Qian's expectations, but it always feels weird, and it's not particularly satisfying. Pei Qian looked at Yu Fei and Yi Zhizhou again. What do you think about the game? Yu Fei was a little ashamed. The current plot needs to be slightly modified, and I don't have any good ideas for the time being. Yi Zhizhou hesitated for a moment and said, I do have some design inspiration. Since it's a game, the biggest difference from the movie must be the gameplay drive. This kind of worldview is still easier to make diversified gameplay. I think the protagonist in the game can be a small person at the bottom of society. Although this society has no channels and space for upward mobility, he still wants to climb up at all costs. The entire game process can take more than 10 hours. In the early stage of the game, he mixed in street gangs, doing some petty thefts and street transactions. His combat methods were limited. When he encountered a strong enemy, he could only run away and accumulate his own money and connections. Then, the combat system began to be introduced. The protagonist could obtain firearms and participate in fights or street gunfights. The gameplay of the game also changed from petty theft to violent robbery, and the crime was upgraded. As the game enters the middle stage, the protagonist participates in more and more violent incidents and has a wider network of contacts. He can issue tasks as a contact person or lead his subordinates to complete large tasks together. However, the class restrictions prevent the protagonist from becoming a leader even though he has made a name for himself in the underground world. So he implemented a dangerous plan and targeted a young, upper-class rich man. The protagonist spent a long time collecting data, using bionic chips to learn the behavior patterns of this rich man, collecting his DNA samples, and successfully kidnapping, killing, and replacing this rich man through loopholes in the security company. After obtaining the identity of the rich man, afterwards, the protagonist used the resources of the rich to whitewash himself, while continuing to make profits through legal or illegal means. But in the end, his identity was exposed, and the Tenda Group dispatched a massive law enforcement unit to wipe out the protagonist's forces. At the end of the story, the protagonist's men betrayed or were killed, leaving the protagonist alone in the rooftop apartment. But facing the overwhelming law enforcement units of the Tenda Group, he fell into despair and jumped off the roof. But the law enforcement units did not let him go, and fired intensively when he was in free fall, causing him to explode into a firework in midair. I mainly considered it from the perspective of gameplay. The changes in the protagonist's identity in the early, middle and late stages can bring different experiences to the players, and the protagonist's feeling of powerlessness at the end will make the players feel the tragic and helpless feeling when facing the Tenda Group. Pei Qian was silent for a while. Finally, he heard something wrong. These two ideas have a strong sense of déjà vu. Zhu Xiaozi's idea, doesn't it look like the Matrix? Yi Zhizhou's idea is a bit like GTA. That's definitely not okay. If this is done, wouldn't it be a double explosion of movies and games? But the ideas of these two people completely followed Pei Qian's requirements. Even if Pei Qian wanted to change it, he couldn't think of how to change it. Pei Qian was silent for a moment, then said, I can see that both of you have special skills. I don't have any good suggestions for revising these two ideas. But I think you two should change your ideas. Director Zhu, give your ideas to Yu Fei and Yi Zhizhou to make games. Yi Zhizhou, give your ideas to Director Zhu to make movies. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1517, Rehearsal of Check-in. Seeing the two people's confused expressions, Pei Qian couldn't help but want to give himself a thumbs up. I'm so smart. Pei Qian's current requirement is to make GTA into a movie and then make The Matrix into a game. It sounds very wrong. The script of this movie proposed by Zhu Xiaozi is mainly considered from the perspective of big scenes and picture expression. Compared to games, movies are shorter, so they should focus on showing some exciting big scenes to make the audience dazzled. Moreover, Zhu Xiao's protagonist is obviously going for Lu Xiao. As the leader of the resistance army, this protagonist has two different characteristics at the same time. On the one hand, he is decisive, brave, firm, full of fighting spirit, and in order to achieve his goals at all costs, he even transforms himself into a fighting machine. This is a bit similar to Captain Chini in Mission and Choice. On the other hand, at the end of the story, he will show a complex emotion and be a little confused. Although he overthrew Tenda, he fell into entanglement and became unprecedentedly shaken and weak, which is a bit like the protagonist of A Better Tomorrow. If Lu Xiao really plays this role, it might be another classic in film history. It feels very dangerous. The game design proposed by Yi Zhizhou is considered from the perspective of gameplay. The player is born at the bottom of the world, starting from street gangsters and petty thefts, until stealing the identities of rich people and doing some big business, doing bigger and bigger things and more exciting things. This change is obvious, and the span is very large. It would be more appropriate to use a game of more than 10 hours to express it. Moreover, the personality of this protagonist is obviously not as distinct as the protagonist in Zhu Xiao's movie script. Maybe every player will give the game protagonist some different emotions when experiencing these things, which is also the advantage of games over movies. In short, the starting points of these two people are very safe. Moreover, the ideas they put forward themselves must be more deeply understood by themselves. Swapping them may not accurately grasp the essence of each other's ideas. Once swapped, the ideas and themes will be incompatible to a certain extent, and this is the key to Pei Qian's loss of money. Of course, can we do it after swapping ideas? Of course, it can be done. Movies can definitely be made, games can also be made, and they may even still receive good reviews, but most of them will not be a big hit. As long as they don't become a big hit, everything will be fine. Because whether it is a game or a movie, the investment is very huge. As long as it doesn't become a big hit, it will be difficult to recover the cost, and it will be a situation where it is well received but not popular. In addition, the invisible blow to Tenda's reputation after the release of these two masterpieces, combined with the attacks of large companies such as Zhujia Group and Xingyun Express, the losses incurred are immeasurable. Therefore, Pei Qian is very satisfied with this. He thinks that the move of letting the two people exchange ideas is simply a stroke of genius, saving a huge crisis. Zhu Xiaozi and Yi Zhizhou were stunned for a moment, and they were obviously a little reluctant. My idea? Why should I give it to others? Of course, they didn't say anything. After all, they are good friends. They will see each other every day. It seems inappropriate to directly deny each other's ideas in person. What's more, this is President Pei's choice. But no matter what, it's still a bit uncomfortable. Because they could also feel that the starting points of the two ideas were different. The game idea was not compatible with the film theme, so a lot of adaptations would definitely be needed, and vice versa. As long as it was an adaptation, there would be a lot of uncertainty, and it would be easy to fail. But the two of them hesitated for a long time and finally said nothing, because they all felt that since President Pei said so, he must have very clear ideas and purposes. Now everyone does not understand, just because they have not yet understood this idea and purpose. In this case, let's try to figure it out first, instead of rushing to deny it. If you really can't figure it out, then talk about it later. Seeing the two people's tangled expressions, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Okay, this is a good sign. In this case, let them worry about this project. The game and movie issues have been resolved, and Pei Qian's worries have been relieved. Next, he can study his thesis steadily. Although this cycle has just begun, Pei Qian is inexplicably full of confidence. March 11th, Monday. Yufei arrived at the company on time, sat at his workstation, and began to conceive and design the game design plan that President Pei had given him last week. In fact, he used to come more than 10 minutes early, but recently, the skills of catching the time have become very pure. The reason is also very simple: practice in advance. Everyone has heard that President Pei has asked TPDB to develop an internal office chat software that also has a clock-in function. But unlike the current software, the clock-in ranking is not the earlier the better, but the more accurate the clock-in time, the better. The more accurate the clock-in time, the more generous rewards you can get. Although we don't know what kind of generous rewards will be, Tenda's generous rewards must be very generous and will never fool around. So, many people have started practicing to adapt to this rhythm in advance. This sounds simple, but it is actually quite difficult, because you can't wait in line at the check-in place in advance. As long as you arrive, you must check in. If you come early, you will check in early, and you can't achieve the effect of the check-in point. There is a front desk watching, and no one can violate the rules. You must pass through normally at a regular pace and then check in to be considered a valid score. As for what time to leave, how fast to pass, whether to calculate the congestion in advance, and make your time as close to the theoretical limit as possible. These are all points that can be dug deep. The real master often depends on whether these details are in place. Of course, you can also choose to let it go and not pursue the ranking of the check-in point, but no matter what, this way of ranking the check-in point will make everyone less anxious to arrive early and leave late. This subtle change is the true meaning of this software. Yufei took a cup of coffee, turned on his computer, and continued to study director Zhu Xiao's idea. I have to say that after studying it for a day on Friday, I naturally had some associations and new understandings about it during the 2 days of the weekend. On Monday, Yufei began to feel the subtlety of this idea. Although Yufei is only a game designer who started out halfway, he has already developed 2 games and has been exposed to the game for so long that he has a deep understanding of the game. He found that compared with Yi Zhizhou's plan, Zhu Xiao's plan seemed more suitable for making a game. Of course, both are good ideas, but they have different focuses. Yi Zhizhou's design is about a small person at the bottom, climbing up little by little, from the initial petty theft, to kidnapping the rich and changing identities in the middle, and then being wiped out by Tenda in the later period. It does have a richer gameplay, but this story is expressed in a game, and it seems that there is always something wrong. First of all, the variety of gameplay types does not necessarily mean that the game is fun. From petty theft to fierce gunfights, the gameplay is indeed quite diverse, but is petty theft necessarily interesting? Not necessarily. Although this story also has gunfights, it only occupies a small part of the game. It seems that there will be more literary drama, and the player's passion may not be released to the greatest extent. Secondly, the final disillusionment ending is actually a bit excessive for a game. Players have worked so hard for so long, but in the end they are at the end of the road and have nothing. Although this has certain ideological connotations, it is definitely uncomfortable for players. Many 3A masterpieces have also adopted such an ending, and the final result can't be said to be bad, but it can't be said to be good. Players who like it very much, but there are indeed some players who are very unwilling to accept it. On the contrary, director Zhu Xiao's idea has improved in these 2 aspects. As a rebel, he constantly transforms himself through genetic drugs and mechanical arms to gain powerful combat capabilities, and often plays famous scenes of one-on-many. Although the overall combat form is relatively simple, the scene can be upgraded, and the enemies faced will change. This continuous big scene will bring continuous stimulation to the players. There are fewer literary dramas and more fighting scenes, which seems to be more suitable as a carrier of the game. And this ending is easier for players to accept. Because at least on the surface, the protagonist overthrew Tenda in various ways. Although the future is uncertain, although the truth is unclear, there are many ways to solve it, but at least the efforts made by the players are not completely in vain. Of course, once the idea is changed, the game approach will be completely different. The previous approach should be more inclined towards open-world type games, where all scenes of the bottom, middle and upper levels must be made very detailed and specific, with the focus mainly on some lifelike plots. The protagonist does not have many superpowers, and his combat power is limited to a relatively weak level, so the combat system is relatively simple, a bit like a more traditional gunfight game. The current approach is to focus on some relatively grand war scenes, and every time the protagonist injects genetic drugs and transforms the mechanical arm, he will gain new abilities, so it will be more inclined to a sci-fi superpower combat mode, more diverse, and more exaggerated combat scenes. Relatively speaking, the difficulty of development has become smaller. Because the life scenes at the bottom are more difficult to make than the large-scale war scenes. The cost-effectiveness of development is not high, and there is a certain risk of delay. The more Yufei reads, the more he feels that President Pei is really amazing. To be fair, these two ideas will succeed, no matter how they are done. Because they are all very good stories in themselves, making movies or games is just a different approach. As long as the story is adjusted according to the characteristics of the game, it will not be bad. But even if they all succeed, there will still be huge differences in the grasp of details and the final upper limit. And this is where President Pei is superior to everyone else. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1518, President Pei's Midas Touch. You know, at the meeting, both Zhu Xiaozi and Yi Zhizhou were inspired by President Pei to come up with these two new ideas. They themselves may be complacent about their own ideas and have never thought about such details. But after listening to the two people's ideas, President Pei instantly realized the problems of their respective ideas, and cleverly exchanged ideas to make each other's stories reach the theoretical upper limit. What is this called? This is called the finishing touch. This is called turning decay into magic. A true master can make an excellent work a masterpiece through a seemingly simple, even somewhat absurd operation. Yufei even felt that it was right for him to stay and continue to make this game. It was a great profit to be able to experience this kind of thing in person. What's the use of working behind closed doors? It's nothing more than typing more words. But following President Pei, you can learn this most advanced game design technique and experience so many excellent stories. Yufei couldn't help but wonder, if one day he was eliminated as the first one and left the Tenda gaming department, then if he continued to write online articles, wouldn't he be invincible? Therefore, he gave up the idea of resigning and decided to develop the game The Future You Choose first. It would be great if he could make such a masterpiece in his own hands. After simply sorting out his thoughts, Yufei began to write the plot. This time, The Future You Choose is a game and a movie at the same time, which is jointly responsible by Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and Feihuang Studio, each with its own responsibilities. Among them, Yufei is mainly responsible for the plot structure and provides support for the game and the movie. Yi Zhizhou is responsible for the game's gameplay design, and Zhu Xiaozi is responsible for filming the movie. Yufei must first sort out the two stories and perfect various details. During this period, he must always communicate with Yi Zhizhou and Zhu Xiaozi. The three of them work together to ensure that both the game and the movie can develop in the direction required by President Pei. In addition, Yufei will also write these two different stories into a book, which is the official novel of The Future You Choose. His book is originally a cyberpunk theme. It has only started at the beginning and has not been written very deeply, so it is also very convenient to modify. Yufei plans to fully integrate these two stories into his existing story structure, and then combine them with the worldview of resistance to Tenda proposed by President Pei. In this way, the optional themes are very rich. Of course, after this integration, the entire story structure is different from traditional online articles. But that doesn't matter. Yufei thinks that this kind of thing doesn't need to be too rigid. What's wrong with online articles? In the final analysis, online readers don't want a certain routine, but a good story. The creation rules of online articles are not immutable. They can be broken, as long as they can provide good enough content. In this regard, Yu Fei is full of confidence. He quickly taps the keyboard and feels that his work efficiency has increased rapidly. At the same time, Zhu Xiaozi is also at Fei Huang's studio, studying Yi Zhizhou's idea with Huang Sibo. Although Huang Sibo is not as good as Zhu Xiaozi in filming, he is a game designer after all, and has a deep understanding of games. Huang Sibo certainly understands the truth that Yu Fei can understand faster. After Zhu Xiaozi carefully studied Yi Zhizhou's idea, he also discovered its essence. The two of them understood Mr. Pei's intention through this discussion. Zhu Xiaozi said with emotion, "Although my idea looks good, if you think about it carefully, you will find that there are certain problems." At that time, my mind was full of big scenes and war scenes, thinking about the protagonist's step-by-step process of becoming inhuman in order to fight against Tenda. I was a little trapped by my own thinking mode. Actually, if you think about it carefully, isn't this more suitable for games? War scenes require a lot of special effects and money to make, and how can it be as refreshing to watch these war scenes in movies as to personally control the protagonist's battles in the game? The protagonist transforms himself little by little, which is pale in the movie, but can be very profound in the game. Because after the protagonist transforms himself, players can intuitively feel the improvement of the protagonist's combat power, and it can also affect the game's combat gameplay. Players unconsciously indulge in this kind of strength improvement, so in the end the protagonist falls into a trance on the rooftop. When the protagonist is confused, the players will feel the same and be tortured. This is in line with Mr. Pei's favorite breaking the dimensional wall approach. And the protagonist exploded into fireworks in the air. It is difficult for players to empathize with it. Instead, it is more appropriate to put it in a movie and let the audience watch it from the perspective of a bystander. Yi Zhizhou's idea is more suitable for being made into a movie. Because the focus of this idea is not on martial arts, but on literary drama. A gangster who grew up on the streets, until the end, his combat power is not very strong. The end of this story is not about upgrading or fighting, but about focusing on all kinds of people. Compared to large war scenes, the details of life in the cyberpunk world are more suitable for movies, because we can use exquisite scenery to replace special effects, which is the advantage of movies over games. Movies will give the audience a sense of detachment. They will not completely immerse themselves in the characters, but will examine them from the perspective of a bystander. The audience watched the protagonist climb up step by step from a street gangster, using all means to achieve his goals, but in the end it was all in vain. In the game, players may not accept it, because they bring in the protagonist and think that they have made efforts but have not gained anything, but in the movie, the audience will easily accept it from the perspective of a bystander, and feel a sense of compassion from a high position. So, this change made by President Pei is simply a stroke of genius. If we stick to our own ideas completely, then the games and movies we make may just be ordinary masterpieces. But now, if the two ideas are exchanged, they both have the possibility of becoming masterpieces. The more Zhu Xiaozi and Huang Sibo analyzed, the more they felt that President Pei was amazing. What is Midas touch? Working on a project with Mr. Pei feels like climbing a mountain covered by layers of clouds. Every time I pass through a layer of clouds, I think I am a little closer to the top of the mountain. But when I continue to climb and pass through a few more layers of clouds, I find that I still can't see the top of the mountain. Naturally, I feel my own insignificance. Zhu Xiaozi immediately got busy and began to carry out various preliminary preparations for the film. How to play the protagonist of the game depends on the intention of the game department, but the protagonist of the movie must be played by Lu Jiao. This time, he has to play several identities in the movie. From the beginning of the gangster, to the contact person in the middle period, the fierce gang leader, and finally the rich businessman, each identity is very challenging. Moreover, there are many details in it. For example, in the section of Becoming a Rich Businessman, Lu Zhiyao has to perform at least 3 images: the original rich businessman, the protagonist who learns to become a rich businessman, and the protagonist after becoming a rich businessman. According to the setting of the plot, the original rich businessman and the protagonist are similar in body shape and appearance, so the effective impersonation can be achieved. Therefore, through the technology of makeup and special effects, Lu Zhiyao's appearance should be changed to a certain extent, so that the audience can clearly realize that the rich businessman and the protagonist are 2 completely different people, just looking a little similar. And the 3 images mentioned before are obviously different. The original rich businessman should be very natural. He is born rich, well-educated, and has a unique temperament in his every move. To learn to become a rich businessman, you must work hard to change your habitual actions as a street thug, correct your behavior patterns and way of speaking. The protagonist who eventually becomes a wealthy businessman is a combination of the 2. He must look like the original wealthy businessman, but he cannot be exactly the same. He must also retain some behavioral details of the protagonist. After all, no one can completely become another person through imitation. Whether the subtle differences between these 3 images can be perfectly presented to the audience depends entirely on Lu Zhiyao's acting skills. But Zhu Xiaozi believes that Lu Zhiyao will be very happy to accept this challenge. Fei Huang Studio quickly entered a tense and busy state of starting a big project. Busy until noon, get off work on time. The 2 put down their work and prepared to have lunch first. Tenda employees have a special ability, that is, they can stop the work at hand immediately after getting off work on time, and they can quickly pick up the work after the next work. In other words, work can be interrupted at any time and anywhere without affecting efficiency. There is no way, this is all forced out. Getting off work on time is because of Mr. Pei's strict requirements, and being able to perfectly pick up after work is to ensure that the work tasks are completed and efficiency is improved. At the beginning, everyone was not very adaptable, but later gradually discovered that their work ability has been greatly improved. The reason is very simple: to achieve this kind of disconnect and connect working state, you must plan your work content very clearly, so that you can know what to do next at a glance. In the process of constantly cultivating this planning ability, everyone's work ability will naturally improve. This principle is actually similar to writing novels. Some authors rely heavily on inspiration, and they must write non-stop when inspiration comes, because they may not have inspiration when doing something else, but mature authors often know how to produce steadily and continuously, and the planned content can be disconnected and connected at any time. The difference between the 2 is actually the difference in creative ability. Huang Sibo ate takeaway while opening the group of responsible persons that he had not paid attention to for a long time. Like Yu Fei, Zhu Xiaozi, and others, he has been thinking seriously about the gameplay of games and the scripts of movies recently, and has not paid much attention to external affairs. However, seeing the discussion of the group of responsible persons, Huang Sibo realized that a lot of things seem to have happened recently. The first thing was the news that GOG and IOI were going to merge, which caused an uproar. The second thing was that many departments of Tenda were attacked fiercely, and the situation was not optimistic. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1519. President Pei is in seclusion? GOG and IOI are going to merge? Zhu Xiaozi was a little shocked. Fei Huang Studio has basically no business dealings with the GOG project team, so he is not well informed about this kind of thing. Obviously, this is a big deal. In fact, as early as when GOG and IOI were competing for supremacy, many netizens had proposed the idea of strong merger, but this idea was just irresponsible nonsense that was made up on the slap of the forehead. People in the industry all shook their heads slightly and felt that it was completely unfeasible. The reason is very simple. The risk of this thing is far greater than the benefit. The problem is not whether it can be done, but to what extent it can be done and what effect it will have in the end. In terms of art style, although the styles of the two games are similar, there are also differences. How to ensure that they are more natural and will not be forcibly stitched together. In terms of technical conditions, the underlying architecture and hero mechanism of the game are different. If the heroes of IOI are put into GOG, will there be conflicts in the mechanism? Will there be any strange bugs? From the perspective of gameplay design, how to balance so many heroes at once. How to modify some incompatible hero mechanisms, it can be said that there are problems everywhere. To solve these problems, the price to pay is very high, and once they are not solved well, it will seriously affect the game experience of players. It can be seen from the discussion of players online that although some players shouted that Tenda is awesome, there is more worry and uneasiness. Merge? It's unnecessary. GOG is playing well. Why do you want to merge IOI's garbage games? Fuck, there are not many IOI players. Are you trying to force us to leave? It feels like you want to eat IOI up. Have you ever considered our ideas? Don't we IOI players have human rights? Every day they mock each other and despise each other, but in the blink of an eye, the houses on both sides are about to collapse, and they can only hide together to avoid the rain. Obviously, the players on both sides are not particularly satisfied. Because they dislike each other. For GOG players, IOI is obviously a defeated opponent. Many players have already run away from the crappy games made by foreigners, and the servers are almost ghosted. GOG is already quite fun now, why should you merge in? For IOI players, GOG is awesome and won, and we IOI players just want to keep our own territory, but now even our last harbor is going to be demolished. Forced into GOG? Isn't it obvious that one side will eat the other in this merger? This is also normal. After all, GOG and IOI players have ridiculed each other before, and they all feel that they are at the top of the contempt chain and are incompatible with each other. Now suddenly find that we are going to become a family? This is too much. The key is that there is no choice for this thing. If a new game called IOG or GOI is released separately, and players voluntarily choose, then everyone may feel that it doesn't matter. But forcing the merger without consulting any players will naturally easily cause resistance from players. Zhu Xiaozi looked at Huang Sibo, Obviously, this kind of thing seems to be a bit unwise and reckless. But if it was President Pei who made this decision? Huang Sibo shook his head. I don't know what President Pei thinks, I can only say, maybe President Pei is very confident about this merger, so he is willing to take such a big risk. Look at the bright side, if this merger can really be a great success and satisfy the players of GOG and IOI, then this new game will completely break through all obstacles, completely eat up the entire MOBA game market, and never have any future troubles. Huang Sibo's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Because he also felt that the possibility of such a thing was not great, it was a bit too idealistic. Forget it, President Pei and the GOG project team will worry about the game. Zhu Xiaozi didn't care too much about this matter, and continued to look at another topic discussed in the group of responsible persons. Many departments of Tenda have suffered fierce attacks. Of course, the so-called attack is commercial, and the means are not very complicated, nothing more than price wars, snatching customers, water army smears, imitation of business models, etc. Price war is the best means. After all, for most customers, they are not sensitive to all kinds of fancy activities. The only thing that can make most people react strongly is the price factor. In addition, imitation of business models is also very important. Because the reason why many industries of Tenda can be successful is because of this unique business model, which has a clear distinction from other similar industries on the market. Therefore, many companies are thinking about whether they can copy the business model pioneered by Tenda in some industries. For example, some gyms also plan to launch Burn the Boats card, mainly in two directions. One is to charge by the time, and the other is to come to the gym a certain number of times a week, and there will be discounts on the number of times, so that the same money can be used more times in the gym. This model is not completely consistent with the model of hosted gyms, which is quite smart. After all, copying it completely would not only look bad, but also not be in line with the actual situation of these gyms, because managed gyms can plan the time of all members and strictly control the number of people in the gym to not exceed the actual capacity. But other gyms do not have this ability, because the traditional gym model is still fooling people to apply for memberships, without considering the actual capacity of the gym. No matter how many people are forced in, it is done. It is not feasible to copy the model of managed gyms. But through the model of burn the boats card, it can be regarded as objectively achieving the same effect as managed gyms. Although pirated products are definitely not as good as genuine products, there are still price wars. As long as the price looks more cost-effective than managed gyms, it will always attract some groups that are very sensitive to prices. Mainly imitating business models and price wars, supplemented by methods such as ground promotion, handing out flyers, snatching customers, and smearing by water army, it has indeed caused a considerable impact on Tenda's industry. And there is a very key thing: many of Tenda's industries were attacked at almost the same time. If it is just one industry, Tenda can deal with it with ease. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. Once other industries are linked, the suppressed industry will be revitalized, and the enemy who actively provoked the price war will be the first to suffer. But with so many departments facing pressure, it is difficult to spare energy to take care of other departments. In the group of responsible persons, messages quickly flashed across the screen, which seemed very chaotic. It's not that they were helpless, on the contrary, each of them could come up with several ways to fight back. Their problem was that they had methods, but no resources, and no overall coordination. In the past, if one department was in trouble and other departments helped, then everyone would discuss it a little, and with this core department as the leader, they would soon come up with a perfect plan. Everyone performed their duties and moved forward naturally. But now, each department has its own needs. Which need should be prioritized? Which need can be put aside? Which department's problem should be solved first? Which of the two conflicting solutions should be chosen? This requires people at a higher level to coordinate and arrange. Therefore, these responsible persons expressed their ideas in the group and argued endlessly about who should go first. Huang Sibo felt a little strange and asked, "Shouldn't this matter be handed over to President Pei to make the decision? Your discussion is too inefficient. It would be better to let President Pei cut the Gordian knot and give a timeline, and everyone can proceed according to the timeline." Xiaopeng from Moyu Internet Cafe replied, "Do you think we didn't look for it? We looked for it as soon as possible. But we couldn't find President Pei's people." Huang Sibo was stunned. "That's not right. Last Thursday, President Pei had a meeting with us to arrange new games. How could we not find him?" "Xiaopeng, how should I know? But the fact is that we can't find him. This Monday, several of us went to President Pei's office, but he was not there. We sent messages to President Pei again and couldn't help but call him, but there was no news. We were very worried, so we asked Assistant Qingshan, and the result was..." Huang Sibo hurriedly asked, "What was the result?" Xiaopeng paused for a while before replying, and seemed a little speechless. Assistant Qingshan said that President Pei was in seclusion. Huang Sibo couldn't help but stand in awe. Seclusion? Retreat to find a way out? Xiaopeng, I thought so at first, but Assistant Qingshan said that President Pei was in seclusion to write his graduation thesis. Huang Sibo looked at the chat on the screen and fell into a long silence. Damn. When I first heard that President Pei was in seclusion, I thought it was a big deal. Indeed, many major events have happened during this period, such as the merger of GOG and IOI, many large companies forming an anti-Tenda alliance, and the detailed design of games and movies. Huang Sibo would not find it outrageous if President Pei retreated for any of these things. But retreating only for graduation thesis? What the hell is this? President Pei is so strong that many people subconsciously ignore the fact that he is still a senior student. But the problem is that with President Pei's ability, a graduation thesis can be written easily and easily. Such a trivial matter, does it need to be closed? Moreover, with President Pei's current status and position, what if he drops out of school? Could it be that the CEO of such a giant company cares so much about an ordinary undergraduate diploma? It feels like this matter is full of weirdness and outrageous. Huang Sibo was speechless and asked again, "Do you know how long President Pei will be closed?" Xiao Peng, according to Assistant Qian, at least until the 10th of next month. But Assistant Qian also said that even if President Pei is closed, he should not completely not receive information from the outside world, but will not communicate with us frequently. But we must prepare for the worst, that is, we cannot get any help from President Pei. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1520 A Ruthless Paper Writing Machine. Losing money to become the richest man from playing games. Seclusion until the 10th of next month. Huang Sibo couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although it seems to be only a month on the surface, in business wars, time is life. A day is very precious, let alone a month. Many crisis public relations require companies to give a proper solution within just 1 or 2 hours, the sooner the better. And the reason why many companies choose 996 is indeed partly because the business competition is too fierce and they must race against time. Take the game as an example. 2 similar games, if they are launched 1 month in the morning or 1 month in the evening, their fate may be completely different. President Pei's seclusion for a month is very likely to mean that during this month, the various departments of Tenda can no longer get any instructions and need to solve the current crisis on their own. This month may allow Tenda to accumulate huge disadvantages. Logically speaking, can President Pei not tell which is more important? Is it necessary for President Pei to rack his brains for a month for a very ordinary undergraduate graduation thesis? I always feel that both answers are no. In this case, Huang Sibo suddenly had an idea and replied, "I think you are too concerned. Mr. Pei's intention is so obvious, but you didn't see it?" The leaders who were discussing in the chat group fell silent and asked, "What do you mean?" Huang Sibo explained, "Think about it carefully. Mr. Pei is well informed and has a plan. How could he not know that other big companies have united to target Tenda? Since he knows, will Mr. Pei completely abandon the entire Tenda for an ordinary graduation thesis? Think about it carefully. In every crisis in the past, when did Mr. Pei not complete the layout in advance and lure the enemy into his encirclement? Mr. Pei, have you ever miscalculated? This question stunned the other leaders. Yes, when did Mr. Pei make such a low-level mistake? Mr. Pei must have mastered the information. With Mr. Pei's layout ability, it is impossible for him to walk away so irresponsibly. Xiao Peng, you mean? President Pei has actually given instructions, but we didn't notice it? Huang Sibo was silent for a moment, and replied, "That's not necessarily true." Everyone. Huang Sibo hurriedly explained, "What I mean is that there are 2 possibilities for President Pei's current behavior. The first is that President Pei has already completed the layout and knows that this alliance against Tenda will fail sooner or later, so he is not panicking at all. The second possibility is that President Pei deliberately used the excuse of writing a paper to stop showing up, in order to see if everyone can remain rational and sober in this leaderless state, analyze the situation on their own, come up with countermeasures, and resolve this crisis. It may also be both." The chat group fell into a brief silence. Obviously, these responsible persons began to seriously analyze the possibility of this statement. The conclusion after the analysis is naturally, the possibility is very high, close to 100%. Because Huang Xibo's inference is too solid, with President Pei's talent and planning ability, he should not make such a move that violates the norm. Then, leaving this difficult problem to all the responsible persons to solve together and continue to exercise their abilities is the most powerful and reasonable explanation. It is also possible that after everyone fails, President Pei will appear to cover the bottom, but this cannot be counted on. Because if you always think that President Pei will cover the bottom, then everyone will never be able to achieve real growth. No matter how big the development of each department is, no matter how strong its growth is, if it always lives under the protection of President Pei, cannot withstand the wind and waves, and cannot cope with the truly cruel rules of the business world, then it will always be weak and lifeless. After a while, Rui Yuchen replied, but, what we need now is overall coordination. Huang Xibo, President Pei wants to train everyone's ability to coordinate. Rui Yuchen, that's right. Soon, the group of responsible people regained their vitality. Many responsible persons were a little panicked before. After all, the pressure from the outside world was great. They couldn't find President Pei, so they naturally panicked. This is also human nature. Apart from a genius like President Pei, who else can always remain absolutely rational and calm? Interests are related, and concern leads to confusion. But now, after Huang Xibo's analysis, everyone quickly realized it. It seems that this may be a kind of training and test from President Pei. Maybe President Pei said he was writing a paper, but he had actually written the paper and was patiently waiting to see the counterattack of various departments. In this case, we can no longer argue like headless flies, and we must come up with a solution that will satisfy President Pei as soon as possible. Xiaopeng said, we were indeed a little confused before, so let's sort it out again. In fact, the current offensive of the anti-Tenda alliance is mainly concentrated in a few fixed directions, such as real industries such as rental housing, express delivery, and food delivery. In other industries such as games and movies, the alliance is still trying to win over other companies, and the offensive is not very strong. We have to analyze their main attack direction and carry out targeted attacks on their alliances to divide and defeat them one by one. It is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. Even if we exchange injuries for injuries, as long as we can hurt and scare this loose alliance, they will naturally collapse without a fight. When both sides suffered heavy losses, Tengda's recovery speed is definitely much faster than theirs. Rui Yuchen agreed, yes, I agree with this view. We should distinguish the main and secondary contradictions as soon as possible, and learn to analyze the whole situation with President Pei's way of thinking. Once the plan is reached, each department should not complain, and should not consider the cost and loss of their own department, but should do their best to complete their respective goals and tasks. It doesn't matter if some departments are damaged too much in the process. When this battle is over, other departments can also transfuse blood together and save them in a short time. The responsible persons began to talk one after another and reanalyze the current situation. Before, it was a bit like a headless fly, and everyone talked about their own things. That was because everyone's way of thinking had not changed. The starting point of thinking about the problem was still the interests of the department, so it was difficult to reach a unified conclusion. But now, the responsible persons have all stood on President Pei's position, considering the problem from a global perspective, and then thinking about how each department should cooperate and implement this plan. The progress of the discussion immediately moved forward a big step. They are all old employees who have been with President Pei for so long, so they must be influenced by President Pei's way of thinking, right? It doesn't matter if President Pei doesn't take action. As long as the responsible people work together, they can come up with a plan that is no less than President Pei's. Seeing this, Huang Xibo nodded with satisfaction. Even watching the discussion of these leaders, he was a little excited and wanted to participate and make suggestions now. But Huang Sibo still restrained this impulse and turned off the group of leaders. After all, he still had the movie The Future You Choose to be responsible for. I'll call Lu Jiao to see if he is interested in playing the leading role in this movie. Chu. Pei Qian was in seclusion in his residence writing a paper, and suddenly sneezed without warning. Who is talking about me behind my back again? Where's the phone? Wow, no, you must not touch the phone during the seclusion, hold it in. Hold it in. Pei Qian's state at this time can be described as fully armed without exaggeration. He wore a red headband with the words "win" on it, and both hands were wearing medical wrist guards that he had just bought some time ago. There was a safety belt on the ergonomic chair that went around his waist and tied him firmly to the chair. There was a 2,000 milliliters kettle filled with tea and 2 cups of iced coffee on the table. The phone was turned on in flight mode and thrown into the farthest bedroom. The keyboard was replaced with a new electrostatic capacitor that cost 2,000 yuan. All the games and chat software on the computer that were not related to writing the paper were uninstalled, the power cords of the big TV and game consoles were also unplugged, and someone came to seal them. They must not be touched until the paper is finished. Then he told the housekeeper of the sloth apartment that if someone really came to the door, they should not disturb him unless it was absolutely necessary. In short, Pei Qian used all the methods he could think of. The reason why he wore a medical wrist guard was not because he was worried about tendinitis or wrist problems from writing papers for too long. These few words were not a problem. The main reason was that this medical wrist guard had a very thin steel sheet reinforced inside, which made it difficult for the thumb to move flexibly and the palm to clench smoothly. This would not affect writing papers and typing, but it would become extremely difficult to play with the phone and move the mouse. The papers have been collected, so there is no need to move the mouse frequently to check information for the time being. Coffee is for improvement, and the kettle is for replenishing water to prevent himself from always walking around under the pretext of getting water, which would seriously affect his concentration and even be attracted by something on the way to get water, ruining his writing career. The ergonomic chair and electrostatic capacitive keyboard are designed to ensure comfort and typing efficiency. Coupled with the safety belt on the chair and other auxiliary restrictive measures, Pei Qian now has only one feeling: he is now a ruthless paper machine. As for the disturbances in the outside world, sorry, I don't care at all. Pei Qian thought that if this set of equipment could work, he could consider giving each author of the Chinese website a set. Of course, he knew that other companies had joined forces to deal with Tenda, but he didn't care at all. Come on. The better. These department heads actually wanted President Pei to help make decisions. This was simply a blind wish. Although there was still a month to submit the first draft, Pei Qian was not panicked. Instead, he felt a kind of mysterious confidence and felt that the progress of the paper was relatively smooth. At least, Pei Qian was quite accomplished in studying the results obtained by others and studying himself. Chapter 1521, The general framework of the thesis is here. Pei Qian's thesis title was previously, The Creation and Dissemination Theory of Popular Literary Works in the Internet Age. Although this topic has been restricted by the two keywords Internet Age and Popular Literary Works, it still seems very broad and is still a completely unmanageable subject for undergraduates. But, if he writes the thesis in a formal way, Pei Qian is afraid that what he writes may be even worse. Because his basic skills are really not solid, he can only grasp some detailed theories in a fragmented way. The more detailed he writes, the easier it is to show his weakness. On the contrary, this kind of big and empty topic is more conducive to his performance. Considering his own halo blessing, Confucius's guidance, and the low requirements for undergraduate graduation thesis, Pei Qian feels that after this thesis is really written, he should be able to keep his diploma and image at the same time. If he smashes Pei's personality to pieces for the sake of his diploma and dies socially, it is not worth it. As for the results of Pei Qian's retreat during this period, it is actually quite fruitful. At least this paper is no longer just a new folder and a title, but has a clearer general direction. Pei Qian thought about it and decided to write this paper from several directions. First, analyze the dilemmas faced by literary and artistic works in the Internet era, namely, the separation between traditional literary and artistic works and ordinary people, the invasion of Western cultural works, and the impact of fast food and entertainment models. From this, it leads to the necessity of studying the creation and dissemination theory of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. Secondly, based on this dilemma, propose the necessary factors required for the creation and dissemination of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era. This can also be simply summarized into 3 points: the connotation rooted in the traditional cultural foundation and the cultural demands of the general public, the timeliness, novelty, and even foresight of the works themselves, and the compact and eye-catching expression form and structure. Thirdly, propose the mission of popular literary and artistic works in the Internet era, to promote the dissemination of positive values among ordinary people, to meet people's spiritual entertainment needs, and to explore the theoretical laws of literary and artistic creation in the new era and form guidance. Finally, from the 3 different directions of text expression in online literature, film and television works, and interactive game works, analyze this theoretical creation law through some specific examples and form guidance. In fact, after finalizing these major directions, Pei Qian realized that the length of the article would definitely exceed the limit, because undergraduate graduation theses are basically around 8,000 words. Although some schools or majors require more than 10,000 words or even more, the word count requirement for most undergraduate graduation theses is not very high. This is also reasonable. After all, undergraduates do not have much scientific research ability. 8,000 words are enough to talk about a small academic argument. If the word count requirement is higher, everyone will fill it up crazily, which will make students and tutors uncomfortable. There is no need for this. What's more, this is a paper, not an online article. For some online writers who can be called tentacle monsters, 8,000 words often take 3 or 4 hours to write, but a paper must be carefully crafted after all. The choice of words and sentences must be carefully considered. There must not be useless clichés and nonsense. In addition to literature citations and various annotations, it can be said that every word is picked out with great effort. But Pei Qian still decided to write according to this structure. It was still the same reason as before. If he wrote too little, he would be afraid of being embarrassed, and he was also afraid of not making up the word count. If he wrote a small point, what if he finished it in 5,000 words, but the paper required 8,000 words? What should he do? Isn't it just a waste of words? If you write more, there will be no problem in writing 8,000 words. As for the details and references, Pei Qian doesn't need to worry about them. Someone will revise them for him anyway. Before handing it over to Mr. Kong, the counselor will carry him first. As an outstanding graduate who can stay in his alma mater as a counselor, Zhang Wei's level is also very good, and this kind of thing can be done easily. After handing it over to Mr. Kong, it will be foolproof. Even if the number of words exceeds a little, it doesn't matter. Pei Qian continued to write according to this idea. It's true that after tying himself to the chair and tying his hands, his efficiency has really improved a lot. Seeing the number of words in the paper increase rapidly, Pei Qian inexplicably has a sense of pride and satisfaction. Close the retreat, go all out. March 13th, Wednesday. Pei Qian unfastened the safety belt on the ergonomic chair, took off the medical wrist guards on both hands, and then went to the toilet comfortably. After returning, I took a look at the paper and couldn't help but feel a little proud. My progress is too fast, I'm so awesome. It's about time to take a break. I counted on my fingers that my paper progress has reached this level in just 3 days. There is absolutely no problem in completing it smoothly. You have to combine work and rest, take a break. Well, you can't do it too much. You can't reinstall the games on the computer, and you can't tear off the seals on the TV and game consoles. Just play with your phone for a while. Just play for a while. Pei Qian was very savvy. He knew that once the seals on the TV and game consoles were torn off, they would probably never be put back on again. So he was very cautious and just wanted to touch his long-lost mobile phone. In today's society, everyone is a mobile addict. Without a mobile phone, there will be serious withdrawal reactions, which most people can hardly stand. With great perseverance, Pei Qian only checked his mobile phone no more than 10 times in these 3 days. For him, this is a greater achievement than creating Tenda. He took the mobile phone and lay down comfortably on the sofa. Pei Qian planned to casually browse his mobile phone, watch news and videos, and then go back to continue working on his thesis. However, after taking a look at the news online, Pei Qian was stunned. Tenda Group and the Anti-Tenda Alliance are fighting fiercely? Tenda Group's various departments have launched a heavy attack and are gradually reversing the situation? Myriad Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics have cooperated deeply to create a milk tea brand called Quick Selling Milk Tea. A new video column has been opened on the Ali Island website, where the heads of various departments of Tenda come forward to dismantle the business routines of rival companies. How many things happened during the 3 days of my retreat? It would have been fine if he didn't read the news, but when he did, Pei Qian was confused. Originally, his so-called retreat was just a joke, which was nothing more than disconnecting the internet, not going out, and writing papers with peace of mind. As a result, I found out now that it seems that I have really been in seclusion. I had the illusion that one day in heaven is 1,000 years in the world. How could so many things happen in just 3 days? It's outrageous. Every time I let go, these people can come up with some new tricks for me. Damn. Pei Qian was speechless. It seemed that he couldn't be at peace even in seclusion, and he had to worry about Tenda's affairs. He sorted out the information carefully again and roughly understood what happened in these 3 days. Pei Qian originally thought that he would let the Anti-Tenda Alliance attack at will, and Tenda would remain unchanged. No matter how the other party attacked or how they fought a price war, Tenda would ignore it. Let them taste the sweetness first. If they were to fight tit for tat and burn money and fight a price war at the beginning, it would be very likely to scare them, and the entire alliance might collapse without fighting. After all, Pei Qian knew very well that this kind of alliance was a group of rabble, and they must not be overestimated in terms of organization and discipline. Pei Qian took this opportunity to write his paper. When the paper is submitted next month, the companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance will also grab some market share and taste the sweetness. Then they will be hooked. At that time, everyone will spend money to their heart's content. Unexpectedly, the departments fought back on their own. Pei Qian felt a little regretful. If he had told everyone everything is in my plan, everyone is doing as usual before he went into seclusion, this situation might not have happened. But he didn't say it. The heads of various departments couldn't find Pei Qian, and couldn't ask him to make a decision, so they had to fight back on their own. And their counterattack was not without rules, but very targeted. First of all, the departments united to give priority to core industries such as express delivery, takeout, and rental. Because in this Anti-Tenda Alliance, the most active and positive are companies such as Qingshan Group, Zhujia Group, and Jiaju Takeout. The reason is also very simple. These companies have the strongest conflict of interest with Tenda and are the least likely to retreat. They are all platform-type companies. Take Qingshan Group for example. It is a life-and-death relationship with Nifeng Logistics. As long as Nifeng Logistics exists, Qingshan Group will be unable to sleep and eat, and there is no way to lie down and make money comfortably. Therefore, the corresponding industries of Tenda must be the most stressed, and other departments must be transfused and helped to withstand the greatest pressure. The reason why Moyu Takeaway and Nifeng Logistics want to create a new milk tea brand, Kwai Milk Tea, is to make full use of their outlets across the country and use the profits from milk tea to subsidize the price war. And the name is quite interesting. Kwai Milk Tea uses one of the words express delivery and takeaway respectively. Secondly, choose Haoxiong Fitness, the soft persimmon in this alliance, as the first breakthrough. Although the battle in the fields of express delivery, takeout, and rental is very fierce, it is obviously not suitable as the main direction and breakthrough. Because these companies are diehards and it is difficult to bite them off. Take Qingshan Group as an example. Even if the various departments of Tenda concentrate their efforts to hurt them, can they retreat? No. Because Qingshan Group knows very well that once they retreat, the entire alliance against Tenda may collapse. At that time, this alliance will never be established again, and Qingshan Group will be completely finished. Therefore, even if they suffer a great loss, they will grit their teeth and persist. In this case, the main direction and breakthrough should be aimed at other companies, looking for those soft persimmons that are not firm in attitude and are easier to grasp. Haoxiong Fitness is an excellent breakthrough. This is a large chain gym in China, but its market share is slightly worse than that of managed gyms, not to mention the market share of managed gyms and Starboard Fitness combined. This is because the domestic gym industry as a whole is relatively fragmented, and many gyms can only focus on small areas, and have not yet formed the kind of super large chain gyms. But in this alliance, Haoxiong Fitness is a very important part, because they need to directly target the managed gym. If it can be beaten out, it will be good news for Tenda. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1522, The Person in Charge, goes to the grassroots. Moreover, Haoxiong Fitness is different from big companies like Qingshan Express and Zhuzhou Group. These big companies are big and have a high market share, so it is difficult to hurt them. But Haoxiong Fitness is different. As a gym, its capital chain is not very healthy, its market share is not very high, and even its popularity is not very good. Once it is attacked, it is likely to die quickly. In the anti-Tenda alliance, there are also investment companies and various big capitals. Will other companies watch it die without help? It's really hard to say. Because this alliance is not a monolithic entity after all, and each has its own interests. If there is a problem with the managed gym, then the various departments of Tenda will definitely help at all costs. But if Haoxiong Fitness has a problem, will big companies like Zhuzhou Group and Qingshan Express rescue it at all costs? This is hard to say. Once it can't support itself, Haoxiong Fitness has only two options: either be stubborn and die on the spot, or withdraw from the alliance and survive for a while. If we withdraw, even if we have to die, it will be after Tenda has dealt with these leading large companies. But no matter what choice is made, the ending is the same. As more and more companies withdraw, the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance will be suspicious of each other and start to split and collapse again. Finally, it is the war of public opinion. Pei Qian discovered that the official account of the Tenda Group on the Aladeo website has opened a new column called The Head Says. The content of this column is also very simple. That is, the heads of various departments of Tenda take turns to dismantle the models and routines of various hostile companies, and then compare them with the business model of Tenda's own industry. For example, in the first issue, Guoliqing analyzed the essential difference between the hosting gym model and the burn the boat card model newly launched by Haoxiong Fitness in the video. There is such a paragraph in it, which can be said to be murderous. The success of the managed gym is due to the fact that it diligently helps all students plan their diets, develop fitness habits, and ensures the capacity of the gym, so that every student can get the best fitness results when they come to work out. On the other hand, the Burn the Boats card has only learned the basics. The managed gym has matching fitness meals, strictly plans fitness time, ensures that the number of people in the gym does not exceed the gym's capacity, and has a large number of coaches who provide free guidance. Does the Burn the Boats card have these characteristics? The model of Qingshan Fitness supports both regular membership fitness and pay-per-use for the Break the Boat card, but the problem is that it is impossible to determine the number of people based on the capacity of the gym. Even if you apply for the Break the Boat card, how can you guarantee the fitness effect if you find that it is overcrowded after you go to the gym? What's more, most people can't stick to the Break the Boat card because they can't control the intake of calories and the supplement of essential nutrients in their diet, and they have to keep the private training to promote the course. To put it bluntly, this Break the Boat card is forcibly borrowing the model of the managed gym without any supporting measures. It is nothing more than taking advantage of consumers' desire for cheapness and deceiving them that the Burning Cauldrons card has the same effect as hosting a gym, which allows you to earn more income without guaranteeing the training effect. What's more, the Burning Cauldrons card has problems in terms of rules. After completing the task, the number of times will be returned. On the surface, it seems to be a good deal, but when students want to leave, they will inevitably argue about the number of times. In short, this is in line with the usual routine of many companies organizing activities. On the surface, it seems that you have made money, but in fact, you will never make money. Of course, starting a company is to make a profit, and hosting a gym is also profitable. There is nothing wrong with making some money. But the key is how the money is made, and whether it provides customers with good enough service. Please keep your eyes open when choosing. The cheaper the product, the higher the cost performance. The so-called cost performance can not only look at the low price, but also pay attention to the two factors of actual experience and value. Don't be fooled by these tricks. Guo Liqing is a professional fitness coach, a standard muscular man. After a little dressing up, he can be said to be handsome in the video, which is very attractive to the same sex. Many words spoken from his mouth are naturally very persuasive. What's more, Guo Liqing did not lie. What he said was the truth that could not be more real. Even if Qingshan Fitness wanted to refute it, it would not be able to do it. This video is very popular. Some people were indeed confused and considered applying for this desperate card, but after listening to Guo Liqing's analysis, they immediately gave up the idea. Forget it, let's wait for the quota of the managed gym steadily. After this set of combined punches, Qingshan Fitness was just about to attack, but was firmly suppressed, and the managed gym had no intention of stopping, and directly hammered to death. This the head says column also triggered widespread discussion among the audience. This column is really interesting. The heads of Tenda take turns to expose a business routine every day. The heads of Tenda are as brave as LV Mingliang, love it. This Guo Liqing is a professional at first glance. This muscle and this size are not something that ordinary people can train. He is absolutely professional. In terms of image, Tenda has already won. The bosses of other companies are treacherous at first glance, full of empty words and clichés, and they are so sanctimonious that people can't trust them at all. But what about the heads of Tenda? They are all professionals, speaking the truth, and they don't seem to be arrogant at all. They are real doers. Pei is still good at employing people. Tenda is a company that has nothing in common with other companies from head to toe. It's so unique. Which department head will speak next time? I'm looking forward to it. This set of combined punches stunned Pei Qian. Something is wrong, it's completely different from the script I expected. Pei Qian didn't approve a lot of funds for these departments, mainly because he wanted to wait. When the paper is finished, the anti-Tenda alliance will also taste the sweetness and grab a certain market, then we can happily spend money to our heart's content. But now, it should have been a strategic defense period. How come it has directly become a strategic counterattack period? These responsible persons really didn't tolerate it at all, and they slapped him in the face right away. If the offensive of the anti-Tenda alliance could be crushed without spending money, then, how could the money be spent? Pei Qian never expected that these responsible persons would be so martial. They were already howling and fighting back before Pei Qian even allocated military funds to them. Moreover, Lu Mingliang had set a bad precedent. After he slapped Nia Yunxing in the face during the live broadcast, other responsible persons followed suit and personally participated in the war of public opinion. Instead of being good leaders, they all want to be idols in the spotlight. This is outrageous. Can't they learn from President Pei and be a little more low-key? Pei Qian actually supported Lu Mingliang's incident, but this time was different. Because Lu Mingliang's behavior was actually attracting hatred, which was helpful for Pei Qian to lose money, but now the behavior of these leaders is to beat the dog when it is down, which is a bit wrong. This won't work. Will the anti-Tenda alliance no longer exist after I finish writing my thesis and come out of seclusion? Damn. How can that be possible? You must hold on until the day when I burn money with you. Pei Qian was a little panicked. This anti-Tenda alliance seems a little weak. Only a few days have passed, and public opinion has shown a trend of comprehensive reversal. How can people feel at ease? I have no choice but to help you. Don't blame me, leaders. I really can't resist the temptation of 15 million. Pei Qian decided to give the other party a hand, at least not to let these companies in the anti-Tenda alliance lose so quickly. The crux of the problem seems to be with these leaders. They are so outstanding. There is not a single one who just lives a lazy life. They all have special skills. This is outrageous. What should I do? Pei Qian first thought of a painful journey. If all these people can be arranged to go on the suffering trip, the problem will be solved immediately. But the problem is that the suffering trip has already started, and there is no way to force people in. Moreover, these responsible persons have basically been on the suffering trip. If you want to arrange it again in the short term, there is really no suitable reason. Even if Bao Su has great power, he must have a reasonable reason to arrest people, and he can't arrest them by force. Forget it, we still can't rely on Bao Su. If Chen Kongtua's haunted house project has been built, it would be great. All these responsible persons can be arranged again there, but unfortunately it is not possible in the short term. These two ways are not feasible, so we can only think of other ways. Pei Qian sighed. Has Tenda developed to the point where President Pei can't just retreat casually? There is no way, just bear it. As long as you wait until this cycle ends and get the wool, you will be free in the future. Pei Qian quickly thought of a way and sent an email to Assistant Qian. Let these department heads go to the grassroots to experience for 3 months after changing departments. For example, Xiao Peng, the person in charge of Moyu Internet Cafe, was asked to work as a courier at Nifeng Logistics for 3 months. The heads of other departments were in a similar situation. Not only did they have to go to the grassroots to experience, but they also had to change departments, because if the department is not changed, even if the person in charge goes to the grassroots level, his words will definitely count, and there will be no essential changes. Of course, who will be responsible for the work of the department during these 3 months? If the department head is allowed to promote himself, then the backbone employees of the department will definitely be promoted first, and there may not be much difference. After thinking about it, Pei Qian added another rule. It is recommended that the department head find someone from outside the company to temporarily take over the position of the person in charge. If someone in the department is asked to temporarily take over the position of the person in charge, then he must stay in other departments for 3 months. But if someone is asked from outside the company to temporarily take over the position of the person in charge, then the sentence can be reduced to 2 months. This should be a very attractive condition for many persons in charge, right? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1523, The Birth of the Person in Charge says, column. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In the afternoon, Moyu Takeaway Store Number 1, which is also the location of Moyu Takeaway Food Laboratory. Rui Yuchen wore a fitted casual suit with a microphone on his chest, and was carefully familiarizing himself with the speech he would give later. The speech he was going to say was very long, but fortunately he had a teleprompter. Meng Chang told him some precautions on the side, and many staff members were adjusting the camera position, focus, and light, etc. The entire Moyu Takeaway Store Number 1 was temporarily closed and will be reopened after the filming is completed. Many customers gathered at the door of the store, looking inside curiously. For Rui Yuchen, this scene was somewhat familiar. When Moyu Takeaway just introduced a batch of kitchen waste disposers, it had been interviewed by a TV station here. This moment was just like that moment. It was a pity that President Pei was present the previous time, but this time, President Pei was in seclusion. Without President Pei's attention, I always felt that something was missing. After making some arrangements, Meng Chang made an okay gesture and said, "No problem, we can officially start filming." The person in charge says, column was decided by all the persons in charge. Before, everyone in the group of responsible persons worked together to think about how to win this war of public opinion. At the beginning, some fancy ways were thought of, such as shooting promotional videos, but soon someone asked, "Why do those tricks? To deal with such an enemy, you should not be martial arts-like, just flip the table, like Lu Mingliang. Just hit the opponent's most painful soft spot." The other responsible persons thought about it. That's right. Why do those fancy tricks? If it is a competition between other companies, it is indeed very martial arts-like, because everyone has the same money-making model. If it is really exposed, it is equivalent to destroying the rice bowl of the entire industry, and you can't get any benefits, so you are very restrained. Unless two super large companies in different fields are really angry, they will tear each other's underwear. But when it really comes to this step, it often does not produce too much lethality, because these super large companies are more or less dirty, and exposing each other's old bottoms looks more like dog biting dog, two mouthfuls of hair in the eyes of the spectators. But Tenda is different. Tenda's biggest advantage is that its business model is completely different from these companies. Its reputation among customers and its sense of social responsibility are also worlds apart from those of other companies. LV Minglian denounced Nia Yunxing of Xingyun Group in a live broadcast, which has proven that this is an indestructible weapon. As long as you use it properly, you will be invincible. In this case, what martial ethics are there? Just rush up and do it. All departments should repeat what Lu Mingliang did together. So, this is the column, the head says. To put it bluntly, the heads of various departments take turns to dismantle the business routines in their own departments, analyze the differences between the business models of these companies outside and Tenda, and then attack this business model. However, the heads of the departments were still entangled for a while about who would shoot this column. Although Fei Huang Studio is very professional, they still have the task assigned by President Pei, and they have to devote all their efforts to prepare for the movie. After thinking about it, they can only go to the advertising and marketing department. After all, Meng Chang has made so many successful publicity plans before, and he is also deeply trusted by President Pei. Although Meng Chang also has publicity tasks this month, he still readily agreed. Because he thinks that shooting the column, the head says, is not a big deal at all. It's nothing more than using some of his own experience to guide these heads, which is about the same difficulty as the up-host shooting a video. As for the publicity plan, they can be planned simultaneously so as not to delay either side. What's more, this column, the head says, obviously plays a vital role in the future development of Tenda. Meng Chang is also the head of Tenda. How can he stand by and watch? Speed is of the essence. Meng Chang has already finished the first episode of The Head Says, which is the episode where Guo Liqing compares the hosting gym and Haoxiang Fitness. Judging from the response on the internet, it is very successful. This kind of behavior of directly lifting people's underwear is very popular among netizens. The key is that Haoxiang Fitness has no way to refute it, and can only passively take a unilateral beating. Therefore, Meng Chang believes that he must continue to work hard. The next issue of The Head says, "We'll choose Moyu Takeaway," and the target of the attack is naturally Zhaiju Takeaway. Zhaiju Takeaway is a newly emerging takeaway platform that mainly integrates the current merchant resources on the market to provide takeaway services to customers. Of course, to put it bluntly, it is still a platform. However, the current size of Zhaiju Takeaway is not particularly large, and it is far from forming a complete market monopoly. There are still many other platforms competing with it, so the overall situation is still in the stage of burning money and huge subsidies. Staying home and taking out food is different from Haoxiang Fitness and is a relatively tricky enemy because even if the gym opens a chain store, it is still a physical industry after all, the expansion speed is very slow, and the profit margin is too low. It is basically impossible to be favored by big capital. Haoxiang Fitness was pulled into the anti-Tencent alliance purely because the alliance wanted to find an industry that matches the managed gym, so it can be said that it was pulled in to make up the numbers. But Zhaiju Takeaway is different. Like Zhujia Group, it is a standard internet company that does platform. Although there are other food delivery platforms competing with it, in the eyes of Zhaiju Takeaway, these do not pose a threat at all. Because everyone's business model is the same. In this case, which food delivery platform can ultimately win is not about ability and level, but capital. Even if a platform has stronger technical strength and better software for the time being, what does it matter? There are many large investment companies behind Zhaiju Takeaway, with a lot of money to burn. Just by spreading massive subsidies, merchants and customers can be firmly in their hands. What's more, having money means that you can poach people, whether it is an excellent product manager, programmer, or courier, all can be poached. This gap in technical strength is not a problem at all. Therefore, Zhaiju Takeaway, with such powerful resources, does not take other takeaway platforms seriously at all. Some people may ask, what if other big capital enters the market and supports other takeaway platforms? That doesn't matter because even if it loses, most competitors will spend a lot of money to acquire it and strive to swallow up the entire market. At that time, Zhaiju Takeaway will sell itself and make no less money. Who wins or loses is just a matter of how much money they make. In the final analysis, they will still make money. But Zhaiju Takeaway has always regarded Moyu Takeaway as the biggest threat, because Moyu Takeaway is completely different from these takeaways. Other takeaway software are platforms. The real cooks are various restaurants in the city, and the delivery boys deliver the food. The task of these platforms is only to develop and maintain apps and establish channels between restaurants, delivery boys, and customers. Moyu Takeaway is different. It has stores and competes with both takeaway platforms and restaurants. Therefore, the foundation is particularly solid. With Moyu Takeaway, Zhaiju Takeaway will probably find it difficult to achieve a de facto monopoly even if it burns more money. Therefore, Zhaiju Takeaway, like Zhujia Group and Xingyun Express, is a hard bone to chew in this alliance, because their motivation to oppose Tenda is strong enough and their power is strong enough. The video about Haoxiang Fitness has been a great success and has aroused enthusiastic response. This is good news for the persons in charge, as it is a great start. Therefore, in the second video, we can no longer pick on the weak. We have to find a hard bone to chew on to see if this set of things can still work against a stronger enemy. This will directly affect the future combat plan. Rui Yuchen cleared his throat and prepared to start. Although his image did not seem to change on the surface, Meng Chang had actually asked someone to take care of him. From makeup, hairstyle to clothes, they are both down-to-earth and formal, and a bit handsome and unrestrained, which can definitely leave the best impression on the audience. At this time, Meng Cheng was very emotional. President Pei forced all Tenda employees to sign up for managed fitness, which really worked. The people in charge have great figures and can hold up their clothes very well. Their image and temperament are directly different from those big bosses of other companies. In Guo Liqing's video, Meng Cheng deliberately let him wear clothes that show his figure to highlight his professionalism as a fitness coach, and today, Rui Yuchen wore the uniform of a takeaway worker from Moyu, which looks both professional and formal. Public opinion war. Details determine success or failure. This is Meng Cheng's specialty. He knows this principle very well, so he strives for perfection. Okay, start. Following Meng Cheng's order, Rui Yuchen began to tell the story according to the content on the prompt board. It was similar to Guo Liqing's episode. They both made a simple self-introduction first, and then went straight to the point, analyzing the differences between the takeaway mode of Moyu and stay-at-home takeaway. The model of home delivery is actually the platform model commonly seen in internet companies. There is no essential difference between this and companies such as Xingyun Express and Zhujia Group, except that they are in different fields. The forms of expression are different, but the business model is the same. Home delivery is a platform, a bridge between restaurant merchants, customers, and delivery boys. From a positive perspective, it does provide convenience to customers and creates value, allowing everyone to conveniently order the takeaway they want without leaving home. This is of course a convenience brought to us by mobile internet. But the problem is that since it is a platform, companies will never be able to get rid of the shackles of platform companies. This shackle was actually raised by Lu Mingliang in the live debate between Nifeng Logistics and Xingyun Group. Platform companies under the control of big capital will inevitably change from platform companies to middlemen who make money from the price difference between the two ends. In order to have better financial reports and higher profits, after achieving a market monopoly, they will continue to squeeze the value of merchants, customers, and delivery boys. Because platform companies do not create value, if they want to make their market value higher and higher and their profits more and more, there is no other way except to grab a few more bites of cake from the existing plate. Chapter 1524, The Unique Business Model of Moyu Takeaway. Rui Yuchen continued, now everyone may think that home-based takeaway is not bad. Every meal is subsidized, and you can eat good takeaway with little money, so you have a good impression of it. But everyone can think about it carefully. A long time ago, when express delivery and other similar platform companies were engaged in a money-burning war, did everyone also taste the sweetness? But what happened later? Platform companies have gained a monopoly in the market by burning money, and then there are all kinds of operations, big data killing familiarity, finding excuses to raise prices, launching new services with higher prices while secretly reducing the original services. In short, before you know it, the price has risen back. Customers think they have got a bargain, but in fact they have to pay it back honestly in the future. The current business model of home-based takeaway is also the same. First get a lot of money through financing, and then use this money to subsidize merchants, riders, and customers to seize market position. As the market position expands, continue to merge other takeaway platforms, integrate resources, and attract more investment. Eventually, we will achieve a monopoly in the market, start to reap profits happily, and turn it into a risk-free business that will never lose money. In the near future, the following scenarios are all foreseeable. For merchants, home delivery will continue to increase the commission amount, constantly test the bottom line of merchants' profits, and ultimately only retain a very small part of the profits for the merchants, taking away most of the profits. If it is just the decline in merchants' profits, it's not a big deal. The key is that more terrible things will happen. Because profits are getting lower and lower, restaurants that provide high-quality food will become less and less profitable. And in this case of high commissions, the only ones that will survive are those takeaway stores with high profits. There are two ways to make high profits. One is to have excellent brand value and strong bargaining power, such as some well-known fast food brands abroad, but this is ultimately a minority. The second is to rely on cost compression and reduce the price of some takeaways to a low price that ordinary people can hardly imagine. For example, using cheap takeaway bags to make some rice bowls that look good, although the price is very low, there is still huge profit. But such takeaways cannot even guarantee basic health. Over time, there will be more and more similar merchants on the platform, which will inevitably have the effect of bad money driving out good money. For riders, Jiaju Takeaway will constantly test the rider's delivery limits through big data algorithms. They will first assign you 5 orders. If most people can complete them successfully, they will continue to increase the number to 6, 8, 10. Riders are forced to run red lights and violate traffic regulations, and this part of the profit is also happily pocketed by Jiaju Takeaway. For customers, the charges will be gradually increased, but it will not be a direct increase in takeaway fees. Instead, it will start with tightening subsidies, and then gradually reduce coupons and discounts. After that, big data will be used to kill old customers, secretly increase delivery fees, and even openly cry poor and say that the courier brother is too hard and the delivery fee will be increased. But in fact, they will never provide any protection for the courier brother. Even if they do, it will definitely be deducted from the courier brother's labor income. In the end, the interests of all 3 parties will be damaged, and the platform will develop into a giant, further deeply binding the entire industry, and truly realizing the dream of making money while lying down. Speaking of this, Rui Yuchen paused slightly. Then, he changed the subject and continued, some people may ask, isn't Moyu Takeaway also a platform? What's the difference between it and Jiaju Takeaway? Here I can say responsibly that the models of Moyu Takeaway and Jiaju Takeaway are completely different. As early as when Mr. Pei founded the Moyu Takeaway brand, he had already planned the business model of Moyu Takeaway, and this business model is fundamentally different from platforms such as Jiaju Takeaway. Moyu Takeaway is not a pure platform. It has a large number of offline stores and provides real food to customers. Jiaju Takeaway will never review or screen whether the stores on the platform are safe and hygienic, but Moyu Takeaway can guarantee that we provide customers with healthy and delicious ingredients. Moyu Takeaway, Cold Noodle Girl Snacks, and the latest fast-selling milk tea to be launched are all committed to providing everyone with healthy and delicious food, and covering the tastes of most people. The key is to eat and drink with peace of mind. All our takeaway brothers, like Nifeng Logistics, are formal employees with a regular system, pay 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, and have various formal benefits. We will not use system algorithms to squeeze the limits of each brother, but encourage them with performance-based wages, so that they can also get a stable income on the premise of abiding by traffic rules. Do we make a profit? Of course we do, but the way we make money is different from platform companies such as Jiaju Takeaway. The source of our profit mainly comes from the profits of Moyu Takeaway, Cold Noodle Girl Snacks and fast-selling milk tea, which are the delicacies themselves, followed by a small amount of platform profit. And this is exactly the business model that Mr. Pei planned for Moyu Takeaway. Delicious Chinese food is the foundation, so we first had Moyu Takeaway stores, and then we had the Moyu Takeaway app platform. In Mr. Pei's eyes, the platform is ultimately for the entity, and it cannot hijack the entity in turn. In addition, Moyu Takeaway is not like platform companies such as Jiaju Takeaway, which have extremely high demands for profit margins. In some big cities, Jiaju Takeaway's deduction for merchants has reached 20%, and this number may continue to increase in the future, because Jiaju Takeaway pursues profit margin as the first goal. But Moyu Takeaway is different. For Mr. Pei, profit margin has never been the first priority. Goal. What we pursue is improving the taste of dishes, expanding coverage, and providing convenience for customers and couriers. In the future, we will also open up the franchise of the Moyu Takeaway platform to merchants, so that they can share the delivery resources of Moyu takeaway stores across the country. Here, on behalf of Moyu Takeaway, I promise you two things. First, as a platform, the merchant commission of Moyu Takeaway will never exceed 5%. Second, we will carefully inspect and review the merchants who join the platform, and conduct random inspections from time to time to ensure that the takeaway on the platform is safe for everyone to eat. Next, Rui Yuchen came to the back kitchen and food laboratory of Moyu Takeaway and introduced the internal situation. The clean and tidy back kitchen and the environmentally friendly kitchen waste disposer are all things that the TV station has filmed before, but now there are some subtle changes, which gives people a better feeling. This is not only to show the audience the health and hygiene of Moyu Takeaway, but also a hint. The audience will naturally wonder what the back kitchen of those merchants who sell takeaway at home will look like. With this thought, many terrible pictures naturally come to mind. Not only that, when customers see cheap takeaways on home takeaway in the future, they will not only see the cheap price, but will think of the meaning behind it. Will this subsidy disappear in the future and return to the original price? Is such a cheap takeaway made by cutting corners or even using takeaway bags? Even if it is the same store, it is quite common for takeaway and dine-in meals to be different, right? This suspicion is completely reasonable. Moreover, Moyu Takeaway has an ultimate killer, which is to allow other merchants to join. Under the low commission model, there will only be two results. The first is that similar food is cheap on Moyu Takeaway and expensive on home takeaway. Needless to say, they will definitely choose Moyu Takeout. The second type is similar food, but it is more expensive on Moyu Takeout and cheaper on Jiaju Takeout. At this time, customers will doubt why Jiaju Takeout is cheaper than Moyu Takeout. Is it because the commission is reduced? That is unlikely. Maybe the same merchant sells different food on Moyu Takeaway and Jiaju Takeaway? Even if they look the same, the ingredients and materials cannot be seen. Still choose Moyu Takeaway. Moyu Takeaway has physical stores and unique dishes as support, and has a strong reputation, so Jiaju Takeaway can't squeeze it out through price wars in the short term. And the low profit margin of Moyu Takeaway will always give Jiaju Takeaway an anchor point, so that it can't let go of its hands and feet to wantonly squeeze the interests of the three parties and pursue high profits. Once the public opinion trend is formed, Moyu Takeaway will naturally be invincible like Nifeng Logistics, Managed Gym, and Sloth Apartment. Of course, there are side effects to this, that is, Moyu Takeaway will never be able to dream of making money by lying down like Jiaju Takeaway. But it doesn't matter. Whether it is the person in charge of Moyu Takeaway or Mr. Pei, they have never considered this path at all. It is precisely because of this that Tenda can be invincible. Finally, the recording is over. Rui Yuchen took off the microphone and let out a long sigh. My performance was okay, right? Meng Chong nodded, very good. I'll go back and edit this video a little bit, and it will be almost there. But it's not a good idea to post this video right away. The popularity of the video about hosting the gym hasn't reached its peak yet. Posting the second video now will slightly affect its popularity. Let's wait until the video about hosting the gym starts to decline, and then we'll find a suitable time to post the second video. This will have the best effect and hit the weak spot of home delivery. Rui Yuchen agreed, you should coordinate and arrange these. No one is better at this than you. The two chatted casually for a few more words. Now the heads of various departments of Tenda have regarded Meng Chong as their own and trust him very much. Before, everyone thought that Meng Chong was too naughty and incompatible with Tenda's values, and they didn't think that President Pei could turn him around. But President Pei is so awesome that he turned Meng Chong around. It's quite outrageous. Rui Yuchen took out his mobile phone. He originally wanted to check the situation of the group of people in charge, but suddenly found a notification. The person in charge went to the grassroots? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1525 4 Doubts requested by President Pei, update. Seeing this notification, Yuan was shocked. He quickly opened the group of people in charge and found that the group was also in an uproar. Go to the grassroots? Did I see it right? I was shocked too. The person in charge actually has to go to other departments to experience being a grassroots employee, and it has to last for 3 months. This is too long. I have no objection to experiencing the hardships of the grassroots, but it doesn't have to take so long, right? Going to research and learn from each other, a week is enough. Is it necessary to take 3 months? The key is that the timing is a bit wrong, right? Now is the critical period of the fight against the anti-Tenda alliance. Changing the person in charge is not a big deal. The situation has just been opened, and the opponent can't breathe. Finding a non-Tenda employee to act as the person in charge can shorten it by 1 month. This is even more outrageous. Are we the people in charge cabbages? Can we just grab someone on the street to do our job? No, this is too irresponsible. I think it's okay to give this job to the backbone employees of the department, but what's the point of finding an outsider? The heads of other departments were also as confused as Yuan. It was simply shocking. The current situation is like an ancient army going out to war, with the soldiers of the 3 armies dressed up and ready to kill people everywhere. As a result, the emperor issued an edict, asking all the generals who led the troops to serve as ordinary soldiers in the army, and then promoted a group of heroes from the Green Forest to replace them. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a big deal. As the saying goes, an incompetent general can tire out thousands of troops. Replacing a general may lead to the defeat of the entire battle, not to mention replacing several key generals. It's outrageous. Originally, these responsible people were all high-spirited, thinking that President Pei was in seclusion, and this was to see us perform well. Everyone had thought of a counterattack plan, just waiting for a little coordination, and then killing people everywhere, trying to get President Pei to praise them after his seclusion. But I never expected that President Pei would suddenly jump out and disrupt all the plans. Didn't you go to seclusion? When we were looking for you, we couldn't find you. Then, after we had arranged everything, you suddenly came out of seclusion and made trouble. What a bummer. If it were someone else, he would definitely be called a tyrant. What's the difference between this behavior and the 12 gold medals, to recall you Wumu? But, this person is President Pei after all. The responsible persons expressed their dissatisfaction in the group, and gradually quieted down. The first reaction is indeed a big problem, but as usual, Tenda is responsible for basic qualities, that is, when encountering such unreasonable situations, complain less and think more about the deep meaning behind it. Huang Sibo said, everyone, please be patient. It is true that President Pei is in seclusion, and President Pei is not so bored that he jumps around to amuse everyone. So, the only explanation for this matter is that President Pei saw our counterattack plan, but President Pei is not satisfied with it. And this requirement to go to the grassroots is probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. The group of responsible persons soon quieted down. At first glance, this matter is indeed outrageous. But it has to be said that every decision made by President Pei in the past was actually quite outrageous, but in the end there must be a reasonable and enlightening explanation. This time, President Pei's requirement for all responsible persons to go to the grassroots is probably the same. It is very likely that it is closely related to this business war with the anti-Tenda alliance. Otherwise, what else could it be? It can't be that he wants to deliberately cause trouble, right? Now that the direction has been found, the next thing is simple: analysis. Think carefully about why President Pei made such instructions, and think carefully about whether there are loopholes in the methods that everyone has come up with to deal with the anti-Tenda alliance and other companies. After a while, Xiaopeng said, this matter is very critical. Those who are still in Jingzhou in the group, hurry up and meet up. Let's talk face to face. Those who are not in Jingzhou, hold a video conference, put down all the work at hand immediately, and figure this matter out first. Everyone quickly agreed, then temporarily put down their work at hand and rushed to the arranged large conference room. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the large conference room was already full of people. Most of the heads of relevant departments have arrived, and some who are not in Jingzhou or cannot come for special reasons have opened video calls or asked other key members of the department to participate. For example, Min Jingqiao and Tian Mo are still on the suffering trip, and they obviously don't come to talk. But this does not affect it. The heads of various departments of Tenda often encounter various dangers, such as being caught to suffer, being eliminated first, etc., so they must train key members to prepare for emergencies. These key members are also fully capable of being department heads, and the effect of attending the meeting is the same. Huang Sibo has the longest seniority, so he naturally has to take on the important task of hosting the meeting. Today we have an emergency meeting for only one purpose, which is to analyze the deep meaning of President Pei's decision to go to the grassroots. Obviously, in President Pei's view, our current counterattack plan has loopholes, so he forcibly interrupted our progress. The other responsible persons nodded one after another. As expected, Lao Huang has determined the nature of this matter and found the direction of research in such a short time. The most feared thing for a person in charge of Tenda is not incompetence, but the inability to figure out Mr. Pei's intentions. Even if an incompetent person knows nothing, as long as he figures out what Mr. Pei wants you to do and executes it steadily, he can also succeed. But if it is the other way around, if you have a little ability but don't know how to figure out Mr. Pei's intentions, then something big will happen. No matter how smart and capable you are, can you be smarter and more capable than Mr. Pei? Can you understand Mr. Pei's wild imagination and powerful layout ability? So even if you are a smart person, if you do what you think is right without understanding Mr. Pei's intentions, you will only be dragging Mr. Pei down. A qualified Tenda responsible for Rao Biao is that no matter how outrageous the request is, he will not doubt Mr. Pei's motives, but will seriously analyze the deep connotation of this matter and its feasibility. Xiaopeng raised his hand and said, "I'll go first. Actually, I haven't figured it out yet, but I've roughly summarized a few key points and can share them with you. Just to start a discussion. Going to the grassroots to learn is actually a very common behavior. As a department head, if you stay at the top for too long, it is easy to become disconnected from the grassroots. Therefore, going to the grassroots to inspect and learn every now and then can better understand the problems in the department. From this point of view, there is nothing wrong with the requirement of going to the grassroots. Everyone is confused about 4 points. First, is this time point appropriate? Second, is it necessary to change departments? Third, is 3 months too long? Fourth, why should we encourage people outside the company to take over as department heads? As long as we can think clearly about these 4 points, this problem should be solved. If we can understand the solution, we can also understand the deep meaning of President Pei. Huang Sibo nodded. Well, let's discuss one by one. We are all family members, and anyone can speak freely about their ideas. Rui Yuchen thought for a moment and said, regarding the first point, I have a guess. Going to the grassroots level is to see the problems and shortcomings of various departments and industries at the grassroots level. And now is the critical period of the war between our Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda alliance. On the surface, changing generals before the battle is a taboo in military strategy, but we must also understand that our goals are different at different stages of the war. We need to figure out whether it is the decisive battle stage or the trial stage at the beginning of the war. If it is the decisive battle stage, then we must not act rashly. But if it is the trial stage, we should check for loopholes and find internal problems to prepare for the real decisive battle stage. Many people mistakenly think that it is the decisive battle stage now. In fact, They have made the mistake of quick victory and think that the anti-Tenda alliance will be defeated and collapse quickly. But think about it carefully, is this possible? They have a high market share and funds. They also know that if they fail this time, it will be difficult to find similar excellent opportunities again, and they can't retreat easily. So, this battle should be protracted. Even if we can achieve a phased victory within a few months, the entire battle will continue for a long time, perhaps for several years. Before the real decisive battle comes, consolidating the foundation, solving the subtle problems in our internal situation, and facing the enemy with a more impeccable attitude, this is what we should do most now. The responsible persons nodded one after another. It makes sense. Many people thought that changing the person in charge at this juncture was a bit like changing the generals at the last minute, but the key is, what stage of the war are we in now? If this war is going to last for several years and there will be repeated stalemates in the future, then letting the generals go to the grassroots to find out the internal problems at the beginning of the war is equivalent to laying a solid foundation. The key is that the sooner this kind of thing is done, the better, because the war has just begun. If we don't do this kind of work to lay a solid foundation now, we will have no time to do it in the future. Are there any problems at the grassroots level of each department of Tenda? There must be. No one will be so arrogant as to think that the structure of each department of Tenda is perfect. Since there are, in this war, it is possible that the other party will catch them. Then at this critical juncture, carrying out grassroots activities, finding problems, and correcting them can greatly increase the chances of winning in the future. Xiaopeng seemed to be inspired and said, "So, let's exchange departments, so that we can better find problems?" After all, the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear. If the person in charge goes to his own department, on the one hand, it is easy for the acting person in charge to be tied up and unable to display his power, and on the other hand, it is easy to naturally ignore some problems. And the experience of changing departments makes it easier to find the crux of the problem, supervise each other, and remind each other. Chapter 1526. It matches the Chuzui plan. Update. Everyone nodded and agreed. That's true. If the person in charge goes to the grassroots level of the department, it won't have a very good effect. On the one hand, the person in charge still keeps his word, which causes chaos in the organizational structure of the entire department. On the other hand, the person in charge is often confused by the situation and is accustomed to many phenomena, so it is difficult to find problems. If the heads of other departments come, they are more likely to find problems. Guoliqing thought for a moment and said, "The 3 months is easy to explain. It is definitely not enough to just try it out. If you want to find deep problems, you must experience it at the grassroots level for a long enough time and not just do it for the sake of formality. 3 months is enough to find problems." At the same time, this battle against the anti-Tenda coalition will last at least 1 or 2 years, and 3 months will not have a big impact on the final result. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. It is still a relatively cost-effective thing to exchange the passive situation in the initial 3 months for the unstoppable momentum in the next few years. But the last point is a bit puzzling. Why should we encourage people outside of Tenda to take over the position temporarily? The meeting room fell silent again. Obviously, most people can't figure this out. Every profession has its own specialty. Although everyone is joking that each employee of Tenda can be independent, not just anyone can be the head of Tenda. At least you have to work in the department first, get familiar with the business, develop your abilities, and be deeply baptized by the spirit of Tenda before you can be the head, right? Of course, Tianmo is a special case, because the sales department was originally established from scratch and was brought up by President Pei himself. What is this now? It has developed into such a large department, and you can just grab someone from the street to be the acting head? Wouldn't that be a mess? The previous points are actually barely acceptable, and even after analysis, they seem to make sense. Only this last point is really hard to turn around. Huang Sibo pondered for a moment, then said, I think the last point is the real highlight. Have you ever thought about why President Pei did not make clear requirements for us in this notice? There is no regulation on how to change departments, no clear restrictions on the identities of the acting persons in charge, and no telling where to find these acting persons in charge. Obviously, this is something we figured out on our own. Boss Pei is completely open in this regard because he believes that we can properly solve this problem. The other responsible persons were stunned. This was indeed a blind spot of theirs. Boss Pei just encouraged everyone to find a substitute person outside the Tenda Group, so everyone subconsciously thought that the person they found would be a variety of incompetent people. But after hearing what Huang Sibo said, it was obviously not what Boss Pei really meant. This actually handed the power of selection to these responsible persons. Are you worried that the department you go to is not suitable? Are you worried that the substitute person you choose is incompetent? Then it can only be that you, the responsible persons, did not choose well. Boss Pei gave you such an important power. Did he let you choose a person you met on the street? Definitely not. You must choose someone who is qualified for this position. Hu Xianbin frowned and asked in confusion, I can understand the change of department. It's nothing more than everyone choosing a department that is more closely related to the business they are responsible for, and then going to the grassroots to experience it is easier to find problems and lay a good foundation for future linkage between departments. But, it's too difficult to select a competent acting person in charge. Even if we poach or recruit people in a targeted manner and find someone with stronger abilities, how can we guarantee his loyalty to Tenda? How can we guarantee that he will contribute to Tenda wholeheartedly? We all grew up with Tenda and were deeply influenced by the Tenda spirit. People from the outside world don't have this foundation. After entering Tenda, they have to learn the Tenda spirit for a year or two. You can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. Hu Xianbin is now the head of Rabbit Tail Live, but his question raised the common confusion of all the heads. Huang Sibo said, of course we can't just find someone casually. Recruitment is even more unreliable. In fact, this matter is very simple. Can't we just find someone we know well? As long as we make sure that this person is capable, responsible, and deeply influenced by the Tenda spirit, and is a close partner of President Pei and the entire Tenda Group, isn't it good? It's completely okay for such a person to take over as the head for 2 months. Tenda is not an isolated island. Although there is an anti-Tenda alliance now, there are also many companies that support Tenda. Hearing this, Meng Chang suddenly slapped the table and suddenly realized, Chuzui plan. Some heads were stunned for a moment. What is the Chuzui plan? Because the confidentiality level of this charity plan is very high, many heads within Tenda don't know. But the Chuzui plan did not originally require keeping it secret from the leaders within Tenda. It required keeping it secret from the outside world, and Tenda does not belong to the outside world. Even if it is kept secret, it is kept secret from ordinary employees, and it is okay for the leaders to know. So, Meng Chang was so excited that he slammed the table at that time, feeling that everything was right. Huang Sibo was also stunned for a moment, because he didn't know what the Chuzui plan was. He originally wanted to examine Qiao Liang, Wan Guangjian, Li Shi, and others to see who is suitable to be the acting person in charge. But now, it seems that there is a more convenient and efficient way? Meng Chang explained, the Chuzui plan is a highly confidential charity plan carefully arranged by President Pei. Originally I thought it was just an ordinary charity plan, or at most a means to test the friendship of other companies. Now I understand that it is also related to a deeper layout. Companies that perform well in the Chuzui plan must meet 3 conditions. 1. Strong financial resources. 2. Leaders with strong working ability. And 3. Highly identify with Tenda's values. Isn't this the best candidate for acting in charge of each department? Letting them be the acting person in charge, on the one hand, further consolidates the cooperative relationship between Tenda and them, allowing them to deeply learn Tenda's business model. On the other hand, after they return to their own companies, they will inevitably spread the Tenda spirit, just like what Min Jingqiao did when he went to Hua Studio. President Pei never considers the development of Tenda as a company, but considers all walks of life and the overall environment of the business community. The responsible persons looked at each other in surprise, and all saw the shocked expression on Pitt's face. So, there is such a thing? In this way, it is normal for everyone not to understand President Pei's deep meaning, because of the information gap. Everyone didn't know that there was a Chuzui plan, so they naturally misunderstood President Pei's goals and plans. However, this also proves that as Tenda's development scale becomes larger and larger, no matter how much the departments are linked, it is difficult for the head of a single department to control the overall situation. President Pei must be the helmsman, so that this big ship can sail steadily. After this analysis, many seemingly unreasonable places have become reasonable. Most things in this world are gains and losses. There is no absolutely good plan, nor is there an absolutely bad plan. The key question is, which specific places should be abandoned and which parts should be improved? Following President Pei's thinking, the responsible persons found that their original thinking was obviously wrong, and many problems were naturally solved. So, this grassroots activity is actually to make us leaders stop being so high-handed and understand the difficulties of the grassroots, to find out the structural problems in our respective departments and improve them. Moreover, this activity must be in-depth, not superficial or formal. Not only that, but we can also take this opportunity to incorporate those friendly businesses selected through the Chuzui plan and the partners who have always had close relations with Tenda into Tenda's system, so that the Tenda spirit can flourish and have a wide impact on all walks of life. I completely understand. What we need to do next is to strictly follow the requirements of President Pei. Each department should choose a suitable acting person in charge according to the actual situation of its department. President Pei's friends will definitely find the right person. Quick, everyone, take action, and don't be careless about finding an acting person in charge. After quickly finalizing a few details, the responsible persons all took action. All right. No wonder President Pei issued such an emergency notice at the critical moment of retreat. It was obviously because he saw loopholes in the plans of the responsible persons, so he quickly pointed them out and led everyone to the right path. Especially the arrangement of this Chuzui plan, which was actually arranged in advance, was really a great surprise. President Pei has already made all the arrangements. As the head of the department, I certainly cannot let President Pei down. I must fully cooperate and not let all his hard work go to waste. Chapter 1527 Tenda is calling. March 14, Thursday. Fuhui Capital. Li Shi, Shui Zhabin, Yaobo of Jinding Group, Zhou Mian of Tianhua Studio, and several other investors in Jingzhou were chatting while drinking tea. Mr. Li, are you sure that Mr. Pei will come to us for help? Seeing that the war between the anti-Tenda Alliance and Tenda Group has already started, and Tenda Group has also begun to fight back, but Mr. Pei seems to have no intention of coming to us at all? And the Chuzui plan has no follow-up at all. We just donated a sum of money, and we haven't seen any in-depth cooperation between Tenda and us. These people are die-hard supporters of Tenda Group and participants in the Chuzui plan. When they first came into contact with the Chuzui plan, they all thought it was just a simple charity plan, but Li Shi's incisive analysis made them believe that the Chuzui plan is not just a simple charity plan, it is actually an ally screening plan. All companies that participate in the Chuzui plan will become allies of the Tenda Group and become trusted comrades in arms of Mr. Pei. When the Tenda Group and the anti-Tenda Alliance went to war, these people would definitely be recruited by President Pei, and follow President Pei to conquer cities and territories, snatch the market share of those companies, and set off a prairie fire. However, in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 weeks have passed. It seems, there is no splash at all. Before, everyone could comfort themselves that the war had not started yet and was still in the brewing stage, so President Pei did not recruit everyone. But now, the war between the anti-Tenda alliance and the Tenda Group has obviously begun. Companies such as the Home Group, Xingyun Express, Jiaju Takeout, and Haoxiong Fitness have begun to target Tenda's industries, and Tenda has also launched a public opinion counterattack through the person in charge says column. Next, it must be a bloody money-burning war. But even at this critical moment, the Tenda Group seems to have no intention of summoning them. It looks like President Pei plans to rely on Tenda's strength to fight to the death. This is different from the situation that President Li analyzed at the beginning. Facing everyone's questions, Li Shi also felt a little guilty. Something is wrong. Shouldn't my interpretation of President Pei be wrong? First of all, we can be sure that the Chuzui plan, as a plan with such a high degree of confidentiality, is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Then why hasn't President Pei recruited us yet? There may be two reasons. One is that the time has not come yet, and President Pei wants us to appear as a surprise force to catch the other party off guard. The other is that President Pei changed his mind and wanted to eat alone. But no matter what, the current situation is unexpected for Li Shi, and he is a little at a loss. If this judgment is wrong, where will his face be? How can he lead the team in the future? So, Li Shi was also instinctively a little flustered. However, at this moment, everyone's mobile phone rang, ding ding. Li Shi was stunned for a moment. Group message? He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and took a look. It was really a group text message notification. Invite them to a meeting at Tenda tomorrow morning. There are very important things to discuss. Of course, considering that some people may not be in Jingzhou, the text message also stated that if they cannot come at that time, they can contact a special person and arrange another time for communication. Immediately afterwards, the contact person of the Chuzui plan also sent a message to Li Shi, proving that the text message was real and not a fake Tenda scam. Li Shi's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Sure enough, I said my guess was right. President Pei is really going to recruit us. As for why he didn't recruit us before? Maybe it was because the timing was not right, or there were some things that needed to be dealt with within Tenda, so it was delayed. In short, my judgment was correct. Li Shi couldn't help but hold his head high, and a sense of pride that I said no one knows President Pei better than me arose spontaneously. The investor who asked the question before couldn't help but feel ashamed, and was once again impressed by President Li's insight into the world. What was he thinking? He actually questioned President Li's grasp of President Pei's intentions, because of such a small matter. How stupid. Yao Bo said, it seems that this time is just as President Li expected. It is President Pei's mobilization meeting for all Tenda-related companies. I wonder what kind of tasks President Pei will give us. I'm looking forward to it. In the field of business warfare, President Pei is invincible and can be called a god of war. This is something that everyone knows. President Pei's ability to strategize and lead troops has also impressed countless people. Although Li Shi and others have tasted the sweetness and benefits from Tenda many times before, they did not directly participate in the battle after all, and did not directly accept President Pei's leadership. They just harvested the remnants of the defeated soldiers on the periphery and established some insignificant military merits. But now, they are like regular soldiers, officially entering Tenda's organization and accepting the direct command of President Pei. This is obviously a very exciting thing. Of course, they don't want to become a vassal of Tenda Group, nor do they want to be cannon fodder, but just want to experience President Pei's artistic command up close. Moreover, before, they could only clean up the marginal battlefields and harvest some defeated soldiers and generals, and they only ate the leftovers, which was completely different from the current situation of directly entering the organization and facing the enemy head-on. Everyone was excited and looked forward to seeing the exciting scene of President Pei taking the stage and cheering at the swearing-in ceremony. March 15, Friday morning. Li Shi and others arrived at the venue prepared by Tenda on time. The venue was not large, but it was heavily guarded. Security personnel in black suits sealed all the entrances to the venue tightly. There was no video or camera equipment on the scene, and there was a solemn atmosphere of an upcoming war. After entering the venue, Li Shi found his seat according to the previous information notification, in the middle of the first row. Obviously, this was because Li Shi had made great contributions to Tenda Group and was a partner trusted by President Pei, so he could occupy such an important position. In addition, Li Shi also saw some familiar faces, such as Chao Liang, Ruan Guangjin, Lin Chong, etc. Obviously, this ranking is a combination of two factors. First, companies and individuals who have had a long-term cooperative relationship and established a deep friendship with Tenda, and second, companies and individuals who have made important contributions to the Chuzui plan. People like Li Shi who have both, naturally occupy the most important position, and can be said to be President Pei's closest comrade and partnered. In another area, the heads of various departments of Tenda gathered together, which can be said to have gathered the highest combat power of the entire Tenda. This conference can be said to be brilliant. Li Shi couldn't help but sigh that the anti-Tenda alliance was indeed coming in full force, and even President Pei had to face it. In the past, Tenda had actually encountered some crises, such as the money-burning war between Dayak Group, Finger Company, and Longyu Group, which once put President Pei in a dilemma of needing to sell buildings for turnover, but even in that situation, President Pei never bothered others, and he just used a little trick to get through it. But now it's different. Although Dayak Group is a large company, it has no direct business dealings with Tenda. The company is far away overseas and out of reach. And this time, the anti-Tenda alliance is some domestic giant companies, with multiple capital activities behind them, and has a direct competitive relationship with Tenda's various businesses. The attitude is much more firm than the previous Dayak Group. Under such heavy pressure, if it were an ordinary company, it might have succumbed long ago. Even ordinary companies are not qualified for these big companies to form an alliance to suppress them. It is not easy for President Pei to stand up under such pressure and mobilize all companies closely related to Tenda to help him overcome the difficulties. Before, President Pei helped us selflessly, and now it is our turn to help President Pei in return. Li Shi secretly made up his mind. Others also had a similar mentality as Li Shi, waiting for President Pei to come on stage, raise their arms and call, and then everyone responded and rushed out to destroy this anti-Tenda alliance. Soon, most of the empty seats were taken. Obviously everyone took this very seriously and put aside their work and rushed here. Some people who were too far away to come should have communicated directly with the organizer of the event through the staff. Everyone was looking forward to President Pei's appearance. However, what surprised everyone was that it was not President Pei who came on stage, but Meng Chong. Li Shi was stunned. Huh? Where is President Pei? He was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, for such an important meeting, President Pei should have come on stage to say a few words in person, right? As a result, President Pei not only did not come on stage, but did not even come to the scene. This is quite outrageous. It's not that other responsible persons can't speak. After all, every responsible person in Tenda can be independent, but the key is, it feels a little wrong. If President Pei didn't come to such a crucial oath-taking meeting, wouldn't it lower the morale and fighting spirit of his team? Meng Chong came to the stage, looked at the crowd below, and took a deep breath. Logically speaking, this kind of speech occasion is like a fish in water for him. When he founded the Cold-Faced Girl, he first fooled investors and then fooled ordinary customers, and relied on his mouth to blow up the Cold-Faced Girl brand. But now, seeing the crowd, he suddenly felt a little nervous. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand that although he was also talking on the stage before, it was purely fooling, purely willing to take the bait. Because it was a fool, he didn't have to be responsible. Those who believed in him believed it without a doubt, and those who didn't believe in him didn't bother to expose him on the spot. So, Meng Qiang didn't have any pressure at all at that time. But it's different now. What he has to do is a very meaningful thing, representing the common wishes of President Pei and all the heads of Tenda departments. Can't say a wrong word. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1528, A Once-in-a-Lifetime Opportunity. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. In fact, Meng Qiang didn't plan to go on stage. There are so many people in charge, each of whom is more experienced than him. How can he be on stage at such an important occasion? Assistant Qian, General Manager Ma, Huang Sibo. Anyone picked out is more qualified than him. But the entire team of people in charge still unanimously recommended him to go on stage. On the one hand, it is because Meng Qiang has been transformed by General Manager Pei, he is trustworthy, and he has good eloquence. On the other hand, it is also because the plan of the advertising and marketing department involves various departments of Tenda, and the situation of each department is relatively clear. So Meng Qiang didn't feel embarrassed to refuse and prepared seriously. It's just that the people in the audience didn't know these things. They were all a little surprised, likely sure. Where is General Manager Pei? Meng Qiang cleared his throat slightly and came to the microphone. Good afternoon, dear friends of President Pei, closest comrades of Tenda, supporters of the Chuzui project. On behalf of the heads of various departments of Tenda, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and warm welcome to everyone for coming. Before getting to the point, I would like to explain a question to everyone first. Why didn't President Pei come? In fact, the reason is very simple. President Pei is in seclusion. The crisis that Tenda is facing this time is a question that President Pei has left for all the responsible persons. Therefore, all the responsible persons must work together to solve this puzzle and give an answer that will satisfy President Pei. As soon as these words came out, there was a buzz of discussion at the scene. Obviously, this news is a bit explosive. Li Shi was also very surprised. He never expected that President Pei would actually go into seclusion at such a critical moment. Not only did he go into seclusion, but he also completely left the matter of fighting against the anti-Tenda alliance to these responsible persons to solve on their own. He didn't intervene at all? He is really bold. If it were other companies, the boss of the company would definitely work day and night, racking his brains to think of a way to break the deadlock. But President Pei didn't bother about this matter at all, but let it go very casually. Li Shi realized that he had underestimated President Pei. It is obvious that President Pei trusts the heads of various departments of Tenda too much. This trust, of course, comes from President Pei's training of these responsible persons, the improvement of Tenda's organizational structure, and various subtle influences from top to bottom. If there is no absolute certainty, would President Pei dare to hand over such an important task to the responsible persons? It seems that although President Pei attaches great importance to the anti-Tenda alliance, he is still extremely confident and even wants to use this opportunity to teach the leaders a final lesson. How awesome is that? After a brief discussion on the scene, silence returned. Obviously, after the initial surprise, everyone accepted this setting, but they felt a little sorry that they could not see President Pei personally take action and arrange the troops. But if you can't see it, then don't see it. Since President Pei trusts the leaders of Tenda so much, the leaders will definitely give a good combat strategy, and the final result will be the same. They all rushed under Tenda's command, and the result was the same. The audience fell silent, and Meng Qiang continued, "Next, let's get to the main topic of this meeting. According to President Pei's request, we will select suitable candidates from among you to serve as acting heads to take over the work of various departments of Tenda. And the current heads of various departments of Tenda will go to the grassroots of other departments to communicate and learn for 2 months. This is not an easy task, but I believe that everyone here has enough ability to be the acting head of a Tenda department. Next, there will be an open election for the acting heads of various departments of Tenda. Those who are interested in the acting head of a department can run for the election freely. The head of the department and other department heads will jointly judge and decide the final candidate. For detailed rules, please look at the big screen. Meng Chan began to introduce the detailed rules of this election. Everyone who goes on stage to run for the election must improvise. After all, until just now, everyone knew nothing about it and it was impossible to prepare in advance. The content of the election is nothing more than the understanding of the department, the analysis of the business model, and the measures that will be implemented after taking office. Afterwards, the heads of various departments present will judge and select the most suitable candidate. Of course, the head of the department will have greater weight. Since the people who come to the scene have been screened, either they are long-term partners of Tenda and know each other well, or they are entrepreneurs or individuals who have participated in the Chuzui plan and are consistent with Tenda's values. Therefore, after these multiple screenings, it can be guaranteed that the acting heads selected are people with values consistent with Tenda and have certain abilities. Even if they are incapable, at least they will not deliberately sabotage. This time, the people at the scene did not make any more buzzing discussions. Because they were all stunned, and for a moment they even completely forgot to discuss. They even doubted their own eyes and ears, and were sincerely shocked by the scene in front of them. What the hell is going on? A major change in the heads of various departments of Tenda? All of them went to the grassroots for 2 months of experience? The acting head was selected from outside Tenda and worked for 2 months. Or it was at the critical period of the business war with the anti-Tenda alliance? It was simply outrageous, and it was outrageous to the extreme. Even Li Shi, who claimed to have a deep understanding of President Pei, did not expect that there would be such a magical development. He was completely confused. Can you play like this? Li Shi always thought that he was a guerrilla outside the Tenda system. He had always followed the regular army of Tenda, cleaning up the battlefield and making some soup. This time, with the stimulus plan, he can finally join the Tenda team and become a regular army with a system, and kill people on the battlefield with President Pei. Isn't it great? However, I found out now that things are not as simple as I thought. Not only did the imagined scene of President Pei taking the stage, issuing a swearing-in declaration, and raising his arms not appear, but even the scene of him charging after the regular army did not appear. President Pei didn't come at all, and he wanted these generals of the ragtag army to lead the regular army to win this battle. There are so many complaints that it's hard to say anything. It was agreed that these ragtag army were just here to make up the numbers? How come in the blink of an eye, we have become the main force? It's outrageous. Obviously, no one present had expected that they would have the opportunity to act as the head of Tenda. After a brief shock, confusion and bewilderment naturally followed. Many people began to whisper to each other. Let us run for the 2-month acting head of Tenda? What does that mean? I can't even manage my own company? It doesn't seem to benefit us at all? It feels redundant. How can we do better than the original heads of Tenda? We are just here to make a living. President Pei is so generous. He arranged us to be the acting heads of various departments of Tenda. Isn't he afraid that we will lead Tenda into trouble? Now we are still fighting with the anti-Tenda alliance. If this goes wrong, wouldn't it be a big joke? Then the question is, if that situation really happens, are we dragging Tenda down, or is Tenda cheating us? Obviously, most people are a little confused. They don't know what's wrong with Tenda and why they want to do this. Li Shi was also a little confused, but he quickly came up with a reasonable reason. Seeing people around him looking at him inquiringly, Li Shi lowered his voice and said, "Isn't this hard to understand? Obviously, President Pei is very confident about this war with the anti-Tenda alliance. Think about it, if President Pei lacks confidence, what will he do? First of all, we must let the heads of each department of Tenda perform their duties, suspend team-building activities such as suffering travel, and let all employees return to their jobs. Then, we will personally take charge, plan and start to lay out. Finally, we will seek help from companies like us to form a joint force. But Mr. Pei's current behavior is exactly the opposite. He did not show up, and the heads of all departments of Tenda were all transferred from their positions. The most outrageous thing is that we were asked to take over as these heads. This shows that Mr. Pei is confident of this victory. He even thinks that if he does not take action and replaces us, the outcome will not be any different. In addition, Mr. Pei may have some other considerations, such as, let the heads of each department go deep into the grassroots and check for gaps, let the middle level of each department still support the business of the department when the head is changed, let us, the partners, go deep into Tenda to experience Tenda's operating model, learn and improve, and then bring this advanced experience back to our own company. So, this is a valuable opportunity. It is precisely because everyone participated in the Chuzui plan that President Pei generously provided us with this opportunity. Otherwise, how could such a good thing as going deep into Tenda's department and conducting inspections and learning as the acting head fall on everyone's head? Hearing Li Shi's words, everyone around him suddenly realized and nodded. Indeed, it makes sense. At first, some people thought that this was not worthwhile. After all, many of you here are bosses. Although the benefits and bonuses of the heads of Tenda departments are high, they are still far behind those of bosses like Li Shi, Yao Bo, and Zhou Mian. Moreover, coming to Tenda as the acting head means that they have to temporarily put down their own company's work. On the surface, it seems that the effort and the reward are completely disproportionate. But think about it carefully, this is an extremely important opportunity for communication and learning. Being the head of Tenda, taking a deep look at Tenda's organizational structure and working atmosphere is equivalent to seeing the corporate management secrets that President Pei has kept secret, which is a truly priceless treasure. Thinking of this, everyone has selected their favorite departments and nervously prepared their drafts. This position of acting head is a must. Chapter 1529 Chen Kong Tua's Revenge Plan. Additional updates, please give me a monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. The selection of acting heads of various departments of Tenda is in progress in a hot and efficient state. One after another, candidates came to the stage to explain their ties with the department, their understanding of the Tenda spirit, and the measures and actions they will take after becoming the acting head. Some people gave very pragmatic strategies, while others gave strategies full of imagination. The heads of various departments of Tenda were all listening carefully, recording their opinions, scoring each candidate, and finally selecting the most suitable candidate based on comprehensive judgment. Different departments face different actual situations, and the acting heads they need are also different. Some departments have not been directly impacted, so they naturally need to focus on stability, while some departments are in fierce competition with the anti-Tenda alliance, so they naturally need a passionate acting head. At the same time, the candidate's qualifications, abilities, personality, understanding of the Tenda spirit, and other factors will also be taken into consideration. In addition, not every department needs to be headed by an external person, because President Pei did not have a hard requirement for this, saying that it must be an outsider. President Pei just said that if an outsider takes the position, there will be certain incentives. The original person in charge will work 1 month less at the grassroots level. In other words, if no suitable outsider can be found, the backbone members of the original department can also be found to serve as the acting person in charge, as long as the original person in charge has worked at the grassroots level for 3 months. Therefore, if a department really cannot select a suitable acting person in charge, the current person in charge will definitely not make an irresponsible choice. Wouldn't that be a pitfall for Tenda Group and a betrayal of President Pei's trust? If you can't choose, just find a backbone member to take over. At most, you can observe at the grassroots level for 1 more month, which is not a big problem. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being able to find a suitable candidate. Soon, one candidate after another came on stage and stepped down, and the leaders also selected the acting persons in charge of several key departments through scoring. The whole process was still very quick, because Tenda's core departments were not so many, only about 20 or 30 in total, and there were not many people present, only 40 or 50 people. Moreover, these 40 or 50 people do not have to run for every position. At most, they can choose to run for 2 or 3 departments that they are interested in. In total, there are only 3 or 4 candidates in each department, so one day is enough. After the list of acting persons in charge is finalized, the intense work handover will be carried out next Monday to get on track faster. March 16, Saturday. Indoor training base for the suffering journey. Min Jingqiao just came down from the rock wall and felt his hands and feet were weak. He almost sat on the ground. Sun Shi and Chen Kongtua held him on the left and right. Chen Kongtua whispered, "Hold on. Don't let the Bao guy look down on you." Min Jingqiao was so angry that he couldn't even say anything. It was all because of you two cheating guys. If Sun Shi hadn't had such a strong interest in the suffering journey, Min Jingqiao wouldn't have been able to join the group of people from the Skyfire studio to participate in the suffering journey. Of course, the more infuriating thing is this Chen Kongtua. If he hadn't been so smart to threaten Bao Su with the haunted house, he wouldn't have had to practice extra every time. The key is that it would be fine if Chen Kongtua went to his own death. Bao Su would at most practice extra with him alone. But when Chen Kongtua threatened Bao Su, he also brought Min Jingqiao along. This matter is not easy to handle. For Bao Su, new and old grudges must be settled together, so he must double the arrangements. As a result, Chen Kongtua was in charge of the haunted house project. He was previously required by President Pei to go to the haunted house every now and then, so he had a very strong psychological quality. Not only that, the work at the haunted house was relatively simple, so Chen Kongtua went to the gym when he had nothing to do, and his physical fitness was very good. Min Jingqiao suffered. After each extra training, Chen Kongtua still looked lively, but Min Jingqiao was a little overwhelmed. At this time, being supported by Sun Shi and Chen Kongtua, Min Jingqiao was full of swear words, and didn't know where to start, nor did he know whether to scold the left or the right first. Too miserable. After the special training came to an end, everyone collapsed on the ground to rest, and used their hard work to exchange for the benefit of playing with their mobile phones for half an hour. Chen Kongtua ignored the soreness of his fingers and arms, and quickly tapped the screen of his mobile phone to type. Min Jingqiao, who was lying on the side, felt very angry when he saw Chen Kongtua was so active. Pit father stuff. Chen Kongtua played with his phone for a while and came over. "Jingqiao, I have an idea to ask for your opinion." Min Jingqiao turned his head away, not interested. "You hurt me so badly, and you still want me to give you advice?" Wishful thinking. Daydreaming. Chen Kongtua turned his head away with some regret. "Oh, then I have to make my own decision about the haunted house." "Huh?" Min Jingqiao was stunned for a moment, and took the initiative to come over. "You said it was about the haunted house earlier. I can really give you some advice on this. The best way to let go of hatred is to find a bigger hatred. Obviously, in terms of arranging Brother Bao, Min Jingqiao can temporarily put aside his complaints about Chen Kongtua and work with him to do a good job in the haunted house project. How are you thinking about the new project of the haunted house? Brother Bao has been to Wushan Mental Hospital and played the ultimate horror of the horror hotel. Ordinary haunted houses can't scare him." Min Jingqiao reminded. Chen Kongtua nodded. "Of course I know this very well." He thought he had misjudged Bao Su before, and threatened Bao Su with the haunted house project, but failed, but instead won extra training for himself and Min Jingqiao. This lesson can be said to be unforgettable. In this case, the new haunted house project must naturally go all out when designing. What if the new project of the haunted house is completed, but Baosu feels mediocre after experiencing it? Wouldn't it be the biggest insult to Chen Kongtua? This is absolutely intolerable. Seeing Chen Kongtua so high-spirited, Min Jingqiao couldn't help but silently nodded in his heart. Yes, as long as you don't forget the hatred, you are still my good brother. As long as you can avenge me, then the things you did to me before can be written off. Min Jingqiao looked up and saw that Baosu was not nearby, so he lowered his voice and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chen Kongtua brought his phone closer. I think that if the new haunted house project wants to achieve the best effect and completely scare Brother Bao, we must do two things. First, it must be a long-term, sustainable experience. It must not be short. It must be like a journey of suffering. You must persist in it for a long enough time. Second, I think Brother Bao has already experienced Wushan Mental Hospital and ultimate terror. The conventional horror elements may not have a very good effect on him. I think the best sense of horror actually comes from life. So, I plan to draw materials from life, preferably directly hitting the fear deep in Brother Bao's heart. Min Jingqiao nodded frequently. Well, it makes sense. It seems that Chen Kongtua has indeed made sufficient preparations. Then how should we do it specifically? Min Jingqiao asked. Chen Kongtua explained, first of all, I think this time we must build a large enough venue, and it's not the kind of venue where you can go in and take a tour and then leave, but where you have to eat, live, sleep, and live for a week to a month. Just like this training camp for the suffering journey. Think about it, if the suffering journey is also a tour and a day of suffering and then it's over, will it still have this effect? Definitely not. It's because the suffering journey lasts for 2 months that it makes people so desperate. So, I think the new project of this haunted house should also learn from this experience. Locking Brother Bao in this haunted house for a whole month, even eating and sleeping in it, will definitely give him the greatest degree of fear. Min Jingqiao looked at Chen Kongtua with a little more awe in his eyes. Sure enough, hatred gives people strength. The hatred for Baosu completely stimulated Chen Kongtua's imagination, which is why he came up with such a crazy plan that broke the bottom line of human beings. Chen Kongtua continued, then for the specific content, I want to take scenes from life. The pure horror monster can only bring some visual impact to people, but cannot produce spiritual shock. For people like Brother Bao, the armor is high enough, and physical attacks may not have much effect. You must use some magic attacks. Do you still remember Haunted House Nightmare? In fact, this project is better than Ultimate Terror in some aspects. I think we can dig deeper into this point. Min Jingqiao nodded, indeed. The Terror Hostel has 3 projects, namely Desperate Escape, Haunted House Nightmare and Ultimate Terror. Among them, Desperate Escape is a replayable interactive horror game, and Ultimate Terror is a long-term horror house that can be saved. Haunted House Nightmare is more special. It uses some common scenes in reality, and mainly creates a psychological sense of horror. At the same time, it is also a ticket to Ultimate Terror, but later, according to the feedback from tourists, many people felt that the impression left by the Haunted House Nightmare was more profound. This actually surprised Chen Kongtua a little, because from the beginning of the design, everyone felt that the Ultimate Horror was the scariest project. Later, Chen Kongtua studied it carefully and finally figured out the reason. Because the Ultimate Horror can be said to be physical damage, which is mainly scary through scary scene elements, giving people a strong visual impact. But on the one hand, this kind of stimulation is too intense, so many people dare not experience it. On the other hand, even if they experience it, most of them run around in a daze, dare not look around, and it is easy to trigger the self-protection mechanism. After coming out, they quickly forget all the scenes inside. On the contrary, the Haunted House Nightmare is more like a magic attack. Most people can't forget it for a long time after experiencing it, and even seeing some familiar scenes will trigger the memory of the time. Therefore, in many people's evaluations, the haunted house nightmare is more scary. So Qingshan learned from this experience and decided to carry it forward in the new project. Chapter 1530, Working Together to Avenge Bao Su. Min Jingqiao took a breath. In other words, you plan to build a large-scale survival haunted house with elements such as a canteen, bedroom, and bathroom? The kind where you can live directly for a week or even a month. Qingshan nodded, that's right. If not, how can it achieve the same effect as the suffering journey? One is the physical torture that is going on all the time, and the other is the mental torture that is going on all the time. Only in this way can it match. Otherwise, when everyone mentions this matter, they will all be in awe of the suffering journey, but I don't care about the Jingji hostel at all, so where is my face? Jingji hostel is a key project of President Pei, how can it lose to suffering travel? Absolutely not. Besides, I also considered taking materials from various departments of Tenda. For example, if you make a scene of an office area, it is completely in accordance with the layout of Tenda's office area, but all the scenes inside have been renovated and made old, giving people a very thrilling feeling, creating a psychological sense of terror. And there are various different scenes inside, such as slacking off for takeout, slacking off for internet cafes, hosting gyms, etc. Eating, sleeping, living, doing everything in this area, you have to feel this mental pressure all the time. And you have to go to a random area to interact according to the requirements. For example, the task requires you to go to the gym hosted by the terror hostel to exercise, otherwise you have to extend the time. On the contrary, completing the task successfully can shorten the time a little. Wait a month and come out of here, your spirit will definitely be tempered, and you will never be afraid or retreat when you encounter any problems in life. Qingshan became more and more excited as he spoke, and felt that inspiration was like a spring. Who stipulated that you can only go around the haunted house and come out? Who stipulated that you can't live in the haunted house for a long time? In order to arrange for Brother Bao, Qingshan didn't mind setting a more flexible moral bottom line for himself. Min Jingqiao was silent for a while, then said firmly, Old Chen, I ignored you before because I was exhausted by Brother Bao's training, not because I had any opinion about you. From now on, I will follow your lead and stand firmly on your side. We must establish an unbreakable alliance. Qingshan said happily, no problem. Min Jingqiao was a little upset about Qingshan's betrayal, but after listening to Qingshan's introduction, he suddenly realized that his behavior was very dangerous. If you offend such a person, will you still have a good ending in the future? You have to curry favor with him quickly. As long as you can have a good relationship with Qingshan, it will be great if others line up to go to the Jingji hostel and live in the haunted house for a month. Obviously, the situation where Bao Su had a one-handed control over Tenda no longer exists. Now it is time to stand on the side. If Min Jingqiao had not come to suffer before, he might have to think about it a little bit. Should he choose physical torture or mental torture? Now, there is no need to think about it. He must stand firmly with Qingshan. Min Jingqiao even wanted to give Qingshan some advice so that Bao Su could have more fun during the experience. Min Jingqiao thought about it and said, I think we should arrange more interactive projects in this project, and then create rich randomness so that people inside can never guess what will happen next. The content of the suffering journey can also be used. For example, there is a very scary evil ghost abyss in it, and you need to climb up from the bottom and swim across a small lake, but the water surface will appear strange under the light, and you can see ghosts under the water. Didn't Brother Bao arrange us to be comfortable in the suffering trip? Let him experience the horror version of the suffering trip. Qingshan nodded frequently and quickly recorded on his mobile phone. He still needs more than a month to escape from this cage, but the new project of the Jingji hostel can't wait for a month. Qingshan scanned the key points written down in the memo, and then pulled a new group from the group of responsible persons. This group has a feature, that is, there is no Bao Su in it, all of them are responsible persons who have suffered. Obviously, a person's wisdom is limited, and we still have to work together. Now is the time to take revenge and complain. After a while, the responsible persons in this new group came alive and began to speak enthusiastically. Why are you still sending work plans on the weekend? Do you think you have too much overtime? Hey, Qingshan, aren't you on a suffering trip? Fuck, what is this? A new project of the Jingji hostel, specially prepared for Brother Bao. I'm not sleepy anymore when you say this, I'm going to apply for overtime right now. The group soon became excited, and everyone said that although today is the weekend, even if they use up all the overtime quota, they must work together to help Qingshan design this project. There is a saying that goes, those who do evil will eventually perish. How many people have Bao arranged to be in charge? They have not been punished yet. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. In such a big company like Tenda, no one can control him? Now, the opportunity has come. When the people in charge thought of Bao Su's suffering in the new project of Jingji Hostel, they felt a sense of revenge and even offered suggestions. Can real people play the role of NPC? I want to dress up as a ghost and scare him in the middle of the night, is that okay? I suggest setting up a wireless phone that won't break. I want to call him at 2 a.m. Can we add a game session? We will dress up as ghosts together and chase Brother Bao inside. As long as we touch him, he will stay inside for an extra hour. You are all too cruel. Please be a human being. Although Brother Bao has 1,000 faults, he left you a way out during his suffering journey, didn't he? I think we should be more tolerant of Brother Bao, such as leaving a secret room escape game here. As long as Brother Bao solves the puzzle in some very scary scenes, he can get out early, without having to live there for a full month. Of course, considering Brother Bao's wit and intelligence, these clues must be hidden very deeply, so that he can keep looking. Wait, you are not leaving a way out for Brother Bao, you are obviously afraid that he will hide, so you lure him to explore various scary places, right? I think this idea is great, I strongly support it. Everyone talked about it, and Qingshan nodded frequently. Okay, with everyone's brainstorming, the design plan of this new project is getting clearer and clearer. Strange, why didn't Hao Qiong participate in the discussion? Qingshan sent a private message to Hao Qiong. It stands to reason that Qingshan was caught to suffer the journey, and Hao Qiong is now the person in charge of the Jingji hostel, so this project should be his responsibility. After sending the plan, Hao Qiong replied, Brother Chen, I am not the person in charge of Jingji hostel now. I have to go to the grassroots level and work as a network administrator in Moyu Internet Cafe. Qingshan? Hao Qiong replied again, this matter is very complicated to explain. In short, Wang Guangjian is now the acting person in charge of Jingji hostel. He is responsible for the original painting of The Future You Choose and the affairs of Jingji hostel. Wait a moment, I will add him to this group, and then let Ma Yichun work with him to finalize the details of the plan. Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with Ma Yichun? Hao Qiong, oh, Ma Yichun went to the grassroots level to Jingji hostel, and he is now playing a ghost in the haunted house. But he is the person in charge after all, and he is more capable in making plans. Let him assist Wang Guangjian, and he should be able to implement this plan. Let them arrange all the preliminary work first. After 2 months, when we are both released from prison, we will go back and continue to push forward. Qingshan fell into silence. Why do I have a feeling of 1 day in heaven, 1,000 years in the world for no reason? Haven't I only been on this suffering trip for less than a month? How come I can't keep up with the changes in Tenda at all? It's outrageous. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1531 Acting Heads Take Office. March 18, Monday. For all departments of Tenda Group, this is a busy Monday. Because from now on, President Pei's going to the grassroots plan has officially started. The heads of each department have chosen the department they want to go to the grassroots. Some will work as network administrators, some will deliver takeout and express delivery, some will work as waiters in restaurants, and some will work as receptionists in managed gyms. Of course, this choice will fully respect the personal wishes of these heads, just as a second career. The most popular departments are of course the game department and the film department. Especially in the game department, many heads originally came from the game department, and their original job was game designer. Returning to the game department is like returning home. Therefore, the competition is very fierce. But it is precisely because the competition is too fierce that several heads from the game department are embarrassed to compete too much, and finally let Xiaopeng and Rui Yuchen, who have never worked in the game department, give this good opportunity. After all, the activity of going to the grassroots is a two-way test and exercise. On the one hand, it allows the heads of each department to understand the suffering of the grassroots and the operating mode of other departments. On the other hand, it is also a test for all middle-level employees in all departments to see if they can still support the business of the entire department under the change of the head. If the former heads such as Huang Sibo or Lu Mingliang are replaced to the game department, what is the test? What is the training? It is a complete test of loneliness. Because although they go to the grassroots to be ordinary designers, the department will definitely ask for their opinions when encountering any problems. Therefore, people like Xiaopeng and Rui Yuchen, who have always been in the physical industry and have not personally participated in game design, must be arranged to go to the game department to achieve the desired effect. In the whole process of allocation, some competition naturally occurred. The current heads want to choose the department they want to go to at the grassroots level, and people like Li Shi, Qiao Liang, Ruan Guangjian, and Yao Bo are also competing for some popular departments of Tenda. Of course, in the end, it was successfully resolved under the careful screening and coordination of the heads. Many people failed to be selected. After all, there are only so many departments in Tenda, and each department only needs one person in charge, and there are limited positions. But those who failed to be selected were not too sad, as they still felt that Tenda valued them. Some people even took the initiative to propose that they could join Tenda's departments as ordinary employees to communicate, visit, and learn. In addition, some departments on Tenda's side failed to select suitable candidates from these outsiders. The leaders were unwilling to force a selection, and finally promoted a new acting leader from the backbone members of the department, and the original leader could only work in the exchange department for 3 months. In short, President Pei's plan of going to the grassroots should be smoothly promoted in accordance with President Pei's wishes. No work on weekends. On Monday, the entire Tenda began a tense personnel transfer. Among them, several acting leaders were highly expected. For example, Ruan Guangjian took over the Jingji hostel. In his words, the haunted house has always been his biggest fear, so he wanted to be the acting leader of the Jingji hostel to overcome his inner demons a little. Qiao Liang successfully applied for the person in charge of Rabbit Tail Live with his excellent performance as a up-host and live broadcast. Yao Bo, of Jinding Group, became the acting leader of the managed gym. Li Shi took over Yuan Ming Venture Capital, which is also a professional counterpart. In addition, there is another special department, that is Sloth Apartment. The acting leader of this department is an old friend of Tenda Group and President Pei, Chen Lei, the current popular folk singer. Chen Lei was not in Jingzhou, so he was not present on Friday, but after communicating with the staff, he was very interested and strongly hoped that he could serve as the acting head of Sloth Apartment. After the inspection and unanimous approval of the heads, Chen Lei finally got the position as he wished. After the list came out, Huang Sibo, Meng Chong and others circulated it and were filled with emotion. Just looking at the list, it feels a bit outrageous. But if you taste it carefully, you will feel that it is very, very reasonable. Once this feeling comes out, everyone knows, this is very consistent with the Tenda spirit. The characteristic of the Tenda spirit is that it looks absurd and weird on the surface, but if you taste it carefully, you will feel that it is full of rationality and even has rich connotations. This shows that things are moving completely along the established route planned by General Manager Pei. The heads of various departments quickly arranged the work at hand and prepared to take office. Monday afternoon, Rabbit Tail Live. Mr. Chiao, welcome. This will be your office from now on. This is Chen Yufeng. If you don't understand anything about Rabbit Tail Live, you can ask him. Hu Xianbin welcomed Qiao Liang in and introduced him enthusiastically. Chen Yufeng was in charge of most of the work in the early days of Rabbit Tail Live, but Chen Yufeng was relatively conservative, which was somewhat inconsistent with the relatively young and aggressive style of Rabbit Tail Live. Mr. Ma was not particularly satisfied with him and felt that he lacked a wild imagination. So, during Chen Yufeng's suffering trip, Ma Yang asked Pei Qian for someone, and Pei Qian took advantage of the situation and arranged Hu Xianbin to Rabbit Tail Live. After Hu Xianbin came to Tuwei Live, he also did several major things, such as connecting Tenda Games and the live broadcast platform, which made Tuwei Live develop rapidly, so he was deeply trusted by Mr. Ma. Now, the person in charge went to the grassroots, and Hu Xianbin naturally couldn't escape. After handing over the work, he would go to the end of the Chinese website as an editor. Chen Yufeng escaped because of this. After all, although he is also responsible for a lot of work now, he is not strictly the highest person in charge of Tuwei Live. He can stay as a backbone employee to assist Qiao Liang. Qiao Liang looked around the huge office and was somewhat shocked by the configuration here. A huge projection screen, a single sofa with massage function like the VIP seats in the theater, and even a refrigerator where you can take all kinds of drinks at any time. If you don't know, you would think this is a home theater in a mansion. Whose workstation is this? Qiao Liang pointed to the workstation facing the huge projection screen. There were some personal items on it, such as a large 1,800 milliliters water cup. Obviously, there was a spare. But Qiao Liang noticed that Chen Yufeng's workstation was in the office area outside, which might be to facilitate the assignment of tasks to ordinary employees in the department, while Hu Xianbin's workstation was opposite the 1,800 milliliters large water cup. Qiao Liang was going to take over as the person in charge, so he naturally had to sit in Hu Xianbin's seat, so he was a little curious about the workstation opposite. Hu Xianbin explained, "Oh, this is Mr. Ma's seat. Mr. Ma is in seclusion recently, just like Mr. Pei, and will not be back in the short term. You can ignore him for the time being. If Mr. Ma comes back, don't panic. He is still a very kind person. He should have seen your video. Just be polite. Mr. Ma is easy to recognize. Just remember that his face is very long." Qiao Liang nodded, feeling a little stressed. There should be very few people like him who are lucky enough to sit directly opposite Mr. Ma after serving as the acting person in charge. Okay, the work handover is completed, and I should pack up and go on the road. Hu Xianbin is going to work as an editor at the Chinese website. Although he has never done it before, he has read a lot of online articles and has had in-depth discussions and exchanges with Yufei. So I think being an online article editor should be a good job, and it is not bad to cultivate a second career. Seeing that Hu Xianbin was about to leave, Qiao Liang hurriedly pulled him back. Hey, wait a minute, how come it's over when the work hasn't been handed over yet? You have to tell me in detail what my work content is, and what precautions should I take. Qiao Liang was a little panicked, because he was not only the person in charge, but also the first time to work as a company animal in a company. Qiao Liang has been a full-time UP host since graduation, so he knows nothing about this aspect. He was very happy after being selected as the person in charge, thinking that Hu Xianbin would definitely teach him step by step, but he didn't expect Hu Xianbin to just be a hands-off boss. Hu Xianbin smiled slightly, there is no need to teach this matter. At present, I have written down several important tasks of Rabbit Tail Live broadcast into documents and put them in the computer. You can understand them after reading them. If you want to know any details, just ask Qin Yufeng. As for what you are going to do next, just think about it yourself. If I affect your thinking, why do you need to be the acting person in charge? President Pei has gone to such great lengths to select the acting person in charge, just hoping that you can bring some new changes to various departments of Tenda. Don't be afraid that your plan cannot be implemented. The middle-level managers of all departments of Tenda can support the business without a person in charge, and will try their best to complete your plan. You just need to point out the direction from your own perspective. How to implement it specifically is a problem that the talents below need to consider. Hu Xianben really didn't comfort Xiao Liang, because the middle-level managers of various departments of Tenda do have this ability. Even if the department head is absent for a long time, these middle-level managers can still support the department's business. The reason is very simple. The head of a department in Tenda is a high-risk job, and things can go wrong at any time. Either he is arrested and suffers, or he is eliminated first. In short, he may disappear at any time. In this case, the head will consciously train the middle level so that they can hold on after he leaves. These middle-level people also have to always consider what to do after the head is gone. This creates the feasibility of the head goes to the grassroots. Otherwise, like other departments, once the department leader leaves, the work of the entire department will be suspended. How can similar activities be carried out? Obviously, President Pei has already calculated it, and this is all in President Pei's plan. Chapter 1532, each one shows his ability. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Xiao Liang sat down in the position of the person in charge and felt good. He opened the app of the Iladeo website and took a look at the dynamics he posted on Sunday. I'm sorry to all the fans, due to unexpected circumstances, I have to stop updating for a while. I have to go to Tenda to be the acting person in charge of the Rabbit Tail live broadcast, so I may not be able to update in the near future. On Sunday, Xiao Liang had already confirmed that he would come to Rabbit Tail to live broadcast, so he notified the audience in advance and made a report. Stopping the update without saying a word is obviously not something a professional host and anchor can do. It's a pity that the fans don't seem to buy it. Huh? You really can't believe even a single punctuation mark in what old Xiao said. Go to Rabbit Tail Live to be the acting person in charge? You? Can you at least make your lies more convincing? The reason for delaying the update? That's quite creative. Most people wouldn't dare to talk nonsense to this extent. Go ahead, go ahead. Anyway, you usually update monthly and have been missing for years. At least you found an excuse to perfunctory us in your busy schedule this time. The dads are already very relieved. After reading these messages, Xiao Liang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These days, no one believes the truth. He wanted to take a photo of his office to prove himself, but then he thought it was inappropriate. This pretense was a bit too deliberate, not smooth at all. This is not right. Forget it, I should suppress my desire to show off and do my job as the acting person in charge honestly. Don't let down Mr. Pei's trust, otherwise Mr. Qiao's reputation will be ruined. If Mr. Qiao takes action and destroys Rabbit Tail Live, which is recognized as the live broadcast industry with the highest audience stickiness, won't he be infamous for thousands of years? Well, you must correct your attitude and be serious. Since you are the person in charge, you must fulfill your duties and responsibilities, and you can't just think about pretending. During this period, work hard, do a good job as the acting person in charge, make achievements, and then pretend to be big. After simply flipping through the various explanations left by Hu Xianben, Xiao Liang roughly understood the current situation of Rabbit Tail Live. As the anchor of Rabbit Tail Live, Xiao Liang already has a deeper understanding of Rabbit Tail Live. Now after seeing these internal documents, he naturally knows more clearly. There are 2 points worth noting. First, the Anti-Tenda Alliance has been trying to attract live streaming platforms such as Langya Live to join, hoping to launch a comprehensive crackdown on two-way live. Of course, several other live streaming platforms had actually targeted Rabbit Tail Live before, but after several rounds of friction, they found that Rabbit Tail Live was on a completely different path from ordinary live streaming platforms, so they ignored it later. But as Rabbit Tail Live began to continuously connect with Tenda games, various data began to grow rapidly again, and these live streaming platforms were a little restless again. In addition, several large companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance and the big capital behind them fueled the flames, and naturally began to have some new ideas about Rabbit Tail Live. Second, a driving competition that Rabbit Tail Live had been planning for a long time before will be officially held soon. This competition is linked to the game Safe and Civilized Driving. The competition will be broadcast live on Rabbit Tail Live, and it will also be edited and recorded into a variety show. The competition is divided into 3 stages, namely auditions, online competitions, and offline competitions. The audition stage has long been completed, that is, the audition is conducted using the game Safe and Civilized Driving to select a group of players who are good at driving simulators and enter the online competition stage. In the online competition, everyone must use the Safe and Civilized Driving simulator to participate and decide the winner. The winners of the online competition can participate in the offline competition. They will first be taught by professional racing coaches, allowing them to transform the simulator driving skills into real racing skills as much as possible, and then participate in a professional competition. The offline competition is divided into 2 groups, professional group and amateur group. The former is for professional racers, and the latter is for pure online players who have never received racing training and have only played Safe and Civilized Driving. In fact, when arranging this event, the current situation was not taken into consideration. It was simply to link with the game Safe and Civilized Driving. But in this situation, Xiao Liang suddenly had an idea and suddenly felt that this event seemed to be a breakthrough. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Xiao Liang was worried that he, the new person in charge, had nothing to do. Isn't this a ready-made task delivered to the door? At the same time, other acting persons in charge also began to take over the business of various departments of Tenda. In the Jingji hostel, Wan Guangjian had just handed over his work with Hao Qiong, and was studying the new project design plan sent by Chen Kongtua with Ma Yichun. Ma Yichun came to the Jingji hostel to work at the grassroots level, so he naturally had to participate in the design of the new project. Chen Kongtua's idea is good, but it's a bit difficult to do it. Ma Yichun sighed. The plan for the new haunted house project was finalized by the heads of various departments, and it embodies everyone's hatred for Brother Bao. The plan itself is naturally a very dramatic plan. But after careful study, you will find that this thing is extremely difficult to make because Chen Kongtua's plan is to achieve 2 effects. One is to make people live there permanently, and the other is to distort the common elements in life to create a spiritual sense of horror, not physical attack, but magic attack. The former requires extremely strong scene planning ability, which is relatively easy to do. After all, many of Tenda's leaders are game designers, and they have certain advantages in this regard. The latter is much more difficult. If it is a pure horror element, it may be easier to do. It is nothing more than some fake blood plasma, broken limbs, and other things. It is as scary as possible, so that people dare not open their eyes. But Chen Kongtua's plan requires the scene to have a certain sense of reality, and at the same time it has an indescribable weirdness. It should not scare people so much that they dare not open their eyes, but also bring this kind of spiritual horror and excitement. The degree of this is simply too difficult to grasp. This is the kind of beautiful-looking plan. It sounds very exciting at first glance, but if you can't make that taste, it will all collapse. Wan Guangjian stroked his chin, I think this plan is very good. Very challenging. I feel that I have been inspired and even a little eager to try. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. Yes, this problem is not a problem at all for Yuan de Lao. The most difficult point of Chen Contua's plan is that it is difficult to imagine that kind of specific pictured, in order to accurately capture this feeling, the concept designer must have a proper grasp of this sense of horror, neither too much nor too little. You can't be too brave, so that you can't feel the horror elements, nor too timid, lacking this kind of thrilling imagination. Isn't Yuan the right person? Pei Qian has heard about Yuan Guangjian's magical physique. Although he kept saying that he was most afraid of going to a haunted house, and he was indeed scared and screamed after entering, he came out radiant and enjoyed it very much. This shows that Yuan Guangjian has both sensitivity and imagination for horror elements. The most important thing is that Yuan Guangjian himself is the top painter. Even if ordinary people have this sensitivity and imagination, they can't express it very accurately. Letting others create on your behalf will inevitably result in a lot of missing information, making it difficult to achieve the desired effect. But what if the painter draws the entire concept design himself, even down to every detail? Then, the most exciting side of this plan can be perfectly displayed. Pei Qian hurriedly said, "Boss, you do the concept design, I will help you." "Boss, you came just in time. No one else can do this plan except you." Yuan Guangjian was also very excited. "Before, I was doing original paintings and concept drawings, but I felt bored after doing too much of that. But now, I can design the haunted house myself? It's exciting just to think about it. But, this plan does not require a specific design theme," Yuan Guangjian said. Pei Qian nodded. "Well, it may be, because Chen Contua himself has not thought about it. But it's good this way, there is enough room for play and free design." Yuan Guangjian fell into deep thought. The plan says that the most terrifying nightmare for Bao Su should be presented as much as possible. I am not very familiar with Bao Su, so I don't know what this nightmare is specifically. The plan has already thought of some real scenes related to Tenda, and it also said that the escape room mode should be added, but in Chen Kongtua's opinion, these seem to be a little insufficient. Well, in his words, the mental torture is a little insufficient. Pei Qian thought for a while. "I think, maybe it's the kind of horror of thinking that the nightmare is over but a new journey starts again? In my impression, the most desperate moment of Brother Bao is that he just won a trip because of the annual meeting lottery, and went out for a long time. As a result, he was named the best employee when he just came back, and he didn't even have time to repack his luggage before he set off again." Yuan Guangjian nodded slightly. "Well, it sounds like this is indeed a good idea, and I seem to have some inspiration. First, let him live in this environment for a month. During this period, if he wants to get out early, he must collect clues, solve puzzles, and get some key props. But during the period of collecting props, if you fail, you will return to the starting point. Not only that, when certain events are triggered, you will start all over again or go to a specific area. You can't stay in the same place all the time. Sometimes, some doors will close, some doors will open, and some roads will have no way back. It sounds like it's much more interesting than an ordinary haunted house." Yuan Guangjian suddenly felt inspired and couldn't stop it. He subconsciously threw Bao Su into this new haunted house project in his mind and began to conceive of various details in it. Chapter 1533, The Anti-Tenda Alliance is confused. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. At the same time, Leisure has just completed the handover with Hidishing and is studying the investment projects of Yuan Ming Venture Capital. Mr. Pei is obviously an investment genius who will 100% succeed in investment, but now he has completely let go of the control and guidance of Yuan Ming Venture Capital. The investment success rate has dropped too much, much lower than Fuhui Capital. But Mr. Pei still unswervingly implements the previously set policy, and does not have too many restrictions on the companies invested, but will send financial personnel to supervise. In other words, as long as the company abides by the law and does not cheat the investment, Mr. Pei will generously donate, and does not care whether the investment can be recovered. Is this the broad mind of a real investor? Leisure has always heard about the investment rules of yuan venture capital. But he has never seen these specific data before, so he did not care too much. He thought that Mr. Pei would give some guidance to yuan venture capital, and yuan venture capital would still be an investment department with a high return rate. But now, he found out that he was wrong. President Pei completely let go of Dream Ventures and rarely asked about the investment projects. Although Dream Ventures also made money, it was not much compared to the total amount of investment. Not to mention the 100% investment success rate when President Pei personally took charge of Dream Ventures. Even compared with Fuhui Capital, the return on investment is far inferior. In other words, for President Pei, the first goal of Dream Ventures is no longer the return rate, but how to support the development of some excellent small businesses through the optimization of resource allocation and take more social responsibilities. And President Pei has never publicized these things, but just quietly done them. President Pei's high level of ideological awareness is really shameful. Leisure was very emotional, and felt that he seemed to have some new understanding of the highest realm of investment. In the managed gym, Li Yaling was introducing the gym to Yao Bo. Yao Bo nodded frequently. Well, this fitness model of hosting a gym is indeed unique and thought-provoking. Fitness is a behavior of delayed gratification. It is painful when you sweat, and most people can't stick to it. But once you stick to it and see the changes in your body, the sense of pride and accomplishment is absolutely incomparable to those quick and superficial happiness. All fitness-related industries can achieve success if they can make good use of this. Although I had known about the model of hosting gyms before, I found out that there are so many ways to do it after I really went deep into the internal investigation. It can make customers endure the pain period and form habits through compulsion, and then use the final sense of accomplishment and real fitness effects to build word of mouth, which in turn strengthens the compulsion of the gym to customers and makes customers willingly accept this compulsion. Mr. Pei is really a genius who can come up with this business model. Li Yaling smiled on the side, she also thought so. Many of Mr. Pei's ideas are like this. They seem absurd on the surface, but in the end you will find that this is actually because they are beyond the times. After thinking for a moment, Yao Bo continued, Jinding Group started out as a sportswear and fitness drink company, and I was suddenly inspired. Although this model cannot be copied, we can promote this idea more in our slogans, to suit consumers' habits. By the way, I found that the supporting facilities provided by the managed gym to students are very average. Although fitness clothes, fitness gloves, and the like are also provided to members, not many people use them. I want Jinding Group to produce some co-branded fitness products with the managed gym, such as fitness clothes, fitness gloves, etc., and also a co-branded fitness drink. On the one hand, it can provide better benefits and rewards for members of the managed gym, and on the other hand, it can also earn profits from a wider market. What do you think? Li Yaling smiled slightly, you are now the acting person in charge, you have the final say. From a personal point of view, I think this plan is very feasible. The office area of the Sloth Apartment headquarters. The office environment here really wins my heart. I didn't expect that the office conditions here at Sloth Apartment are even better than those at Tenda headquarters. Chen Lei sat in Liang Qingfan's seat, looked around, and expressed such emotion from the bottom of his heart. The huge space is extremely empty, the desks are all lonely, and people are far away from each other. I am afraid that they must shout to communicate with each other. When shouting, there may be an echo. Moreover, this spaciousness is different from the Tenda headquarters, because the tables and chairs here are not the kind of formal office desks and chairs, but the tables and chairs in the art area and leisure area, which look very artistic. Various artworks are also arranged in the office area. If you don't know, you might think this is an exhibition area for some modern artworks. Because this place was designed by Liang Qingfan himself. As an excellent architect and designer, Liang Qingfan has a strong personal style in this regard, so the sloth apartment is different from the office areas of all other departments of Tenda. However, this situation of eating alone will soon be improved. With the completion of the Tenda headquarters building, all departments can enjoy this working environment like a modern art exhibition hall. Moreover, the office areas of each department are designed according to the actual situation of the department and the needs of the department employees, taking into account both practicality and artistry. Before Qianlei came, he never thought that he would work in such an environment, so he was very surprised. Liang Qingfan smiled slightly. Of course, everything here is carefully designed by me, even President Pei praised it. Especially this structure where the desks are far away, showing a sense of independence and alienation between employees, but giving people an illusion of close connection, which maximizes everyone's work efficiency during design without interference. Pei should have seen this and praised this structure and layout, and hoped that I could bring this layout to the future Tenda headquarters. Qianlei nodded. Of course, he was full of admiration for an architectural master like Liang Qingfan. However, seeing Liang Qingfan's various unfinished design plans, Qianlei suddenly began to doubt whether his choice to be the acting head of Sloth Apartment was the right choice. But I know nothing about the design plan, said Qianlei. Liang Qingfan smiled. It doesn't matter. Most of the current plans have been completed. Even those that have not been completed will be taken care of by other designers, so you don't have to worry about it. Boss Pei organized this going to the grassroots activity, obviously hoping that the acting heads can bring some different ideas to these departments. If the new head is still like me, immersed in various specific designs, then what is the meaning of this activity? You should start from your true feelings and seek some new improvements for Sloth Apartment. After all, you were also the spokesperson for Sloth Apartment before. Qianlei nodded. Well, although I don't have a clue, I think I can give it a try. Liang Qingfan looked at the time. It's almost time, and the work has been handed over. If you encounter any problems, you can always find me. I will help at Fei Huang Studio. By the way, sign for me. I have several friends who are your fans, and it's really hard to refuse. Liang Qingfan said, taking out a few new albums of Qianlei from his bag. Magic City, Xingyun Group Headquarters. Nie Yunxing looked at a report on the table and looked at the vice president in front of him with doubt. Is this information correct? President Pei is in seclusion? Tenda has also replaced the heads of all departments? The head of Nifeng Logistics may be Shui Zhibin? The acting head of Sloth Apartment may be Qianlei? I can barely tolerate Shui Zhibin, but what's going on with Sloth Apartment? Are you sure it's Qianlei? The singer Qianlei? The Qianlei who just released a new album? The vice president swallowed his saliva and nodded reluctantly. From the information we have obtained so far, it is indeed the case. Although this information is not 100% accurate, it should be roughly the same. Although the previous grassroots activities and the initial economic plan were kept confidential, it is impossible to keep such a big thing as changing the head of the department secret, so there will always be some gossip circulating. As for the matter of President Pei's seclusion, some of it has also been circulated, but the outside world does not know the real reason for President Pei's seclusion. There is also a rather outrageous gossip that President Pei is in seclusion to write his graduation thesis. Although the source of the information is relatively reliable, the vice president of Xingyun Group said that he did not believe it was true and did not write it in the report. He was afraid that after writing it, Nie Yunxing would scold him. But even these relatively accurate news have shocked and confused Nie Yunxing. At this critical moment, President Pei is in seclusion? The person in charge has also been changed? And judging from the current information, the replacement of these persons in charge is too outrageous, it's like two armies facing each other and preparing for battle, but the other side suddenly changed the generals and replaced all the generals with green forest heroes, instantly transforming a regular army into a bandit army and guerrillas. This is outrageous. This behavior made Nie Yunxing deeply confused and completely disrupted his plan. Why did the other side not play by the rules at all? In fact, the companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance have formulated strategies and have conducted in-depth research on the personalities and behavioral habits of the heads of various departments of Tenda. Because President Pei can't manage so many departments after all, he can only focus on a few, and the success or failure in other areas mainly depends on the companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance fighting with the heads of Tenda's departments. Nie Yunxing lost a game to Lu Mingliang. Although he was crushed, he was still unwilling to accept it and wanted to get back at the game. He has been studying Lu Mingliang for a long time, and he is also thinking hard about how to find a suitable strategy to deal with adverse logistics, and even prepared a plan for the possible offensive strategy of adverse logistics in advance. However, no one expected that all departments of Tenda would undergo a complete personnel change. All the plans prepared before were completely useless. Once the person in charge was changed, the entire Tenda style of doing things might change. Chapter 1534, President Pei gradually became alert. Losing money to become the richest man started from playing games. March 21, Thursday. Pei Qian once again ended the bondage play with himself, took off the wristbands on both hands, and then stretched his body with satisfaction. Very good, the progress is very fast. Almost halfway done. From the current situation, everything is going well, and the progress can even be said to be a bit sufficient. If this speed can be maintained, there will be no problem in submitting the manuscript on the 10th of next month, and you can even make some simple revisions before submitting it. But the price is. Pei Qian feels that he has been completely isolated from the world. In order to improve the efficiency of writing his thesis, Pei Qian had to force himself to disconnect from the internet, and told assistant Qian not to notify him unless it was absolutely necessary. And from the current situation, it seems that there is indeed no last resort. Pei Qian turned off the flight mode of his mobile phone again, preparing to get some information from the outside world to see if there were any major events that needed attention during his retreat. Hey, the promotional video that Meng Chong shot for GOG and IOI has come out. But, it seems like he got scolded. Although this is considered as taking the blame for me, no matter what, he got the commission, which is gratifying. It seems that Meng Chong understands more and more, and I am very relieved. The promotional videos shot by Meng Chong for GOG and IOI look stable as a whole. In the promotional video, 2 players were selected as the player representatives of the 2 games, GOG and IOI. In the Moyu Internet Cafe, the 2 people were playing games, and the close-ups of the GOG and IOI screens were given respectively. As a result, the next second, a magical thing happened. The 2 people were surprised to find that their game characters actually walked into each other's games and started fighting side by side. In the selection of hero characters, Meng Chong also chose the representative heroes of the 2 games, Modest and Storm Swordsman. Immediately afterwards, the armor of Modest and Storm Swordsman really appeared on the 2 players, and the scene of the Moyu Internet Cafe also turned into a scene on the battlefield, with a large number of hostile heroes and soldiers surrounding them. The 2 fought side by side, broke through the siege, and finally smiled at each other, creating an atmosphere of fighting side by side and close comrades. To be fair, this trailer is pretty good. Especially the scene where 2 players travel into the game world and fight side by side. The special effects are very well done, and it is obvious that a lot of money was spent on it. But the players are not very satisfied, but still because of the previous reason that everyone doesn't want the merger. Although this promotional video is well shot, it further confirms the news that the 2 games will inevitably merge, which is tantamount to pulling out those players who strongly protested the merger and whipping the corpses again. So, no matter how well it is shot, those players who are very resistant to the merger will still not buy it. Not only that, some players have distorted the connotation of this promotional video. Because in the second half of the promotional video, two players from GOG and IOI fought side by side, fighting against the classic villains in the two games of GOG and IOI. From the content of the promotional video alone, this is normal. After all, there must be enemies, right? It can't be all miscellaneous soldiers, right? It's normal to choose a few villains in the game, to play a bit in the promotional video. But many people interpret it as, these villains are hinting at us players who oppose the merger of GOG and IOI. You see, these two players who transformed into modest and storm swordsmen fought side by side, representing the players who support the merger of GOG and IOI. Is there anything wrong with that? Then who is the force that besieged them, Diak Group and Finger Company? Obviously not. Diak Group has sold IOI, and Finger Company is now completely controlled by Tenda, and has nothing to do with the villains. Now, isn't the biggest obstacle to the merger of GOG and IOI these old players who protest the merger? So, this promotional video is full of personal opinions, pointing fingers at others. Although most players are still waiting and watching the merger of GOG and IOI, and feel that this interpretation of the promotional video is a bit far-fetched and overinterpreted, it must be said that this voice does exist, and the voice is not small. Because the players' resentment has never been relieved. Many players are protesting the merger of GOG and IOI, but Tenda officials have not appeased or said much, but just keep pushing the merger of GOG and IOI as something that must be done, so it is normal for players to have resentment. Pei Qian couldn't help but admire that Meng Chong is a bit smart. This reverse propaganda is really getting more and more natural and less obvious. Now Meng Chong has learned to adapt to local conditions and the times, and to make a publicity plan that seems to have no problems on the surface, but will always be criticized in some inexplicable places according to the characteristics of the project. It makes people more and more relieved. Pei Qian nodded slightly and looked at the current situation of each department of Tenda. The grassroots activities are already underway? The heads of various departments quickly completed the handover on Monday. The efficiency is quite high. This list of acting heads. Why is it a bit wrong? Pei Qian originally wanted to praise the execution ability of Tenda people, but after taking a closer look at the list of acting heads, he felt a little dizzy. What Li Shi, Qiao Liang, Wang Guangjin, Yao Bo, Chen Lei. They are all old acquaintances. Why are you acting heads when you have nothing to do? Don't you have your own company? Pei Qian was speechless. His original idea was to hope that these heads would go to the street to recruit people, or find a relative or friend to replace themselves. Just like Pei Qian recruited Tian Mo on the street to set up a sales department. But he never expected that all of Pei Qian's enemies outside the company would be recruited. Pei Qian had not thought of this possibility, because these people are very busy. Looking at the people on this list, except for Qiao Liang, who might be a little idle, which of the others does not run their own company? Who isn't usually very busy? Li Shi has Fuhui Capital, Wang Guangjian has Guanghuan Studio, Yao Bo is the young master of Jinding Group, Shui Zhibin is going to inherit his father's mine, Chen Lei just released a new album recently, and I heard he will be preparing for a concert in a few months. As a result, these people pushed their own jobs aside and came to Tenda to be the acting heads? Crazy, this world is crazy. Pei Qian originally thought that by getting rid of these heads and letting them go to the grassroots level to waste 2 or 3 months, it would at least give the anti-Tenda alliance some breathing space, allowing them to attack freely and seize some market positions. As a result, these people who came in also look very capable. Then what is the meaning of going to the grassroots level? Is it just to give President Pei a different way to die? stay calm, and think positively about everything. Although these acting heads are capable, they may not be familiar with Tenda's working model, and they have their own companies, so it is difficult for them to take care of both sides. If there is any problem in their own company, they will definitely put Tenda's affairs aside and take care of themselves first. In short, although going to the grassroots and changing the acting head did not achieve the best effect in my plan, it cannot be said to be unacceptable. Overall, the benefits should outweigh the disadvantages. At least, we should observe for a while before making a conclusion. It just so happens that there is an event here at Rabbit Tail Live. I will first observe how the acting head Qiao Laosher is doing. If it is very successful, it means that the idea of going to the grassroots is a complete mistake, and we have to find a way to remedy it. If it is not very successful, it means that my plan is fine and we can continue. Each acting person in charge has his own work plan. Some are more radical and put forward new plans, while others are more conservative and just continue the previous work content. Among them, the situation of Rabbit Tail Live where Qiao Liang is located is relatively special, because a live broadcast competition of safe and civilized driving planned by Hu Xianbin is about to be held as scheduled, so Qiao Liang took over halfway and became the first department to make a big fuss after the going to the grassroots activity. Pei Qian thought he could take this opportunity to observe it carefully. At the same time, in the Magic City, the reception room of the Langya Live headquarters. Langya Live's Vice President Zhu Yan is discussing plans for the next period of time with Nia Yunxing of Xingyun Group. Tenda suddenly replaced everyone, which really made these big bosses a little confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on in Pei's mind. But even if they couldn't figure it out, they didn't dare to ignore it. Nia Yunxing smiled and said, "Mr. Zhu, YY Live has reached a preliminary cooperation intention with us. The two largest live broadcast platforms on the market will be invincible if they join forces. You should not have any concerns about this cooperation, right?" Zhu Yan drank a sip of tea and said, "Mr. Nia is very powerful. I didn't expect that we have been fighting with YY Live for so long, and we can still unite because of Rabbit Tail Live." Nia Yunxing smiled and said, "This is absolutely normal. Although Rabbit Tail Live's current market share is not very high, it relies on Tenda Group after all, and sooner or later it will be exposed. Recently, several new functions of Rabbit Tail Live are all seeking to connect with Tenda Games. It is enough to show Mr. Pei's ambition in this industry. Mr. Zhu, you and YY Live were able to see Mr. Pei's plot as early as possible and respond in advance, which definitely reflects your far-sighted vision. YY Live has already said that as long as Langya Live takes action, they will follow immediately. Many people boast that Rabbit Tail Live is the most sticky live broadcast platform, but in the live broadcast industry, what is the real stickiness? As long as the two live broadcast platforms compete for Rabbit Tail Live's resources and poach Rabbit Tail Live's anchors, even if Mr. Pei is a god, he can't keep it up." Zhu Yan was silent for a moment, and then said, "YY Live is quite smart, but why did we take action first?" Chapter 1535, Find a potential game development company. This sentence stumped Nia Yunxing. Damn it, I know that the live broadcast platform issue is not that easy to deal with. The reason why he was vague was that he wanted to fool as much as possible, but he didn't expect Zhu Yan to be very smart and an old fox, and he couldn't fool him at all. Nia Yunxing didn't lie, they did persuade YY Live to join the Anti-Tenda Alliance. In this way, the Anti-Tenda Alliance has two platforms with extremely high market share, YY Live and Langya Live, which have formed a comparative advantage in this field at least when facing two-way Live. On the surface, this is indeed a good thing. But the problem is, neither of these two platforms is willing to take the initiative. Although this alliance has given YY Live and Langya Live the hope of defeating two-way Live, they are also competitors themselves. The previous money-burning battle was also a fight to the death, and they had already fought to anger. This kind of hostility cannot be eliminated so easily. Although on the surface, they were all pulled into the anti-Tenda alliance by Yuan, but no one wanted to fire the first shot. They were afraid that they would be used as a pawn and then be plotted against by another company. And there is another key factor, that the business of game live broadcast accounts for a large proportion of these two live broadcasts. They have complicated emotions towards Tenda. On the one hand, they dare not offend Tenda too much and do not want to be the first to do so. What if Tenda prohibits these two platforms from broadcasting Tenda games? Will so many GOG anchors be left with nothing? Of course, Tenda has never done such a thing before, but what if it gets angry? It's hard to say. On the other hand, they are very afraid of Rabbit Tail Live, because Rabbit Tail Live is getting closer and closer to Tenda games. It is possible that one day in the future, these two platforms will be pulled together by Rabbit Tail Live and have a double kill. Very contradictory. So this time, the two platforms seem to be very powerful, but in fact they are still hesitating and have not made up their minds. YY Live said that as long as Langya Live comes first, they will follow, and conversely, Langya Live also thinks that YY Live should go first. This is quite embarrassing. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a big reward, but the question is, who will pay this big reward? The anti-Tenda alliance was originally a relatively loose alliance. It is impossible for Yuan to pay for it himself, right? In a specific field, it is definitely the companies in this field who pay for it, provide people, and find solutions. The battle plan is everyone launches an attack on Tenda together, but there has never been an accurate conclusion on where to start the attack, who will go first, how much resources to spend, and to what extent, as each company has different ideas. Yuan was also helpless, but he didn't have any good solutions, so he had to laugh. Okay, I'll go to YY Live to communicate and see if we can formulate a rule that satisfies both parties. Then you can work together to poach the anchors of Rabbit Tail Live. Zhu Yan nodded slightly. Thank you, Mr. Nya. In fact, he is not particularly optimistic about the anti-Tenda alliance. After all, based on his experience dealing with Rabbit Tail Live, the strength of Tenda Group may be far beyond the imagination of the outside world. This strength does not lie in how much money Tenda has, nor in how many industries Tenda has crossed, but in Tenda Group always seems to play cards out of the ordinary, and you can't imagine what he will do next. Not only that, Tenda Group is also an outlier. Its business model is completely different from other companies, and it can even be said to be incompatible, and its reputation is even more explosive. Being an enemy of Tenda is indeed a dangerous thing, and it is easy to be scolded. But he also knows that he must do something, otherwise when Rabbit Tail Live really declares war on the other two live broadcast platforms, it will be too late. Since someone has come forward, let's take it one step at a time. Zhu Yan suddenly thought of something else. By the way, Mr. Nya, the most critical areas of games and movies. Have you found heavyweight partners? Yuan did not hide it and said, the film aspect is easy. Several film and television companies, including Fanchi Media, have already negotiated cooperation with us. Especially Fanchi Media. Mr. Liu Xiaoping's attitude is very firm, and he even promised to invest in a special movie to help us win this public opinion war. In terms of games, it is also going smoothly. Several game platforms have joined us, and the strength of channels is completely sufficient. Although we did not win the recent outstanding and rapidly developing emerging game platform, that is, Chaolu game platform, but with the existing channel strength, it is almost enough. The only thing is that the strength in content is relatively weak. Zhu Yan has an impression of Fanchi Media. At the beginning, the overseas blockbuster Battleship represented by Fanchi Media happened to collide with the release date of Mission and Choice. They mistakenly thought that Mission and Choice was afraid of the change of release date, so they tried their best to promote it, but it backfired. Not only did they lose a lot of money, but they were also scolded. Fanchi Media must have a grudge about this matter. It's just that before, Fei Huang Studios' movies were all hits, and Fanchi Media didn't find any suitable opportunities, so they could only be furious now that they have joined the anti-Tenda alliance and found so many comrades. They are naturally happy to play the role of the vanguard. Moreover, Fanchi Media is not only engaged in distribution, but also has resources to make movies. If they can really make a movie and win a lot of box office, it will definitely be of great help in winning the public opinion war with Tenda. The reason why Zhu Yan specifically asked about games and movies is because these two areas are very important to Tenda and can create a huge public opinion momentum. These two hard bones cannot be chewed, and the chances of winning are slim. Fortunately, Nie Yinxing also knows this and is already making arrangements. It's just that the progress on the game side is not particularly smooth. At present, some channel dealers have been found, in other words, various game platforms. The official game platform will definitely not get involved in such a mess, but the newly emerging Chaolu game platform has not been pulled in recently, which is a bit of a pity. In addition, it is a bit regrettable that no capable game development company has been found. Only the game channel. This voice is obviously not enough. After all, game channels can only provide timely assistance, not icing on the cake. They can promote some good games, but they cannot create excellent enough game content out of nothing. Tenda's game development capabilities are definitely its greatest strength. Nie Yunxing didn't expect to find a game production company of the same level as Tenda. That was simply unrealistic, but at least he had to find a strong R&D company to join the alliance, so that he would have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, Tenda would seize this opportunity and pursue him relentlessly, and he would be powerless to fight back, and the situation would probably become difficult to deal with. At this moment, Nie Yunxing's phone vibrated and he received a new message. Nie Yunxing didn't care at first, but after seeing the content of the message, he was immediately overjoyed. Mr. Zhu, I got it. I found a suitable game development company. Zhu Yan couldn't help but feel a little happy, and raised his eyebrows. Oh? Which company is it? A large part of Langya Live's business is game live broadcasting, so it is also very concerned about excellent original games. Nie Yunxing was a little proud. I sent people to look for domestic game developers with more potential before, hoping to bring them in to strengthen our team. Hard work pays off, and I finally found one. This is a game company in Jingzhou. They previously developed a mobile game called Empire Blade. Zhu Yan frowned slightly. Mobile game? Obviously, although mobile games are also profitable, they are still not as good as Tenda. Nie Yunxing continued, Mr. Zhu, listen to me. They did develop mobile games before, but now they are making a 3A standalone game. From the information I have obtained so far, the quality of this game is quite good, not inferior to the various masterpieces made by Tenda. Of course, this game is still in the development stage, and it will take some time before it is officially released. But this also gives us an opportunity. If this game has been developed, it is unlikely that we want to get involved. Since it has not been developed yet, its funds must be tight. I believe no one will refuse us to lend a hand at this time. Zhu Yan thought for a while. It sounds good. But, this company is in Jingzhou, it should not be related to Tenda, right? Nie Yunxing said, from the current point of view, it should not be. This company seems to have a close relationship with the Chaolu game platform, but the Chaolu game platform should not have much to do with Tenda. Put yourself in their shoes. If this company has a close relationship with Tenda, or has received investment from Tenda, it must have come out to promote it under the banner of President Pei. How could it be unknown for so long? Zhu Yan nodded slightly, which made sense. They certainly can't assert that a certain company has absolutely no relationship with Tenda, but they can think about it the other way around. If they have already received Tenda's investment, they will definitely publicize it, so why hide it? Not long after Skyfire Studio and Longyu Group reached a cooperation intention with Tenda to jointly develop Bullet Hole 2, the marketing plan came out and began to build momentum in advance. The effect is indeed very good, making this game a new hit game this year. Now President Pei is already a golden signboard. Domestic game companies can immediately attract a lot of attention when making new games as long as they put out the banner of President Pei and Tenda. But this company didn't mention it at all. It is probably really unrelated to Tenda. Zhu Yan asked, "What is the name of the game developed by this company?" Nyayunsheng, Shuli. I will immediately ask someone to arrange a trip to Jingzhou and try to meet with the boss of this company, match a few investment companies, and try to bring him to our side. By the way, I can also visit the Chaolu game platform in person. Although they refused before, if I visit them in person, maybe the situation will change? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1536 Nyayunsheng, I can do it too. Add more to ask for monthly tickets. March 22, Friday. Nyayunsheng was full of confidence when he stepped on the land of Jingzhou. This time, he was shouldering an important task, to bring Yanqi's Shuli team and Chaolu game platform under the anti-Tenda alliance. Of course, this is a bit difficult, after all, Jingzhou is Tenda's territory. But it is exciting to do these things under the nose of President Pei. Nyayunsheng felt that the possibility of success was still not low. On the one hand, there are several game channels in the anti-Tenda alliance, and there are also several investment companies to support it, so there is absolutely no shortage of money. As for Yanqi, he will definitely be short of money to make a game of the level of Shuli. The money earned from the previous mobile game Empire of the Realm is difficult to support him to fully develop this 3A masterpiece. Nyayunsheng gives money and won't interfere with him too much, so I think no one would have a problem with money, right? Of course, if Tenda takes action, it will be a bad thing. After all, Tenda is a holy place in the eyes of domestic game developers, and Tenda is not short of money. But the problem is that since Yanqi's team did not make a big publicity, it is probably clear that they did not get Tenda's investment. Maybe it's because it's dark under the lamp? Or maybe it's because Tenda prefers to spend money on its own game projects and looks down on other companies' game projects? In any case, this provides Nyayunsheng with a possibility of stealing the house. Nyayunsheng couldn't help but think of the previous things. At the beginning, he, Lu Mingliang, was able to sneak to the Magic City alone, played a trick of stealing under his nose, and caught Qingshan Group off guard in the live broadcast. Then why can't I, Nyayunsheng, do the opposite and go to Jingzhou to counterattack Tenda? If the enemy can go, I can go too. With this high-spirited mood, Nyayunsheng came to the office building where the Chaolu game platform and Yanqi's Shuli team were located. This time, as long as he can pull Yanqi's team over, it will be a success. If he can also pull the Chaolu game platform in, it will be a great victory. It's not that he can't pull anyone in, right? That shouldn't be very likely. How can the money power be completely ineffective? This time, a vice president came with him, and he had already communicated with Yanqi. It sounded like Yanqi's attitude was perfunctory, but he still agreed to meet and talk. Nyayunsheng thought this was normal. Qingshan Group was a logistics company after all. Normal people would think it was unreliable to come and invest in games, and it was normal for them to be cold. As long as we can meet, it's fine, because after the meeting, Nyayunsheng will put out the game distributors and investors with whom Yanqi has established cooperative relations, so that Yanqi can see his sincerity and strong strength. At that time, the success rate of cooperation will naturally be greatly improved. Before meeting Yanqi, Nyayunsheng first saw the situation of the Shuli team. Well, it is indeed as rumored, thriving, prosperous, and full of vitality. Although the specific game results cannot be seen, this kind of mental outlook cannot be faked. A positive team may not necessarily produce successful products, but a team with low mood and serious internal friction will definitely not be able to produce successful products. However, after seeing the scene in the office area, Nie Yunxing had new concerns. Because he found that Yan Qi's team seemed to be not particularly short of money? If it is a startup team that is very short of money, then everything must be kept simple, and the office environment must not be very good. And Yan Qi's team, the office environment is obviously not bad. Of course, whether a team is short of money cannot be judged entirely from the current situation of the office area. After all, some bosses like to do face-saving projects. Even if they are poor, they have to do their best to save face. Some bosses are more pragmatic. Even if the company has money, they will not spend a lot of money to improve the office environment, in the name of maintaining the spirit of hard work. This varies from person to person. It is better to ask in person to determine whether they are short of money. After passing through the office area, Nie Yunxing met Yan Qi in the reception room. "Hello, Mr. Yan." Yan Qi stood up and said very politely, "Hello, Mr. Nie." The two shook hands and exchanged greetings, then sat down. Nie Yunxing was very smart to talk to Yan Qi about the situation of the game and the progress of development, and then asked, "Mr. Yan, how much is the investment in this game?" Yan Qi hesitated for a moment. A lot." He didn't want to know the specific number. After all, the research and development funds are absolutely confidential, but it's not appropriate to go out and tell everyone that we have invested more than 100 million in this game. Whether to promote it specifically depends on the promotion strategy after the game goes online. Nie Yunxing asked tentatively, 50 million? Yan Qi coughed twice and said nothing. Nie Yunxing was shocked and asked again, 100 million? Yan Qi reluctantly said, "I can't disclose the specific amount, but it's about the same." Nie Yunxing couldn't help but take a breath, thinking that this buddy is really bold. If you convert it, this is equivalent to a large-scale production overseas that costs more than $10 million. It is really reckless for a mobile game team to make such a decisive transformation. But for Nie Yunxing, this is not bad news. Because it means that Yan Qi's team definitely does not have enough money. Maybe Yan Qi still didn't have enough money after he invested all the money he earned from Empire of the Realm, so he found several more investors, but no matter what, he must still be short of money. Since he is short of money, it's easy to deal with. Nie Yunxing smiled and said, "Mr. Yan's courage is really admirable. In fact, I am here not only to represent Qingshan Group, but also to represent several well-known domestic game channel dealers and investors. It's like this, we are willing to provide financial assistance, and will not interfere too much in the creation of the game." Nie Yunxing first talked about his own strong strength, and then explained it with reason and emotion, describing various beautiful prospects. In short, first tie Yan Qi's team to the chariot, and then slowly talk about dealing with Tenda. It's easy to scare people away if you show your cards now. Nie Yunxing thinks that the conditions he offers should be quite attractive, right? For these game producers who are short of money, in order to make the game complete, they should not be hard on money. Yan Qi drank a sip of tea silently, with a slightly embarrassed expression. He opened his mouth several times to interrupt, but Nie Yunxing was too absorbed in his speech, so he finally stopped talking. It was not until Nie Yunxing finished his long speech that Yan Qi said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Nie, I'm really sorry, our team, actually, we don't lack money." To be honest, this matter was a bit embarrassing. In fact, Yan Qi declined the call as soon as he received it. He even thought that the project had been invested by Mr. Pei, but Mr. Pei's only requirement was to keep it confidential and not to reveal the relationship with Tenda to the outside world, so Yan Qi held back. As a result, Qingshan Group misunderstood and thought Yan Qi was being polite, so they insisted on meeting him. Yan Qi didn't want to meet, but Nie Yunxing had come all the way to Jingzhou in person, and it would be inappropriate to not meet him behind closed doors. That's why there is such an embarrassing situation now. Nie Yunxing was stunned. "Don't you lack money? What are you talking about?" More than 100 million investment. How can you, a team that has only made mobile games, pull in so much money? Mr. Yen, do you have any other requirements? You can raise them and we will discuss them slowly. Yan Qi said very sincerely, I'm sorry, Mr. Nya, we really don't lack money. Nya Yunxing blinked, and the expression on his face was very confused. I feel that there is something wrong with this script. Until he walked out of the office building, Nya Yunxing still couldn't figure out what was going on. No matter what he said, Yan Qi insisted that he was not short of money. But when asked where Yan Qi got the investment from and how much he got, Yan Qi was vague and hesitant, which was very suspicious. Nya Yunxing was very depressed. After trying for a while and failing, he had to leave for the time being. He went to the Chaolu game platform again, but this time it was even worse. He didn't even see the person in charge there. He was turned back at the front desk. Don't ask why, just don't see him. This matter was quite outrageous. Nya Yunxing had never suffered such a blow. He was the president of a listed company, after all. He came all the way here, but he couldn't even meet him? What the hell? The vice president asked in a low voice, Mr. Nya, what should we do next? He never expected that he would come to Jingzhou for a face-to-face meeting, but in the end he would have nothing to talk about. Nya Yunxing's face was gloomy, and he was obviously a little embarrassed. But he was the one who made the final decision after all. He couldn't give up in this situation and had to think of a solution. Yan Qi has been saying that he has enough money, but he is determined not to tell us which company gave the investment. This is very strange. It feels like an excuse. I think he is probably still short of money, but he may have a good impression of Tenda, or even be a fan of Tenda, so he has a certain prejudice against us and is unwilling to take our money. From his attitude, it is unlikely that we want to invest. But this does not mean that we cannot use this project. The vice president asked, Does President Nya have any other ideas? Nya Yunxing sneered and said, this company is in Jingzhou. Yan Qi probably asked Tenda for investment, but Tenda didn't invest. We can make a fuss about this point. First, release some news about Humbly. This game lacks development funds and cannot show the best results. Then several investment companies and game channel dealers will come forward and are willing to invest in this game. Then, we will publicize that this company is in Jingzhou, but Tenda is indifferent to it. Tenda keeps saying that it wants to revitalize the domestic game industry, but in the end, isn't it just cleaning up its own mess? At least this can cause a blow to Tenda's reputation in the game circle. The vice president asked again, what if Tenda sees, after hearing this news, did they really invest for the sake of face? Nya Yunxing shook his head slightly. Yan Qi's team is in Jingzhou. If Tenda wanted to invest, it would have invested a long time ago. Since it didn't invest, it must be that it doesn't think highly of this game. Because of some public opinion pressure, it invested tens of millions or 100 million in a game that it doesn't think highly of? I think this possibility is not high. Even if Tenda really invested, we can also say that they were forced to maintain their own personality under the pressure of public opinion. And for Yan Qi's team, he must still be short of money. This matter has caused a lot of noise. Whether it is the team or the players, they all hope that he can accept our investment and ensure the completion of the game. If the matter gets out of hand and Tenda doesn't invest, Yan Qi might be forced to reconsider accepting our investment due to internal pressure. In short, Tenda has already lost by not investing in the game Humbly. No matter which situation occurs, we will not lose. Chapter 1537, Humbly Promotion, CG. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Hearing this, the vice president couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Nya is wise. It can only be said that Mr. Pei is careless. He is indeed one of the top game producers in the world, but his arrogance in the field of game production also constrains him, making him turn a blind eye to this excellent game company in Jingzhou. Of course, this is not Mr. Pei's problem. After all, there is no first in literature. Every excellent artist is proud. For those who are not as good as themselves, they will always subconsciously ignore them. Maybe Mr. Pei didn't expect that such an inconspicuous loophole that can't be called a loophole was caught by you. Nie Yunqing smiled slightly, and his expression was quite useful. The game field is Tengda's strongest field. It is indeed worth being proud of to find a gap in a field that seems impossible to succeed. But, Mr. Nie. The vice president hesitated for a moment and said, the Shuli project is still in the development stage and should be kept confidential. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to get detailed internal information about this game. Without this information, the influence that can be formed will definitely be greatly reduced. Internal leaks are too risky. Nie Yunqing's idea is to spread the news of Shuli to attract widespread attention, and then extend an olive branch to attack Tengda, and decide the subsequent strategy based on Tengda's reaction. But there is a prerequisite, which is to attract widespread attention. The name of Shuli alone and the reputation of Yanqi's team are definitely not enough. Because this team has only made the mobile game Empire Blade before, it is not very well known. Even if you brag about the sentiment and courage of switching from mobile games to 3A, it is still not enough. It is best to have a ready-made promotional video or real-life game scenes to attract widespread attention. But these things are internal information, which must be highly confidential and not easy to obtain. Nie Yunqing said, haha, don't worry about this, they will provide it themselves. As far as I know, Shuli will release a promotional video and demo trial screen this weekend, and do initial promotion on the Chaolu game platform. This is already a certain thing, and it will not be changed. It is precisely because of this news that I am more certain that the Shuli project is actually very short of money. But it has already reached a certain degree of completion, and entering now is the best time for us. The vice president suddenly realized, so that's it. President Nie is wise. Although the project itself is confidential, it is impossible to be completely airtight, and there will always be some news leaking out. What's more, the Anti-Tengda Alliance has so many resources at hand. It is difficult to dig out confidential game internal resources, but it is easy to get some news. The Shuli project was officially developed in November last year, and it has been more than 4 months now. Although the content of this game is huge and it is an action 3A game, it is not small in size, but after all, there is a very mature official editor available. At least, nearly half of the development progress should be achieved. At this stage of development, releasing a promotional video or a trial screen is actually a common practice of many game companies. On the one hand, it is to expose in advance, accumulate heat, and let players look forward to it. On the other hand, it can also attract the attention of investors and players. Whether it is to attract investment or pre-sale, in short, it is to find a way to recover some funds and ease the financial pressure. Many foreign 3A blockbusters even release trailers half a year or a year in advance to warm up the market, mainly to accumulate popularity, while some domestic independent games are released in advance to gain support from players and alleviate financial pressure through pre-sales. Nie Yunqing felt that the game Shuli must have both. At the same time, this point is verified by the current status of Yanqi's team, which makes Nie Yunqing more certain that Yanqi's team must still be short of money. The game is only half done and needs a lot of money to develop it to a complete state. After the release of this promotional video, how much attention it can arouse and how much money it can get may directly determine the future completion of the game Shuli. This also provides Nie Yunqing with an excellent opportunity. Hurry up and prepare as soon as possible after the trailer of Shuli is released, so that he has to cooperate with us. March 23, Saturday. Yanqi came to the company as usual, took a cup of coffee, and sat down at his workstation. Today is Saturday, so there are not many people in the company, only about 1/5 of them are here. Although it has received investment from Yuan Venture Capital, it is not a direct department of Tenda after all, so it is more free to work overtime. Yan Qi did not force everyone to work overtime, but some people, like Yan Qi, were still worried about the project, so they would come to work for a while on weekends. "Mr. Yan, are we going to post the promotional video and the trial video today?" asked the chief designer sitting next to him. Yan Qi, "Yes." "Do you need us to do anything?" the chief designer asked again. Yan Qi shook his head. "No, the video has been recorded and connected with the Chalu game platform. It will be uploaded directly to the video website. The promotional resources on the game platform will also be uploaded at the same time. There is no need to do anything. Everyone should just develop the subsequent game content seriously. Oh, by the way, don't work too late today on Saturday. I'll treat you to lunch. Go home and rest before 4 p.m. Starting next week, we will continue to finish Humbly and strive to launch the complete version of Humbly in June as planned." The chief designer nodded. "Okay, Mr. Yan." Yan Qi seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually a little worried. Because he was not sure whether this video would have the effect he expected after it was released. After the game project has been developed to a certain stage, releasing a video for pre-promotion and warm-up is a common method. Although Yan Qi's team has received the full support of Mr. Pei and is not short of money at all, he lacks enthusiasm and confidence. What if the players don't buy into this game after it's made? Wouldn't that be very unfair to Mr. Pei? Although this idea was approved by Mr. Pei, there will definitely be changes during the development process, and the final product will deviate from the original idea. It's not a sure thing. If it fails, it must be my own fault, not Mr. Pei's. It just so happens that the Chalu game platform also has this intention. Although the Chalu game platform is very popular with players and there are more and more excellent games on the platform, it has not found a very good explosion point recently to make the platform's popularity rise step by step. If I don't do something, I always feel that it's wasted. Therefore, they also need a hit game to excite the players on the platform and bring the platform's traffic, so the two sides hit it off and decided to promote Humbly to increase the popularity. It's just the right opportunity to release the trial video of Humbly and reveal some information to players in a limited way, which can not only increase the popularity, but also determine whether the current direction is correct. If the response is mediocre after it is released, and the players don't feel anything, it means that the current development status of the game Humbly deviates from expectations, and Yan Qi will have to think about how to make major changes to it in the subsequent development stages. After checking the time, Yan Qi saw that the promotional video and the trial video had been automatically released on the Chalu game platform. He immediately clicked to check it out. A melodious melody sounded, and a bright red, somewhat weird little flower appeared in the camera, swaying in the drizzle. Then, the camera quickly pulled up, and in the mist, there were countless temples and pagodas in the distance. This scene naturally reminds people of the scene of 480 temples in the southern dynasties, how many towers in the mist and rain. But such a quiet scene was suddenly broken, and the tallest pagoda suddenly exploded violently, and the entire pagoda broke from the center, collapsed with a bang, and the flames shot up into the sky. The raging flames engulfed the pagoda. Not only that, but other pagodas also ignited raging flames, and instantly reflected the picture into blood red. The flames and thick smoke were particularly dazzling in the mist and rain of the south. In a temple, the huge Buddha statue looked like an emperor, and the bodhisattvas on both sides smiled like attendants. The king of heaven was serious, the strong man was mighty, and the Vajra was angry, guarding the huge Buddha statue in the center, which looked magnificent. But at this time all the Buddha statues fell and collapsed in the flames and turned into ashes. Soldiers holding sharp blades slaughtered the fleeing monks, but there were also powerful monks waving Zen sticks and fighting with soldiers in front of the collapsed Buddha statue in the flames. The camera zoomed up and the scene quickly switched to the northern border. The foreign cavalry was charging, holding their scimitars high, and the horses under their crotches also had red eyes, roaring and rushing towards the opposite battle formation. On the other side is the army of the Central Plains. Unlike the foreign races, although there are cavalry here, they are arranged on the two wings. In front of the infantry square in the center is a temporary fortress, composed of side carriages, and archers are waiting in the back with bows bent. The general leading the troops drew his sword and issued orders, and arrows rained down. The two sides fought fiercely together. The general leading the troops kept issuing orders, and the soldiers around him changed their formations, as if a magical power was infused into their bodies, supporting them to fight hard. And behind the battle formation, the great scholars wrote with ink and mouthed the heavenly law, and a stream of righteousness merged into the battle formation. A cavalry of the foreign race saw the great scholars behind the battle formation and rushed over to attack Huanglong directly. However, as soon as they came in front of the great scholars, they revealed countless flaws and were easily killed by the guards. The camera switched again and came to a small village on the border. An old Taoist priest walked into the village holding a whisk in one hand and a magic sword in the other. It was silent all around, with only crows pecking at the corpses, and a shrill whimper could be heard faintly, sometimes far and sometimes near. Suddenly, a vicious demon rushed out of the house next to it, and its black claws grabbed the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest was not in a hurry, and threw out a talisman that turned into a chain to lock the demon ghost tightly, and then slashed with a long sword, killing it with one sword. But then, the Black Death energy gathered in the village, and more demons appeared, and there was even a huge monster several feet tall, trying to eat the Taoist priest alive. Pills, talismans, formations. The Taoist's methods are endless, but countless demons still surround him and gradually swallow him up. In the end, the Taoist leaned on the ground with his sword, his body covered with wounds. But around him, there were already piles of demon corpses. A cry suddenly came from the silent night. The Taoist followed the sound to find the source of the cry and found that it was a baby hidden by his parents. The Taoist picked up the baby and left the village. A raging flame ignited, burning everything to ashes. Accompanied by a sad melody, the title of the game appeared in the blazing fire, Shuli. Chapter 1538, We are really not short of money. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. After the promotional video, there is also a trial video. Compared to the promotional video, the trial video is much simpler. It is Yan Qi controlling the protagonist, using 4 methods of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and soldiers to eliminate the monsters in a small border village. Before entering the village, first use the Taoist elixir and talismans to apply various buffs to yourself, and then arrange the formation to attract all the nearby monsters. With rich pre-war preparations, you can easily defeat a large number of monsters. But the state of the formation and talismans cannot last too long, and more monsters are still emerging. The protagonist took the spear from his back and fought directly with the monsters with military means. From time to time, he shot a bow and arrow, hitting the monsters performing magic in the distance. If the previous Taoism focused more on the early preparation, then this time it became an action game that requires reaction and operation. The protagonist uses all the weapons he can get around to fight the monsters and kill towards the core area of the village. Then, the protagonist encountered more and more powerful demons. Some demons wrapped in layers of resentment could not be hurt by ordinary swords at all. So the Buddha's light on the protagonist's body became brighter, and the skin of the whole body turned light gold. The blazing Buddha's light made the dark demonic energy melt quickly, like ice encountering the scorching sun. Finally, facing a powerful evil ghost, the protagonist launched the Confucian study of things, and saw that the evil ghost's weakness was the red horns on the head and back. After dodging the attack of the evil ghost, he cut off the horns of the evil ghost with a sword, Then, some other scenes appeared later, such as battlefields with corpses everywhere, temples burning with flames, border towns sworn to resist, and the Yellow Spring Road between the Yin and Yang worlds. However, these scenes only flashed by, and did not take up as much space to describe as before, but only showed a scene. This trial video is a real-life battle in the game. The 4 fighting methods of Taoism, Buddhism, military tactics, and Confucianism, including the use of various weapons, various moves, and actions, are all vividly displayed. As a veteran action game player, Yan Qi played the game several times before achieving the most satisfactory result. However, he did not show all the most exciting content in the game, but only selected some moves that can highlight the characteristics of the 4 schools. After all, a deeper combat system, more combat scenes and monsters, and more complex game plots will need to wait until the game is released for players to experience for themselves. The combination of the promotional video and the trial video can already give players a general understanding of the content of the game Humbly. The current feedback from players can basically predict the situation after the game is released. Of course, the premise is that the development is completed smoothly and all the content that is wanted is made. You can't use a semi-finished product to fool the players. It is obviously different from the benchmarks of action games such as Turning Back and Eternal Reincarnation. It can be regarded as making its own characteristics. I don't know if players will like this approach. Yan Qi was a little nervous. He also opened this promotional video on the Ellie Island website, but after all, the video has just been released, so it is not too popular. Yan Qi didn't care. He planned to continue playing the game demo, find bugs, and come back to watch it later. This time, he and the Chaolu game platform did not invest too much resources in publicity. They just made a few basic recommendation columns because they wanted to see the real feedback from players. If players like the video of Humbly very much after discovering it, it will naturally spread quickly and cause huge popularity, which proves that the game Humbly is on the right track. Investing a lot of resources in publicity now, the real popularity and false popularity may be mixed together, so it is difficult to clearly determine the real popularity of Humbly, and naturally it is not easy to find its problems. More than an hour later, Yan Qi submitted 2 bugs. There is no way. Today is the weekend, and the efficiency of finding bugs is too low. Yan Qi didn't care too much and continued to look at the comment area of the Humbly video. It stands to reason that there should be some popularity. After all, some basic recommendation columns were bought, and it was posted using the official account of the Chaolu game platform. There will always be some natural traffic, right? Well, there is indeed traffic, but it feels a bit wrong. Where does so much popularity come from? Seeing the popularity and discussion of this video, Yan Qi was shocked. Just over an hour after the release, this video of Humbly has been pushed to the top of the list of the game channel, and according to this trend, it is estimated that it is only a matter of time before it is on the homepage. Not only that, Yan Qi found that the keyword #Humbly hashtag was also on the hot search of the Ellie Island website and Weibo. This is outrageous. And he carefully observed that the hot search position of the keyword #Humbly hashtag on Weibo seemed to be bought. Because this keyword is on the 5th place on the hot search list, and this position was basically occupied by some celebrities before. What's more, with the current popularity of Humbly, it has not even reached the level of being on the hot search. Passers-by don't know this, but Yan Qi knows it very well. What's going on? Did the Chaolu game platform buy a hot search for me? No way, they didn't inform me about this? Besides, they don't work on weekends. Yan Qi was completely puzzled. He originally wanted to see the natural popularity of Humbly and determine the player's first impression of this game, but his plan was completely disrupted. Yan Qi quickly clicked on the comment area and various forums to check. Another domestic 3A masterpiece is about to be released? This scene, this action, this battle system, it's great. I really want to play it. When will it be released? It will be exclusive to the Qiaolu game platform? Awesome. The Qiaolu game platform finally has an exclusive 3A masterpiece. Congratulations. I said that this kind of cultural heritage can only be grasped by domestic game producers. Those Chinese-style games made by foreign game companies are simply in name only and cannot be trusted at all. I heard that this game seems to be still under development, but it lacks development funds. This time, it should also want to raise money through this video. That's right, this team used to make mobile games, and it must be insufficient to make a 3A masterpiece of this size. Where's the entrance for crowdfunding or pre-sale? I'll pre-order one first and do my bit for the development of domestic games. It seems that there is no pre-order. Maybe the producer doesn't want to take the money from the players. Then there is no company investing in such a good project? You know the nature of these domestic investment companies. Single-player games are a pitfall for them. Who would invest in them? Who would let their money go down the drain? It seems that several investment companies said they are willing to invest in this game. Aren't these the companies from the Anti-Tenda Alliance? Damn, are they pretending to be a fool? Are they investing in Xueli? It's obvious that they are investing to disgust Tenda. Anyway, I don't believe these people are so kind. That's right, I hope the Xueli team doesn't take this money. If they really need money, they can ask players to pre-order. If they take money from such companies, they will have to worry about it in the future. There will never be peace. These companies said that they will not interfere with the normal development of the Xueli project. And I think that this matter is not about intentions, but deeds. If Xueli fails to achieve the most perfect effect due to lack of funds, it will definitely be a loss and regret. If the investment of these companies can give us another excellent domestic game, then why not do it? It has to be said that the popularity of Xueli has risen too fast. From the Ellie Island website to hot searches, and then to major game forums, it has set off a wave of discussion among players at a speed that Yanqi did not expect at all. However, this kind of discussion seems a bit strange to Yanqi, as if something is wrong. Why, the focus of everyone's discussion seems to be on investment. Why does everyone assume that the Xueli project is short of money? Logically speaking, after seeing the promotional video and the trial video, a normal game player's first reaction should be to discuss the game's style, combat system, plot, story background, etc., and by the way, express that they will buy the game as soon as it is released. They generally don't care whether the game developer has sufficient funds. This is also normal. Why do players care about this? They are not shareholders of the developer. As long as the game is fun, it is enough for players to spend money happily. What's more, the Xueli project is not short of money. Yanqi was very puzzled. Where did the news of the lack of money come from? Why are so many people discussing it? Could it be that? Yanqi linked up all the recent events and suddenly realized where the problem was. The Anti-Tenda Alliance is trying to attract companies to join. As far as Yanqi knows, some game platforms have been pulled in. 2 days ago, Nia Yunxing personally came to Jingzhou to invest in Yanqi, but was rejected by Yanqi. After the video of Xueli was released, there was a lot of heat on the internet. 2 investment companies in the Anti-Tenda Alliance expressed their willingness to provide investment for Xueli. These things happen too coincidentally and too coherently. Yanqi is not stupid and naturally made the connection. Obviously, the Anti-Tenda Alliance should not have thought about how to cover it up. After all, their goal is to make Yanqi accept investment by inciting public opinion. Good fellow, I begged for investment before, but no one was willing to invest. Now that I don't want it, they still come to me and force money on me? It's outrageous. If we rely on these investment companies, the Xueli project will never be born, let alone reach the current level. But many things are so contradictory. These investment companies are all the kind of people who don't see the rabbit and don't release the eagle. It's impossible to send charcoal in the snow, but they are more anxious than one to add icing on the cake. Yanqi was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. On the one hand, it was because the attitude of these investment companies changed too obviously before and after, and their faces were too ugly. On the other hand, it was because the Shuli project really didn't lack money. I have already made it so clear to Nya Yunsheng, why don't you believe it? Forget it, let's issue another announcement to clarify it. How many times do I have to say it before you can believe that I really don't lack money? Chapter 1539, Too kind to the evil, too kind to the good. Hello everyone, I am Yanqi, the producer of the Shuli project. Thank you very much for your attention and love for the Shuli project. I am flattered to receive so many players' support. I will do my best to develop Shuli to the perfection in my mind. I hope that this game can meet you as soon as possible. I have also noticed that many players are worried about the financial situation of Shuli. Please rest assured that our production team has the ability to solve the problem of funds by itself and is not ready to open pre-sales. Please do not overinterpret and wait patiently for the official release of Shuli. Yanqi wrote a simple post and posted a Weibo as an announcement. I thought this matter should be over. I have already posted a notice to prove that I am not short of money. You should be relieved, right? Unexpectedly, after this message was sent out, there were many comments and reposts, but the problem is, it seems that many people still don't believe it. Not short of money? Are you trying to sell dog meat under the guise of sheep meat? Judging from the situation shown in the promotional video, the investment in this game must be at least 100 million yuan. Is your team so rich? Or are you just planning to make a castrated version of the game? Don't. Is the development fund enough? For the worldview of Shuli, 100 million is the starting point, and 150 million is not too much. It doesn't matter if you get more investment to make the game bigger. People don't interfere with the development, why don't you want this money? I think as a producer, you still have to be responsible for the project. What does it matter what kind of money it is? As long as the project is completed, isn't it enough? It's not worth it to go against the money. Yanqi was a little amused. This is a fuss. He couldn't tell how many of them were water troops, how many were passers-by who were led by the water troops, and how many were players who were really worried about the Shuli project. There is no way, it's too well hidden. Because even if it is a water army, it is actually expressing concern for this project. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. If it is a water army that sprays as soon as it opens its mouth, it is easy to deal with, but this kind of water army is very confusing. If Yanqi got angry and started to criticize directly, or pointed the finger at the Anti-Dingda alliance, it would be a conspiracy of the Anti-Dingda alliance, which would easily mislead innocent people and inevitably give people a feeling of destruction paranoia, which is very inappropriate. The key to this matter is that Yanqi did take Tengda's investment, but President Pei did not allow it, so even if the announcement was issued, it would still give people a feeling of vague and hesitant, and the water army would add fuel to the fire and lead the people astray. Well, forget it, believe it or not, anyway, this matter has no big impact on the Shuli project. Brothers, let's go to lunch, I'll treat you. Yanqi felt that he had already issued the announcement, and there was no need to dwell on this issue too much. Issuing another announcement? It is very likely that the more you smear, the more black it will be. As long as you don't know the source of the money and don't make it clear that the Shuli project team has a relationship with Tenda Group, the water army will always find a way to lead the rhythm away. So, just forget about everything and let's eat first. Although the release of the promotional video this time did not allow the heat to ferment naturally as originally expected due to the interference of the water army, judging from the reactions of netizens and players, everyone still recognizes and likes the game Shuli, which can be regarded as achieving the goal. Those people who oppose Tenda Lianmei can do whatever they want. Afternoon, Xingyun Group. Nie Yunxing was also keeping an eye on the latest trends in online public opinion, and then asked his subordinates to give instructions to the hired water army. The deputy general manager of the public affairs department hurried over and said, "General Manager Nie Yanqi has not issued any new announcements until now. Since the last public opinion incident with Tenda, half of the people in Xingyun Group's public affairs department were directly poached, but fortunately, the highest position he ran was only a deputy supervisor, and the deputy general manager and supervisor were still there, and some key employees were left, so they were quickly reorganized and can still operate normally." However, the deputy general manager of the public affairs department could not avoid being scolded by Nie Yunxing. After all, he was the deputy general manager in charge of this department, and half of his people were directly poached, which was obviously his dereliction of duty. The deputy general manager had no choice but to work harder in the next work to reverse his incompetent impression in the eyes of General Manager Nie. Nie Yunxing asked, "Is there still no news from Tenda?" The vice president nodded, "Well, Tenda doesn't work on weekends. Looking at the current situation, it should not make any response. I highly doubt that Tenda may not realize that the Shuli incident is targeting them at all, and President Pei may not know anything about it." Nie Yunxing was very satisfied. "Very good. In this case, we can move to the next stage. Challenge Tenda." After deliberate promotion, the popularity of Shuli has been very high and has received good attention on the internet. Although Yanqi has posted on Weibo that the Shuli project is not short of money, he is not a big V, and he does not have many fans and great influence like Tenda Games. Yanqi's statement only has a certain influence within a certain range. Many players who are discussing on forums and Weibo don't even know that he has posted a Weibo and are still being led by the internet trolls. And from the current situation, Yanqi will most likely not post a second Weibo, and Tenda has no idea that the popularity of Shuli is actually related to them. What's more, Tenda doesn't work on weekends, so these 2 weekends are the perfect time to launch an attack. The vice president nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Nie, I'll arrange it now." After confirming the reactions of Yanqi and Tenda, the next stage is to point the finger at Tenda. Tenda is indifferent to Shuli and keeps saying that it wants to revitalize the domestic game industry, but in the end it still sweeps the snow in front of its door, and does not drive other domestic game companies as promised. Tenda will definitely not work on weekends, which means that there will be no resistance to hacking on these 2 weekends. Even if Tenda reacted on Monday, it would only have 2 choices, either no comment or no response, or really express its intention to invest in the Shuli project. You can't just issue an announcement that someone hired a troll army to discredit you, right? That would not only have no effect, but also seem to be making a fuss. Nie Yunxing felt that no matter what Tenda chose, the initiative was on his side. Modu. Hyunjin did not go to the company, but drank tea leisurely at home. Although he is currently in a semi-retired state, he still visits his company every now and then and is also paying attention to the latest developments in the domestic game industry. For him, there are always talented people in every generation, and the domestic game industry has a bright future with rising stars like Mr. Pei. Creators always have their peak period of creation. Once the peak period is over, it is difficult to keep up with the trend. So there is no need to force anything. Retire when you should retire and enjoy life. However, even if you are in a semi-retired state, you still have to pay more attention to the development of the domestic game industry. Shuli? Well, this game looks pretty good. Another rising star? It's really courageous to choose the field of action games. There's no turning back now. Either it will become a masterpiece, or it will lose all its money. From the trailer, it's smart not to follow the path of turning back and eternal reincarnation, which is a wise move. Let's discuss Shuli. Why did someone bring up Tenda? It's really absurd. What does this have to do with Tenda? President Pei can invest in any game he wants to invest in, and not invest if he doesn't want to invest. Why is there someone playing moral kidnapping? He was originally intensively brushing news about Xuli, expressing high expectations and attention to the future of this game. As a result, while brushing, he brushed some discussions that made him very angry. The project team of Xuli seems to be in Jingzhou. Several investment companies have expressed their willingness to invest money. Why is Tenda not saying anything? Yes, Tenda has always claimed that it is responsible for revitalizing domestic games. Why is it silent when it comes to this time when real money is needed? Damn, are you sick? Tenda has been making games on its own, and has also cooperated with Fire Studio to develop Bullet Hole 2. The efficiency of making games is as high as a sow, what else do you want? But has Tenda done anything to support the domestic game industry? Independent games and standalone games, how many producers are short of funds? The Xuli project is in Jingzhou, but Tenda didn't help them. There is also such a good platform as Chaolu Game Platform, but Tenda didn't put its own games on it? Tenda didn't help any domestic game producers unconditionally. But isn't that what Tenda's fans are bragging about? The light of domestic games? The only hope to revitalize domestic games? Tenda can't enjoy this kind of flattery and false reputation while being thrifty and only caring about itself, right? Seeing these remarks, he felt his blood pressure rise instantly. Is there something wrong? Although there are indeed some traces of water army activities here, there are still people who think so many things are so speechless. When a good person does a bad thing, he will be doomed and ruined, while when a bad person does a good thing, he will be admired by thousands of people, as if all the bad things he did before were washed away. Even good people cannot avoid doing bad things. If something happens, as long as you are slow to do good things, your personality collapses and your foxtail is exposed. People always habitually use the highest moral standards to demand good people, but for bad people, the moral standards are lowered to an extremely low level. Take the current situation. Those investment companies have never invested in domestic games before, and after expressing their willingness to invest in Xuli this time, many people think that their attitude is very sincere and worthy of encouragement, but Tenda, which has always been highly expected, has not made any statement on the Xuli project, and has not even given a superficial support, which is very disappointing. Chapter 1540. It became a case of standing in each other's camp. The key is that when encountering this kind of moral kidnapping, the parties involved really don't have any good solutions. They can't argue, and it's even difficult to speak out. Because once they speak out, it will only lead to more moral kidnapping. He also saw that in fact, the purpose of these people is to pull Tenda down from the altar as much as possible, and use this method of moral kidnapping to destroy the reputation accumulated by Tenda as much as possible. Many players used to think that Tenda was the light of domestic games and the future and hope of domestic games. It was with this reputation that Tenda won one tough battle after another. But if through this kind of smear, some people feel that Tenda is nothing special, and the light of domestic games is just a persona, although it is better than other domestic game companies, but there is no essential difference, it is equivalent to destroying this reputation to the maximum extent. This example has actually appeared in many fields. A company can do a lot of good things, but as long as it does one wrong thing, or even does nothing wrong but is misinterpreted, or taken out of context by people with ulterior motives, then the storm of public opinion will immediately backfire, and many people will hate it even more than they hate some junk companies. This is a situation that is bound to happen, and it is almost unsolvable. It's really outrageous, too much. Mr. Pei is such a passionate game producer, and Tenda is such a conscientious game company, how can you slander him like this? Tenda is inconvenient to speak out, then I will speak out. Do you really think that there is no one in the domestic game industry? You can't deal with these little water armies? He couldn't stand this kind of thing, so he immediately logged on to Weibo and prepared to correct the trend. There are some things that Tenda himself can't say, but he is an old veteran in the game circle, an industry insider, who can represent the attitude of the domestic game industry to a certain extent, and these words can still be said. Where on earth did this monster come from? People who have nothing to do with the domestic game industry jumped out to talk nonsense? On the one hand, you say you care about the domestic game industry, and on the other hand, you morally blackmail Tenda. How many domestic games have you played? What contributions have you made to domestic games? As a game company, the best way to support domestic games is to make more good works. In this regard, Tenda has done very well. Not only are its two directly affiliated studios constantly launching new games of various types, but it also distributes its designs to other companies such as Qingshan Studio and Tianhua Studio, constantly providing players with different types of excellent games. As for whether to invest or not, is it important? Tenda has the right to decide how to use its own funds. Can't it keep it for developing large game projects? Why must it invest in other game companies? Besides, the producer of Humbly himself said that he is not short of money. Why are so many people still worrying about it? Please go back to where you came from, people who have nothing to do with the game industry. Don't get involved. The domestic game industry is now in the best state ever. You don't need to worry about it. Qian is also a senior in the domestic game circle. He is also quite direct and not spoiled at all. Not long after this Weibo was sent out, some other game producers or industry insiders also expressed their support for Tenda. Some stood firm, such as Zhou Mian, who was originally a close partner of Tenda and of course had to support it. Others who had no direct cooperation relationship with Tenda also said a few fair words out of their good impression and support for Tenda. After all, Tenda has changed the entire domestic gaming environment and expanded the user base of standalone games. For the producers of these standalone games and independent games, they can also benefit from it. Qian originally thought that the matter was over, but after a while, he found that the controversy not only did not subside, but also had a tendency to expand. What's going on? Qian was a little puzzled, and after a closer look at the Weibo, he understood. Indeed, many people are supporting Tenda, but there are also many people who take this opportunity to attack Tenda. And this time it is not just the water army and netizens, some people in the game industry have also stood up to take sides, and most of these people are the bosses of game channels, or some Krypton Gold online games and mobile game producers. These people did not attack Tenda directly, and obviously they also know that it is useless to directly blacken it without clear black spots, but they can find ways to take sides. The fact is that someone helped the Humbly project, but Tenda didn't. Just talking about this matter, it is indeed disappointing. Is that okay? What senior he said is right, but the problem is that Tenda is not just a game company, it also has investment business. Yuan venture capital invests in so many companies every year, covering all walks of life, and there are many failed companies, but why doesn't Tenda take out money to help domestic standalone game and independent game producers who are short of money? Verbal support is far from real money, not to mention that Tenda rarely gives verbal support. That's right, Tenda obviously has investment money, but still prefers to invest in other companies. I think it's absurd to deify Tenda. Isn't Tenda making games to make money? They're all making money, so why are other companies criticized for making money, but Tenda is not questionable? Let's not talk about the Humbly project. Chalu game platform is such a good platform, isn't it in line with Tenda's values? But has Tenda said anything? It's true that Mr. Pei is the top game producer in China, but it's a bit too much to say that Tenda is a White Lotus company that is untainted by mud. I also think that there is no need to put Tenda on the altar. It's better to recognize that Tenda is just an ordinary company that is also running for profit and making money. It is indeed better than other domestic game companies, but there is no essential difference. To be honest, I think some small domestic channel dealers have done their best to support domestic games. Although the resources are obtained by some small mobile game companies, these companies are also the cornerstone of domestic games. There are many similar arguments. He and saw that this was obviously well prepared. If the previous water army was just to promote the popularity, then the statements of these industry insiders are the real backup plan. These are industry insiders. How could they not understand the contribution made by Tenda to the entire domestic game industry? Of course they understand. As insiders of the game industry, they understand much more than people in other industries and ordinary players, but it is precisely because they understand that they hate Tenda even more. Because Tenda is, to some extent, destroying their rice bowls and cutting off their financial resources. What was the state of the domestic game industry like before Tenda appeared? Although there are official platforms and some relatively excellent standalone game designers, these small channels still have a strong voice, and most of the popular games on the market are Krypton Gold games. It cannot be said that there are no high-quality standalone games, but they are relatively few, and they have not broken the circle and formed such a great influence. But with the emergence of Tenda games, all this has changed. Because several excellent standalone games of Tenda games are too popular and have broken the circle, players have higher and higher requirements for domestic game manufacturers, and the overall taste of the player group is gradually improving. For those channel dealers and companies that only make Krypton Gold games, the good days of wanting to make money lying down are gone forever. Especially for those large channels and large traditional Krypton Gold game manufacturers, players are increasingly using Tenda as a benchmark to make demands on them. They have not made more money, but they have been scolded more. What's even more infuriating is that Tenda is not only good at standalone games, but also better than them at pay-to-win games. Ghost General subverted the Krypton Gold model of mobile games. Fortress at Sea was praised for its conscience even though it sold 888 Fire Qiran. There are also games like GOG and Bullet Hole 2 that are fair competition and charge for appearance, but make a lot of money. They are squeezing the living space of these companies. How can they not feel uncomfortable? And what makes them hate the most is the reputation and good reputation of Tenda. Why are we all game companies and making money? We have to be scolded when we make money, but you not only get scolded when you make money, but also gain fame and fortune? Even players will use you as a benchmark to scold us? As the saying goes, the butt determines the head. It is precisely because they know that the emergence of Tenda has made it impossible for them to lie down and make money comfortably like before, and they know that they and Tenda are not the same kind of people after all, but are natural opposites, so they choose to stand on the side of the anti-Tenda alliance at this time. Get scolded? It doesn't matter. Don't they get scolded less at ordinary times? But if they can really seize this opportunity and throw some dirty water on Tenda, it will be worth it. There are too few flaws in Tenda, so for them, they can only seize these flaws that are not really flaws and find opportunities to attack. Because once the debate starts, after several rounds of arguments, there will be no absolute winner. Even if many companies support Tenda, this will inevitably cause some people to be disgusted. After all, there is no perfect company in the world. Many people will try their best to find problems with companies with perfect images. When they really find problems or are exposed by others, they will clap and laugh. See, I said it was just pretending, right? For some companies with imperfect images, it is easier to deal with. Black spots should be blackened, and non-black spots should also be blackened. Anyway, the results are almost the same. He couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that the situation seemed not as simple as he imagined. At first, he thought that it was just a company that bought some water army and brought up the rhythm casually, and it would soon calm down. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. This is an organized and premeditated attack, and the forces behind it are quite powerful. It was originally a very ordinary thing. The game Humbly just released a promotional video, but now it has inexplicably become a clear-cut team behavior in the game industry. More and more people are beginning to express their opinions. Even if some people want to protect themselves and not express their opinions, they will be urged by players to express their opinions because the popularity is too high. It seems that domestic game companies only have two choices left: support Tenda or oppose Tenda. Qian couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that the situation has become a little tricky. Everyone knows that the reputation of these companies combined is not as good as Tenda, but the problem is that as long as this debate continues, Tenda's reputation in the game industry will continue to weaken. It's like a clean person fighting with a dirty person. Even if he wins in the end, he will inevitably get dirty. Benefits turn people into ghosts. Qian shook his head helplessly. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top novel mobile reading website. Chapter 1541 Professional journalists are here again. March 25, Monday. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours of the weekend have passed. Yanqi went to work as usual, took a cup of coffee, and sat down at his workstation. He originally wanted to continue to arrange people to develop the content behind Humbly, but on second thought, he still searched the latest discussions about Humbly on the internet. As a result, he was dumbfounded on the spot. On Saturday, he issued a notice, explaining that the Humbly project was not short of money at all, so that everyone did not need to worry too much. I thought this matter was over, but now it seems that this matter is not only not over, but it has become a big deal. First, he voiced his support for Tenda, and then the entire domestic game circle inexplicably started a team-up activity. Some game producers, including Qian, expressed their support for Tenda and severely criticized some people with ulterior motives for smearing Tenda and disrupting the domestic game industry. However, some game distributors and game company bosses who were not on good terms with Tenda stood up and made comments that seemed to be reasonable, but in fact they were leading the rhythm and taking sides, trying to pull Tenda off the altar. At the beginning, everyone remained restrained, but soon, the gunpowder smell became stronger and stronger, because the game industry is not a harmonious one, and some manufacturers have had grievances. Now that new and old hatreds have erupted together, the words are naturally becoming more and more impolite. The debate started around Humbly, and the focus of the discussion was, Tenda keeps saying that it will revitalize domestic games, but with the ability, reputation, and resources, what kind of contribution has it made to domestic games? Yuan Ming Venture Capital has so much money invested in some inexplicable companies, but has no money to invest in Humbly or other domestic independent games? Tenda obviously has such a strong reputation and prestige, but has never thought of speaking out for the Chaolu game platform? As the quarrel went on, the topic went further and further, and it became a mutual attack and quarrel between some manufacturers. Of course, some unfounded things were naturally attributed to Tenda. To be honest, this scene is quite undignified. But this is exactly what the anti-Tenda alliance needs. Because decent methods can never cause any harm to Tenda. Now this kind of play seems shameless, but they don't have much shame anyway, so this is also a kind of low moral advantage. It's obviously unreasonable and obviously won't get the support of players, but as long as they persist in making trouble and try hard to muddy the water, they can always cause a certain negative impact on Tenda, and this time it seems to be well prepared. Someone must have been behind the scenes to fan the flames, otherwise it would not be possible to quarrel to this extent in just 2 days on the weekend. The person behind the scenes seized the weakness of Tenda not working on the weekend and attacked Tenda fiercely. And Tenda really did not move during the 2 days of the weekend, and even on Monday, it did not make any statement at all. Yanqi saw it with his eyes and was anxious in his heart. In his opinion, Tenda's behavior was a little unreasonable. As long as he made a clear statement to the outside world that the project of Humbly was funded by Tenda, and even the idea of this game was inspired by President Pei, wouldn't that be enough? At that time, these doubts from the outside world will naturally disappear, and those clamorous jumpers and the rhythm-setting water army of the anti-Tenda alliance will naturally be beaten up. If possible, Yan Qi would like to go up and reveal the news himself. Unfortunately, President Pei did not let him, and it seems that President Pei does not intend to do it himself. What is President Pei waiting for? This is really confusing. Just as I was struggling, the assistant came over and said, "Mr. Yan, there's something. The official game platform just called and wanted to arrange an urgent interview for you. I guess they saw the promotional video of Humbly and attached great importance to our project, so they wanted to report it. Do you think you should accept this interview? If you do, what time would be appropriate? Official reporters will arrive tomorrow at the earliest." Yan Qi was stunned for a moment. Huh? Interview? Yes, of course. Set the time tomorrow, the sooner the better. Being interviewed by reporters from the official platform is of course what every game producer dreams of. Once this interview is put on the official platform, Humbly will naturally not worry about the attention, and there will definitely be a large number of players pouring in. Although Humbly is currently confirmed to be an exclusive game on the Qiaolu game platform, the nature of the official platform is relatively special, and there is no direct competitive relationship with this private platform. The official platform will not prohibit or exclude the existence of other game platforms. According to regulations, exclusive games on other platforms must be launched on the official platform after 3 months. However, even if it is launched on the official platform, it only provides an additional entrance. If players want to play this game, it is not enough to download the main body. They must download the original platform before they can play this game. In other words, according to regulations, although Humbly is exclusive to the Qiaolu game platform, it will be available on the official platform after 3 months. However, if players want to download Humbly from the official platform, they must first download a Qiaolu game platform.in. This way, it can be regarded as protecting the exclusive games of these game platforms, allowing the platforms to expand the user groups of the platforms by relying on the exclusive games, and maintaining the authority of the official platforms, and integrating resources to a certain extent. Therefore, having a good relationship with the official platform is beneficial to the game Humbly and the Qiaolu game platform. Yan Qi also took this opportunity to express his point of view through the official platform. The Humbly project is really not short of money. This meaningless quarrel and standing can be stopped. March 26, Tuesday. The interview team of the official platform came to Jingzhou again and went straight to the Humbly project team. This time, the interview team came with a total of 5 people, and the text editor-in-chief was still Xia Jiang. After all, she is considered a more senior official reporter. She has interviewed Tenda Group and the independent game incubation base before, and has published many good articles. Sending Xia Jiang here is enough to show that the official attaches great importance to this interview. Of course, Xia Jiang is also looking forward to this interview, because the game Humbly looks like another 3A action game that takes into account the Chinese cultural heritage and excellent production after Huishiren, and the personal experience of producer Yan Qi, making mobile games for survival and making standalone games for ideals, is also very good interview material. Editor Xia. Hello, I have heard a lot about you. I have read the interviews you did for Tenda Group and the Qingshan project before, and I admire your professionalism very much. Yan Qi had been waiting downstairs in advance. After seeing Xia Jiang, he shook hands cordially. It was not a polite remark, but he had indeed read the 2 interviews and admired this kind of blank interview very much. Being able to outline the image of President Pei through interviewing his surroundings, and this image is also very consistent with the real image of President Pei, this strong interviewing skills must not be underestimated. When Yan Qi thought that the person being interviewed had changed from President Pei to himself, he felt a little excited, as if he was walking on the smooth road opened up by his predecessors. This editor-in-chief Xia Jiang is definitely a lucky general. At the beginning, she interviewed Tenda, and then Tenda took off quickly and prospered. Now interviewing the Shuli project team, maybe this game will explode? Yan Qi enthusiastically led Xia Jiang and other staff members of the official platform interview team in and sat down in the meeting room that had been arranged long ago. The other staff members were busy setting up the scene, and the photographer was busy finding the camera position and debugging the equipment. Xia Jiang had already prepared the interview script. Now the interview had not started yet, and there was nothing else to do for the time being, so she just chatted for a while. She looked Yan Qi up and down and asked, "The project of Shuli. Is it funded by President Pei?" Yan Qi, "Ah?" This question made him confused on the spot. Yan Qi's expression froze. He didn't expect Xia Jiang's first sentence to be this. Why did she know? This matter should be strictly confidential? Could it be, there is a traitor among the core personnel? Or did she get the information from Tenda in advance? It's impossible, there are no such rumors in the outside world. Mostly speculation. Why do you ask this? Yan Qi was a little surprised, but he calmed down quickly. He didn't answer directly, but chose to ask back. Xia Jiang smiled. In fact, she already understood when she saw Yan Qi's reaction. Unexpectedly, the unexpected test really worked out. Xia Jiang smiled and said, "I guessed it. The Shuli incident is making a lot of noise now. The anti-Tenda alliance and other companies have used this as an article to attack Tenda, almost causing the entire domestic game circle to take sides. If it was other companies that invested in Shuli, they would have jumped out to announce their identities by now. How could they still keep calm? Except for Mr. Pei from Tenda Group, I really can't think of another person who does good things without leaving a name. Your expression now is exactly the same as Mr. Chiu from the independent game incubation base. But I think, you will also be like Mr. Chiu, and never admit it, right?" Yan Qi was speechless for a moment. "Good fellow, is this a professional journalist? I've told you everything, what else can I do?" But Mr. Chiu's independent game incubation base, that is, the endless plan, is actually also Mr. Pei's industry? Yan Qi has no intersection with the endless plan, because the empire he made at the beginning is indeed a Krypton Gold mobile game, not an independent game, and he has a relatively complete development team, so he can't get the investment of the endless plan. His main impression of the endless plan is that the endless plan provided many excellent independent games to the Chaolu game platform before, which gave the Chaolu game platform a big return. Of course, looking at Xia Jiang's expression, there should be no solid evidence for this matter. Qiu Hong is the same, and he will never admit it. As long as he doesn't admit it, Xia Jiang, as the official editor-in-chief, can't write this matter directly in the report, but can only hint at it. And hints, the influence is limited after all. Chapter 1542 Enterprise Credit Information Publicity System. The two looked at each other and smiled, and everything was self-explanatory. You know what I want to say, but you also know that I can't say it, and I know that you know that I can't say it, so let's not say it. Yan Qi thought about it carefully, and felt that it was normal for Xia Jiang to guess it, and it would be a problem if she couldn't guess it. Because she is not only very smart, but also really went to Tenda and the incubation base to see it. She went to the site to investigate and talked with the responsible persons. She has a very good grasp of many details, and naturally she can find many details. And most people on the internet have never been to Tenda, have never met President Pei, and don't know how Tenda operates internally, let alone see the connection between Tenda Group and the incubation base. So, it's just some speculation, and it doesn't constitute a solid hammer. In this case, let's continue to keep it confidential according to President Pei's request. Okay, then our interview officially begins. The equipment has been debugged. Xia Jiang smiled and asked the first question, You should have made a mobile game called Empire Blade before. Why did you decide to switch from mobile games to Action 3A masterpieces? What is the inspiration for the game, Shuli? Yanqi. He thought he was ready, but now he realized that he was not. Because these two questions are actually one question, and they are directly related to President Pei. At first, Yanqi made money from mobile games and was inspired by Tenda and Qiaolu game platform, so he wanted to make an action standalone game to fulfill his dream. But he had no idea how to make this game. It was Liada who told him about Tenda's way of developing games and gave him guidance, and then the prototype of the game Shuli came into being. In other words, the inspiration for this game should be President Pei. But if he told the truth, wouldn't it be a disguised exposure of the relationship between the Shuli project team and President Pei? Yanqi grunted twice and then said, well, actually I have always been a loyal player of action games, and I have always dreamed of making an action game. The project of Shuli is partly due to my accumulation and passion for action games, and partly because of some inspiration from the outside world. He didn't have any good ideas, because Xia Jiang asked some routine questions, but the fact is that the birth of the game Shuli is inseparable from Tenda. So, even if he answered seriously, he would naturally reveal some things. If President Pei had not asked, then it would be easy. Yanqi only needed to tell the truth and openly state the relationship between Shuli and Tenda. But President Pei asked for confidentiality, so he could only be picky and vague. Originally, I thought Xia Jiang would be very dissatisfied with his statement. After all, if he didn't say this or that, what was the point of this interview? But Xia Jiang was not angry, but had a faint smile on his face. It's okay, I understand. This situation is not the first time I have encountered it, I am very familiar with it. Besides, my blank interview is specially prepared for this situation. Don't worry, I am a professional reporter, and I will polish the interview content after returning, and it will definitely achieve the best effect. All you have to do is listen to your inner voice, and say everything you need to say. Then, next question. The Shuli project has now been confirmed to be exclusive to the Qiaolu game platform. What do you think of the Qiaolu game platform? It is rumored that the amount of funds required for the game Shuli is very huge. I am worried that you will castrate the game content or release it in installments due to funding and cost-effectiveness issues. How do you deal with this problem during development? Xia Jiang asked seriously, and Yanqi answered seriously. However, in the process of answering, some issues of Tenda will naturally be involved. Yanqi had no choice but to be vague and evasive about this. Fortunately, in addition to the issues related to Tenda, there are other things to talk about, such as the Qiaolu game platform. Yanqi has been cooperating with the Qiaolu game platform for a long time. Yanqi came here shortly after the platform was established. Whether it is finding bugs or releasing games, he has established a very deep friendship with the platform. Even the creative ideas of the game Shuli and the matchmaking with Yuan venture capital were all facilitated by Liada from the platform. Yanqi praised the operating ideas of the Qiaolu game platform, and also repeatedly emphasized that the Shuli project has sufficient funds and will not cut the game content due to funding issues, so please don't worry, this project will definitely be developed smoothly and completely. The two asked and answered each other, and 2 hours passed quickly. Xia Jiang looked at the contents of the shorthand notebook and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then today's interview ends here. Thank you for your cooperation. I have all the content I want. The next step is to rush to finish the manuscript so that this news can meet everyone as soon as possible. Yanqi let out a long breath and felt relaxed, although Xia Jiang seemed to have been asking questions in an indirect way during the interview, and some questions inevitably involved Tenda. Yanqi's spirit was always highly tense, and he did not reveal the relationship between the Shuli project team and Tenda Group. Some content was vaguely passed, and some content was used as a shield as much as possible. After all, it was Tenda that invested in me, and the Chaolu game platform was just a partner. What can't be said? President Pei said that Tenda's investment in Shuli cannot be said. In other words, can't everything else be said? What's more, this is a good opportunity to show up on the official platform, there is no reason to hide it. However, in order to be safe, Yan Qi still asked, Editor Xia, there are some contents in this interview that I am not convenient to disclose. These should not affect it, right? Xia Jiang nodded immediately, no impact. Don't worry, I am a professional reporter. Besides, I have seen this kind of scene many times. I have a hunch that this article will be a hit after it comes out. Yan Qi nodded. Since Editor Xia has guaranteed it, there should be no problem. Okay, Editor Xia, you have worked hard. Then I will wait patiently for the interview article to come out. Back at the hotel, Xia Jiang began to quickly organize the content of today's interview. Although there is no need to rush for this kind of thing, and it is completely okay to publish the article within a few days, Xia Jiang's mentality is very urgent. On the one hand, she had seen the familiar shadow in Yan Qi's answer, a hidden line. Just like when she interviewed Tenda Group at that time, there was also a hidden line in the content of the interview with each person in charge, that is, President Pei's support and help for the entire Tenda Group. If you don't realize this hidden line, then the whole interview seems to be missing something, but if this hidden line comes out, then everything will be strung together in an instant. These words that Yan Qi heard during this interview obviously also have a hidden line. The people who influenced him to make up his mind to make the game Shuli and the people who invested in him are all hidden in this hidden line. Think about the interview of Qiu Hong of the end of the road at that time. Let Xia Jiang be 99.99% sure that this hidden line is President Pei. On the other hand, Xia Jiang also noticed the phenomenon of the game circle standing in line against Shuli and Tenda. Some companies, and even some people in the game industry, are trying to throw dirty water on Tenda. Xia Jiang was of course indignant about this. President Pei is such a good person, but there are still people slandering him? It's just so filthy. But the official platform should stand on an objective and neutral position after all. Even if Tenda has indeed made great contributions to the domestic game industry, the official platform cannot directly stand on Tenda's side. This kind of influence is too bad. After all, the official platform should be relatively restrained. It can encourage and praise, but it cannot directly take sides, otherwise everything will be a mess. Therefore, as an editor-in-chief, Xia Jiang naturally cannot go too far in this matter. Personal emotions and work should still be separated. She can only do her best to make the content of these reports good, and try her best to guide everyone to find the truth and stand on the right side through her clear analysis and well-reasoned reasoning. So, are you still going to use the blank space method to write this article this time? Well, it's safe, but the problem is that this method has been used several times and is not new at all. Moreover, in the current situation faced by Tenda, a blank report may not be able to help. I really want to hammer it directly. The Qingshan project, the independent game incubation base, and the Shuli project team are all funded by President Pei, and even the Chaolu game platform is very suspicious, but they all refuse to admit it. The Qingshan project supports domestic independent games, the Shuli project supports excellent domestic standalone 3A masterpieces, and the Chaolu game platform supports a positive energy game platform. And Tenda itself is constantly launching excellent game works. Mr. Pei's support and help for the entire domestic game industry is obviously all-round and spares no effort, and Mr. Pei is so low-key and unknown that he doesn't want others to know. Such a conscientious company is still being slandered. It's so annoying. Is there any way to directly prove the relationship between these three and Tenda? Xia Jiang frowned. She felt that she was just one step away from the final blow. The previous interviews are all there, and the materials for this time are also there. Tenda's entire layout is basically clear, but the only problem is that there is no way to prove it. How to prove the relationship between Tenda and them when these people will never admit it? Xiaojiang paced back and forth, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Huh? Got it. If I remember correctly, a national corporate credit information disclosure system was just launched in February this year. If it is some company related to Tenda, I should be able to find some clues on this system. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1543, Tenda's Game Empire. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Thinking of this, Xiaojiang was instantly excited. This National Enterprise Credit Information Disclosure System, to put it bluntly, is to make public the registration, license approval, annual report, administrative punishment, spot check results, abnormal operation status, etc. of market entities for people to query. This is disclosed in accordance with laws and regulations such as the Information Disclosure Regulations, and there are a lot of contents to be found. Because there was no such information disclosure system before, the specific information about a certain company could only be found by the relevant departments, and ordinary people could not find it at all. Now this disclosure system is equivalent to making some content that is not considered a commercial secret public, which can also be regarded as making some junk companies nowhere to hide. Companies with no abnormal conditions on the system may not be pitfalls, but companies with abnormal conditions on the system must be pitfalls. Whether it is for job seekers or other companies that are preparing to reach cooperation, with this system, they can avoid this pitfall very well. Of course, this disclosure system is not particularly perfect, and many functions are not particularly easy to use, and it can even be said to be difficult to use. Some companies have also spotted this opportunity and are developing some business inquiry platforms based on this public disclosure system that can conveniently query company information, integrating some online information, using public data as the entry point and relationships as the core to help companies or individuals reduce costs and avoid risks. Of course, this type of product is still under development and has not yet been released. After all, this National Enterprise Credit Information Disclosure System has only been online for a month. But in any case, even if this system is not very easy to use at present, it is not difficult to use it to check the actual investors behind the Qian to Plan, Chaolu game platform and Shuli. Xiaojiang was very excited and felt that she had found a key. A key to open this door and solve all disputes. She immediately opened the website of this Enterprise Credit Information Disclosure System and checked all the content she suspected. Sure enough. I knew I was right. These are all Tenda's industries. All. Yes. Xiaojiang was instantly excited, because she had only suspected before, but had no solid evidence. Although it is known that Tenda is most likely related to these companies, maybe Tenda is just one of the investors? Maybe the proportion is not large? It is hard to say. But now, all these contents are clearly displayed in front of Xiaojiang, and it is clear at a glance. Tenda has quietly completed a terrifying and huge layout in the domestic game industry. Tenda Games is the core game department, which is used to develop games with the largest investment, the most advanced ideas and the highest risks. Slightly inferior ideas are handed over to Shengyang Games. In terms of VR games, we jointly funded with Shenhua Group to establish Qingshan Studio, which not only makes VR games, but also VR hardware. For some games with low difficulty, moderate risk and strong profitability, we cooperate with other domestic game companies to achieve win-win results, such as cooperating with Tianhua Studio and Longyu Group to develop Bullet Hole 2. In order to support the development of independent games, through the Poor Road Plan, independent game incubation bases were established in cities with concentrated game talents such as the Imperial Capital, Magic City, and Guangzhou to support the development of domestic independent games, and also helped Qiu Hong, a lost game producer. The establishment of the Qiaolu game platform quietly explored a new game platform model and provided players with a game platform that truly belongs to players. For excellent domestic game projects such as Humbly, President Pei gave full support from creativity to investment, directly raising Yan Qi, a game producer who was not particularly outstanding, to the current level. This kind of support can be said to be all-round and without blind spots, and it has achieved the ultimate that a company can do. Logically speaking, as a game company, Tenda can be considered excellent as long as it continues to launch good game products. But Tenda is not just looking after itself, but is providing comprehensive support to the entire domestic game industry, and even in some aspects, it has done more than the official platform. It's just that because President Pei is too low-key, these things are all kept strictly confidential, so no one knows. Before, Xia Jiang also hinted that the real investor behind the desperate plan was President Pei, but at that time there was no solid evidence after all, and after it was circulated online, it did not cause much splash. Because there are not many people paying attention to this matter. The characteristics of the internet are not the lack of information caused by the lack of information, but the difficulty of identification caused by the excess of information. In other words, there is a lot of information, but true and false news are mixed together, and people can't find or distinguish which ones are true and useful. And the information that really caused a heated response is either it really happened to touch the demands of most people, or someone is behind it, or both. Although Xia Jiang's hints last time had some effect in a small range, they had limited impact because they were not proven and did not attract widespread attention. But this time it was different. First, it was because the National Enterprise Credit Information Disclosure System was launched, and there was a real hammer. Second, because of the recent online quarrels, people in the game industry were also standing around Humbly and Tenda, and this matter has become extremely popular, and it is at the peak of popularity. Therefore, once the news is released, it will definitely have a super explosive effect. Xia Jiang realized that he would be the one who pressed the explosion button. As for why others didn't find it? It's very simple. On the one hand, it's because this disclosure system has just been online for a month, and those software and apps that can query business information based on it have not appeared yet, and many people don't know about this. On the other hand, it's also because many people didn't think much about it, and didn't suspect that the Qian plan, Qiaolu game platform and Humbly are so closely related to Tenda. Only Xia Jiang meets these 2 points at the same time. There is a saying that if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. When Xia Jiang first came to Jingzhou to interview Tenda Group, she was deeply impressed by this unique company. The subsequent interviews made her understand and know Tenda Group more and more. And this big news was successfully dug out by relying on the accumulation of the previous interviews and her personal keen sense of smell. Xia Jiang immediately started typing on the keyboard, and the whole person entered an unprecedented high-efficiency state. Draft. As soon as this draft was published, the siege of Tenda by these people with ulterior motives was naturally broken, and it was a complete defeat. March 27, Wednesday night. Li Shi and investors gathered in the private room of Wuming Restaurant. Mr. Li, you are so elegant. I thought you would not come to this meal today. That's right. I haven't asked you yet. How does it feel to be the head of Dream Ventures? What's the difference with your Fuhui capital? The storm on the internet has been getting more and more intense recently. Why do you still seem so leisurely? Investors are very concerned about Li Shi's recent situation. Although these investors also participated in the election of the head of Tenda department, after all, the department takes priority. They do the same work as Li Shi, but their contribution to Tenda is not as good as Li Shi, so most of them did not get elected. Recently, the anti-Tenda alliance took advantage of the Humbly project. After such a long time of fermentation, the heat is getting higher and higher. Naturally, they have heard about it. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Li Shi, but now it is different. Li Shi is the acting head of Dream Ventures. One of the excuses used by the outside world to attack Tenda is that Tenda did not invest in Xuli and did not shoulder the burden of supporting domestic games as all players expected. In the eyes of these people, as the acting head of Yuanming Venture Capital, Li Shi must make a statement on this, right? Either use the money from Yuanming Venture Capital to invest in Xuli to express real support, or just give verbal support, which is much better than playing dead. But everyone knows that the current situation is actually very passive. Regardless of whether Li Shi decides to invest, the anti-Tenda alliance actually has a reason, and the subsequent attacks will probably not stop. Putting yourself in their shoes, everyone feels that if they were in this position, they would definitely be confused and fall into a dilemma, so they are very worried about Li Shi. But now it seems that Li Shi does not seem to be worried, but calm, as if everything is under control. Li Shi took a sip of tea and smiled slightly. This meal was booked 2 weeks ago, why don't I come? If I don't come, won't all the good wine and food be cheap for you? What does it feel like to be the acting head of Dream Ventures? Do you want to hear the truth? The truth is, it's boring. Because everything has been arranged in advance by President Pei, I really have nothing to do at work every day. I just need to let Dream Ventures develop steadily according to the established route planned by President Pei. I don't need to think hard about which one to invest in and which one not to invest in. I don't think this is good either. It will easily degrade my ability. Investors were shocked, saying that Li Shi's Versailles came unexpectedly, and he didn't even say hello before showing off, which was really unethical. Good guy. After Li Shi went to Tenda to practice for a period of time, his ability to show off has obviously improved. Boss Pei still teaches this? I think Boss Pei probably didn't teach it personally, but he learned it naturally through words and deeds. Boss Pei planned the route? That's not right. Didn't Boss Pei stop caring about Yuanming Venture Capital a long time ago? He only left a legend of 100% investment success rate? Yes, in the matter of Xuli, many people pointed to Yuanming Venture Capital, saying that Yuanming Venture Capital called the wrong name and invested in some messed up companies, but the company that really needs the money is completely blind to it. Shouldn't they come out and make a statement? Li Shi laughed. Statement? What statement? Xuli is a project invested by President Pei from beginning to end, but it is kept secret. What is there to say? I hope these people dance more happily, because the more happily they dance now, the more exciting their expressions will be when the truth is revealed later. Only those of you who don't know the truth will feel panic. People like me who know and trust President Pei well enough are not panicked at all, they just want to laugh. Chapter 1544, The Truth Must Be Revealed to the World. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. All the investors present were shocked. Good guy, Mr. Li's pretentiousness has improved again. Inadvertently, he was pretending again, damn it. Such a big piece of information was revealed in such a light manner. What's going on? Mr. Pei arranged everything? Xuli is a project invested by Mr. Pei? What's going on? It's wrong, Xuli is a project invested by Mr. Pei, and the anti-Tenda alliance still uses this game to make a fuss? Are they short-circuited in their brains? Isn't this slapping themselves in the face? Xuli is Mr. Pei's project, so why doesn't everyone say it? Is there any need to keep this secret? All the investors were shocked, surprised, and a little hard to accept. So this matter has made such a big fuss, is it a huge mistake made by the anti-Tenda alliance? Li Shi smiled slightly. If President Pei had made it clear from the beginning about the investment in Xuli, would the anti-Tenda alliance still take the bait? President Pei is just fishing, and those who are willing will take the bait. It's not the anti-Tenda alliance's fault for being too stupid. To be honest, before I looked through the internal information of Yuanming Ventures, I didn't expect that it was President Pei who invested in Xuli. After all, according to normal people's thinking, this is an investment of a supporting nature, and the risk and return are completely disproportionate. This kind of investment cannot be made for profit, but more for fame, and it must be publicized everywhere. But President Pei really didn't plan to publicize it everywhere, and required the entire investment project to be strictly confidential. Even when the anti-Tenda alliance attacked it crazily, President Pei was still very calm and still didn't point it out. He was so calm and had the style of a great general. As for why it was kept secret, there are many ways to interpret it. It may be that President Pei is indifferent to fame and fortune, and does not want to seek such false reputation, and does not want to praise Tenda too much and turn it into a moral model. It may also be that President Pei had long anticipated that one day, some people with ulterior motives would use similar excuses to attack Tenda, so he arranged a backup plan in advance. An investor was surprised and said, "Could it be that President Pei can be so smart? He invested in Humbly, and the people in the anti-Tenda alliance just happened to see Humbly and took the opportunity to attack Tenda?" Leisure shook his head. "I think there should be a little luck here. First, if the anti-Tenda alliance uses other games to attack Tenda, Tenda can also use Humbly to fight back, proving that it has truly invested in and supported promising domestic games, and did not invest in that project because it felt that the quality of the project was average or inconsistent with Tenda's philosophy." In short, with Humbly as a benchmark, the point that the anti-Tenda does not invest in domestic games is naturally untenable. Secondly, there are not many excellent standalone projects in China, and even fewer outstanding projects. The excellent quality of Humbly is also a standout among many domestic games. It is like a bait, too attractive, and it is difficult for the anti-Tenda alliance not to notice it. The last and most critical point is first, Tenda invested in Humbly, provided it with startup funds, made a game demo, and achieved certain results, so it was noticed by the anti-Tenda alliance. These companies in the anti-Tenda alliance have one characteristic, that is, they can only add icing on the cake, never help in times of need. Sometimes they don't even add icing on the cake, they just see that the fruit is about to ripen and force their way into the queue to pick the fruit. For them, if Humbly only has an initial design draft, they will definitely not invest. Only when Humbly has achieved results and sees the hope of success, they will come forward. Therefore, Humbly is a huge bait. Under this temptation, it is almost inevitable that the anti-Tenda alliance will take the bait. All the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance thought that Yan Qi's team used the money earned from the mobile game Empire Blade to develop Humbly. They didn't expect that there was an investor who dared to back up Yan Qi's team. After listening to Li Shi's story, all the investors were impressed. "It's really great. Mr. Pei's trick of Jiang Taigong fishing, willing to take the bait, really caught the fish of the anti-Tenda alliance. So, Mr. Pei is really farsighted and farsighted. Even if this is not pure predictive reasoning ability, at least he has a deep insight into the current situation and a deep understanding of these companies in the anti-Tenda alliance, so he can make such an advanced judgment. No wonder Mr. Li said that it was boring to work in yuan venture capital. Every time you encounter a problem, you can always find the solution that Mr. Pei left long ago. This is indeed lacking some challenges. By the way, Mr. Li, this information should still be confidential, right? Is it okay to tell us?" The investors ate a big melon and were satisfied. Li Shi smiled slightly. "In fact, it's only a matter of time before this news spreads. Last month, the Corporate Credit Information Disclosure System was launched. With the help of Yuan Venture Capital's layout in the independent game incubation base, Chaolu Game Platform and the Humbly project team, Tenda can no longer hide it. I think it is precisely because of this reason that President Pei did not choose to release the news himself and slap the anti-Tenda alliance in the face. Because this news is exposed by others, it will be more lethal. The hotter this matter is, the more people will want to find out the truth. There will always be someone who can find out the real investor behind Humbly through this public announcement system. So, Tenda is not panicking at all now. No matter how big the storm outside is, President Pei will just sit back and do nothing. Because the bigger the storm, the more miserable, the anti-Tenda alliance will lose in the end. It seems that they are shooting arrows at Tenda, but in fact, they are just being helped by President Pei. As Li Shi was talking, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and smiled. Look. I said that sooner or later someone would find out about this matter, and it's here, isn't it? The two investors next to him immediately came over curiously. Li Shi smiled very proudly. I'll forward it to you. Although he did not plan this layout like President Pei, and did not even participate in it, he was also a part of this layout as he took over in the middle. Li Shi felt very proud to see such a wonderful prediction. Investors took out their phones to check the content forwarded by Li Shi. It turned out to be a special report on Humbly on the official game platform. This special report looked quite impressive, and was directly placed in the most eye-catching position on the official game platform. It was hard not to see it. Of course, what Li Shi forwarded was not the original report from the official game platform, but a second forwarding by other media. Because the reports of the official platform are all posted on the platform, you can only see them after logging in. But this news is so explosive, so once it was released, it caused various media to reprint it, and it spread all over the internet in an instant. The title of the interview is, Exclusive Interview with Yuan, the producer of Humbly. Carefully protect the fire in your heart. Once you encounter firewood, it will naturally burn out. The first half of the interview is relatively conventional as a whole. It is nothing more than telling about Yuan's mental journey and career as a game producer. I liked action games very much when I was a teenager, and I always had the dream of making excellent domestic action games in my heart. After work, I resolutely entered the game industry, but the dream was too far away. I had to make mobile games first, work as a wage earner, and then become a producer myself. Although Empire Blade has achieved commercial success, material things did not stop him from struggling, but made him more eager for his original dream. The money earned from Empire Blade did not become a burden to him, but instead became a boost for his takeoff. And this is exactly what the title says: carefully nurture the fire in your heart, don't let it go out, and when the conditions are ripe, it will naturally burn brightly. If you only look at the first half, this is a fairly routine interview. After all, Yuan's experience can be said to be a microcosm of many domestic game producers. Although there are leaps and bounds, overall, they have taken solid steps one by one, and everyone's route is not much different. The key lies in the second half. When talking about the game Humbly, Yuan said that this game has external sources of inspiration, and the help and support of investors are the fundamental driving force that allows him to develop this game to the extreme at all costs. Otherwise, the money earned from Empire Blade is actually not enough to support him to develop Humbly to the extreme. The interview manuscript became a little strange when it got here, because the content suddenly became vague. Yuan mentioned external help many times in the interview, but did not clearly state where this external help came from. The source of inspiration and the source of funds were not elaborated, but he pulled out the Qingshan game platform and praised it, thanking the Qingshan game platform for the help it provided him. Everyone was a little puzzled. This is also called an interview? I spent a lot of time interviewing people, but it was all in vain. Why didn't you ask for clarification on such important information? Or, why didn't you put these vague and ambiguous things in the report at all? Are you just guessing riddles and teasing everyone? How could a professional journalist from an official platform make such a low-level mistake? Although it feels a bit outrageous, the content of this interview is not over yet, so everyone still read it patiently. Until the end of the interview, Yuan did not say where the inspiration and funding for Humbly came from, and he was very tight-lipped. However, Yuan did not say it, which does not mean that the manuscript was not written. After the content of the interview was all over, there was a last paragraph in the interview manuscript. When talking about this mysterious investor, Yan Qi's face is always filled with an irrepressible smile, but he never reveals it. However, the corporate credit information disclosure platform was just launched last month. As long as you check it, all the truth will naturally come to light. The author sincerely hopes that there will be more companies that can be down-to-earth and truly contribute to domestic games, and the fewer companies that stir up conflicts, launch attacks, and use the help of domestic games to carry out moral kidnapping, the better. Although the eyes of the masses are occasionally blinded by carefully created illusions, the eyes of the masses are ultimately sharp. All the despicable tricks of the scoundrels will eventually melt under the sunshine, and the truth will surely be revealed to the world. Chapter 1545, The Most Lonely Invincible, please vote for more. Seeing this, all investors finally felt comfortable. It's stable. The official platform has expressed its position, which is almost equivalent to the final conclusion, and it is obviously as stable as it can be. Of course, the official platform has always been cautious in expressing its position on such things. This time, it is obviously confirmed, so it is so tough. Although this article is just an interview article made by the editor-in-chief, it must have been approved by layers of review and can represent the official attitude towards this incident. It is worth mentioning that this interview article did not directly point out who the investor behind Xuli is, but let everyone check it out for themselves. Of course, the investors present have been spoiled by Li Shi, and they know that no matter how they check, whether it is the independent game incubation base, the Chaolu game platform or the Xuli project team, the final result will be Yuanming Venture Capital. And Yuanming Venture Capital is equal to Tenda Group and President Pei. All the investors present were speechless. Convinced. Even though many investors are well informed, they have rarely seen such bizarre scenes. The outrageous part of this matter is that President Pei was very smart and planned ahead of time. He foresaw that the anti-Tenda alliance would attack in the game field. He wanted to discredit Tenda through this kind of dirty tricks and made arrangements in advance. Such a huge layout has been planned for a long time. The end-of-the-road plan and the independent game incubation base, the Chaolu game platform, the Xuli project, these are all part of President Pei's layout. The amount of funds involved is far beyond everyone's imagination. But this is not the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that President Pei spent so much money and made so many contributions, but he deliberately kept it secret and hid the news very well. He didn't even consider using it to gain a good reputation. This can't be blamed on the anti-Tenda alliance for being mentally retarded. With their nature, how could they think that there really is such a company in the world that does good things without leaving a name? If President Pei deliberately concealed information and was fishing, then this kind of forbearance is comparable to that of Go Jian, the king of Yu. If Mr. Pei did not conceal the information intentionally, but simply did not want to take credit for it, then this kind of mind is the saint's. Anyway, no matter how you think about it, it's outrageous. At this time, the investors seem to understand the mood of Mr. Pei and the heads of various departments of Tenda. For Mr. Pei, there are only 5 words to describe it: invincibility is the loneliest. As for the heads of various departments, their mentality is similar to that of Mr. Li now. Hey, another easy win, no fun. At the same time, Magic City Qian was typing away on the keyboard, arguing with the boss of a gaming platform. He was also a man of temperament. Seeing this kind of black sheep in the gaming industry, who was obviously not stupid but bad, he would never say anything good. He would just let himself go and output with all his strength. Qian was also very unceremonious. He exposed the ugly eating habits of these gaming platforms and predicted that within a few years, all these gaming platforms would be gone, and the platform bosses would have to go out to drink the northwest wind one by one, because the future era must belong to the high-quality platform that truly stands with the players, such as the Chaolu gaming platform. After a period of intense output, Qian found that the other party had no sound. Huh? What's the matter? Why don't you reply to me? Is he speechless, blushing, and embarrassed by my refutation? So he stopped replying? Could it be that I am still as good as ever? Still have such a powerful lethality? Qian was complacent, but also a little disappointed. This victory seemed to be achieved too quickly and too unnaturally. The other party was still being sarcastic and unreasonable 1 second, and pretending to be dead the next second. This contrast is really a bit big. Not only that, Qian soon discovered something even more outrageous. The other party started deleting Weibo. Before, he just stopped replying, but judging from the Weibo posts he made, he was obviously stubborn and didn't really admit his mistakes. But now that he deleted the Weibo posts, it felt like he was running away with his tail between his legs. Qian was very surprised and had a new understanding of his fighting ability. I actually scolded him so hard that he found his conscience and turned back. No way, if the trolls on the internet still have conscience, they wouldn't wait until I scolded them before they found their conscience. Qian thought this was a bit strange and quickly searched the internet. It didn't matter that he searched, all kinds of reversal information emerged like a blanket. The atmosphere on the internet can be described in a few words: general celebration, singing and dancing, and beating the drowned dog. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. The investor of the Shuli project is Mr. Pei. All the money for this project is from Dream Venture Capital. There are still some idiots who keep asking, why didn't Tenda invest in Shuli? And some people patiently explain, why did Tenda have to invest in Shuli? But in the end everyone is ugly. The Shuli project can achieve its current level only because of Tenda's investment. Can you perform that? Yes, that's the one. Tenda Group claims to support the domestic game industry, but Dream Venture Capital has invested in so many junk companies, but has not invested a penny in other domestic games. Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. Some people keep asking, why did Yan-Chi keep hesitating about not investing in Randy? It's obvious that Yan-Chi wants to save your face. He's afraid that he'll hurt you too much. He's hesitating about how much force to use. But you're getting closer and closer to him on purpose. This is a straight hook fishing. Not only did the fish bite, but it also took the initiative to prepare the baking tray and seasoning. I suggest you take screenshots as soon as possible. Take screenshots of all the world's famous paintings, especially the faces of the so-called insiders. You must keep them forever. In the future, when these people say anything or post anything on Weibo, don't talk too much. Just reply with his own quotes. Let's see how these people still have the nerve to survive on the Chinese internet. Go. It's time to counterattack. I just wonder, what other company besides Tenda would pay for something like an independent game incubation base? Previously, the official hinted that the dead-end plan and the independent game incubation base were created by Tenda, but many people didn't believe it. Now it's confirmed, right? I didn't expect that the guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes from the Chaolu game platform was also an undercover sent by Tenda. Boss Pei's layout is really awesome, I am completely convinced. From independent games, to excellent domestic standalone games, to game platforms, in fact, Boss Pei has already arranged it clearly, but everyone just didn't know it. The most important thing is that these were developed without relying on the reputation of Tenda. Starting from scratch and still being able to achieve such success shows that this is not achieved by hard resources, but by real hard power. I am convinced, completely convinced. President Pei, the eternal god. So how many conscientious companies in the domestic game industry are there that have nothing to do with Tenda? I guess there are none. If you don't believe me, just look at the team choosing incident this time. Who are the people who support Tenda? Independent game producers, standalone game producers, relatively conscientious traditional game companies, and players. Who are against Tenda? The bosses of platforms and channels, the most unscrupulous part of Krypton Gold game manufacturers, and if so on the surface, It seems that the anti-Tenda alliance is attacking Tenda, but in fact, Tenda has quietly taken out the magic mirror. It has revealed all the monsters in the domestic game industry. Who can make a table? See which game companies are our friends and which game companies are our enemies. The mobile game I'm playing is actually made by a company under the anti-Tenda alliance. Delete the account and quit the game. These bastards actually want to bring down Tenda. You can't make a penny from me in the future. You only deserve my saliva. He was stunned. A storm of public opinion swept the entire network in an instant. Such high heat is because the anti-Tenda alliance spared no effort to fan the flames, but in the end this heat not only did not cause any harm to Tenda, but they burned themselves out. In this game, Tenda is in the open, they are in the dark. Tenda has morals, they have no bottom line. Tenda wins by proving itself, and they win by questioning. In other words, the two sides have never competed on a fair stage. It's like two people playing a fighting game. It's useless for me to kill you 10,000 times, but you win as long as you touch me. This game is the same. These people have no bottom line to spread rumors and slander Tenda, hide in the dark to lead the rhythm, use moral kidnapping and smearing methods, want to destroy Tenda's indestructible golden body, want to pull Tenda off the altar. If Tenda does not make any statement, then in the eyes of many people, it means that it has tacitly accepted the doubts of these companies. If Tenda declares that it will not invest in Humbly but verbally supports it, then people with ulterior motives can do so. Tenda is indeed building a persona. It is easy to talk, but it will be a failure when it comes to paying real money. If Tenda paid part of the money for Humbly, people with ulterior motives would be stingy even at this point. Giving so little is like sending beggars. It is really to establish a persona. If Tenda really spends a large sum of money on Humbly, they still have something to say. You are forced to give money under the pressure of public opinion. If it weren't for everyone's attention to this matter, you would never give this money. These people can not only attack Tenda, but also help themselves. This dilemma is almost unsolvable from the beginning, just like an innocent person is forced to prove his innocence. No matter how you do it, even if you really prove it, you will suffer the most. This is the low moral advantage of some people. Those who do practical things will never beat those who find faults. Of course, even if these people succeed in their conspiracy, Tenda will not collapse because of this, and will not even suffer any substantial losses. But no matter what, this is also a painful failure, a smear that is difficult for people to accept. The only way for Tenda to break the situation is to predict the future. Before these people with ulterior motives use Humbly to blackmail others morally, they should invest in Humbly first. In this way, all their performances are just like jumping around. But for most people, this is too nonsense. How can people predict the future? If you really have this ability, you can make a fortune by doing anything. Why bother to work hard in the real industry? But what surprised everyone was that President Pei really had this ability to predict the future. Chapter 1546. It turns out that the description of the demonization of President Pei is true. Losing money to become the richest man starts from games. After reading the cause and effect, especially knowing that the independent game incubation base of the Desperate Plan and the Chaolu game platform are actually industries invested by President Pei, Qian was simply amazed. People's imagination has limits, but President Pei's contribution and changes to the domestic game industry are unlimited. As a game producer, President Pei has almost reached the limit that most people dare not even think about. Qian feels that he can brag about the fact that he taught President Pei for the rest of his life. Of course, it doesn't really count as teaching now. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as academic exchanges and discussions. In the future, when Qian goes out to brag to others, he will never brag about his previous excellent games that have left a strong mark in the history of domestic games, such as Landlord Game. Because those are old news, and have long been surpassed by the new generation of excellent domestic games. But the fact that he taught President Pei is worth bragging about. This kid is such a worry. He clearly arranged everything long ago, but he didn't say a word, making everyone worried about him. He had a battle with someone online before, and he felt like he almost had high blood pressure, but now he feels like he took a quick-acting heart-saving pill, and his whole body is relaxed. A bunch of jumping clowns, humiliating themselves. March 28, Thursday. Chalu Game Platform. Sister Yada. Suddenly, a lot of players have flooded into our platform. It seems that our relationship with Tenda has been exposed. What should we do? Tangishu was a little panicked. Because President Pei repeatedly told us to keep it secret, and to keep it secret at all costs. So Tangishu and Liyada were very careful in doing things, trying their best to make people unable to guess the relationship between Chalu Game Platform and Tenda. But they never expected that they couldn't hide it anymore. Liyada was relatively calm. You can't blame us for this. It was the public announcement system that started it. We have tried very hard, and this blame cannot be put on us. Besides, I think this result should be within Mr. Pei's expectations. Tangishu was a little confused. Within expectations? Liyada nodded, yes. The Chalu Game Platform will sooner or later integrate resources with Tenda, otherwise why would Mr. Pei want to build this platform? Is there nothing to do but burn money for fun? Obviously, the independent game incubation base of the Endless Plan, the Chalu Game Platform and the Shulik project are all Mr. Pei's layout in the game industry, which are mutually influential and interrelated. These resources will eventually be integrated together. The reason why President Pei asked for confidentiality is because he is not sure whether this model can succeed without the influence of Tenda. This is a kind of experiment. Now, the experiment has already succeeded, and the Chalu Game Platform is developing better and better. Is there any need to continue hiding it? The relationship with Tenda will be revealed sooner or later. President Pei should be waiting for the best time, and now is obviously the best time. With the help of the heat created by the enemy, the mystery will be revealed naturally, and then, independent game incubation base, Chalu Game, the game platform and the Shulik project will all be able to soar to the sky. How perfect! So this is not a mistake, nor is it an accident, but something that President Pei has already planned and expected to happen. Hearing this, Tangishu breathed a sigh of relief. So that's the case, that's great. But Liyada changed the subject. Our platform has indeed attracted a large number of players, and we can't relax our work. She glanced at the data, prepare more servers and bandwidth to ensure the player's experience. According to President Pei's thinking, we should prepare for a rainy day. Money in this area must not be saved. The two went to work separately. A large number of players have indeed flocked to the Chalu Game Platform, and it is obvious that they all come here because of its reputation. The Chalu Game Platform originally had a very good reputation, and when combined with Tenda's reputation, a wonderful chemical reaction was produced. The first time players came here, they felt the warmth of home. Of course, this warmth may be just a psychological effect, but it is indeed completely different from other platforms. In many game forums, players are discussing enthusiastically, and many people have started the Great Migration movement. The Chalu Game Platform is really Tenda's industry. It's amazing. So far, not a single Tenda game has been launched. It's outrageous. They built the platform without Tenda's games. I can only say that they are tough enough. President Pei is really a business genius. Although I am still a little reluctant to give up my current platform account, I am still ready to switch to the Chalu Game Platform. I said that the Chalu Game Platform's way of letting players rate is a bit like Tenda. Sure enough, the values are really the same. The Chalu Game Platform is indeed the most conscientious of all platforms. I had a good impression of this platform before, But I felt that there were too few games and no exclusive games of any weight, so I didn't go. Now I must go there to occupy a position and maintain an account first. That's right. Now it has been confirmed that Shuli will be exclusive. And the key is that these games of Tenda will be available sooner or later. It is even normal for Tenda games to be launched and exclusive on the Chalu game platform in the future. There will definitely be no shortage of game libraries in the future. Come on, old friends, quickly add a wave of friends. In the future, games will be purchased on the Chalu game platform first. All players who represent justice, unite. The public opinion situation on the internet is changing rapidly. From the initial team standing and fighting, to the later beating of the fallen dog, and then to the current carnival. After the players chased the anti-Tenda alliance and sprayed them, they planned to take a break and enjoy the happiness of being a player. And buying Tenda games and supporting Shuli on the Chalu game platform is the best way to celebrate victory. Magic City, Qingshan Group. Nia Yunxing flipped through the discussions on Weibo and major forums on the internet, and his body trembled slightly. On the one hand, it was because of anger, and on the other hand, it was because of shock. He never expected that this attack, which invested a lot of resources, would be defeated in this way. Before the official platform published the article, the situation was very good. The internet was hot and the pace was high. Many people in the gaming industry were persuaded to join the army against Tenda for their own interests. Tenda was forced into a dead end with no way out. Otherwise, it would not have made no response for 5 consecutive days from the weekend to Wednesday. Originally, Nia Yunxing thought that he had a sure win this time. Although this incident could not cause any substantial losses to Tenda, this kind of public opinion war could smear Tenda, break Tenda's golden body, and greatly boost the morale of the entire anti-Tenda alliance, making them more united and seeing the hope of defeating Tenda. You know, this is a setback for Tenda in the field of games that Tenda is most proud of. Now many companies are watching and not standing firmly on the side of the anti-Tenda alliance. It's not because they don't hate Tenda, their interests have also been greatly encroached by Tenda, they are just not sure whether they can win. If they can't win, wouldn't it be a loss of both the wife and the army if they rashly end up? Therefore, confidence is the most precious thing for the anti-Tenda alliance. Once this plan succeeds, these companies will have confidence and work together, and a series of future plans will become very smooth. Originally, Nia Yunxing felt that this plan was only one step away from success. Even if something went wrong, it would be a draw at most. If it didn't succeed or fail, there wouldn't be any big losses. But now, he found that he was completely wrong. Not only was he a failure, but it was a tragic, utter, and huge failure. It can be said that he had lost everything, including his reputation. A lot of money was spent on hyping up the industry, but it ended up being a promotion for Tenda's industry. So many companies were pulled in. The original intention was to consolidate the alliance, but they were beaten and fled in all directions, which seriously shook everyone's confidence. It's too difficult. Independent Game Incubation Base, Chalu Game Platform, and Shuli Project Team. How could they all be industries invested by Tenda? How is this possible? You have done so many things, but you deliberately keep it secret and hide it tightly. Is there something wrong with your brain? Is this something a human can do? Nia Yunxing felt that his 3 views were overturned. He had heard before that Mr. Pei's methods in business wars were insidious and cunning, vicious and cruel, and he could always attack from unexpected places and kill people with one blow, which made people hard to guard against. He was really the most terrible opponent. At that time, Qingshan Group was in its heyday, and it could be said that it was advancing rapidly and invincible in the industry, so Nia Yunxing didn't take it too seriously, and thought that Mr. Pei just didn't meet a truly powerful opponent. Later, he was hit head-on by Lu Mingliang. Although he was beaten badly, he took it seriously, but he didn't really take it seriously. He was beaten by Lu Mingliang simply because Lu Mingliang didn't follow the rules and didn't play by the rules. He was very uncomfortable with this kind of rookie style of play, so he was caught off guard. In fact, Lu Mingliang's fighting style was not particularly brilliant. Nie Yunqing was beaten, but he was not convinced. If Lu Mingliang had not played a trick to deceive the world, but directly invited Nie Yunqing would definitely be full of vigilance and would definitely not attend the meeting, giving Lu Mingliang the opportunity to assassinate him at close range. It was precisely because of these reasons that Nie Yunqing misjudged the true strength of President Pei. He thought that the means that Tenda would take next would most likely be like Lu Mingliang, who would defeat 10 skills with one force and rely on perfect reputation to rush through everything. Therefore, he wanted to find a breakthrough from Tenda's reputation. The way that Lu Mingliang handled things was not necessarily able to handle such things properly. Unfortunately, the person Nie Yunqing really fought this time was President Pei. Only then did he realize that the previous statements by Tenda's opponents about President Pei were all true. Those who have never really fought with President Pei will never understand what kind of horror this is. It's like being against the will of the universe. Chapter 1547 Nie Yunqing's Rescue. Nie Yunqing silently closed the web page, and then told the vice president of the Public Affairs Department to stop the water army. The victory and defeat have been decided, and further resistance will only lead to a more miserable defeat. President Pei had already predicted everything, and lured the enemy into the trap with one hand, directly breaking all the conspiracies and tricks of the anti-Tenda alliance. Moreover, taking advantage of this incident, all industries related to Tenda games were popular at one time. The Desperate Plan Independent Game Incubation Base, Chaolu Game Platform, Shuli Project, all took advantage of this east wind and soared to the sky, saving at least tens of millions of publicity funds. What's more terrifying is that Nie Yunqing tried to put himself in President Pei's perspective to re-examine this incident, and he only had one feeling, that is, shuddering. President Pei had already started the layout a long time ago. At that time, Tenda had no major conflicts or frictions with Xingyun Group, Zhujiao Group, and even the vast majority of companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. At that time, Tenda had already established its unique position in the domestic gaming field and was in the limelight. In this case, if we follow the normal thinking, since so many good things have been done through the independent game incubation base and Chaolu game platform of the Desperate Plan and so much money and resources have been spent, it must be publicized. Even if it is not exaggerated, it is always right to shout a few good things and let people know, right? Even if it is not deliberately publicized, there is no need to keep it so strictly confidential. But President Pei just held back. Not only did he not say it himself, but also asked Qiu Hong, Yan Qi, and other responsible persons not to reveal a single word to the outside world. At the beginning, the reporters of the official platform went to the incubation base, and the microphone was pressed against Qiu Hong's face, but he did not reveal a word. What you think and guess is your business, but since President Pei asked for confidentiality, then I will keep it absolutely confidential. President Pei has been quietly laying out and weaving such a big web, just like a spider, quietly dormant on the web, waiting for the enemy to fall into the trap. Nie Yunqing thought about it. What kind of behavior would these actions of the anti-Tenda alliance be in the eyes of President Pei? While putting the rope around his neck, he was still saying, "You're dead?" No wonder there was no movement from President Pei. Maybe President Pei was afraid that he would laugh out loud if he opened his mouth. Moreover, President Pei could have closed the net long ago. When many people on the internet used Shuli to attack Tenda, President Pei could have revealed his cards and eliminated the impact immediately, but he said nothing when people started to take sides and even attacked each other, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. President Pei could have closed the net after verifying who was a friend and who was an enemy, but he still said nothing. He had to wait until the whole incident reached its climax, when the anger of players and supporters reached its peak and the anti-Tenda alliance saw the dawn of hope, before he finally closed the net. What's more terrifying is that President Pei didn't even close the net himself. Because if these things were announced by himself, it would seem a bit artificial, forced, and deliberate. You can win, but the win is not perfect. Most people don't care, but people with obsessive-compulsive disorder should not tolerate it. Did you say that you had agreed with the official platform? It doesn't seem like it. It seems that President Pei is just waiting. He knows that the information disclosure system was launched last month. As the heat continues to ferment, more and more people want to know the truth, and there will always be people who will dig up the details of the incubation base and the Chaolu game platform. And this digging will reveal the truth. In other words, it doesn't matter who broke the news, as long as it's not Tenda who came forward. Even if it is just an ordinary passerby or player who reveals the news, various media outlets will definitely follow up and the final result will be the same. It just so happened that the editor-in-chief of the official platform often dealt with Tenda, had a better understanding of Tenda, and had interviewed the incubation base, so he had this suspicion, so it just happened to happen, adding a few extra points to the program effect. The original 100-point result was expanded to 120 points. Nie Yunqing's current feeling can be summarized in 4 words: life is hopeless. After a while of operation, I thought that the expression on Mr. Pei's face would be fear, anger or helplessness, but unexpectedly, it was a look of caring for a fool. This is really hard not to break the defense. Nie Yunqing leaned back in the boss chair and fell into deep thought. Outside Nie Yunqing's office, several vice presidents were gathered together and whispered. They didn't dare to speak too loudly, for fear of being heard by Nie Yunqing. As for why they ran to the door of Nie Yunqing's office, obviously, it was because they got the news and knew that they had failed miserably, and wanted to ask Nie Yunqing what to do next. But when they got to the door, no one dared to knock, because they all knew that Nie Yunqing must still be angry. If they knocked now, they might be scolded as a punching bag. They didn't dare to go in or leave, so they had to gather at the door and whisper. Just as they were struggling, they saw the office door open and Nie Yunqing walked out. Several vice presidents hurriedly stood still. Mr. Nie. Nie Yunqing frowned and glanced at them. What are you doing here? Without waiting for the vice presidents to answer, he said, okay, contact the representatives of other companies immediately. I want to hold a conference call. The more people, the better. Several vice presidents nodded immediately. Okay, President Nie. They all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that President Nie was not overwhelmed by this huge setback. Instead, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. After experiencing such a tragic defeat, the entire anti-Tenda alliance was in a state of unrest. If Nie Yunqing did not immediately come forward to appease the people and maintain the entire alliance, it might soon become a mess. All the subsequent measures against Tenda have not been used yet, but the vanguard took the initiative to provoke and was directly broken up and wiped out. This is too morale-destroying. If it really collapses, then don't say anything, just wait to be harvested by Tenda one by one. So, seeing Nie Yunqing quickly cheer up and come forward to stabilize the situation, several vice presidents were very relieved and even a little happy. Because they found that Tenda's strength has inspired President Nie's fighting spirit. In fact, when Nie Yunqing first founded Qingshan Group, he was also an invincible general who expanded territory and made countless competitors tremble with fear. However, as Qingshan Group grew bigger and bigger, it felt less and less threatened, so Nie Yunqing's fighting spirit gradually faded. He lost his sensitivity to struggle, and gradually forgot the cruelty of struggle. When he met a real dragon slayer, like Tenda, Nie Yunqing finally recalled the bloodiness he had at the critical moment in the early days. Not only Nie Yunqing, but in fact, which of the presidents and founders of the giant companies in the anti-Tenda alliance was a good person? Although they may have come to this day because of the favor of capital or the favor of good luck, they have to admit that they are all capable, not stupid, and have strong skills. When necessary, they can do whatever it takes. If Nie Yunxing can wake these people up, then this tragic failure can turn into a turning point. The conference call was held on time. What surprised Nie Yunxing was that more people came this time than ever before. Obviously, this tragic failure did hurt most of the companies in the anti-Tenda alliance. Those more determined companies, like Nie Yunxing, are eager to appease people and find countermeasures, and those companies that are a little shaken are also eager to understand the attitudes of other companies, and they will run away when they see that the situation is not good. Therefore, almost everyone who was invited has arrived. Even if some company bosses were unable to attend due to some matters, they sent their deputies to attend. There were more than 300 companies, big and small. Of course, many of these companies came here for profit and were just there to make up the numbers, so they could not be relied upon, but no matter what, this is still a huge alliance that covers almost all fields. This alliance was established by several large group companies such as Xingyun Express, Home Group, and Home Delivery. Some investment companies played a role in matchmaking, but this is just a loose alliance after all, unlike Tenda, which can manipulate various departments at will. Nie Yunxing knew that if what he said made sense and was recognized by most people, then this alliance could be maintained. But if what he said was not recognized, the entire alliance would inevitably split. Now is the first major crisis encountered by the anti-Tenda alliance after its establishment. If it is not handled well, it is afraid that it will die on the spot and leave only a joke. So, it cannot be taken lightly. In theory, this is a disastrous defeat, and it is a disastrous defeat in which the whole army is annihilated and even paid for. The blow to morale must be great. After a fierce operation, it ended up making wedding clothes for Tenda. I am afraid that everyone present will weigh it and how to stand. Don't follow Tenda and enjoy the good life. If you follow the anti-Tenda alliance, you will go hungry 9 times out of 3 days. But Nie Yunxing has seen many ups and downs. He knows very well that sometimes crises are also opportunities. The key lies in how to fool people, oh no, how to interpret them. Nie Yunxing coughed twice and said with a heavy voice, everyone already knows what happened recently. First of all, I will review myself. This failure is my responsibility. I used ordinary people's thinking to speculate on President Pei, and thus made a mistake of taking it for granted, and accidentally fell into the trap set by President Pei. Nie Yunxing did not shirk responsibility, but admitted it generously, and then reviewed this failure in full. Because he knew very well that anyone could pass the blame, but he must not pass the blame. Because the entire alliance is already very fragile, if he, the leader, passes the blame again, who can still be the vanguard, the death squad, and who can still work hard? At that time it will be a complete defeat. But he did not intend to really take all the responsibility on himself, because that would make him look incompetent, which would be very unfavorable for the subsequent struggle for the right to speak. After a brief review, Nie Yunxing changed the subject, but I think this is not a bad thing, it can even be said to be a good thing. It makes us more aware of how dangerous our current situation is, and it also fully proves the necessity of the existence of this alliance. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1548. The retreat has yielded remarkable results. Nie Yunxing's turn of events made everyone a little confused. But after all, it was a telephone conference, so everyone remained silent and waited for Nie Yunxing to continue. Nie Yunxing did not pass on the blame, but openly admitted the strategic mistakes he had made. Although it was a bit embarrassing, his attitude was still sincere. This also added some persuasiveness to his subsequent analysis. The reason for my failure this time can be summarized as, I guessed Mr. Pei according to the thinking of ordinary people, so I fell into Mr. Pei's trap. Facts have proved that Mr. Pei is indeed a business genius who does not play by the rules, so he is particularly difficult to deal with. But this is not the most dangerous thing about him. The most dangerous thing about him is that others never know how many cards he has in his hand. Take this matter as an example. The superficial reason for our failure is that we did not understand Mr. Pei's way of thinking and underestimated his level, but the problem is that we can't raise Mr. Pei's level indefinitely, right? Every decision we make must be based on the information currently obtained, and make decisions with relatively low risks and relatively high success rates. That is to say, most people will make such a decision. The opportunity is right in front of us. Just because there is a 1% chance that it is a trap set by Mr. Pei, should we not seize it? If this is the mentality, then I suggest that we disband on the spot and stop struggling. If we regard Mr. Pei as a god instead of a human, then we have already lost in terms of mentality. So, although this is one of the reasons, it is only a superficial reason, not a deep reason, let alone a fundamental reason. The fundamental reason for the failure is that Mr. Pei has already made arrangements in advance and has a lot of trump cards in his hand. We don't know these trump cards, but Mr. Pei can break our offensive by just taking out one. And this just shows that all of us are in extreme danger. Do you think that Mr. Pei has already made arrangements in the game field so long in advance, and has no arrangements in other fields? Express delivery, takeout, industry, digital products, entertainment. In all these fields, which field does Mr. Pei have no trump cards and no arrangements? If Tenda really enters your field and industry, do you think you can win? It will only lose more miserably, and there will be no suspense. So I said that it is precisely because of this failure that the necessity of our alliance is highlighted. Because at this stage, a single company, even if it is very large, is no match for Tenda. Only by truly uniting together can there be hope of winning. Pei did win beautifully, but this also reveals the strong strength of Tenda. Its strength buried under the surface is definitely stronger than we imagined. If everyone is so easily frightened and retreats, then all the battles that happen next should become boring. I am not exaggerating, you can think about it yourself. Is this the truth? Nie Yunqing said all these words in one breath, and then closed the microphone. Although it was a conference call, the expressions of representatives of other companies could not be seen, but Nie Yunqing felt that his words should have played a role. On the other end of the phone, the presidents, founders, or senior executives of other companies did show shocked expressions, thinking seriously about what Nie Yunqing said. This time, being beaten by Tenda was indeed a bit miserable, and it could even be said to be a bit embarrassing. But ask yourself, if someone else were to take over, would they really be able to see through Mr. Pei's trap? That's tough. How could a person with a normal brain circuit think that President Pei has been investing countless money in domestic games and has deliberately kept it secret until now? Is this kind of foresight and persistence really something that people can have? This means that when no one realizes it, President Pei's secret layout has been completed. If we really wait until the day when the dagger is revealed, when President Pei takes the initiative to declare war on a company in a certain industry, there is no need to think too much. The result must be a one-sided massacre. Now, no one knows how far President Pei's layout in various industries has progressed. At least in the field of games, Tenda is already invincible, and there will be no flaws. If a flaw is revealed, it must be a trap. But at least, other fields should not be ironclad. After all, the field of games is Tenda's strongest field. If you retreat now and fight alone, you will die. But if you really realize the crisis now and unite to fight a little, there may be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, the nature of Tenda is different from that of other companies, after all. Take the food delivery platform for example. There are several other competitors for home food delivery, but in fact, the winner and loser is just a matter of earning more or less. Even if other food delivery platforms cannot win the final competition and become the biggest winner, they will definitely be acquired by Zhaiju Yimai. As long as the sale is successful, it will still make money. Sooner or later, the goal of making money while lying down will be achieved. But if Moyu Yimai becomes the final winner, then the problem will be big. Moyu Yimai will never acquire these platforms. It will only rob all their users, merchants, and couriers, turning their platforms and data into useless digital garbage, and making them completely disappear in the long river of history. Because all of Tengda's industries are different from the current internet platform companies. This point has actually been made very clear in the debate between Lu Mingliang and Nie Yunxing. So, if you lose to other companies, you can still sell yourself for a good price, but if you lose to Tengda, you will really have nothing left. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Facing the enemy who killed your father, can you not unite? Therefore, not long after Nie Yunxing finished speaking, Gao Ming, the vice president of the Home Group, was the first to express his opinion. We completely agree with President Nie's opinion. Although this failure was tragic, it also made us understand a truth, that is, with Tengda's current strength, President Pei's ruthless and cunning business skills and strong layout capabilities, it is actually difficult for a single company to be its enemy. Tengda is a company that spans multiple fields. It has extended countless tentacles, shown its fangs, and has tasted blood. This is a business war between Tengda and all of our companies, and between all of our companies and Tengda. Taking a step back will not lead to survival, but to destruction. Here we make two suggestions. First, we hope to make this meeting regular, so that all companies can discuss the situation regularly, share resources, and properly arrange follow-up plans. When a company faces pressure from Tengda, other companies should immediately lend a hand. Second, we hope that all companies can form a think tank team as a decision-making level. After all, a person's wisdom is limited, and President Pei is a natural talent. So far, no one has been able to beat him by half a move. Therefore, we can only win if we gather the smartest people together and work together. Soon, other companies also expressed their opinions. Agree. Agree. Totally agree. Hearing this, Nie Yunxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I almost thought that this alliance would die suddenly just after it was formed. This is because he thought of a clever idea in a hurry. If someone was not clear-headed and did not hold this meeting in time, or complained crazily and passed the buck at this meeting, then this anti-Tengda alliance might really die at the speed of light. Once that happens, all these companies will become the laughingstock of netizens. But fortunately, it has stabilized. Judging from the current situation, the field of games cannot be touched for the time being. If it is touched again, it will be a dead end. Originally, I thought I had caught a flaw in Mr. Pei's layout in the field of games, but I didn't expect that Mr. Pei had already managed this field like an iron plate, which could not be penetrated by needles or water. The two emerging new forces in the game industry that Nie Yunxing took a fancy to, one is the Shuli production team, and the other is the Chaolu game platform, which are all from Tengda. Fortunately, the Chaolu game platform did not meet him directly and sent him away, otherwise it would be so embarrassing if they really met him. When Nie Yunxing thought of the scene when he persuaded Yan Qi to accept the investment, he felt uncomfortable all over, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Fortunately, the Chaolu game platform did not give him a double goal, which saved his last dignity. In short, the past is over. Suffering a big loss in the gaming field also made everyone realize the gap between themselves and Tengda in this field. Next, we need to pick the field where we are good at and have advantages, and launch an attack on Tengda. At night, Pei Qian stretched and let out a long breath. Ah! Great results! 2/3 of the paper is done. It turns out that seclusion is effective. After cutting off the useless information from the outside world, my efficiency has been significantly improved. According to the current speed, maybe I can submit the manuscript a little earlier? Well, there is no need for that. I'd better submit it on time. I'll make some minor revisions. I can't rely on others to make them for me. By the way, I found the reason why my academic performance has always been poor. It's mainly because I was dragged down by Tenda. Once I'm free from the constraints of Tenda, I'll be a good student with both good character and good academic performance. Pei Qian was a little complacent and a little smug. The progress of the paper was very optimistic, which made him experience a kind of happiness that was completely different from losing money at the settlement. In addition, by studying other people's research on himself, Pei Qian also inexplicably felt a little proud. Am I so awesome? This is a good thing to do. Well, Assistant Qian still hasn't contacted me. So there's still nothing important happening? Let me check. Pei Qian turned off the flight mode of his phone and resumed contact with the real world. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1549 Mr. Nya, which side are you from? Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Pei Qian decided to read the work reports sent by the heads of various departments on his laptop first. Since the going to the grassroots activity was arranged, most departments of Tenda have completed the replacement of blood. The original heads went to other departments to experience grassroots work, and the heads of these departments were all replaced by people outside Tenda. Pei Qian has seen this list. Although these are old acquaintances, they may not be able to adapt to Tenda's work. Therefore, Pei Qian still has a glimmer of hope. If these people are not adapted to Tenda's work, it will be more or less reflected in the work report. Tenda now has too many departments, so the content of the work report is also very large. Pei Qian can't read them all. He just flipped through a few key departments. After reading it, he fell into silence. It seems there is no difference from the work reports sent by the heads of various departments before. It is completely impossible to see that the heads of departments had changed. If Pei Qian had not been very sure that these responsible persons had strictly implemented his requirement of going to the grassroots, he would have almost thought that he was being fooled and sidelined. What's going on? Could it be that these acting heads have adapted to the department's work so quickly, and each of them has strong working ability? I can tolerate someone like Li Shi, who can get started easily. Can someone like Qiao Liang also adapt quickly? Why don't I believe it? Or is it that the middle-level managers of these departments are very capable, so when the heads have just completed the handover and have not yet fully mastered the work of these departments, the middle-level managers have supported the work of the departments, so that on the surface, there is no negative impact caused by the change of heads? That's also possible. Then what should I do? I can't pull all the middle-level managers of all departments out to suffer, right? There are too many people, which is equivalent to draining half of the entire Tenda. I can't even complete the settlement. Pei Qian was a little melancholy, feeling a bit like reaping the fruits of his own labor. Before, Pei Qian always tried every means to interfere with the work of the department heads, using the first-in first-out system and the suffering trip. In short, he tried every means to torment these department heads to death and try his best to prevent them from staying in their jobs. It was indeed effective at the beginning. After all, many important tasks of the department are arranged by the person in charge. Once the person in charge leaves, even if someone is selected from the core employees to take over these tasks, it will take a while to fully adapt. There must be a process of gradual familiarity and ability improvement. Later, Pei Qian expanded the scope of the suffering trip to the core backbone employees of the department, which slowed down the progress again. But the key is that this cannot solve the problem from the root, but only postpones the problem. It is precisely because the heads of various departments are often absent, but the project must be completed before the deadline, so the various departments of Tenda have gradually evolved an organizational structure that is different from other companies. It is equivalent to delegating part of the work authority of the head to the middle level. It also ensures to the greatest extent that the entire department can operate normally in the absence of the head. So, it is no wonder that these external acting heads can take over smoothly after arriving at Tenda, because the structure of the entire department has changed. The middle level can support the basic business of the entire department, and the acting head only needs to decide the general direction. Moreover, these acting heads are old friends of Tenda Group. They have ideas, abilities, and a deep understanding of Tenda. Is it strange that they can support these departments? It doesn't seem strange at all. Pei Qian fell into silence somewhat awkwardly. Why does this going to the grassroots plan seem to be different from the script he expected? Not only are the people different, but the effects are also different. But Pei Qian is powerless. He can't send all the middle-level managers of Tenda to suffer, right? That would probably mean that the project cannot be completed and the cycle cannot be settled. And doing so is too blatant and too much, which is easy to arouse suspicion from others, and does not comply with the system regulations. If Pei Qian is the first emperor of the Ming dynasty, he can indeed do so. After all, Zhu is a model worker. Killing half of the officials can still ensure the normal operation of the country's violence machine. But Pei Qian is not like that. Pei Qian does not have the ability like Lao Zhu. In the eyes of outsiders, all the money of Tenda is in the hands of President Pei, but in Pei Qian's own eyes, the development of Tenda has long been completely out of his control. At this time, Pei Qian is like a worker who switches the switches on the railway. He can change a route with one switch, but no matter which route it is, it seems that he can't slow down or stop the train. Forget it, I'd better not watch it. No big things have happened recently. These acting heads are not stupid. It's just to maintain the normal operation of the department and write work reports. It's probably not difficult for them, let alone obvious mistakes. Let's observe it for a while. Pei Qian silently turned off the work reports sent by various departments, intending not to worry about this issue in the short term. After being isolated from the world for so long, Pei Qian decided to take a look at the news online to feel the changes in the outside world. Then, he saw the keyword that ranked first on the hot search list. #Tenda game layout #. Seeing this keyword, Pei Qian was stunned. He felt something was wrong. Very wrong. Because after seeing this word, Pei Qian couldn't imagine what it was about at the first time. Pei Qian's impression of the latest thing about Tenda Games was that he asked Tenda Games and Shangyang Games to jointly develop The Future You Choose before he went into seclusion. But this matter, no matter what, can't be related to #Tenda game layout #. Could it be? Pei Qian suddenly had a very bad premonition. He moved the mouse tremblingly and entered the topic to check. Then, Pei Qian's mentality collapsed. Fuck. What kind of credit information disclosure system is this? Why did you release it at this time? Are you messing with my mentality? You can release it next year. Next year, when I lose more than 100 million yuan in this cycle, and then make a few million yuan, you can release this thing casually, and I will have absolutely no complaints. My incubation base. My Chaolu game platform. My Shuli. Woo woo woo. Pei Qian was simply filled with grief. After so much effort, they hid it well, but all of a sudden, it was all dug out. Not only was it dug out and exposed to the world, but for some reason, the popularity took off. Logically speaking, how could such a thing be ranked first in the hot search? Even if it was only ranked first in the hot search for a short time, it would not be reasonable? An independent game incubation base, a game platform, and an excellent domestic standalone game. Pei Qian looked at the discussion carefully again and understood. It was all the work of the Anti-Tenda Alliance. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that he was a little bit unable to hold it. Nya Yunxing, who the hell are you guys from? The Anti-Tenda Alliance was established not long ago, and you came to my door to give me such a big gift? You are probably undercover, sent by Tenda. It's really a hopeless case, I can't count on any of them. Pei Qian originally thought that this anti-Tenda alliance would be more or less helpful to his money-losing cause, but now he found that he was completely wrong. It seems that none of these enemies of Tenda are reliable. Pei Qian was very angry. However, he suppressed his anger and reviewed the whole incident from beginning to end. So, this matter has nothing to do with Qiu Hong, Yan Qi, Li Yada, and the others? They have always followed my request and kept it very secret, but the enemy took the initiative to provoke, the heat was too high, and this public announcement system was launched, and enthusiastic netizens checked and exposed it. Pei Qian was a little melancholy. This matter seemed to be no one's fault. This wave can only be said to be not well coordinated. But having said that, the influence and destructive power of this incident are really too great. These 3 consecutive deaths seem to have caused Tenda's reputation in the game circle to soar again, to the point of completely crushing all domestic game companies. Not only that, the surge in attention to the poor road-plan independent game incubation base, Chaolu Game Platform and Xuli has also greatly increased the risk of future profits. Especially, the Chaolu Game Platform. A large number of players are pouring in, and every player may be converted into real money in the future. This trend is not only not slowing down, but is getting more and more intense. Pei Qian didn't dare to look at the back-end data of the Chaolu Game Platform, because he knew very well that after looking at it, his already high blood pressure would only reach a new high. What a sin! I just wanted to retreat and write a paper in a down-to-earth manner, but why do I feel like a day in heaven is 1,000 years in the world every time I reconnect with the outside world? You call it retreat, but I just disconnected from the internet for a few days? It really became a retreat. In the end, I had to come out halfway to save the situation. Pei Qian couldn't sit still. The paper was due on the 10th of next month, and his progress so far was okay, except for the finishing touch. Originally, Pei Qian thought that he could finish it smoothly around the 3rd to the 5th of next month, and he would have plenty of time to make some revisions, and the time was perfect. But now it was a bit difficult to deal with. He had to hurry up and give some instructions. If he really waited until April 10th to deal with these problems, it would be too late. What instructions should he give? Pei Qian thought about it and realized that it was probably impossible to stop these players from pouring into the Chaolu Game Platform. Moreover, since the relationship between the Chaolu Game Platform and Tenda was exposed, it would be meaningless to pretend. So, he could only enter the next stage that he had thought of before. Pei Qian originally thought that the unprofitable state of Chaolu Game could last at least 2 or 3 years, but now it seemed that he was still too young. Put Tenda games on the Chaolu Game Platform, and then force the thirst-quenching mode by increasing the developer share, discounts, promotions, free games, etc. There is no other way. Pei Qian can no longer take care of the future. He just hopes that he can successfully get the 15 million in this cycle. Chapter 1550, The New Goal of Chaolu Game Platform. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. March 29th, Friday. Pei Qian came to Chaolu Game Platform early in the morning and called Tang Yishu and Li Yada to the conference room for a meeting. Li Yada and Tang Yishu were both a little surprised. Wasn't President Pei in retreat? He came here on purpose during the retreat. Is there something wrong with our work? Li Yada was about to ask, but was stopped by Pei Qian. I came here this time just to tell you about the future work arrangements of Chaolu Game Platform. In fact, Li Yada was not wrong. Pei Qian was indeed dissatisfied with the current status of Chaolu Game Platform, but what could he do if he was dissatisfied? This was a natural disaster, not a man-made disaster. So Pei Qian didn't dwell on this point too much. He just wanted to cut the Gordian knot, arrange these things as soon as possible, and then go back to retreat. The thesis is not finished yet. Li Yada nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, you decide. Pei Qian thought about it and said, there are 3 main points. First, take all the Tenda games and put them on the Qiaolu game platform. Second, the revenue sharing between Qiaolu game platform and developers will be further adjusted, with the platform taking only 10%. At the same time, we will increase the discounts for all games on the platform, and try to select the best free games, especially our own games. Third, Qiaolu game platform will take the lead, and let Tenda Games, Shangyang Games, and all other departments work together to strive for the support of the official platform to develop a Qiaolu game editor. Pei Qian's attitude is also very simple: spend money at all costs. Tenda Games is listed on the Qiaolu game platform because it can't be hidden anymore, so it's not installed. After listing, you can get more price cuts and discounts from the system. Because the main battlefield for Tenda Games sales was basically the official game platform before, and Tenda has no say in the discount promotion activities of the official game platform. Even if Pei Qian wants to reduce the price, he must first ask the official platform whether it agrees or not, and he has to go through the process. In addition, applying for a price reduction activity on the official platform requires not only the consent of the official platform, but also the consent of the system. It is different on the Qiaolu game platform. Selling the game at a low price is considered by the system as promoting the Qiaolu game platform through preferential activities. It is an act of spending money to gain reputation and market, so the restrictions will be relatively loose. Therefore, Tenda games can be sold at a very low price on the Qiaolu game platform. In this way, although it may achieve the effect of small profits, but quick turnover, the income in the short term will definitely fall a lot. The platform reduces the commission, increases the discount of games, and gives away some high-quality free games as much as possible. These are all ways to burn money. The commission of these domestic channel dealers is basically random, and some are more than 70%. Of course, those are basically small channel dealers, and high commissions will only bully those small mobile game development companies. Even those large channels with strong bargaining power, when there is an official platform benchmark, basically take 50% or 30%. The official platform defaults to taking 50% for general game dealers, and the reward for excellent game dealers will be changed to 30% or even lower. The commission of the official platform is still essentially different from that of the general channel. The commission of the general channel does not actually have much constructive significance, but after the official platform takes the commission, it has practical significance. For example, use this money to continue to develop and improve the official editor, use this money as a fund to support domestic game manufacturers, etc. But in general, the commission rate of domestic channel dealers is basically no less than 30%. Does it mean that 30% is necessary to keep the platform running? Of course not. It is simply because everyone tacitly drew the line of 30% to ensure that everyone can have a relatively comfortable profit margin and can make money by lying down on the platform. Speaking of which, the 30% commission is lower than that of the official platform. But the official platform will do something after taking the money, and these other channels will not give the money back to the game industry after taking the money. And Pei Qian's last request is to open a bottomless pit for spending money. Make Tenda's own game editor. At present, the mainstream editor for domestic game development is the official game editor. There are other editors, but they are relatively niche and unpopular. The official editor was finally developed after integrating some editors and being improved by many people. It is already the best game editor at present. For some independent game producers, the learning cost is not high. As long as they can study it steadily, this editor is enough to meet most of the needs of game development. But it is precisely because of this that Pei Qian decided to integrate resources and develop a new editor. Once this bottomless pit is opened, it would be easy to lose money, wouldn't it? The key is that with the official editor in front, the chances of Qiaolu game editor becoming popular and making a lot of money are very small, almost negligible. Li Yada was stunned for a moment. Ah? Mr. Pei, isn't this a step too big? The first 2 points are understandable. Our platform is going to expand, but the game editor can't be completed overnight. What's more, the editor of the official platform is actually very easy to use. We can completely develop some new functional modules based on the official platform editor, optimize and improve it. There is no need to build an editor from scratch, right? Pei Qian laughed and was prepared. It is precisely because the game editor cannot be completed overnight that we should start this work as soon as possible. Is the editor of the official platform really easy to use? Or is it just because everyone has adapted to it that they think it is easy to use? Speaking of this, Pei Qian couldn't help but secretly complain. The official platform editor is not easy to use. When he was developing Lonely Desert Highway, he tried to learn the official editor by himself, but he learned it in vain. You can learn it at a glance, but you will lose it after learning it. In the end, he had no choice but to directly put a ready-made template in it, and then made a few simple functions with some content that he barely mastered. Of course, this game eventually became popular, but that's another story. But no matter what, Pei Qian felt that he was not wronging the official platform editor by saying that it was not easy to use. Pei Qian paused and continued, many people have already made minor repairs on the basis of the original official editor. But if this continues, sooner or later it will become a pile of shit, like old code. The more reluctant you are to abandon the original editor and write a new one, the higher the sunk cost will be, so it is better to start as soon as possible. You can't not do it just because it is difficult or cost-effective. If everyone thinks so, how can there be an epic-making game editor? Besides, it's not like you can reach the sky in one step. You can take your time. At the beginning, we will do some basic functions. The first version is mainly for those independent game producers, and the subsequent versions will be continuously improved. Pei Qian's speech completely convinced Li Yada. Well, President Pei is President Pei, and what he said makes sense. Conventional thinking is indeed not good. If you want to keep up with President Pei's ideas when working at Tenda, you must have a forward-looking vision, a broad vision, and the strongest action and execution. It is indeed very difficult to develop this editor. The official platform has concentrated so many resources and manpower and spent so much effort to develop it, let alone the Qiaolu game platform itself. Of course, President Pei also said that Li Yada could use Tenda's resources, including the internal game department, independent game incubation base, yuan venture capital, and some external companies, and even the official platform's help, all of which could be integrated. These resources are definitely enough, the key is how to coordinate them, and what kind of specific editor to make. For such a super large project, it can be said that a slight mistake in direction can lead to 1,000 miles of error, and it is already difficult enough to integrate resources and allow all participants to do their jobs well. It is very challenging, but Li Yada feels that since President Pei has given him this important task, he must not let President Pei down. After all, he is the third generation of Tenda. Huang Sibo and Lu Mingliang have already stood up. He can't just stay at the Qiaolu game platform and do nothing. It's time to make some spectacular achievements. Pei Qian nodded with great satisfaction, and then glanced at Xiao Tang by the way, with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. Let Xiao Tang stay and be responsible for the development of the Qiaolu game editor. Although this is a bit cruel, for the sake of this cycle's settlement, we can only make our comrades suffer a little. Okay, let's do it this way. I'm leaving first. Pei Qian stood up and prepared to go back to rest contentedly. As soon as he turned around and walked out, his phone vibrated. Pei Qian took out his phone and looked at it, frowning slightly. Is there anything about mobile phones and smart new products to report from O2 Technology? Originally, he didn't want to go. Because Pei Qian didn't have any particularly good ideas to give to O2 Technology recently. If Pei Qian had ideas like fully automatic smart bar lift machine or smart fitness clothes drying rack, he would definitely go to O2 Technology as soon as possible, call Changyu and Jiang Yuan to the conference room, and then make arrangements. Although the bar lift machine and clothes drying rack did make money in the end, they were at least only one step away from losing money, very close. What's the point of going if there are no good ideas? The ideas that Pei Qian thought of were either too likely to make money or too outrageous, which made it difficult not to be suspicious, so he never paid special attention to the things at O2 Technology. But Pei Qian thought about it and decided to go. Since O2 Technology said that they had something to report about mobile phones and new smart products, it must be something important, otherwise they wouldn't bother me. If I don't go and see it, what if it becomes popular? Go and see, maybe there is still room for saving it. Thinking of this, Pei Qian set off for O2 Technology. Chapter 1551 New Phone. When he arrived at O2 Technology, Pei Qian subconsciously looked around for the figures of Changyu and Jiang Yuan. But he didn't see them. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Didn't he reply that he was coming? Why weren't these two leaders here? Instead of seeing Changyu and Jiang Yuan, a middle-aged man with a slightly bald head and a slightly fat body came up to him. Boss Pei, you are here. The information is in the conference room, I'm ready, please come in. Pei Qian looked at him, tried to recall, and asked uncertainly, Old Song? Old Song smiled, oh, Boss Pei has a good memory, do you still remember me? Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he remembered it correctly, and said with a smile, of course, I have seen the list of acting heads of all departments, how could I make a mistake? He then remembered that Changyu and Jiang Yuan were both heads, so of course they went to the grassroots, to experience. As for O2 Technology, the acting head has also been replaced. This Lao Song is a senior product manager of the mobile phone department of Shenhua Group. He was responsible for the research and development of Doubt VR glasses of Qingshan Studio. He is a very capable and thoughtful product manager. Obviously, Changyu was completely worried about the business of O2 Technology, so he found someone who he thought was the most reliable and trustworthy to be the acting person in charge. Pei Qian didn't say anything more and followed Lao Song to the meeting room. Mr. Pei, I have just been the acting person in charge for a short time. I am not familiar with the business yet. If you have any questions, please criticize and correct me in time. These two documents are the new mobile phone project of O2 Technology and the new smart product project plan. In fact, smart product projects are relatively conventional projects. I shouldn't bother you, but there are some special circumstances on the mobile phone project, so I need to ask you for instructions. Lao Song said as he handed the two documents to Pei Qian. Pei Qian took the two documents and quickly browsed them while leaning on the sofa. Since Lao Song said that there are special circumstances on the mobile phone side, let's look at the mobile phone first. So far, the two flagship mobile phones released by O2 Technology have been very popular and can be regarded as a great success. O2 Technology does not follow the strategy of launching a large number of mobile phones like some other mobile phone manufacturers. It basically only releases one mobile phone a year. Once it is released, it must be the flagship among flagships. Moreover, even if it is last year's flagship, its configuration will basically not be outdated this year. Of course, the disadvantage is that it is expensive. Currently, there are two mobile phones, E1 and G1. The former is more expensive, and the latter focuses on games, and the response is quite good. It stands to reason that before the development of the new flagship phone, Pei Qian should also put forward some opinions and try to make the phone unprofitable. But this year, Pei Qian did not ask, because his shallow understanding of mobile phones has been overdrawn by the previous two mobile phones, and it is difficult to think of new and appropriate money-losing ideas. The overall homogeneity of mobile phones is becoming stronger and stronger, and there is nothing we can do about it, because the market has such tastes and orientations. It is nothing more than a higher screen-to-body ratio, a stronger imaging system, continuous improvement of chip performance, further optimization of the system, etc. Therefore, according to the original plan, OTA Technology will continue the two product lines of the E series and the G series, and launch the E2 and G2 mobile phones, which is a minor modification. On the basis of continuing the previous features, the hardware configuration is improved to meet the current needs of consumers. The new product line has not yet been finalized. Originally, it was intended to make a small screen and thin mobile phone for women, but Jiang Yuan also knew that President Pei always wanted to be different, and although small screen and thin mobile phones are also a niche category, it is difficult to achieve the different effect that President Pei wants. Therefore, the new product line is still in the planning stage, and it has been continued to Laosong. But now, the situation has obviously changed. Pei Qian opened the design of the mobile phone and frowned immediately. O2X1? Folding screen. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Because in his impression, the flexible screen technology used in folding screen mobile phones will not mature until a few years later, how come it is available now? But on second thought, the hardware technology in this world is indeed quite advanced. The era of full-screen mobile phones has arrived several years ahead of schedule, so it is reasonable that the folding screen technology is also several years ahead of schedule. Since it is a newly emerged technology, it is certainly not perfect, and there must be various problems. And it will be very expensive. From a pessimistic point of view, this is indeed an opportunity, but from an optimistic point of view, it is also a great opportunity to lose money. If it is a thick, clumsy, and large gap folding screen, it will probably not make much money. Although OTA technology has a certain amount of technical accumulation, it should still be far behind those traditional big mobile phone manufacturers in the field of mobile phones, and it should not have a clear advantage in this regard. Pei Qian comforted himself while flipping through the design drawings of this X1 mobile phone. Then he was stunned. This is obviously a very mature design. It adopts a relatively safe inward folding design. The front size after folding is similar to that of an ordinary mobile phone. It has a single hole for a popular face and a high screen-to-body ratio. After folding, it is almost seamless and closes very naturally. Moreover, the overall structure is a wedge-shaped structure from left to right, thick on the right and thin on the left. It is very comfortable to hold in the right hand after unfolding. When folded, the two sides are equally wide, making up for the disadvantage of the thick folding screen as much as possible. This design gave Pei Qian a familiar sense of déjà vu. He knew very well that this was probably the most perfect form of folding screen under the current technological level. This design does not look complicated, and can even be said to be mediocre, but precision digital products like mobile phones rely on details to win. Pei Qian felt that this design was definitely not something that the current OTA technology could make. He flipped back again, and sure enough, this was the latest achievement of Shenhua mobile phone department, especially this hinge structure, which was developed with huge investment and was unique. However, Shenhua mobile phone department was willing to share this patent achievement with OTA technology. Whether it was decentralization or cooperation, it was authorized for use. Of course, OTA technology must also express something, but no matter what, the willingness to sell this kind of thing was already a sincere gesture, and it was something that money could not buy. Pei Qian put down the information and looked at Lao Song with a complicated expression. The insider was already highlighted, and Pei Qian could see it even if he was blind. Old Song waved his hand quickly. Boss Pei, please don't misunderstand, this is not just my credit. It's mainly because Tenda Group and Shenhua Group have always had a close relationship. Boss Pei has helped a lot with many things in Qingshan Studio, so Boss Lin Yu is considering continuing to develop in-depth cooperation with Tenda. The business positioning of the mobile phone department of OTA Technology and Shenhua Mobile Phone is actually staggered. They do not constitute a direct competitive relationship with each other. On the contrary, they have a certain complementary effect, so we plan to continue to carry out in-depth cooperation in this regard. As for me, I just happened to catch up. Since I am the acting head of Oda Technology, I must do some matchmaking. Pei Qian said in his heart. It's making it harder for me to lose money. Shenhua's folding screen solution is indeed the most mature solution at present. If this mobile phone is really made, it will be snapped up like crazy? But Pei Qian is powerless. How can he refuse such a good solution? I can't think of a reason. Old Song is right. There is indeed no direct competitive relationship between the mobile phone department business of Tenda and Shenhua. Strictly speaking, Oda Technology's mobile phones do not constitute a direct competitive relationship with all other domestic mobile phone manufacturers. Because other mobile phone manufacturers are fighting most fiercely in the low-end market, and they are trying to gain a foothold in the mid-end market. In the high-end market, only a few mobile phone manufacturers such as Shenhua and Pineapple can stand firm. As for Oda Technology, it is directly in the ultra-high-end market. It is even higher than the high-end market. Because Oda Technology takes a personalized approach, it is a model directly targeting Tenda fans, and bundles a lot of Tenda exclusive benefits with the phone. It is really not in the same track as other mobile phone manufacturers. It is really difficult for people who are used to Oda phones to change to other phones. It would be nice if Shenhua's mobile phone department could work with Tenda to grab the market of other mobile phones. Such a large first market can't only support one company. What's more, Tenda also has game projects. In mobile games and other fields, there is the possibility of in-depth cooperation with Shenhua Group. So, this cooperation is really too damn suitable, there is no reason to refuse. Pei Qian thought about it. Since there is no reason to refuse, he can only bite the bullet. Find a way to turn opportunities into crises. The folding screen solution provided by Shenhua is indeed quite mature. Pei Qian can't make changes to the big framework, because in that case, the attitude of deliberately messing up will be exposed too obviously. But it's okay to make some changes to some details. It's precisely the details that determine success or failure, and can also show the true strength of President Pei. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, "There's nothing wrong with the plan, but I think we need to make some changes in the details." Old Song was a little surprised. "Oh? President Pei, please speak." He didn't expect that President Pei could actually make suggestions. Because this plan was carefully crafted by the designers of Shenhua Group, everyone felt that it was already perfect and there was no room for further improvement. Could it be that Mr. Pei could come up with some unique plans from another perspective? Old Song did not dare to neglect and listened carefully. After all, Mr. Pei was the one who personally designed the fully automatic intelligent bar lift and the intelligent fitness clothes drying rack. He also provided key guidance for the two flagship mobile phones of Oda Technology and the Doubt VR glasses of Qingshan Studio. And these directions have been proven to be very successful. Pei Qian said confidently, "I think that although the internal structure of Oda's X1 mobile phone and Shenhua's folding screen mobile phone is almost the same, there must be obvious differences in the external details. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1552 Gaming Router? Add more and ask for monthly votes. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Old Song is a little confused. Internal structure and external details. Aren't they the same thing? Mobile phones are high-precision technology products, and the internal structure is very expensive. For any design with a high degree of completion, the internal structure must have been strictly planned. It must be the best solution obtained after comprehensive consideration and trade-offs of various factors. For example, if you want a wireless charging coil, you must reduce the battery capacity a little. If you want both, you have to increase the thickness and weight of the body. Anyway, the technical level is here. It is impossible to be comprehensive and make a product that is completely ahead of the times. You can only work meticulously to meet the requirements of most people as much as possible. After the internal structure is finalized, the external details can be determined. And the external details are not easy to change. Isn't it just a shell after all? There are only a few types of materials for mobile phone cases, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Most mobile phone manufacturers now use glass, plastic, or ceramic, and a few still use metal. But no matter which material, each has its own advantages and problems. Other mobile phone manufacturers are not stupid. They will choose a certain material after rigorous argumentation. It is true that Mr. Pei is a business genius, but he is not a materials scientist after all. He can't just create a new material that other mobile phone manufacturers have not discovered out of thin air, right? That would be too fantasy. In addition to the material, it is nothing more than changing the color? Doing a linkage? Making a customized shell and theme? Well, that's the only way. Old Song asked, Mr. Pei, are you going to make a game co-branded model? And then add a little more money than the original price? Pei Qian nodded slightly, yes, and no. The shell and system must have some characteristics, but these alone seem to be a little insufficient. Let me think. Well, we have to make another mobile phone case and sell it in a bundle. In addition, we should also continue some of the advantages of the two mobile phones, E1 and G1, as much as possible. Pei Qian's idea is very simple. The solution of this mobile phone is very mature, and it is indeed not easy to change. There is a good solution, but you have to use a solution that looks rubbish at first glance. How can you fool Old Song? Therefore, Pei Qian's idea is to try to pay more attention to some insignificant details. In this way, he can justifiably sell the phone at a higher price. For consumers, the folding screen of Oda technology and the folding screen of Shenhua are actually the same thing, with little difference. So, why buy the more expensive Oda phone instead of Shenhua's phone? After all, Shenhua's phone is still obviously stronger than Oda's in terms of system ecology and brand value, there is no doubt about that. Oda's phone is mainly aimed at Tenda's fans. As long as this phone is not out of the circle and spread to other groups as much as possible, the situation is still relatively optimistic. It is not enough to just make a co-branded model. Because the co-branded model is a little more expensive, it is still not enough to open up the gap with Shenhua's folding screen, and it is not enough to persuade enough customers to leave. Therefore, Pei Qian's solution is to make another mobile phone case and bundle it for sale. In fact, almost all mobile phones now come with a mobile phone case when they leave the factory, but the workmanship of this mobile phone case is relatively average. In order to control costs, manufacturers generally do not make it particularly perfect, just enough to use. If customers like a better-looking mobile phone case, just buy it yourself. If the free phone case is too expensive, the phone will inevitably lose its price advantage. Pei Qian thought, as long as he made another expensive custom phone case and forced it to be sold as a bundle, plus the phone itself is a co-branded model, and then add in the benefits of Tenda. The price of this phone will be at least 4,000 to 5,000 yuan higher than the original price. This price is quite unpleasant, for how to continue the advantages of the E1 and G1 phones, Pei Qian just said it casually. He had never thought about the specific details. Anyway, let Old Song figure it out. Old Song scratched his head slightly. Boss Pei, we are giving away phone cases anyway, or do we need to redesign one? Pei Qian nodded, of course. How can such a high-end phone be given away with such an ordinary case? Old Song argued, Boss Pei, this case is not ordinary, it's made of plain leather, much better than other cases given away with ordinary phones. Pei Qian was very dissatisfied with this. That's it? Obviously not. There is no way to meet the diverse requirements of customers. Not expensive enough. Old Song thought for a while, then, make a cowhide business protective case? The kind that covers everything? The price can reach 300 to 500, which should be high-end enough. Pei Qian shook his head again. That won't work, Shenhua must have similar products. Besides, this business style doesn't match our target customer group at all. I refuse. How about this? I'll tell you an idea, you think about it. Combine the phone case, screen protector, bracket and other things into one. Then redesign its appearance according to the theme of the co-branded model. If we want to do it, we will make a tailor-made, unique, protective case. I think this case should be sold for at least 500 yuan. Your task is to make this case worth its price. Pei Qian thought that the phone itself was already a co-branded model, and if the phone case was made into a similar co-branded model, wouldn't it be installed? The phone and the phone case are the same theme. If you take off the outer layer and look inside, they are still the same. What a psycho! Just thinking about it, I feel that the customer's expression will be very interesting. Lao Song's face was a little ugly. Mr. Pei, can you reveal a little more details? Pei Qian shook his head. Enough, you can experience it yourself. Everything that should be said has been said. Pei Qian's guiding ideology is very simple, that is, on the basis of Shenhua's phone, add some useless or even deductible things, and then sell it at a higher price than Shenhua. In this way, who will buy this phone from Oda Technology? This idea should not be a big problem, it depends on whether Lao Song can execute it well. Lao Song obviously still has many questions in his stomach, but after a long time of grunting, he still didn't ask any more questions. As the person in charge of Tenda, he must have this kind of awareness. He wrote down all of Mr. Pei's words, and prepared to go back and slowly ponder them, and then said, Mr. Pei, there is also a plan for new smart products, please take a look. Pei Qian nodded and picked up the second plan. In this plan, there are several prototypes of products, including wearable devices such as watches and bracelets, as well as other common smart products such as new smart speakers, headphones, and even TVs, microwave ovens, etc. It has not been specifically started yet, but if you want to do it, you just need to design it and find a foundry. Pei Qian flipped through it briefly and frowned. They all look so reliable. In fact, other manufacturers are making these smart devices, which is enough to show that there is a market. Tenda has at least two major advantages in making these things. First, the linkage advantage of the fully automatic smart bar lift machine, UTA mobile phone and AEIS. Second, the brand reputation advantage. As an intelligent assistant terminal, AEIS has been relatively complete after being improved by the NUMA Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. The fully automatic smart bar lift machine and UTA mobile phone are equipped with this thing. If Tenda really releases a smart device, then there should be quite a lot of people who decide to buy it. This is obviously a very dangerous thing. Therefore, Pei Qian is not satisfied with all the options here. I think they are all too ordinary. They are not as eye-catching as previous smart new products. Pei Qian handed the information back, saying that none of these solutions would work. Old Song looked embarrassed. Boss Pei, there are so many companies making smart products. It has long been a fiercely competitive red ocean. Everyone is trying hard to show off their skills and find gimmicks. There is a lot of luck involved in making eye-catching solutions. How can you say that there will be one? I think the most important thing right now is to occupy the pit first, cooperate with the foundry, and build our own ecosystem. Pei Qian shook his head. I don't think so. Anyone can make things made by foundries. Can we add AEIS to it and suddenly open up the gap with other manufacturers? Oda Technology has been able to attract attention because it always launches new products that make everyone's eyes shine. This tradition cannot be lost. Old Song's expression was a little tangled. Boss Pei said it easily, but it was too difficult to do it. With the normal brain circuit of a product manager, he really couldn't imagine how to develop a so-called eye-catching new product, as Boss Pei said. After all, Boss Pei's eye-catching is equivalent to different from all the products on the market, which can be said to be the highest requirement. Suddenly, Old Song realized something and asked, "Boss Pei, do you have an idea?" Pei Qian was silent for a moment. "Well, I have a little idea." Old Song was overjoyed. "Boss Pei, please tell me, I'm all ears." Pei Qian paused for a moment, then said, "This is also something I just thought of. Have you heard of something called game console?" Old Song's eyes lit up, as if he had opened the door to a new world. "Yes, make a game console. Other companies can do this for free, but Tenda will definitely do it. And it is very consistent with the characteristics of smart products." Pei Qian signaled him to stop. "Listen to me. It is a game console, but it is not completely a game console. Have you ever heard that game consoles have another name, called routers?" Old Song, huh? He felt that his common sense was overturned. Game consoles and routers. How the hell can they be another name? These are two completely unrelated products. Pei Qian smiled slightly. "If you combine the two into one, don't you feel suddenly enlightened?" Chapter 1553, Let Them Continue to Poach People. Pei Qian had no idea about the game console, but after a trip to the Chaolu game platform, he suddenly had this idea. Since they have even made a game platform, isn't it reasonable to make a console? Relatively speaking, the probability of losing money in making a console is much higher than that of making products such as smart speakers, headphones, and TVs, right? The console is a pitfall all over the world, and there are definitely no more than a handful of manufacturers who can play it well. And it basically doesn't make money. Therefore, Pei Qian thinks that making a console is a good direction. But after seeing Lao Song's excited expression, Pei Qian felt that Lao Song's expression was not what he wanted, and the possibility of losing money was obviously not enough. This reminded him of that classic scene. Can the console lose money? Yes, but Tenda may not. Can the router lose money? Yes, but the product must be made strange enough. Then can the console plus the router lose money? May I ask who the big brother is? I am Pei Qian, chief designer of Tenda. As for consoles, Tenda now has a considerable accumulation. On the one hand, there are many excellent game products that can be moved to its own consoles. On the other hand, there is the Chaolu game platform, which has enough players and is recognized by Tenda. If there is any company in China that is qualified to make game consoles, it must be Tenda. The risk of making money is too great, and Pei Qian can hardly bear it. At this time, Pei Qian thought of the famous joke again, which is the joke of turning the console into a router. Can I lose money by making a router? To be honest, it is a bit difficult. Although the router is also a product with a technical threshold, you can dig up the existing technical team and find a foundry. Even if the product is not particularly excellent, it will not lose money if it sells well. Therefore, if the technology is not extremely poor, if you want to lose money by relying on the router, you must make it weird enough to make it look good. With this thought, Pei Qian immediately found the direction. Combine the router and the game console into one. Make it the same thing. Isn't this weird enough? Of course, Pei Qian had expected that Old Song would be confused and even suspicious, so he added a few more sentences. Oda Technologies products have always been committed to solving users' pain points. For example, the fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine is designed to solve the problem that the bar lift machine is not smart enough. The intelligent fitness clothes drying rack is designed to solve the problem that fitness equipment is not convenient enough to dry clothes. Now this router is to solve the problem of game consoles being difficult to hide. Many people force game consoles to be routers. Aren't you deceiving yourself? How can something with this shape look like a router? You have to add a few wires at least. So, our product is to solve this pain point, so that men can put it in the living room openly, and then tell their wives that it is a router. Although it is expensive, it must be a router with very good signal. It looks like a large router, with a square octopus shape, and the wires must be fully plugged in, not a single one can be missing. And even if you took a lie detector, it would be useless, because men would never lie. This is really a router. It just has a little extra function, which is to play games. In addition, there are other benefits to combining the host and the router into one. The direct connection between the host and the router can speed up the data transmission between the two and directly avoid the network fluctuations that may occur after the host is connected to the wireless network. In addition, because its internal storage is large enough, it can also store some resources. At the same time, it has multiple functions such as host, router, and TV box, providing consumers with a one-stop living room solution. Of course, since the signal of this game router is strong, I think it can also integrate a game streaming function. Whether it is a computer, mobile phone, console, TV, or other devices such as VR glasses, they all need to be connected to this game router. In this way, the game screen of the router can be projected to any display device very smoothly. In the past, it was troublesome and unstable to stream PC games to mobile phones, or mobile games to TVs, and there was no mature solution. But with the game router, all this will be changed. Open a dedicated wireless network in the game router. After any display device is connected to this network, it can display the game screen of the console, and realize the effect of cloud gaming in your home first. You can play wherever you go. Is your router promising? Old Song blinked, with a shocked expression on his face. Good guy, it feels that Mr. Pei is very reasonable. Such a magical product, how can a normal person think of it? But if you think about it according to the idea given by Mr. Pei, it really makes sense. What is the most important thing for a game console? The first is obviously the excellent game content on it, and the second is its hardware configuration. For Tenda, these 2 points are not lacking, or relatively not lacking. Although it may not be comparable to those foreign game console manufacturers, in China, Tenda is definitely the most qualified to make game consoles. But is this enough? It seems not. As a product, it must have unique highlights and reasons for people to remember it. If it is just a poor imitation of foreign game consoles, why would players buy it? Why not buy foreign consoles? The domestic sentiment may be a reason, but if it is just this reason, the support is not enough. Although Tenda has many games, they are basically cross-platform. It is impossible to remove the games on the official platform and make them exclusive to this console. Even if it is an exclusive game for the console, it will have to wait for new games later. As for hardware, it should not have much advantage. Because console hardware is not very profitable, the strategy of all foreign manufacturers is to sell the console at a low price as much as possible, and then use games to make profits. The high price of the console is not conducive to popularization. First, set a low price to make the console as popular as possible in the living rooms of thousands of households, slowly cultivate players, and then use various excellent games to make money. Moreover, foreign console manufacturers have large production and no worries about sales, so they have strong bargaining power with suppliers and can negotiate prices down. Considering the above, even if Tenda can subsidize its console, it probably won't have any advantages in terms of hardware configuration and price compared with those foreign consoles. For gamers, even if they buy a console, they will probably only buy one. After all, there are still only a few core gamers who play all platforms. Most players buy game consoles, just for fun. If they can't even play the first one, why would they buy a second one? This is also an important reason why it is difficult to enter the field of game consoles. New manufacturers are simply unable to compete with those foreign game console manufacturers. Although Tenda seems to have everything ready, it actually has a big gap with foreign game console manufacturers in terms of quality and quantity. In this case, if you want to succeed, you have to think of other ways. The idea proposed by President Pei at least has a hot spot and recognition. Once it is released, it will naturally attract the attention of players. After the game console and router are combined into one, it can do some new functions, such as quickly, conveniently, and stably streaming the game screen to all display devices connected to the wireless network in the room. This is an advantage that other game consoles do not have. Of course, if you want to achieve this ideal state of the product, you still need arduous efforts. But at least President Pei has pointed out a smooth road for this product. When Lao Song recalled the projects he had made before, such as wireless headphones, smart speakers, and TVs, he felt that he was simply a mediocre person. What is the most important quality for a product manager? Imagination. He claims to be an excellent product manager, but he has no imagination. This is really shameful. Look at President Pei again. This is the ideal form of an excellent product manager. Thinking of this, Lao Song said firmly, "Okay, President Pei, I will definitely work harder to develop this gaming router." Pei Qian nodded with satisfaction, then stood up. "Okay, the work here is almost arranged. I should go back." There is no need to worry about O2 technology in the short term. Lao Song sent President Pei out, and then went back to seriously consider the two plans. Pei Qian just got in the car, and his phone rang again. Why are so many people looking for me today? That's right, it's already Friday. I guess there are some outstanding issues to ask for instructions. Is it Mr. Chow calling? If I remember correctly, he should be in charge of Rabbit Tail Live now, right? Pei Qian picked up the phone. "Mr. Chow, what's the matter?" Chow Liang's somewhat nervous and anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Pei, I found that Langya Live and YY Live are secretly poaching our anchors. Although there is no fanfare, the action is obviously bigger than before, and the conditions offered are also more tempting. Some of our anchors have already jumped away." Pei Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised. YY Live and Langya Live have started fighting? Sure. But, why are they still secretly fighting? Just let go and poach people openly. I won't stop you, really. Pei Qian was not sure if there was any instigation from the Anti-Tenda Alliance behind this. The poaching might have been instigated by the Anti-Tenda Alliance, but since they didn't dare to poach people openly and break up, it meant that the two live streaming platforms were still in a state of wavering and hesitation. In that case, let's give them a hand. Pei Qian said, "Just let them poach, it doesn't matter." Qiao Liang was stunned for a moment. No reaction? At least we should expose their shameless behavior, right? Pei Qian smiled slightly. No need. The anchors are free, they can go wherever they want. We can't brag that we are a free platform while trying to tie the anchors down, right? If the conditions offered by the other two platforms are really attractive and they poach the anchors, then it means that we are not doing well in some areas. The iron must be hard to forge. Qiao Liang was silent for a while on the other end of the phone, and said, "Well, I understand, President Pei." Chapter 1554, Tenda must rely on real ability. Pei Qian was about to hang up the phone when he heard Qiao Liang ask again, "Boss Pei, I have another question. If our Rabbit Tail Live wants to fight back, can we take some necessary measures? For example, ban these two platforms from broadcasting our games, including GOG, IOI, and Sea Fortress?" Of course, I know this will be a decision that will hurt both parties, but no matter how you think about it, they will suffer more. If they really press on, can we use this as a last resort? Or, we can use this to deter them. Even if it doesn't really go this far, it can have a certain effect. It can be heard that Qiao Liang is very resentful of YY Live and Langya Live for secretly poaching Rabbit Tail Live's anchors. Why do you do that? These two platforms can poach Rabbit Tail Live's anchors, but Rabbit Tail Live cannot poach these two platforms because the contracts between these two platforms and the anchors stipulate high liquidated damages, and Rabbit Tail Live cannot help the anchors pay this high liquidated damages to for Rabbit Tail Live, because there is no penalty for breach of contract. Langya Live and YY Live are very happy to poach anchors, especially those who have just emerged not long ago. This is obviously a bit unreasonable. In fact, is the treatment of Rabbit Tail Live much worse than these two platforms? No. But when it comes to poaching, the emphasis is not on the actual treatment, and many times it is based on deception. Those who poach people always have the initiative. Rabbit Tail Live treats anchors in a real way, but Langya Live and YY Live can poach people in a targeted manner and add a lot of routines. For example, at the beginning, you are given a very high number, but at the same time a very high penalty for breach of contract is agreed. To get this number, you must meet certain popularity and gift requirements, otherwise the money will be deducted. When poaching anchors, the anchors see a very tempting number, but whether they can get it in the end is really hard to say. If you can continue to be popular after jumping over, or even more popular, then of course you will have a greater say when renewing the contract. But what if the popularity drops and cools down after jumping over? Then there may be various clauses in the contract that were not noticed before, which will deduct all the money that the platform gave to the anchor. The anchor regretted it and wanted to leave, but he couldn't leave at all because of the huge penalty for breach of contract. If there is a problem with the contract, can the anchors really not see it? With so much money and such a big contract, no matter how ignorant they are of the law, shouldn't they spend money to find a professional to take a look? It can't be said that there is no problem at all, but most anchors have a low level of education and a weak sense of law. How can everyone be so smart and not be fooled at all? When YY Live and Langya Live came to poach anchors from Chuzui Live, they must have talked a lot of nonsense. These new anchors may have never seen the world and were fooled into it accidentally. What's more, the live broadcast industry is still a new industry. Those lawsuits with sky-high liquidated damages have not yet been exposed. The anchors are still very stupid and naive to think that the big bosses behind the live broadcast platform are all stupid and rich suckers, or they are good people who keep their words and have no routines. It is reasonable that they don't have this awareness. Xiao Liang is now the acting person in charge of Chuzui Live, and he is also a host and anchor. As an anchor, he is very disgusted with the behavior of Langya Live and YY Live. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Not signing a high-priced liquidated damages contract to tie up the anchor is the best thing that Rabbit Tail Live has done, but this has become a reason for the other party to poach people unscrupulously. Therefore, Xiao Liang was very unhappy and came up with such a countermeasure. If you poach the anchors of Rabbit Tail Live and start making trouble here, then you won't broadcast any of Tenda's games in the future. I want to see, without games like GOG, IOI, and Sea Fortress, the game area of your live broadcast platforms will collapse. What else can you broadcast? Legally speaking, Tenda has full power to do this. Because Tenda has the copyright to the games it designs, whoever it authorizes to broadcast can broadcast it. If Tenda does not authorize these two platforms, then they cannot broadcast, otherwise they will be sued. Of course, logically speaking, if Tenda really does this, it may not be profitable, because YY Live and Langya Live are already the two platforms with absolute dominance in the live broadcast industry. If they really tear their faces apart, the popularity of Tenda's games themselves will also drop significantly. But in any case, Tenda is definitely not the one who loses the most. And it is not necessary to completely ban broadcasting. This can be a deterrent, and it does not need to be really used. As long as a warning is issued to these two platforms, and it is stated that the possibility of banning them from broadcasting GOG and other games will not be ruled out, then these two platforms must be restrained. They will seriously consider whether the little benefit and the pie given by the anti-Tenda alliance can make them bear the loss of a complete break with Tenda. As long as this is done, it is enough. As the acting head of Rabbit Tail Live, Qiao Liang believes that he needs to think deeply about these issues and report to President Pei. Pei Qian was silent. If this is really done, it will be a big problem. The competition in the live broadcast industry should continue for a long time, and Pei Qian still wants to take this opportunity to continue to happily burn money. If it is according to what Qiao Liang said, wouldn't it super accelerate the process of this competition? Obviously, the sooner the two sides break up, the greater the possibility of Rabbit Tail Live taking off. Because in the live broadcast industry, the key is still to look at the content, and games are one of the most important contents. If there is a breakup, it should be after this cycle is over, right? Now it doesn't matter if Rabbit Tail Live and Langya Live poach a few anchors. In fact, everyone has no loss. The anchors have received high salaries, Rabbit Tail Live and Langya Live have spent money but poached people, and the popularity of Rabbit Tail Live has been hit again. President Pei is more at ease when spending money. Isn't it good? Therefore, Pei Qian plans to appease a little. The anti-Tenda alliance has already lost so badly before. If they don't give them some sweetness, I'm afraid the entire alliance will fall apart immediately. I have to hold them back and let them accompany me to play this money-burning game. Of course, these words cannot be said to Qiao Liang, so he still has to change his words. Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, I think this is not appropriate. Although according to the law, we have the copyright of all Tenda games and can completely prohibit these live broadcast platforms from broadcasting. But, this is a bit unethical, and it seems that we cannot compete with others head-on, so we have to use such means outside the rules. Others will definitely point at our noses and say, look, Tenda is anxious. This is inconsistent with our purpose all along. We at Tenda emphasize fair competition, and we must defeat the opponent with real ability. We cannot overturn the table if we cannot defeat them within the rules. That is very ungraceful. As the saying goes, the iron is hard to forge, and the other party poached our anchors, maybe because we did not treat the anchors well enough, and then go up mention it. If you think that Langya Live and YY Live are not as good as us in any aspect, then why are the anchors still poached? It must be that we ourselves have not done enough. So, not only can we not use this to threaten the other party, but we must also make it clear openly, Tenda will never use such means. The sooner this is made clear, the better. If they like to poach people, then poach them. When they can't poach anymore, that will be the day when Rabbit Tail Live dominates the live broadcast circle. Qiao Liang was stunned. Speak openly and clearly, we don't use such means? This is not necessary, don't you leave the last deterrent? President Pei's approach is not only not to deter the two platforms from banning games, but also to give up this method and promise not to use it. Doesn't this mean that he is encouraging the two platforms to continue to poach people and poach more fiercely? In Qiao Liang's opinion, Rabbit Tail Live has no other more powerful trump card except the trump card of Tenda games. There is no problem in improving the welfare of anchors, but first of all, the live broadcast platform is still a game of burning money. There are big capitals behind Langya Live and YY Live. They are not afraid of burning money. They are not ambiguous when poaching people. On the Rabbit Tail Live side, although President Pei also gave subsidies to this side through Tenda headquarters, he was restrained after all, and the amount of funds was less than that of the two platforms. Secondly, Rabbit Tail Live is passive defense, while the two platforms are active attacks. Can this be the same? If Rabbit Tail Live wants to increase the welfare, the anchors of the entire platform must increase together, while Langya Live and YY Live poach people, they only need to offer high prices to such a few anchors. It's like putting on an extra layer of clothes every time someone cuts you. How many layers do you have to wear to ensure that the next cut will not hurt you at all? If this wasn't said by Boss Pei, Qiao Liang would have cursed. But since it was Boss Pei who said it, he should think about it carefully and think about whether it's his own problem. Maybe Mr. Pei has a new angle? Okay, Mr. Pei, I got it. Xiao Liang hung up the phone and thought seriously about what Mr. Pei said before. It seems that there is still some truth, but I always feel that it is not particularly reliable. Forget it, let it go. Hu Xianbin told me that if I encounter anything I am not sure about, I will ask Mr. Pei. It doesn't matter if I don't get a satisfactory answer. Write down what Mr. Pei said first, maybe it will be useful in the future. I'd better do the racing competition this weekend steadily. As for the fact that Langya Live and YY Live have been poaching people, I still have to take a long-term view and take it slowly. This kind of thing can't be rushed. If you express your opinion too hastily, it may disrupt Mr. Pei's overall plan. Well, hold the competition first, and then set a new welfare plan for Rabbit Tail Live. Xiao Liang did not continue to dwell on the dead end, but continued to arrange it according to Mr. Pei's requirements. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1555 Online Speed Race. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. March 30th, Saturday. In the afternoon, Zhang Yan started live broadcasting 2 hours earlier than usual on Saturdays, because there was a competition today. Rabbit Tail Live has been preparing for this competition for a long time, and Zhang Yan has passed the initial audition. This week is the online competition. After the winner is determined, they can get a place in the offline competition. At that time, there will be professional coaches to teach them how to drive a real racing car, and try to transform their simulator driving skills into real car driving skills. Whoever transforms faster and better will win the amateur group. As for the final winner, it must belong to the professional group. After all, no matter how talented the amateur players are, they can't touch the professional players. Unless you transform from an amateur player to a professional player, and then improve yourself step by step, there is hope. For Zhang Yan, her goal is simple: to enter the offline competition. When it comes to the offline competition stage, go all out, the result doesn't matter, the important thing is to participate. The key is to get the qualification to touch the real car. After all, her skills were all developed on the simulator, and no matter how well the simulator simulates, it is still very different from real racing. No one can guarantee what level she can achieve in the real arena. All we can say is that we should do our best. Before the game started, Zhang Yan started warming up. Occasionally, there were comments in the live broadcast room asking, "Damn, the anchor is so persistent. I saw you running this map last month, why are you still running it now? Aren't you tired of running it? Change to something else to broadcast." At the beginning, Zhang Yan did gain a lot of popularity by relying on the popularity of the game Safe and Civilized Driving. At that time, she took the driver's license test and drove a big truck, which attracted a lot of fans. But since she started practicing racing, her fans have begun to slowly lose. There is no way, practicing racing is really boring. Many maps take a whole day to run, and in order to pursue the improvement of a few tenths of a second, one mistake often ruins all the previous efforts. Moreover, racing is not like driving a truck for a long distance, which can relax your mind. You don't have the energy to chat with the audience, so the more you practice, the fewer people there are in the live broadcast room. There is also some sarcasm. The anchor doesn't do a good job of live broadcasting, but just messes around. What's the point of a female anchor running the track every day? Is her popularity decreasing? Just keep doing it, you'll end up ruining yourself sooner or later. You beat me to pieces even though I had a great start. That's right, you don't have the talent, why do you insist on it? Isn't it better to realize earlier that you are actually suitable to be a comedian? Such comments are not uncommon. But Zhang Yan remained unmoved and continued to practice. Finally, Zhang Yan waited for this safe and civilized driving competition. Almost all the anchors on Rabbit Tail Live participated in this competition, as did many anchors on other platforms and some passers-by and great players of the game. The results were shocking, and many well-known anchors did not even pass the auditions for the competition. These anchors usually broadcast various activities and brag about how good their driving skills are, but when they get to the official competition, they all have problems and are exposed. It's like some GOG anchors are always playing in the fish pond game for the show effect. On the surface, they still look like they are showing off and have skills, but in the final analysis, they are just frying fish. Once they reach a high-end game or competition, and encounter opponents who are much stronger than those in the usual small game, their skills will immediately become ineffective, as if they have changed into a different person, and they frequently make forced errors. When it comes to such a time when hard power is needed, only when the tide recedes can we know who is swimming naked. Zhang Yan is different. All her skills are acquired through real practice, so she is not afraid of such a real test. With the end of the audition competition, the number of people in Zhang Yan's live broadcast room has continued to rise. Players were surprised to find that Zhang Yan's hard work in practice really worked, and she was fundamentally different from other anchors. Those viewers who left before came back one after another. They left before because they could not see the show effect, nor could they see Zhang Yan's unique content that was different from other anchors. After all, practicing car skills is too boring, and most people don't have the patience to watch it all the time. But now it's different. Being able to get a good ranking in the competition and defeat other opponents with real strength is itself a thing full of show effects. Since the show effect is back and better than before, what reason do the audience have not to come back and continue to watch? Many fans of other anchors also flocked to Zhang Yan's live broadcast room, because those anchors have been eliminated, and Zhang Yan can continue to enter the online competition and compete with more powerful opponents in the final. And those fans who have been supporting Zhang Yan now have a feeling that the clouds have finally cleared and the moon is visible. They have always supported Zhang Yan's decision unconditionally. When they saw the number of people in Zhang Yan's live broadcast room constantly decreasing and the popularity constantly declining, they were as anxious as Zhang Yan, or even more anxious than Zhang Yan. Now that the popularity has returned, there is naturally a sense of relief that I didn't make a mistake in choosing someone. After running 2 laps steadily, Zhang Yan entered the official competition room and began to prepare. For her, this opportunity is very important, because Zhang Yan had a dream of racing a long time ago, but the cost of racing was too high, and Zhang Yan could not afford it at all. But the situation this time is different. As long as she can get a place in the online competition, the official will bear all the expenses and invite a very professional coach for her. This also means that Zhang Yan can use this opportunity to get a chance to transform into a professional racing driver at no cost. If she can get an excellent place, it can be regarded as proving her talent and persistence, and the resistance from her family should be reduced a lot, right? Soon, the competition officially began. A large number of viewers flocked to the Rabbit Tail live broadcast platform. While discussing enthusiastically, they waited for the start of the competition. Hello everyone in the live broadcast room, welcome to the online competition stage of safe and civilized driving. Today's online competition will be a little different from the audition stage, because our live broadcast platform will adopt a new live broadcast method this time. The 2 official commentators of GPL will host the safe and civilized driving competition. In this regard, Rabbit Tail Live has an overwhelming advantage over other platforms, because Rabbit Tail Live has a large number of excellent commentary resources. These commentators are not only articulate and humorous, but also have a deep understanding of the game, and the audience also recognizes them. It is also very reasonable to arrange them to comment on today's safe and civilized driving competition. They are all Tengda's own people, so it is normal to come to guest star. Many viewers are curious on the barrage. It will be a little different from the competition in the audition stage. How is it different? I remember that the director in the audition did a very good job. The camera repeatedly switched between many popular players smoothly and naturally, so that everyone did not feel any discomfort at all. Can the live broadcast technology be further improved after achieving this? It should be difficult. Didn't the professional director of GPL be used in the audition stage? Or is there a new viewing function this time? Soon, the host revealed the answer. Based on the live broadcast function of the game Safe and Civilized Driving, a special function for the competition has been developed. These functions can be roughly divided into the following points. First, players can freely enter the official competition room in the game Safe and Civilized Driving and view the first-person perspective of any contestant, or they can also watch the director's perspective or the god's perspective i.e. in the first-person perspective of the contestants. Players can see some very detailed data, such as gear position, engine speed, and the depth and strength of the accelerator and accelerator pedals. These data are of great significance for the audience to have a deeper understanding of the basic strength and skill level of the current contestants. Second, players can also synchronize their steering wheels with the contestants, so that they can more intuitively see some of the contestants' operation modes and operation details. Of course, like the live broadcast mode, the steering wheel in this state cannot be touched, and it will automatically exit if touched. This is to prevent danger. This function is actually a derivative of the live broadcast function, but the operations performed by the anchor during the live broadcast are different from those performed by the players during the competition. In addition, compared with the initial version of the live broadcast function, this time there is a new improvement. This time, players no longer need the game install Safe and Civilized Driving, but can directly connect the live broadcast signal of rabbit tail live to their steering wheel. After all, the amount of signal data of the steering wheel movement is not large, and it does not need to rely on the content of the game itself. As long as the live broadcast platform transmits this data to the player's computer and then to the steering wheel, it will be fine. Even players who don't have a steering wheel can open a small window and see the player's steering wheel and pedal operations through the simulated screen. Of course, compared to the full version of the game, the web page function is equivalent to a castrated version, and there are many problems. For example, you can only choose between several official perspectives, and you cannot choose all the contestants. And in terms of the transmission of some data, it may not be particularly accurate, and there are still subtle differences. But for players who do not have the game of Safe and Civilized Driving on their computers, this is also a very novel viewing experience. Third, players can generate video files during the viewing process, repeatedly watch and study some players' skills in cornering or specific routes, and learn repeatedly. In addition, there are some other details, such as the multi-window stacking small window mode of the Rabbit Tail Live Room. In the Rabbit Tail Live Room, the main window is of course the real-time game screen of the game, but on this basis, the audience can also open some small windows to view other content, and stack these small windows arbitrarily, or place them anywhere on the main screen. For example, players can put the camera screen of the player they are interested in the lower right corner, or put the current scoreboard ranking or some data details in the position they prefer on the screen, compared with other live broadcast platforms that have a fixed screen when hosting a game. This mode, which allows viewers to filter their favorite information at will and move it to the live broadcast room screen as a small window, provides a new choice for the audience. The game officially started, and the commentator began his passionate commentary. The audience watched the exciting game while exploring these new features launched by Rabbit Tail Live. The popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise. Chapter 1556, Give Up Deterrence and Welcome Attack. Yeah. Great, I've advanced to the offline competition. Zhang Yan jumped up from her seat excitedly and turned around in the room. The competition was indeed exciting and fierce. After all, those who could enter the online competition were all excellent players selected through auditions. These people have good driving skills, and whether they can advance depends on their performance on the spot and their psychological quality. Fortunately, Zhang Yan usually trains hard and has a solid foundation. Today's state is very good, so she successfully stood out from the crowd of audition players and won the 9th place in the online competition. You know, there is no distinction between professional and amateur groups in the online competition stage, and some professional racers also participated. Being able to get the 9th place and successfully advance to the offline competition is a result that makes Zhang Yan surprised enough. The audience in the live broadcast room also called it exciting, and the discussion reached its peak. The competition was so exciting to watch. I didn't expect that everyone was a real racing master. It was so exciting to watch. I have watched some real racing competitions on TV before, but I feel that they are not as enjoyable as this online competition. This is the change brought about by the development of live broadcast technology. Real racing is actually much more exciting and the technical level is much higher, but the live broadcast technology can't keep up. It's nothing more than an external perspective and an in-car perspective. Everyone can only see the scene of the car speeding by, but the details of how the driver operates are invisible. Indeed, with so many details missing, the viewing experience is definitely greatly reduced. The new technology of rabbit tail live is still something. It can not only show all the details of the driver's operation, but also provide viewers with a more detailed viewing experience through multiple perspectives and various detailed data. And it is these details that push the excitement of this online race to the top. I have observed carefully and found that many players are very good, and there is not much difference in the details of operation between them and professional racers. Will there be players who can beat professional players in the offline competitions later? This is unlikely. After all, professional players make a living from this. No matter how similar the racing in reality is to the racing in the game, there is still a world of difference. Who knows? There will be special coaches to guide them. Maybe some buried talented players will stand out at that time. The audience of the barrage was very excited, as if it was not the anchor who ran a similar result with those professional players in the virtual arena, but themselves. Zhang Yan happily turned around the room a few times, and then returned to her seat, because there will be a warm-up session and post-match interview session for the online competition. The host enthusiastically introduced the upcoming online competition activities to all the audience. As arranged before, this offline competition will invite some professional racing coaches to guide all the players for a period of 1 month. The competition will be divided into professional and amateur groups. The players in these two groups have different foundations, so the teaching methods will naturally be different. The teaching goal of the amateur group is to let these simulator masters transfer the skills in the game to reality as much as possible, while the professional group must directly practice some more advanced things. During this month, Rabbit Tail Live will broadcast the training process and several simulated competitions, and the recordings after the live broadcast will be edited and published on the Ellie Island website. The recordings and specific data of each player in the game will also be uploaded to the live broadcast room and the game, and all viewers can download them freely and put them into the game for careful study. It can be said that this competition completely connects online and offline, and is a test of the new function of Rabbit Tail Live. Old viewers can see that this gameplay is actually somewhat similar to GOG's game mode at the time, both of which deeply combine the functions of the live broadcast platform with the game to provide more detailed information to the audience. This is obviously the core competitiveness that is different from other game platforms. Next, it was the interview session. This competition attracted a lot of media attention during the audition period. Several more influential media also arranged telephone interviews in advance. Among them, Zhang Yan, as a female player who had never been involved in racing before, had attracted a lot of attention for her performance in the live broadcast room. She won an excellent ranking in this competition, which can be regarded as God's reward for hard work, so she naturally had to accept the interview. The host asked relatively routine questions, and Zhang Yan was well prepared and briefly recounted her mental journey. From her love for racing, to her failure to pursue her dream due to the lack of support from her family, to constantly honing her skills through games, and finally getting this precious opportunity. Such a tortuous experience made the host sigh, and it also showed the importance of this competition for ordinary people who can't afford to play racing and can't afford to spend money. Then, the host interviewed several other winners. Although everyone's situation was different, their feelings were almost the same. There are many people who want to learn racing like Zhang Yan, but the threshold for racing is too high, so they can only bury this dream in their hearts temporarily. The safe and civilized driving simulator provides them with a highly realistic training environment, and this competition provides them with a stage to show themselves, so they are very excited and want to seize this opportunity to prove that they can pursue their dreams. As for those professional players, although they have successfully entered the industry, they still highly evaluate this competition. For them, simulator training is a very important part of daily training, and this competition allows them to meet many like-minded friends, and also allows them, professional players who seem to be isolated from ordinary people, to have more contact and communication with ordinary people. At the same time, this competition is also a popularization of racing sports. In short, this competition can be said to be a great success. In the last stage, the reporter interviewed Xiao Liang. As the acting head of Rabbit Tail Live and the organizer of this competition, Xiao Liang must have a few words. But Xiao Liang didn't know that the reporter's interview with him was well prepared. At the same time, in the Magic City, Langia Live headquarters, Vice President Zhu Yan was also watching the live broadcast of this competition. Hearing that Xiao Liang was going to be interviewed, he temporarily put down his work and listened carefully. The host first asked a few routine questions, then changed the subject and asked, "We noticed that compared to other live streaming platforms, Rabbit Tail Live has its own unique advantages and characteristics, but in terms of market share, it is still in a relatively weak position. It is said that YY Live and Langia Live have been engaged in a war of poaching recently. Among them, Rabbit Tail Live has been the most affected, and many newly popular new anchors have been poached. What do you think about this? If the competition between the three platforms becomes more and more fierce in the future, is it possible for Rabbit Tail Live to prohibit the other two platforms from broadcasting Tenda games, so as to ensure its dominant position?" Xiao Liang was stunned for a moment, and instinctively did not want to answer. What does this reporter do? He has no emotional intelligence at all. Why does he ask such a question? But he thought about it and realized that President Pei had just told him how to answer such a question yesterday. This is a good opportunity. Our live broadcast platform will not prohibit other platforms from broadcasting Tenda games, but will win this competition with upright means. Rabbit Tail Live has always been determined to provide viewers with high-quality live broadcast content and provide anchors with a warm platform. We only need to do our best. We don't care what other platforms do. Listening to the interview in the live broadcast room, Zhu Yan frowned slightly, and the expression on his face was surprised and surprised. Of course, he had also been paying attention to the competition of Rabbit Tail Live, and the new technologies and new gameplay shown by Rabbit Tail Live in the competition made him feel very nervous. But he never expected that Xiao Liang would give such a clear answer. Before the reporter started the interview, Zhu Yan had already told her to ask this question. Because Zhu Yan wanted to test and see what the real attitude of Rabbit Tail Live was. Although Langia Live and YY Live had begun to poach anchors from Rabbit Tail Live, the two platforms did not dare to make a big fuss, for fear of angering President Pei, and the two sides would completely fall out, and the situation would become very ugly. The game section of Langia Live is a pillar section, and many big anchors rely on GOG to make a living. Once they fall out with Tenda, the consequences will obviously be disastrous. So Zhu Yan wanted to use this opportunity of the reporter interviewing the person in charge of Rabbit Tail Live to find out a little bit. Zhu Yan guessed that the other party would not say anything final, even if they did not intend to use this method, they would retain the most basic deterrence. But even some ambiguous answers still have some reference value, which can reflect the real attitude of Tengda's senior management to a certain extent. But Zhu Yan did not expect that the other party would give such a clear answer. This is almost a direct guarantee that no matter how the live streaming platforms fight each other, Rabbit Tail Live will not retaliate by prohibiting other platforms from broadcasting Tenda games. If other companies said these words, we don't have to care too much. After all, these companies rarely keep their promises. As long as they don't put it on paper, what they say can be overturned at any time. This is also a feature of Western business society. The so-called spirit of contract means that once it is written on paper, it must be followed. In other words, if it is not written on paper, it can be denied at will, and no one should take it seriously. But Tengda is a special company. It has always kept its word. As long as it makes some promises in front of the public, it will definitely abide by them in the future. In other words, Tengda really doesn't intend to restrict Langya Live and YY Live through this means. Should I say that President Pei is too confident, or that President Pei is too conceited? If it doesn't take advantage of the game content, how can Rabbit Tail Live compete with Langya Live and YY Live? The rule that you must study for 1 hour alone has already discouraged most of the audience. President Pei is also a very strange person. Rabbit Tail Live obviously has so many powerful resources, but President Pei did not make full use of them. Instead, he tied his own hands and feet. But this is a good thing for us. Rabbit Tail Live still has one last unique advantage, which is that it can deeply combine live broadcast and game content. Whether it is the viewing system launched before, or the current deep combination of live broadcast content and game content, it is actually taking this path. This is indeed something that other live broadcast platforms cannot do. In other words, we cannot take Rabbit Tail Live lightly, and we still have to strangle it as much as possible. But the way to strangle it is not to compete with it in its advantageous areas, but to find ways to attack its weaknesses. Well, we can increase the efforts to poach people appropriately. After hearing the tone of Tengda, Zhu Yan finally made up his mind. The fat meat of the live broadcast platform must be swallowed up as much as possible. First, find a way to deal with Rabbit Tail Live, and then decide the final victory with YY Live. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 1557, the paper is finally finished. April 8th, Monday. Finally finished, I'm such a genius. Pei Qian excitedly unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and stretched. The deadline for submission was April 10th, but after Pei Qian's retreat, his efficiency increased dramatically, and he actually completed the entire content of the paper 2 years ahead of schedule. I have to say that retreat is still effective. Finished 2 years ahead of schedule, first showed it to Zhang Wei, asked him to make some simple revisions, and then gave it to Mr. Kong. In order to avoid Mr. Kong getting angry because of this useless paper, Pei Qian would be guilty of the greatest crime. Pei Qian was basically very satisfied with the content of this paper, and even felt a little proud. Because the general framework had been set before, Pei Qian only needed to continue to improve it within this general framework. With so many real cases, as well as the analysis of these cases by Cui Geng, Qiao Liang, and various film critics, this paper is actually not difficult to write. In other words, the results Pei Qian achieved from studying others' research on his own results were very fruitful. In order to increase credibility and persuasiveness, Pei Qian also briefly analyzed these successful cases in the second half of the paper and put them into the theoretical framework of his own paper. The only problem is that there are not so many citations, and no relatively profound theoretical support. There is no way around it. After all, as an undergraduate who can barely pass the exam and pass with 60 points, it is already quite difficult for Pei Qian to achieve this level. Let teacher Zhang Wei worry about the following content. I don't know how Lao Ma's paper is written. Ma Yang also went into seclusion, and both of them had to give their papers to Mr. Kong. It's just that the two of them did not go into seclusion together, but each of them did their own seclusion, so there was not much communication. Ma Yang had to wait until Pei Qian decided on the general direction, and then he would take advantage of Pei Qian and choose a detail of Pei Qian's paper topic to do in-depth and detailed research. Pei Qian thought that he had always passed the exam by reading Lao Ma's notes, so it was reasonable to pull Lao Ma on the graduation thesis. So after Pei Qian came up with the general framework, he gave it to Ma Yang as soon as possible. As for whether this big framework can meet Ma Yang's requirements, which angle Ma Yang will choose as the direction of his interpretation, and what the final results will be, Pei Qian has no control over those. After all, Pei Qian himself is also suffering from the paper. He can't handle the situation on his side well, so how can he have the energy to care about Ma Yang's situation? Pei Qian reviewed the content of the paper several times, and then thought about it and added a line at the end of the paper. The theoretical knowledge referenced in the paper is relatively basic and superficial knowledge. The time to complete it is short and the preparation is not sufficient, so it is not directly quoted in the paper. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me. If there are any errors, please correct me. Pei Qian originally wanted to talk to teacher Zhang Wei alone, but then he thought again that this paper might not be revised by teacher Zhang Wei alone, and it might be handed over to several seniors or professors to revise at once. After all, Pei Qian now has a clearer understanding of his identity and will no longer be blindly modest. If it is just a simple review for teacher Zhang Wei, then this paper is likely to have some errors and omissions when it is circulated. So Pei Qian thought about it for a while and simply wrote it at the end of the paper. In this way, no matter who wants to revise this paper, they can see this sentence. Since he had been writing papers in seclusion, Pei Qian felt that his mind was full of literary style, so the sentence he wrote was slightly literary. However, this did not affect him. Pei Qian felt that he had expressed his meaning clearly. This article does use some very basic theoretical knowledge, which is the most basic in the textbook. After all, Pei Qian's current academic level is too advanced for him to write, and he may not even understand it. After citing these basic knowledge, Pei Qian felt that it was a bit troublesome to find and quote them in the textbooks one by one, so he left this manual work to teacher Zhang Wei. This job is not a technical job, nor does it involve academic fraud or plagiarism. It is simply to find the original source of the quoted content. After checking it twice, Pei Qian felt that there should be no major problems, and he should be able to graduate smoothly. So he sent the paper to teacher Zhang Wei's email, and then called him to clarify it. There are still some details in the paper that are not done well. Please take care of it, Professor Zhang Wei, and help correct them. I am very busy at work and have very important things to deal with. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Zhang Wei promised, no problem, just leave it to me. I heard that an anti-Tenda alliance has emerged in society recently, and is attacking Tenda in various fields. You must be under a lot of pressure recently? Under such a tense situation, you can still find time to complete the paper, which is already very good. Is the situation at the company okay? You should hurry up and deal with it. Don't let any problems arise. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Jingzhou, oh no, the entire country. Pei Qian hurriedly said, Teacher Zhang, don't worry. Everything is in my plan. That's it for now. I'll hang up first. Pei Qian did not lie. Everything was in his plan. To outsiders, the anti-Tenda alliance launched an offensive against the Tenda Group, which was really frightening. But in Pei Qian's view, these people are all his good brothers, helping him to lose money. As long as these people can persevere in maintaining this alliance and continue to attack Tenda in various industries and fields, then wouldn't it be a simple and easy thing to lose 100 million in this cycle? After solving the problem of the thesis, Pei Qian felt relieved. He ate some snacks and took a shower, and then prepared to go to the company to take a look. After finishing the thesis, he had turned off the flight mode of his mobile phone and checked the weekly reports of various departments. There was no greater bad news. At the end of last month, the Anti-Tenda Alliance launched an attack on the gaming sector, but was defeated. It seems that they also know how powerful Tenda is, so they have temporarily dormant and started to prepare a new offensive. They will not make a comeback in the short term, and will only send some departments to harass them, for example, the two live broadcast platforms, YY Live and Langya Live. The racing competition held by Rabbit Tail Live on the weekend was quite successful. When Xiao Liang was interviewed by reporters, he also clearly conveyed Pei Qian's intention. This is equivalent to Rabbit Tail Live making a verbal guarantee that it will not attack other live broadcast platforms by banning Tenda games. In Pei Qian's view, this has given a very obvious offensive signal to YY Live and Langya Live, right? You should not be unable to see this, right? Judging from the latest weekly report sent by Xiao Liang, these two live broadcast platforms should have seen it. Because their poaching actions have become even bigger. This behavior seems to be constantly testing the bottom line of Rabbit Tail Live. Xiao Liang didn't have a good solution, so he could only slightly increase the welfare level of the anchors according to Pei Qian's request. Apart from this, there was no more important event. However, the temporary calm did not make Pei Qian dizzy, and he decided to go to the company to take a look and find the hidden problems in each department. Departments with no problems were praised and asked to continue to maintain it. Departments with problems should correct them in a timely manner. On the other side, Zhang Wei opened his email and saw the paper sent by Pei Qian. The creation and dissemination theory of popular literary works in the Internet age? This title is so big. Zhang Wei was a little surprised. He didn't expect Pei Qian to give such a big title, which could even be used as a research title for master's and doctoral students. Although everyone knows that Mr. Pei is a business genius who has built a huge Tenda business empire during his 4 years at university, and is also an outstanding game designer and film screenwriter, with extremely high attainments in the creation of literary works, but no matter what, he is just an ordinary undergraduate. In terms of writing papers, it doesn't make sense to be able to reach a high level naturally without a teacher, right? And Pei Qian usually didn't get any particularly outstanding results in professional exams. Whether it was a closed book exam or an open book exam, he basically passed with a passing score. For some subjects, the lecture was generous. There are also some courses where the final assignment is to write a paper. Pei Qian also submitted some papers, but these papers were also not particularly eye-catching. So, Zhang Wei didn't have too high expectations for Pei Qian's paper, and he was ready to make major revisions. But after seeing this title, Zhang Wei was still confused. Because the topic is so broad, it's hard to change it. If it was just a comparative topic, then Zhang Wei was confident that he could do a relatively good job with his own level. But this topic was too big, even far beyond Zhang Wei's own academic level. Can this thing be rewritten? Zhang Wei himself really had no confidence. It's broken. I should have asked Pei Qian to check it when choosing the topic. How can an ordinary undergraduate write such a big topic? Zhang Wei was a little panicked. If this topic is not well written, or is completely beyond the ability of undergraduates, then there are only two ways. The first is to change it hard, but the efficiency will be very low, and the final result is unpredictable. The second is to overturn and rewrite it, and change to a relatively easier angle. Obviously, no matter which path is chosen, it will be enough to toss. Tenda Group is now at a critical moment of business war, and Pei Qian is the backbone of the entire company. How can he spare so much time to rewrite the paper? Zhang Wei regretted that he did not ask about the paper earlier, and the result was that he got the finished product directly, and it was difficult to change it. He sighed slightly and began to read the paper. Chapter 1558 I can't change this paper. The paper is not very long. The undergraduate graduation paper required by Handong University is only 8,000 words, which is relatively small in universities. Even if Pei Qian was excited and wrote a little more than 10,000 words, it was less than 10,000 words. Zhang Wei finished reading this short paper in less than half an hour. After reading the entire paper, Zhang Wei's mentality has changed dramatically. This article is so profound and grand. Could it be that Pei Qian's previous class papers were just a way of hiding his incompetence? Or did he just take a little time to write them casually without showing his true strength at all? Yes, it's very possible. After all, Tenda Group spans multiple fields, and its contribution in the cultural field is particularly outstanding. If Pei Qian was really an ordinary student, could he have made so many popular movies, games, and novels? He is not clinging to others. Tenda started as a small company, and he led these projects. It seems that Pei Qian really wrote this graduation paper seriously, showing part of his true level. And here we use the real case of Tenda. This should be a summary of Pei Qian's own creation theory, right? The only pity is that there are not many references. And, what does the last sentence mean? Zhang Wei was filled with emotion. When he first saw the title, Zhang Wei thought that this paper was too big and empty, and it might be a completely unsatisfactory work. But after reading it down, especially the abstract and the main text of the paper, and seeing the overall framework of the paper, Zhang Wei immediately changed his mind. This article can be roughly divided into 3 parts. First, it analyzes the dilemma faced by literary works in the Internet era, and then based on this dilemma, it proposes the necessary factors for the dissemination and creation of popular literary works in the Internet era, and finally proposes the mission of popular literary works in the Internet era, and supplements it based on the specific creation examples of Tenda. It can be said that although it is small, it has all the necessary parts. And the whole paper does not have so much nonsense. It is all very solid content, without any water filling. It can even be said that if this paper is used as a framework and some content is added, and some literature is cited to expand it, it can be expanded into a master's or even doctoral thesis. If you are more daring, it can even be used as a higher-level research topic. This situation was simply unexpected for Zhang Wei. The characteristics of this paper can be simply summarized as follows. First, the professional knowledge it cites is quite basic, but it is precisely because it is basic knowledge that there is no controversy, and it is very solid. Second, the theory proposed in the paper has a strong sense of timeliness and foresight. In other words, it directly analyzes some characteristics of popular literary and artistic works. Because it is too trendy, it is difficult to say whether it is right or wrong. If it is right, it seems that it has no direct connection with current theoretical research. But if it is wrong, it makes sense. Moreover, the humanities are different from the sciences. In the sciences, right is right and wrong is wrong. There is basically no room for ambiguity, and the truth is unique. But the humanities emphasize the letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend. Each has its own reason. As long as it is meaningful and can be verified with real phenomena, it can be said that it is not wrong. Third, this paper combines a lot of real examples from Tenda, such as some successful games and successful movie scripts. These contents themselves are filled with a large amount of textual materials, and these textual materials can also be seen as a form of expression of literary and artistic works. In reality, these works are successful, so the theories that study them naturally become very credible. Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little confused. I can't seem to change this paper. It's completely beyond my ability. Pei Qian didn't follow the routine at all. He actually wrote such an undergraduate paper? What's even more outrageous is the last sentence. The theoretical knowledge referenced in the article is relatively basic and superficial knowledge. The completion time is short and the preparation is not sufficient, so it is not directly quoted in the paper. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me. If there are any errors, please feel free to correct them. It looks very humble, but combined with the content of the paper itself, it gives people a very arrogant feeling. The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The references in the article are indeed some relatively superficial knowledge, but the key is to see what topics are studied with this knowledge. If it is to study some very simple topics, it is a sure sign that the author's academic theoretical level is very low. Because there is nothing in the stomach, so only these very basic theoretical topics can be studied. But what if the research is on some very advanced, very trendy and very grand topic, and you have actually made some achievements? This means that the author used some very basic, very solid, and unquestionable knowledge to prove a current and latest topic, and his words are meaningful. This will not make people feel simple, but will make people feel that the foundation is solid and unquestionable. The road is simple, and different paths lead to the same destination. As for Pei Qian's final statement that the writing time was short, the preparation was not sufficient, and there was no direct quotation in the text. This is indeed because Pei Qian was busy with work, so he did not have time to complete it, which can be forgiven. In other words, Pei Qian had such a short preparation time that he did not even have time to list the reference sources of various basic knowledge in detail, but he successfully completed the entire framework and wrote a very excellent paper. Doesn't this just show that Pei Qian's academic foundation is actually very high? The structure is all in the heart. As for the last paragraph, it seems to mean, I think there should be nothing wrong with this paper I wrote. If you think you are awesome, please find the mistakes. I don't mind arguing with you and proving it. Let's have a good discussion. Zhang Wei frowned slightly and muttered to himself, this Pei Qian, his academic level is obviously higher than mine. This academic level does not refer to the ability to look up reference materials in the literature, but the ability to truly study and solve problems. Pei Qian has really applied this knowledge to his daily work and created literary and artistic works that are popular with the people, which has been a great success. This paper even summarized his experience and wrote it out very clearly. How should Zhang Wei revise it? He didn't dare to revise it randomly, because it might be completely wrong after the revision. The only thing he could do was to help Pei Qian quote and annotate the contents of these references so that the format of the entire paper met the requirements. But is it meaningful to do this? These are all very basic knowledge. Is it necessary to go through this format? Zhang Wei was a little undecided, so he found a few young lecturers in the same major, sent them the paper, and asked them to help take a look. Soon, these young lecturers replied one after another. I've never seen such an undergraduate thesis. It's not easy to revise. Although there are some theories in it that I don't particularly agree with, and the thesis itself is not particularly mature, there are successful cases as references. I don't think it's advisable to make rash changes. How about this? I'll study it for a few days, and give you a reply after I figure it out. I think the academic attainments of this thesis are very high, which is exactly what college students lack nowadays. Just keep its original style and don't revise it. It's a bit difficult to revise this thesis. I can only revise the wording of some sentences, some format specifications and references. But these are really meaningless to revise. Seeing these replies, Zhang Wei was speechless. He found that these young lecturers had a similar attitude to him, and they had no way to deal with this paper. Because this paper was in a very polarized state, the knowledge it cited was too basic, there was nothing to say, but the topic it studied was too lofty and too grand. Zhang Wei was a little helpless, and thought for a while, why don't I just hand this paper over to Mr. Kong for decision? Students of this level can only be taught by Mr. Kong. Zhang Wei could actually change some details and add all the cited knowledge, but he felt that for the level of this paper, these citations were too basic, and adding them would not have much impact. Let's show it to Mr. Kong first to determine whether further changes are needed. At the same time, Pei Qian had just arrived at his office. On the table was a detailed report on the finger company sent by Eric. Because the finger company was far away on the other side of the ocean and there was a time difference, Eric could not give Pei Qian work reports frequently. In addition, Pei Qian had been in seclusion recently, so there was even less opportunity. So, Eric submitted a detailed report on his recent work at Finger Company, waiting for President Pei to take a look when he has time. Pei Qian was also very concerned about the situation at the Finger Company, so he sat down in the boss chair and opened the report to check. Since Eric took over the Finger Company, there have been scenes of palace fighting dramas. First, Eric carried out a comprehensive transformation of the Finger Company according to Pei Qian's requirements. For the senior executives in charge of management and operation of the Finger Company, they basically tried to persuade them to quit, leaving only some senior executives who were designers and original painters. They reorganized various departments with the remaining designers, and were responsible for the development of new heroes and cooperation with the GOG project team. Of course, many middle-level and grassroots employees also resigned. For these people, Pei Qian's attitude has always been free to come and go, and he will definitely not stop them. In short, Eric made full preparations for the complete merger of the two companies according to Pei Qian's requirements. The only drawback is that there are still a small number of shares in the hands of the original senior executives. Although people can be dismissed, the shares cannot be taken back. Pei Qian originally thought that since he made such an unreliable decision, they should be eager to sell their shares and run away. After all, if the shares are not sold now, they will become less and less valuable in the future. Will they depreciate if they are held in hand? However, at the beginning, the stock price of Finger Company did not fall significantly, and these senior executives did not sell their shares. There are even some discussions online about whether Tenda wants to go public through a backdoor listing and indirectly absorb capital from U.S. stocks through Finger Company. Some people are quite optimistic about the future of Finger Company. After all, after the merger of the two companies, they have formed a de facto monopoly in the MOBA game market. Since Finger Company is highly controlled by Tenda, wouldn't Finger Company also have a share of the money earned by Tenda? So some time ago, in response to this situation, Pei Qian gave Eric another trick. Be more ruthless. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1559, What is the escort game of the Game Router? It is publicly stated that the Finger Company will be transformed into an independent studio structure, and after all the previous redundant personnel are cut off, it will maintain such a small scale and continue. Moreover, after the game is merged, only 30% of the profits will be distributed to the Finger Company. That is, this 30% of the profits must first deduct the salaries of the employees of the Finger Company and various items, and then distribute dividends to shareholders. This is quite excessive, because the major shareholder of the Finger Company is Tenda, and the dividends will still be distributed to itself. Of course, Tenda can distribute it as it wants, it doesn't matter, but the key is that only 30% of the profits are given to the Finger Company, and the bulk of it is returned to Tenda. How much profit can it have? After all, GOG has been a game with very cheap skins from the beginning. This is a tradition. After the two games are merged, will Tenda raise the price of skins on a large scale? It's really not certain. And at the beginning, everyone didn't believe that Tenda was going to kill the Finger Company, and thought that this kind of personnel change was a special arrangement. But after watching for so long, I found that there was no special arrangement at all. It seemed that they simply disliked the Finger Company, so they wanted to clean it up and completely transform the Finger Company into an ordinary overseas development project team affiliated with GOG. As a result, everyone's evaluation of the Finger Company's stock price naturally plummeted. After all, no matter how much money Tenda makes, it has nothing to do with the Finger Company. This situation is a bit like a listed game company with only one pillar game, and the income from the pillar game has been cut off, and there is no possibility of recovery for a long time in the future. In this case, the stock price will definitely plummet. The stock price of the finger company did not plummet so much, but it was inevitable to continue to fall. To this, Pei Qian only wanted to say, "Well done." After so much effort, he finally made everyone believe that he was going to deal with the finger company and stop him from making money. Pei Qian had to do this, because he had to do it. Otherwise, if the stock price of the finger company soared and he made a lot of money just after acquiring it because of the optimism of the capital market, what would happen? Pei Qian's ultimate goal is to make the stock price of finger company fall and make Tenda's investment go down the drain. After reading the report, Pei Qian was very satisfied with the current situation of finger company. So he simply replied, praising Eric for his hard work during this period and asking him to keep up the good work. He will strive to transform Finger Company into an overseas R&D department affiliated with the GOG project team as soon as possible. Just after replying to Eric, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was Lao Song, the acting head of OTA Technology. "Well, is there any problem with the development of the new product?" Pei Qian was a little surprised. After all, he had just finalized the new product with Lao Song at the end of last month. "It has been less than a week, why did he come to my door again?" Was it because the design of the two new products he had designed was too outrageous before, and Lao Song realized the problem? If that was the case, he would have to make up for the big trick. Lao Song coughed twice and said, "Mr. Pei, it's like this, there was a little omission in my work. So I made a special trip today to ask you for advice. Last week you finalized the final form of the two products, but there is only one thing: does the game router have to carry a first release game?" This can't be blamed on Lao Song, after all, he is a product manager and doesn't have a deep understanding of the game industry. At the time, I didn't think there was any problem, but after chatting with several people in charge, Lao Song realized the problem. As a game console, it must be equipped with a first launch game as an escort masterpiece. You can't just port all Tenda games to the console after launching it, right? That would be too insincere and would not boost sales at all. But launching a game first is no small matter. Tenda has so many excellent games, which one should be chosen? President Pei must make the final decision. That's right. Pei Qian nodded and asked, "What do you think about this first-run escort game?" Old Song had obviously thought about it briefly and said, "Mr. Pei, I don't have a very good understanding of the game industry, so I'm just saying it casually. If there is any problem, please correct me. My idea is that there are actually two options for this escort masterpiece. First, transplant one of Tenda's most classic games as an escort masterpiece. For example, for the game Struggle, we make a console-specific version and a remastered version for it, put it on the router and release it together, and give it to players for free, which makes the game router have a certain collection value. The second is that we choose a new game that has not been released as the first launch of the console, such as the game The Future You Choose, that Tenda's game department and Shenyang Games are jointly developing. Isn't it quite suitable? If it can be an exclusive game, it will be even better, and it will definitely ensure that our console will sell well." Pei Qian did not express his opinion immediately because he felt that the situation was not good. There is no doubt that the router will carry all of Tenda's games, and most of the games on the Chaolu game platform that support console play when it is released. In this case, the success of the game router is actually very risky. What if there is another important exclusive game? Both of the methods proposed by Lao Song are very dangerous. The former is to choose a classic old game of Tenda and make a remastered commemorative version as the first escort masterpiece. The characteristics of these classic old games are that they have been tested by time, are deeply loved by players, and will never fail. It is a very stable choice. The latter is to use Tenda's new game, The Future You Choose, a real 3A masterpiece, as the first escort game, and it is best to make it exclusive. Once it is made exclusive, will there be a situation where buying a game and giving away a console? This is very likely. Therefore, it is best not to choose either method. Pei Qian shook his head and said, I don't think any of them are particularly suitable. It's too insincere to remake an old game into a commemorative edition as the first launch escort game. We at Tenda Games haven't reached the point where we need to rehash old stuff. As for the game, The Future You Choose, although it is heavy enough to be a first launch escort masterpiece, the timing is probably not appropriate. According to the original schedule, the game router will be released more than 2 months earlier than the game You Choose the Future. If we have to wait more than 2 months before the release, it will be meaningless. Besides, our game console has just been launched. It is not suitable to directly use important masterpieces as exclusives, which is not very friendly to many players who have always supported us. They will think that we are forcibly promoting the console and there is a suspicion of forced sales. I think the game You Choose the Future is better to be released on all platforms, and there is no need to affect the release of the game router because of this game. Old Song was a little confused. Then what do you mean, Mr. Pei? Shouldn't the game router release the first escort game? Just port the game on the Chaolu game platform? Pei Qian coughed twice. That's not what I mean. As for exclusive games, just develop another one. Besides, since it's an exclusive game, try to develop it according to the characteristics of the game router as much as possible, so that the software and hardware can be truly matched. This is the most sincere to the players. Old Song was stunned for a moment. Develop another game? But as far as I know, all the game departments of Tenda now have projects, right? We no longer have extra R&D resources. Do we really have the energy and manpower to develop a new exclusive game? Pei Qian thought about it and it seemed to be true. Tenda Games, Shenyang Games, Chixing Studio. Currently, all game departments directly related to Tenda Group have their own game development tasks. We can't let them put their current projects on hold to develop exclusive games for game consoles, right? But this didn't bother Pei Qian. He had an idea after thinking a little. Who said we don't have extra R&D power? You forgot a department. The end-of-the-road project and the independent game incubation base. With so many producers, how can we say we don't have extra R&D power? Obviously, we still have plenty of R&D power. Old Song was completely shocked, his eyes slightly widened, and his face was full of incredible expressions. He never expected that President Pei would actually include those independent game producers and the independent game incubation base into the scope of Tenda's R&D power. But even he, a layman, knew that this was not the same thing at all. What the game router needs now is a 3A masterpiece to escort the game, and the so-called 3A masterpiece must be produced by many people working together. It not only requires a strong chief designer as a leader, but also a complete set of mature design teams as support. There are indeed some excellent producers in the incubation base for independent games. They have ideas and abilities, but there are huge differences between the production process of independent games and 3A masterpieces. For example, if independent game producers are special forces, they are more suitable for performing special tasks in small groups. Then the production team of 3A masterpieces is like the regular army, which has to fight large-scale legionary operations. If all the special forces are brought together, can they achieve the same effect as the regular army? That is definitely not the case. Although these independent game producers are very good at designing games, they all have their own ideas. How to integrate them together? This seems like an impossible task. Let alone developing a 3A masterpiece that can escort the game router. I am afraid that whether this game can be successfully made is another matter. Old Song persuaded him, Mr. Pei, why don't you think about it again? I think it doesn't matter if this console is released 2 months earlier or later. Let's wait for the game, The Future You Choose. Even if it can't be an exclusive game, at least it is important enough and it's not easy to have any accidents. Pei Qian laughed. Don't worry about it, go find Xiu Hong to handle it. Pei Qian was too lazy to talk to Old Song. Anyway, Old Song wouldn't understand if he talked too much. Let's leave this matter to Xiu Hong. Xiu Hong is a game producer after all, so he should be able to understand Mr. Pei's intention and at least develop this game smoothly. Moreover, the matter of the independent game incubation base has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it. Of course, what kind of state will this escort game be after it is developed? It's really hard to say. It is very likely to be a deformed product stitched together by many producers' ideas. But this is exactly what Pei Qian wants. He doesn't want the first game of the game router to be too good, otherwise it will definitely become a hit, right? Even if the game router is going to be popular, Pei Qian doesn't want it to be popular in this cycle. It's better to wait until this year is over. Anyway, by then Pei Qian will have made a lot of money, so he won't care so much about these things. Lao Song hesitated, but finally nodded. Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll go to Qiu Hong to discuss it now. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 1560 How to Make an Escort Game. After leaving the headquarters of Tenda Group, Lao Song immediately called Qiu Hong, the person in charge of the independent game incubation base. Qiu Hong has now opened independent game incubation bases in super first-tier cities with developed cultural industries such as Lindu, Modu, and Yongqing. The scale is getting bigger and bigger, and the incubation base accommodates more and more independent game producers. However, he did not stop because of this, and he is still working hard to promote the independent game incubation base. After all, there are still many independent game producers in China who need support, and Qiu Hong's work is actually a long way to go. Fortunately, this going to the grassroots activity is limited to various departments within Tenda. Otherwise Qiu Hong would also have to go to Nifeng Logistics to deliver express. Lao Song quickly dialed Ling and briefly told Qiu Hong about Mr. Pei's arrangements. Qiu Hong was a little surprised. Let the independent game incubation base release a masterpiece to escort the game router? Are you sure this is what Mr. Pei asked? Old Song said helplessly, I also think this is a bit outrageous, but this is indeed what Mr. Pei said. Qiu Hong thought about it and asked, what else did Mr. Pei do? Is there any kind of game he wants to make? At least there should be a general direction, right? Old Song shook his head. Mr. Pei, you must not fool players with a remastered version of an old game. The game, The Future You Choose, will be launched 2 months later than the game router, and the timing is not right. It is best to develop a game that can match the characteristics of the game router, or at least be related in content, so that the software and hardware can be well combined. Besides that, Mr. Pei has nothing else to say. He asked me to pass this information to you, and you will definitely be able to come up with a good solution. Although Qiu Hong was still a little confused, he nodded. Okay, I will discuss it with Shi Hao and figure out Mr. Pei's intentions. By the way, Mr. Pei wants to combine software and hardware. Do you have a design draft for this new host? Old Song said, there is a relatively primitive design draft, but Mr. Pei's idea is relatively clear, and the form of this machine should not change much in the future. I will send you the design draft now. After hanging up, Qiu Hong waited patiently for a while and soon received the design plan for the new host. Although this plan is still relatively primitive, Mr. Pei's design intention can already be seen. Combining the game console and the router to achieve the streaming effect of the game, so as to first achieve the effect of cloud gaming in the player's home? It's really Mr. Pei, the design ideas are still so unrestrained and hard to figure out. But Mr. Pei wants to combine software and hardware, and also make this first escort game related to the characteristics of the console. How is this related? Moreover, Mr. Pei thinks too highly of these independent game producers in the incubation base, and of me. I never thought that I would be the game producer again, and the game producer who developed the escort masterpiece of Tenda's first game console. It's really stressful. Let's have a meeting with Shihao and Wu Ziqing, several excellent independent game producers, to figure out Mr. Pei's design intentions. Qiu Hong called Shihao, Wu Ziqing and others to the rest area and prepared to have a meeting immediately. After all, this is the escort masterpiece of Tenda's first console, which is not a big deal and cannot be neglected. After Wu Ziqing developed water, ink, clouds and smoke, he has not had any particularly good inspiration, so he has not developed any new game projects. Recently, he has been developing various subsequent patches and DLCs for Water, Ink, Clouds and Smoke, but the completion of this game is already very high, and it is almost time to consider new projects. Qiu Hong quickly introduced Mr. Pei's requirements to everyone. Wu Ziqing was a little confused. Mr. Pei actually wants us to develop the escort game? And all of us independent game designers together? Qiu Hong was a little helpless. That's right. Obviously, Mr. Pei's request was a bit too outrageous, and every time it was conveyed, some new questions would be raised. Shihao was silent for a moment and asked, "Can we refuse this request? The current R&D strength of the incubation base is not enough to support the development of such a large project." Qiu Hong shook his head, "Of course not. Since Mr. Pei has given this task to us, it means that he believes that the R&D capabilities of the current independent game incubation base are sufficient for this task. Mr. Pei thinks we can do it, but we question ourselves. Is this appropriate? Everyone should not think about those things. Hurry up and follow the standard process to start analyzing Mr. Pei's design intentions." Although Qiu Hong did not work in the Tenda game department, he had heard about Tenda's internal game design method. First, carefully analyze the unreasonable content in Mr. Pei's request, and then extend and deduce it, and finally you can get a unique design plan. Others were also discouraged. Since this task could not be refused, let's try to design it first. Qiu Hong said, "Let me throw out some ideas first." Pei actually roughly limited the development time of this game. He wants it to be released at the same time as the new game console. This means that compared with AAA masterpieces like The Future You Choose, this game will be much larger. I think it's more appropriate to have a game time of about 10 hours and a price of just over 100 yuan. But President Pei has special requirements for this, which is to be consistent with the characteristics of the game router and to achieve the effect of combining software and hardware as much as possible. What do you think about this? After thinking for a while, Shihao said, "Wait a minute, I think there is a problem that needs to be solved first. The independent game incubation base is full of independent game producers, not a complete game development team. These independent game producers have their own ideas and have never been screws on the assembly line. It may be very difficult to manage a project together. Didn't President Pei think about this when assigning the task?" This question stumped everyone because it was indeed a doubtful point. As an excellent game design master, President Pei must know more than everyone else. Is it because President Pei has no other R&D forces under his command, so he forced this task to the independent game incubation base? This does not match President Pei's image of strategizing. Wu Ziqing was silent for a while, then said, "I think President Pei must have considered this issue. Maybe it's because this game is most suitable for us to make?" Compared to general game development groups, the biggest advantage of the independent game incubation base is that there are more independent game producers, more ideas, and more styles. If each of our independent game producers produces a part of this game, and finally connects them together to bring players many different game experiences in one game, isn't it equivalent to fully utilizing our advantages? Boss Pei should also be happy to see this situation. Qiu Hong nodded, That makes sense. Since Boss Pei assigned this task to us, he must have seen our unique advantages. We should think carefully about how to utilize this advantage, instead of self-denial at the first reaction. What do you think about how to combine the gameplay with the hardware of the game router? Wu Ziqing continued, according to the current plan, the biggest advantage of the game router is the very convenient wireless streaming. That is, after using the game router to build a whole house network, connect all the display devices in the room to the router, and you can use the router to realize wireless streaming and screen projection from the host to all display devices. Players can also play games in front of any screen. What is the use of this function? Is it just that after the player is tired of playing games in the living room, it can be seamlessly connected to the bedroom? Of course, this is one of its functions, but its practicality is a bit too poor. I think this function is actually more suitable for multiplayer games. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Multiplayer games? Wu Zhiqing nodded. That's right. The characteristic of multiplayer games on consoles is that multiple people share the same screen, so a display screen must be divided into 2 or 4 pieces. But after the division, each player's screen is too large. Unless the player uses a very large TV, the gaming experience will definitely be affected. If the same game can be split between the TV and the computer, the TV and the mobile phone and the tablet, then this is very helpful for players. The gaming experience of the whole family will definitely be greatly improved. And the number of players that can join the multiplayer game will also be greatly increased, no longer limited to 2 or 4 people as before. As for the handle problem, it is also easy to solve. Just provide a virtual handle app for players on the phone. Qiu Hong couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised, "Great. I think this is what President Pei wants to achieve." And following this idea, party-type multiplayer games on the same screen are actually very close to the style of independent games, which is exactly the strength of independent game designers. In this way, the prototype of this game is very clear. It is a party game that can be played by multiple people on the same screen. We can develop a main storyline of about 10 hours for it, and there can be several or even dozens of different ways to play within the main storyline. In addition to the main storyline, we can also make some multi-person confrontation games on the same screen to increase the fun and playability. Compared with other party-type multi-person games on the same screen, the biggest advantage of this game is that through the streaming function of the game router, the in-game screen can be projected to different monitors, breaking through the large limitation of the monitor. In this way, we only need to finalize the main storyline and style of this game, and the internal structure and gameplay can be handed over to an independent game producer to complete independently. Isn't this exactly what President Pei expects? Chapter 1561, The Meaning Behind the Escort Game. Please add more monthly tickets. After this analysis, the confusion and puzzlement on everyone's faces turned into excitement and expectation. It turns out that President Pei is really far-sighted. Letting us develop an exclusive game is not a snap decision, but the result of careful consideration. After thinking carefully, this game is indeed most suitable for designers in the independent game incubation base, because it is different from the general AAA masterpiece mode. General AAA masterpieces mainly focus on the performance of gameplay, plot and game mechanism, and require various departments to work together to achieve many details to the extreme. But the first escort game of this game router is more like a hodgepodge of independent games. Because it needs to project multiple devices at the same time, the functions and overall picture level it requires will naturally not be too high. Otherwise, when projecting multiple devices at the same time, the host's functions may not be able to support it. Using a variety of different gameplays to connect the entire game, so that multiple people can experience the fun of this gameplay when playing together, this is exactly similar to independent games. Each gameplay is an idea that relies on the imagination of independent game designers. If there is only one designer, it is too difficult to come up with so many ideas. But if many designers work together, or even if everyone comes up with a plan, and then chooses the best plans, the quality of each game and link can be guaranteed. In addition, there is a special meaning for the producers of the independent game incubation base to produce this escort masterpiece. Everyone knows that this is the first game console of Tenda Games. If Tenda Games personally produces the escort masterpiece on this console, the players will not be surprised, but will have too high expectations for it. But a game console cannot be supported by only one company. The advantage of the console lies in the game ecology and the huge and excellent game library. A new console may not have such a huge game library for the time being, but it must create an expectation for players. In the future, there will definitely be many excellent game companies joining this platform, and players can play many excellent masterpieces on this game console. Only when this expectation is established can the purchasing power of players be fully stimulated. Many major foreign console manufacturers may not have many excellent games when they release a new console, but players still buy them crazily because they know that this console will definitely launch many excellent games in the future. Therefore, if the producers of the independent game incubation base jointly produce such an escort game, it can convey a special concept to all players. This console is not only the back garden of Tenda Games, it is also the common stage of Chaolu game platform. All cooperating game developers and all producers of the independent game incubation base. Since the independent game producers can work together to develop such an excellent escort masterpiece, they will naturally develop more excellent games for players in the future. As for Tenda Games, it is even more unnecessary, and they will definitely launch this game console. In this way, players have very high expectations for this game console. Once this expectation is established, the sales of the console will naturally not be a problem. Wu Zhiqing said excitedly, "This project is very meaningful, I decided to join." Other independent game producers also nodded. "We have received a lot of favors from President Pei. If it weren't for President Pei and President Chiu finding us and providing us with funds, we might have already given up and left the game industry due to life's pressure. President Pei allows us to continue to persevere in the independent game industry and provide better works to players. Now that President Pei needs us, of course we have no choice but to do it." The game producers were hesitant before, mainly because they were unsure and felt that they were not capable enough to handle such a project, which would eventually ruin Tenda's reputation, and they felt very sorry for President Pei. But after such an analysis, everyone felt that this game seemed to be the one that belonged to them. And after having a clear direction, the imagination of these producers was stimulated, and various game ideas emerged in their minds. They couldn't wait to make these ideas. Qiu Hong was very happy. "Very good, everyone is very motivated. However, although President Pei has given us a clear direction, we still cannot take it lightly, and we still have to take it seriously and do every detail well. So, Shihao, you and Wu Zhiqing should first simply sort out the overall framework of the game, and think about the background story and general style of this game. Then we will publicly solicit ideas from designers in all independent game incubation bases, and integrate the ideas and gameplay we think are appropriate into the overall framework. After we roughly finalize the design draft of the game, I will lead the development of the underlying architecture and the finalization of the game style. The independent game producers we selected can uniformly develop different gameplays on this overall framework and put them together into one game. Finally, optimize its streaming split-screen function so that it can better adapt to the usage of this console. If we can achieve these goals and fulfill Mr. Pei's requirements very well, I believe Mr. Pei will be proud of us. Independent game producers are very excited, and some are even eager to try. Most of them have no projects at hand yet, and they are all worried about what the next independent game should be. Independent games themselves are very creative. Without the right ideas, independent games have no advantages at all. But now Mr. Pei has given them an idea. Everyone can give full play to their abilities within the framework of this idea. How can people not be excited and excited? The designers immediately took action, began to collect materials, conceive, and move forward in the direction that Mr. Pei expected. April 9th, Tuesday. Tuesday, Rabbit Tail Live. Xiao Liang was so angry that he slammed the table. Why are YY Live and Langya Live still excited? They are not done poaching our anchors. When the safe and civilized driving competition was held last month, Xiao Liang expressed to the outside world, according to Mr. Pei's request, that Rabbit Tail Live would not start a poaching war and would not restrict other platforms from broadcasting Tenda games. Originally, this was an open-minded act that attracted many netizens to give thumbs up. However, unexpectedly, Langya Live and YY Live actually regarded this as a safety statement and began to intensify their efforts to poach the hosts of Two-Way Live. Just after starting work this week, Xiao Liang discovered that 3 anchors from his own platform were poached, and they were all newly emerging anchors. Compared with the previous frequency, it has accelerated. Xiao Liang said angrily, "These 2 platforms are really shameless. I really think that President Pei is too kind to them. To deal with such rogue companies, all Tenda games should be banned directly, and they should not be given any face." Although he was angry, Xiao Liang did not dare to disobey President Pei's orders. After all, President Pei is the helmsman of Tenda. Many times, different decisions from him may be made for the overall situation and have deeper intentions. Xiao Liang calmed down a little and felt that as one of the leaders of Tenda Group, he still had to seriously follow President Pei's requirements and try to analyze the deep meaning behind them. Or, he could find another way and come up with some other solutions outside of President Pei's restrictions. Xiao Liang looked up at the workstation opposite. President Ma has not come yet. It seems that the retreat is not over yet. Xiao Liang heard that the deadline for General Manager Ma's graduation thesis submission might be around the 10th, which means that General Manager Ma might come to inspect the work this week. He can't waste his time like this any longer. Although what he is doing now is what General Manager Pei asked him to do, General Manager Ma may not think so. In the workplace, not only must you meet the requirements of your boss, but you must also consider the requirements of your direct boss. Otherwise, if you oppose one of your bosses, you will definitely not end well. Xiao Liang felt that he should do some substantive work before Mr. Ma came back, otherwise it would be difficult to report to Mr. Ma when he asked. However, what can be done in this situation now? Many roads have been blocked by Mr. Pei. You can neither fight a price war with other platforms, nor poach those anchors who have huge liquidated damages, nor can you have any ideas about games, and you can't ban the Tenda games of the 2 live broadcast platforms. What cards are left in your hand? The entire Rabbit Tail Live has no good means of attack. Xiao Liang turned on the computer and simply searched for news about the live broadcast platform. He didn't have much expectation. After all, these big platforms are not stupid and should not leave direct handles. But Xiao Liang looked at it and suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw news about the live broadcast platform. It was a price-liquidated damages incident of a big anchor. There was a competitive relationship between YY Live and Langya Live a long time ago, so there was naturally friction. The cause of this incident was that a big anchor jumped from YY Live to Langya Live. After the job change, he was burdened with a penalty of up to 100 million yuan. However, Langya Live did not intend to help him pay the money, and YY Live had a contract in black and white, so it directly filed a complaint and banned the big anchor. Although Langya Live had the idea of protecting it, there were clear legal provisions after all, and it could only wait patiently for the trial. From the current situation, the possibility of Langya Live paying 100 million yuan in liquidated damages for this anchor is very small. Once the trial is held, this big anchor will most likely lose the case. So this big anchor was not happy and began to complain to the melon-eating crowd online, especially encouraging his fans to put pressure on YY Live. But YY Live will also be affected by the scene. It has seen a lot of big storms. What kind of storm can an ordinary anchor stir up? Encourage fans to give bad reviews to the app? YY Live is not afraid of this. So if it develops according to this script, the final result is most likely that YY Live will make a profit of 100 million. The anchor may not have the money to pay. If they have the money, they will pay. If they don't have the money, they will become a deadbeat and can no longer make money on Langya Live. They can only return to YY Live to work and pay off their debts. Of course, don't think that Langya Live is at a loss, because Langya Live also has a list of anchors who were poached by YY Live. As long as they sue one by one, they can still get a lot of liquidated damages. The two platforms sue my anchor and I sue your anchor, and each earns liquidated damages. Isn't it wonderful? Logically, this matter has nothing to do with Rabbit Tail Live, because the contract of Rabbit Tail Live does not restrict anchors from changing jobs, and both YY Live and Langya Live can poach anchors. But Xiao Liang suddenly realized that this seemed to be a good opportunity. The poaching war between the two platforms was indeed very fierce, and it looked like a fight between gods, but in fact it was a fight between novices. It looked like a fight between gods because the amount of poaching was very high, with annual salaries of millions or tens of millions and liquidated damages of tens of millions, which sounded scary. It was actually a fight between novices, because this kind of poaching was completely based on deception. If the anchors had a little legal awareness and studied these terms in the contract more, they would not be deceived, sold out, and counted money for others. But the key is that the anchors really have no legal awareness. Once the people on the platform deceived, they were deceived to the other platform without obtaining a clear agreement in black and white, and they wishfully thought that the other party would really solve the contract problem for them. As a result, all the liability for breach of contract must be borne by themselves. I thought my annual salary was very high, but when something went wrong, I found out that it was not even a fraction of the penalty. Xiao Liang suddenly thought of Lu Mingliang's method. Back then, Lu Mingliang denounced Nia Yunxing in a live broadcast and exposed the details of Xingyun Group, which caused a strong response from netizens. Everyone stood on Lu Mingliang's side. It could be that the great success in the public opinion station made Nifeng Logistics stand at the commanding heights and suppressed Xingyun Group. Since Lu Mingliang can do it, why can't I Xiao Liang do it? The live broadcast industry also has inside stories, which can be disassembled. Moreover, after Lu Mingliang conducted this debate, Meng Chang also took the lead in making a program called Person in Charge specifically for public opinion warfare. Guo Liqing released a video about the gym model, which was also very popular. Later, Rui Yuchen also released an analysis of the business model of Moyu takeaway, which also caused a good response. Facts have proved that the column Person in Charge is indeed effective. However, it happened to coincide with the activity of the person in charge going to the grassroots planned by General Pei, and the column Person in Charge was naturally interrupted. Because the persons in charge have all gone to work at the grassroots level, those who should deliver express deliveries, and those who should be network administrators are network administrators, where do they have the energy to record such a program? Moreover, after they go to the grassroots level, they are no longer responsible for the direct business of the department, so they can't record Person in Charge. Xiao Liang thinks that this should be a coincidence, but no matter what, the column Person in Charge is the key weapon for Tenda to win the public opinion station, and it cannot be stopped like this. I am now the acting person in charge, but the acting person in charge is also the person in charge, and I can also record this program. Thinking of this, Xiao Liang immediately called Meng Chang. It seemed a little strange. As the head of the advertising and marketing department, Meng Chang did not go to the grassroots like other heads. It seemed that it was specially authorized by President Pei. I don't know if there is any special meaning in this. Soon, the call was connected. Xiao Liang briefly explained his ideas to Meng Chang, hoping to record such a video and continue to be a follow-up column of the head of the department to dismantle the routines of the two platforms, YY Live and Langya Live, especially the digging routine. Because so far, most viewers and anchors have not understood the real problem of this routine. Xiao Liang feels that as the acting head of Rabbit Tail Live and also the anchor of Rabbit Tail Live, he has the responsibility and obligation to popularize science to everyone. On the other end of the phone, Meng Chang was silent for a while and then said, I also think that the column, the head of the department, cannot be stopped. I was still thinking about whether to let the acting heads participate in the recording. Now you take the initiative to come to me, and we think of the same thing. So, you prepare a little, and I will also make a rough video plan. I think we can't be so dry this time, because the person in charge alone may not be very convincing. I'm thinking of asking a few hosts of Rabbit Tail Live to talk about their personal experiences. In this way, your analysis will be more convincing. We will start recording soon and try to release the video on Thursday. Qiao Liang nodded and agreed completely. Of course, the sooner this video is released, the better. After all, every delay may cause the host to be poached by the other two platforms. Chapter 1562: Dismantling the Routines of Live Streaming Platforms. Thursday, April 11th. Shanghai, Langia Live Headquarters. Zhu Yan sat in front of the computer, tapping the table gently while checking the work reports sent by his subordinates. Well, we poached two promising new anchors from Rabbit Tail Live, but unfortunately one was snatched away by YY Live. We said we were going to deal with Rabbit Tail Live together, but it was inevitable that YY Live would secretly stab us in the back. Forget it, it's all legitimate business competition, and it's inevitable. Since Qiao Liang issued that safety statement at the Rabbit Tail Live competition, Langia Live and YY Live, the two companies that poached anchors from Rabbit Tail Live, have become more aggressive and even began to gradually test the bottom line of Rabbit Tail Live. The frequency of poaching is getting higher and higher, and the poached people are also moving from some insignificant small anchors to some top anchors who occupy key areas on Rabbit Tail Live. However, in this process, Langia Live and YY Live, which are also in the Anti-Dingda Alliance, are still experiencing some minor frictions. For example, the anchor poached from Two-Way Live was snatched up by the two companies, and they even raised the price to each other. Another example is the head anchor's job-hopping incident that just broke out a few days ago. This anchor was originally an anchor on the YY platform, and was later poached by Langia Live. Logically speaking, since both parties have joined the Anti-Tenda Alliance and regard Rabbit Tail Live as a common enemy of both parties, these minor frictions and disputes should be temporarily shelved. However, the case has actually been filed for a long time and is in the process of legal procedures, so it is not easy to temporarily shelve it. The amount of money is too large, and both parties are unwilling to give in easily. This big anchor also has a certain influence. Therefore, under the superposition of various factors, the heat of this matter has not been suppressed and it has broken out. Neither Rabbit Tail Live nor Langia Live has paid much attention to this, and their target is still focused on Rabbit Tail Live. Because Langia Live does not need to really pay this money, in the final analysis, it is still the anchor who pays it himself. If the anchor can't afford it, then he will become a deadbeat. Langia Live has already made clear arrangements in the contract and will not cover him. Since both platforms will not suffer any losses, why fight to the death? Isn't it nice to happily earn the anchor's penalty and let the anchor work for you for free for the rest of your life? Langia Live and YY Live are well aware that the fight between them is just a minor issue, and Tenda Group's Rabbit Tail Live is the real problem, because Rabbit Tail Live will really threaten the live broadcast model of both parties. Once the business model of Rabbit Tail Live is successful, the days of both platforms will be difficult. At this moment, someone knocked on the door in a hurry. Zhu Yan looked up and saw that it was his assistant. He said anxiously, "Mr. Zhu, please look. Rabbit Tail Live has released a new issue of The Person in Charge Says." They are really like Lu Mingliang of Nifeng Logistics, turning the table with us. The homepage of Rabbit Tail Live is directly rotated 24 hours a day, and the video on the Ellie Island website has also been played millions of times. Zhu Yan was shocked. "What did you say?" He simply couldn't believe what he heard. He quickly opened the official website of Rabbit Tail Live to check, and saw that on the homepage of Rabbit Tail Live, this video was really hung, and it was in a prominent position on the homepage. Not only that, this video was updated synchronously under the account of the series of videos, the person in charge says. Zhu Yan really didn't expect that Rabbit Tail Live would do things so thoroughly. Something's wrong? Didn't Rabbit Tail Live just issue a security statement to show weakness? This shows that their strategy is obvious. They don't want to have a direct conflict with us in the short term. Why did they suddenly do such a decisive thing? In Zhu Yan's view, Qiao Liang's previous statement was obviously a sign of weakness and submission. Since he said so, it means that Tengda's recent struggle strategy may be in other directions, such as fitness, takeout, games, and other fields. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for Qiao Liang to say nothing and keep silent? In Zhu Yan's view, Qiao Liang's words are a peace declaration that has a soothing effect on the other two live broadcast platforms. And Zhu Yan also saw this point, so he and YY Live poached the anchors of Rabbit Tail Live to test the bottom line of Rabbit Tail Live. After all, there is a saying that you should take advantage of his illness to kill him. Since Rabbit Tail Live does not intend to resist now, of course it will be bullied to death. If you don't take action now, wait for Rabbit Tail Live to recover, and wait for President Pei to mobilize Tengda's resources, won't the situation be worse? But Zhu Yan never expected that his judgment was wrong. Rabbit Tail Live did not ban the other two platforms from broadcasting Tengda games, but directly used the person in charge says column to overturn the table. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged in Zhu Yan's heart. Because the previous episodes of The Head of the Group are still fresh in my mind, and almost every time they hit the vital points of these industries. Now Zhu Yan's only hope is that Qiao Liang doesn't understand the live broadcast industry very well, and many of his words are not to the point. In that case, the harm will not be too great. This possibility is relatively small, but it does exist. After all, Qiao Liang was just an acting person in charge, and his insights into the live broadcast industry might not be that profound. With a very nervous mood, Zhu Yan clicked on the video to watch it. Hello everyone, I am Qiao Liang, the acting head of Rabbit Tail Live. Here, I want to share two things with you. The first thing is that several anchors of Rabbit Tail Live have been poached by other platforms. The second thing is that a certain anchor was fined for a sky-high liquidated damages last week. This matter has caused a lot of controversy. If you don't know about it, you can search for relevant information online. Maybe the anchors didn't expect it, and the audience didn't expect it, but the sky-high liquidated damages really came. Today, I want to analyze the chaos behind the rapid development of the live broadcast industry from these two different perspectives. In the past few years, the live broadcast industry has developed rapidly. Compared with other industries, the live broadcast industry has very obvious advantages, such as, the top anchors have a generous income, relatively free time, and work as a hobby, which is deeply sought after by fans. At the same time, this is also a very inclusive industry. Whether you are a retired professional player, a beautiful and eloquent academic master, or a sharp passerby king, you can find your position in the live broadcast platform. But many anchors who have just entered the live broadcast industry do not know that high value often comes with high price, and do not know that all the gifts given by fate have been secretly marked with a price. Take the big anchor who changed jobs this time. During the contract period, he earned about 9 million yuan on the original platform. In addition, the platform spent nearly 10 million to register him to participate in 2 variety shows, and according to the contract, this money should also be counted as income. According to this statement, the income obtained by the anchor on the original platform multiplied by 5, at least 100 million yuan in losses must be compensated. The platform's request for this lawsuit was also supported by the court. Some people say that this is because the anchor without the spirit of contract, he forced to change jobs during the contract period without considering his old employer at all. He deserved to be fined for breach of contract. Some people also said that the platform deceived the anchor and signed an unfair labor contract, and the claim for sky-high compensation is not in compliance with the law. Of course, I don't want to comment on who is right or wrong in this case. I believe that the law will give a fair judgment. But no matter what, the model of setting traps for anchors and tying them up with liquidated damages is indeed widely used in live broadcast platforms. And there are more routines of live broadcast platforms. Today, I will give you a good dig. Seeing this, Zhu Yan was a little panicked. Xiao Liang spoke slowly, but this feeling was exactly the same as the feeling that Lu Mingliang gave people at that time. Obviously, they all put themselves in an objective and neutral perspective and carefully analyzed this incident. And the identity of insiders did not restrict them at all. This is the most terrible. Because people outside the industry, although objective and neutral enough, do not understand the inside story, and their words are full of loopholes, which is also difficult to convince people. People in the industry, although they understand the inside story, often dare not speak, and what they say only touches the surface and dare not touch the core. In fact, neither of these two situations will cause too serious an impact. But if an insider stands completely from an objective perspective and reveals all the contents, then the problem will be serious. Zhu Yan silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued to read on. One of the tricks of the live broadcast platform is to delay the payment of wages. Of course, the delayed payment of wages here is not really delayed payment, but delayed payment. This is legally binding because the platform must accept the work results of the anchor. An anchor contract must stipulate effective popularity, and the live broadcast content must be manually reviewed, otherwise some confusion in duration will occur. So from a legal point of view, it is in compliance with the law for the platform to pay wages after reviewing and accepting the results of labor. But it is precisely because this provision is highly operational that the platform tends to pay wages as late as possible and delays it again and again. The second trick of the live broadcast platform is fake popularity. Except for Rabbit Tail Live, all other live broadcast platforms are fake popularity. When these platforms first started to create fake popularity, they were easily exposed, but after a period of time, when all the audience got used to this feeling, the fake gradually became real. The key is that if the platform can increase the popularity, it can naturally reduce the popularity. Is there any difference? When the anchors change jobs, they all say that the platform has deducted their wages. However, the platform often uses the contract that says the number of live broadcasts does not meet the standard, and the platform has the right to deduct the anchor's income to deal with it. Combined with the first routine of delayed payment, it is easy to give the anchors the illusion that my salary is owed, and it is natural for me to change jobs. But in fact, once a dispute arises, it is almost impossible for the anchor to make effective evidence, but the platform can use the popularity data to prove that its deductions from the anchor are in full compliance with regulations. In the lawsuit, the anchor is almost certain to lose. For these platforms, if they want to restrict and suppress an anchor, they only need to lock his popularity. Since the platform data can be manipulated at will and lacks the most basic authenticity, how can the task clauses required to be completed in the anchor contract be truly completed? The third routine of the live broadcast platform is to trick people into poaching. When the platform is poaching, it will inevitably consider the efficiency of poaching. Different anchors have different perceptions of their popularity. Some anchors are good at bargaining, while some anchors are relatively honest. When the platform is poaching, those who are good at bargaining can often get better bargaining chips, while honest anchors will be fooled into getting a lower price. This is an unsolvable problem. As long as the platform is still poaching people in a disorderly manner, this problem will never be solved. Because it is difficult for platforms to deceive shrewd anchors, they can only deceive those honest people. Even when many platforms are poaching people, they verbally promise anchors that they can help resolve contract disputes, but they are just verbal promises. Maybe it is because of personal relationships, or some other small favors, that the inexperienced anchors trust these platforms and jump to other platforms in a rush. But they will soon find that the platform will not pay a penny in the lawsuit. There is only profit in front of businessmen, and things must be written in black and white to count. But many anchors actually do not have the ability to discern and distinguish, and they believe whatever the other party says, so it is not surprising that they are fooled. Through these three methods, the major live broadcast platforms have started a melee. Because each other is constantly breaking the bottom line, no company with a bottom line can escape. In the end, only the live broadcast platform with the most bottom line and the most abundant capital can truly survive in this competition. Furthermore, such behavior without a bottom line will naturally become a guide and affect the content of the entire live broadcast platform. The live broadcast platform needs popularity, and the anchor also needs popularity to prove his worth, and has to fall into a vicious cycle of hitting the charts and rushing to the charts. Under this collective pressure of popularity, the live broadcast platform will inevitably they are doing more and more things for the sake of popularity without any bottom line, and they are tolerating some live broadcasting content that is popular but without any bottom line. The broadcasters who were poached thought they were in heaven, but in fact they just fell into a bottomless pit from which they could never climb out. But unfortunately, many broadcasters of rabbit tail live still did not see through this point, and were deceived by empty promises. Once they signed the contract, they were burdened with a huge contract fee, and it would be even more difficult to leave. At this time, someone may ask, is Rabbit Tail Live different from other platforms? Of course. Rabbit Tail Live adopts a completely different model from other live broadcasting platforms. First of all, Rabbit Tail Live does not pursue popularity. When watching live content, you must first learn an hour of content. This has caused Rabbit Tail Live to lose a lot of popularity, but on the one hand, it is to remind Rabbit Tail Live itself that it cannot lose its bottom line for popularity. On the other hand, it is also to remind users not to sink in the false popularity of live broadcasts. Only focus and knowledge are real wealth. Secondly, Rabbit Tail Live is all real data and never conducts any popularity fraud. Therefore, the true value of an anchor can be accurately reflected by the real number of people in the live broadcast room, and there is no need to worry about fraud. There will be no unfair situation where obeying the live broadcast platform will increase popularity, and disobeying the live broadcast platform will reduce popularity. And the most important point is that the anchors of Rabbit Tail Live are always free. We have no intention of restricting the freedom of these anchors, because a free person has endless creativity. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL. Chapter 1563, The Winning Formula of Rabbit Tail Live. Zhu Yan was completely stunned when he saw this. Here it comes again. These leaders of Tenda are starting to lose their morals again. Tenda previously organized a grassroots activity, which also stopped the leader says column. Originally, these companies breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was President Pei who deliberately interrupted the leader says column. It makes sense to think about it. After all, the content of the leader says column is too explosive. It is completely digging the bottom of all industries. If these bottoms are dug out, will they attract more companies to attack? After all, you are not only attacking the existing industries, but also cutting off the road to many future internet innovations. In addition, if the attack continues like this, Tenda's various industries will actually be affected. What if you are the one who completes the monopoly in the future? You have established this personality now. How can you make quick money in the future through the monopoly market position? So everyone thought that maybe President Pei found that the situation was a bit too much, so he asked the responsible persons to stop and cool down their impulsive minds through the activity of going to the grassroots. It is precisely because of this that the two live broadcast platforms are more confident and bold to launch an attack on Rabbit Tail Live, because in their judgment, this should be a strategic contraction period for Rabbit Tail Live. Unexpectedly, they made a mistake in judgment. Rabbit Tail Live did not want to retreat at all, but overturned the table all of a sudden. This is equivalent to putting all the intentions of the two companies on the table. What if the anchors don't come when they go to poach anchors in the future? Rabbit Tail Live has dismantled their routines of poaching anchors clearly. Even the dumbest anchors who have no legal awareness will be cautious after watching this video, right? At that time, will Langya Live and YY Live have to explain the terms to these anchors one by one in order to attract them? It is difficult to fool these anchors with just a number on paper. But if they explain word by word, won't all these routines be exposed? Zhu Yan was so angry that he almost wanted to curse. Is there something wrong with Rabbit Tail Live? You can obviously use this method. Isn't it good for the three of us to poach people together, burn money together, and eat the anchor's liquidated damages together? Why does your Rabbit Tail Live have to be different from us? And they want to expose our past and destroy our reputation. Zhu Yan was very angry, but the video did not end there. Previously, I just exposed the routines of these live broadcast platforms and briefly introduced the differences of Rabbit Tail Live, but did not explain in detail what specific measures Rabbit Tail Live has that are different from others. Next, it is the stage of planning and outlook. Xiao Liang continued, in the future, Rabbit Tail Live will have a business model that is different from other live broadcast websites. We will sign contracts with anchors who have reached a certain number of people and popularity to become formal employees, set strict working hours and daily benefits, and calculate income based on real popularity. All income is calculated by class, clear, and there are rules and regulations to follow. We really can't provide a high salary figure on paper like other platforms, but we can use other methods to convert the commercial value of anchors, so as to achieve mutual benefit and win-win results between the platform and anchors. For example, we will regularly hold some competitions or variety shows, such as the previous safe and civilized driving competition. For the old anchors of Rabbit Tail Live, we will give priority to support, so that you can get more and better stages. In addition, we may also have in-depth cooperation with Tenda Games and Fei Huang Studio in the future. The senior anchors of Rabbit Tail Live can seek transformation to film and television or other industries. As long as you have this ability, Rabbit Tail Live will provide support as much as possible. In addition, we will also take the initiative to help the anchors contact some commercial promotions. Of course, the premise is that we will strictly control these commercial promotions. Please believe that Rabbit Tail Live will be forge ahead and explore seriously in this regard. As an anchor on Rabbit Tail Live, your stage is definitely the broadest. Many new anchors believe that Rabbit Tail Live is the most conducive platform for newcomers to emerge, but once they succeed and gain popularity, they will have to switch to other platforms to get high salaries. This is obviously a misunderstanding. Because the high salaries on other platforms are full of routines, and they are not necessarily as beautiful as everyone imagines. Once the job hopping fails, the price paid will be extremely heavy, and even your entire anchor career will be put into it. So I hope everyone can think seriously about where the future of the live broadcast industry should go. Which business model is more conducive to the common growth of users, anchors and platforms? Now you are tempted by some high salaries on paper, so in the future, when capital achieves a monopoly by poaching anchors, will you still have this bargaining power? The benefits you get now will be returned in the future. We will not sign sky-high contracts with anchors, because such sky-high contracts will inevitably make various requirements for anchors, and we will have to find a way to deduct benefits in the end. It is impossible for anchors to really get so much money. In contrast, we will pay anchors based on a comprehensive evaluation of the actual number of viewers and the content of the live broadcast. Maybe in some cases, the salary is not as good as the figures on paper of other platforms, but from the perspective of comprehensive benefits and the overall environment of live broadcast, Rabbit Tail Live is the platform that is truly operating seriously. In the future, we will invite more anchors to settle in the knowledge area. At that time, users of Rabbit Tail Live will be able to see their favorite anchors talk about knowledge content within an hour of learning time. This is like a novel experience that allows anchors and users to grow. We hope that this is a place where anchors, users and platforms grow together. I hope everyone can open their eyes, carefully identify, and do their best for the development of the live broadcast industry. Each of us is a participant in the entire live broadcast industry, so we must make the right choice. After Qiao Lian finished speaking, there were some other contents in the second half of the video. Several hosts of Rabbit Tail Live personally appeared on camera to talk about their personal experiences and analyze the differences between Rabbit Tail Live and other live streaming industries from different angles. Qiao Liang's talk may be relatively general, directly hitting the underlying rules of the entire live broadcast industry, while these anchors' talk is more specific and more infectious. For example, Zhang Yan also appeared in the show. She thinks that compared with other live broadcast platforms, Rabbit Tail Live has two biggest advantages. The first point is that Rabbit Tail Live is very humane. There is the warmth of home here, not cold data and calculations. When you see the data drop, don't worry about whether it is the official who is playing tricks, just look for the reasons from yourself. As long as you carefully polish the content of your live broadcast, one day you can get a broader stage here. The second point is that the promotion channel of Rabbit Tail Live is very clear. At which level of popularity, how much rewards there will be, how to divide the gifts, and how many cross-border opportunities there will be, these are all clearly stipulated, and there is no need to worry about any scams and traps. And some other anchors mentioned that in Rabbit Tail Live, all anchors speak with strength, and no one makes small moves, so everyone naturally convinces each other, and there are fewer cases of jealousy. And many anchors even said frankly that they have been dug by other platforms, but there are too many pitfalls in the contract and they can't trust them at all. You can make money in the same way. If you stay on two-way live, you can grow with it, and the future development prospects will be better. You can still be a freelancer. Why should you jump to other platforms rashly? Before, many people only saw the high salaries of other platforms compared to Rabbit Tail Live. But this video analysis revealed the true strength of both parties, hidden under the iceberg and under the water. Obviously, Rabbit Tail Live has its advantages. Although these advantages are hidden, as long as you analyze it, you will feel that Rabbit Tail Live actually has much broader possibilities and development prospects than other live platforms. The assistant asked with some concern, "Mr. Zhu, what should we do?" Zhu Yan was silent for a long time and did not answer. He really didn't know what to do. It can only be said that Tenda's table-turning gameplay is really unsatisfactory. Although it is simple and crude, it is better to have no tricks than to have tricks, and it is impossible to fight back. Could it be said that YY Live and Langya Live also have a program to dismantle the business model of Rabbit Tail Live? But the business model of Rabbit Tail Live is open and transparent, and Rabbit Tail Live has dismantled it clearly. If Langya Live and YY Live tell the truth, it is equivalent to sending bullets to the other party, proving the other party's statement, and whipping their own corpses. But if Langya Live and YY Live are not telling the truth and are fabricating stories to discredit the business model of Two-Way Live, then that is tantamount to defamation. If Two-Way Live sues them, these two platforms will have to bear the consequences. The current status of Rabbit Tail Live can be said to be that it is upright and fearless, so it dares to dig out all these dark things and put them on the table. Rabbit Tail Live does not do these things, so it is not affected, and the other two platforms really have no way to deal with it. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Yan said to his assistant, "Hold your troops for the time being and don't take any action. Go and contact the person in charge of YY Live, I want to talk to him." Obviously, Zhu Yan has realized the seriousness of the problem. Although YY Live and Langya Live are also competitors, no matter which of them wins, the other party will only be acquired, which is not fatal. It is more likely that the two will coexist for a long time and tend to be stable. But if Rabbit Tail Live wins, it will bring a revolution in the business model of live broadcast platforms, and neither of these two platforms will want to run. Because under this model, only Rabbit Tail Live can play well, and other live broadcast platforms have only a dead end. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading URL